Nation.
Steph Curry from downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, happy Monday, everybody, as we get a summer really rolling now, June 23rd. Now we're into summertime, boy. Past that summer solstice, baseball, NBA champions being crowned, NBA drafts looming, fog in Daly City, Giants baseball. So much fun, so much fun. So much to catch up on from the weekend. Huge weekend, active weekend, busy weekend. Sports talky weekend. Marcus Boucher kind of weekend. Good morning, Marcus Boucher.
Murph, what's up, my guy? I'm feeling really good on a Monday morning. Now, I was thinking to myself as you were doing the open, I was like, is it because it's the first Monday of summer? So maybe I'm getting those summer vibes. But also, it's the first day of my 2-day work week before I take the next week and a half off for my vacation. So that's probably why I'm feeling so good on a Monday morning.
I'm going to go ahead and say that's a large factor in your feelings right now.
I can see the weekend already.
I thought it was because you didn't have the sort of the looming presence of Curly and the slacks and the loafers to make you feel guilty, like you weren't kind of buttoned up enough. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Maybe that is also contributing because I feel like today there are no rules, there are no clocks, there's no John Joe Curly.
Curls, we hope you're having a great time in Greece. We know he's listening right now, and he's probably sweating. He's like, do they have the questions? Do they know what to ask the guests? Do they know what to do? Do they know what time to break? Do they know when the clock is? Yes, we do, JJK. It's all good, buddy. It's all good. But it's funny, we were just kind of needling him off the air, and I said, listen to us. And Marcus said, yeah. He's on vacation, so it's time to trash him. That's what he said. And I was like, that's what we do. So then you're going to go on vacation Tuesday and Wednesday morning. And be like, here without way, start ripping. And I'm on vacation next Thursday. You guys start ripping me. So that's the deal.
Now, I was going to say, young Tony would not know because he never takes vacation, but he has witnessed the riffs that I will get off on a Brian Murphy when he goes off on vacation and vice versa. It's kind of a morning show tradition, whether it was me, you, Paulie, Matt, Copes, whoever took time off, they got killed on air for it the next day.
Talk that S. Talk that S. Copes doesn't wait for vacations.
Oh, no. He's just going to talk S regardless.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of his more charming qualities. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, it's really appealing. Anyway, guys, how about those Red Sox-Giants games? My gosh, drama galore from Friday night. Total bummer. Like, Friday night was like, if we were doing a show Friday night at midnight, it wouldn't have been a happy show. Red Sox came in here. Giants played terrible. Rafael Devers goes 0 for 5. Christian Koss. As Brad Mansion texted me Friday night, he said, the Koss game is what he said for the 2 bases loaded situations and the kicked ball.
I'd say Christian Koss cost them that game on Friday night.
He cost
them.
That's good.
Them a game.
That's good. I like that.
Cost them a game.
So you go into Saturday, you're like, bro, you're 1-3 since the Rafi trade. What the blank is going on here? And with one swing of the bat, that left hand, that oppo left field power of a Rafi Devers that we heard so much about, paid off in spades because, man, they needed it in the ninth with Doval, but thank God they get the win. He does a post-game interview. He gets dumped with Gatorade. Red Sox are like, he never did post-game interviews for us. That was all part of their deal.
See, this is the girlfriend with the new outfit. She starts acting differently. Next thing you know, like, what the hell? My girl never did that with me. Now she's with this new dude, and now she's out here stepping out.
She likes to bike ride now. Yeah. She didn't ride bikes with me.
She's got all these activities.
I wanted her to, Tony's like, I wanted that girl to run a 10K with me. She didn't do it with me.
Not on that coast.
By the way, we will get to Tony's 10K later on, which he conquered on Sunday morning, which led to Sunday when the Murphy family went up. By the way, I had just to bring you inside the Murphy family domicile, as one likes to go, right? And once you're in, by the way, tell the kids to clean their room.
Pick up those towels.
Pick up freaking wet. I almost swore. Pick up freaking wet towels, right? And then tell them to take the dogs out and tell them to take the garbage bin. And then now you're really inside the Murphy domicile. Anyway, so we had tickets for my sister's birthday every year. Me and the 2 boys take her to a game. It's Aunt Katie's favorite day because she gets to be with her nephews, right? Yeah. So always, her birthday's in April, and so we give her a choice of games, and she picked Saturday, June 21st against the Red Sox. Why wouldn't you? Saturday, June 21st against the Red Sox, and a marquee game, right?
Sounds like a good choice.
Well, a little all-star baseball gets in the way, and turns out Rory's team has a game that day. We could not have anticipated it. So all of a sudden we have to scramble and make a decision because we didn't know till Friday night. Because if they lost Friday night, Saturday was free. But if they won Friday night, they had to play Saturday. They won Friday night. So now Friday night, I got to dump those tickets, and I had a Brian Murphy a garage sale TV incident.
Uh-oh.
Because I had 4 sweet seats for Saturday's game, but I got to sell them Friday night. So I go on StubHub, and I'm like, did you know on StubHub now there's a certain cutoff for the bar because you're selling by barcodes now?
Huh.
You're selling by barcode, and they won't post a barcode a certain amount of time prior to a game because there's like an electronic cutoff.
No, I did not.
Yeah,
know
like
that.
6 to 8 to 10 hours before a game, you can't sell electronic
6 to 8
tickets.
to 10?
Yes.
No, that's like day of. Like, they should cut you off.
Exactly.
Like, you should be able to sell tickets until like an hour before the game, if that. Hell, you should be able to sell an hour into the game.
Thank you. I'm with Mr. Could you please take over
No,
StubHub?
what?
I know.
That's ridiculous.
I know. Or SeatGeek or whatever the hell they're doing these days.
Any of those apps.
So anyway, so I go on Friday night and I put them up and I was like, what should I price these at? They're really good. They're lower. They're 118. So between home plate and the on deck circle, good. They're not first row, but they're 26 rows. So I'm like, what would you sell those for? Friday night.
$5. Tell me you listed them at $5.
I love that. I was like, I need to sell them. So I wrote 125. 125. And StubHub says, you will receive $450 because they take 50 over. So I posted it, sold in 13 minutes. Woo! Sold in 13 minutes. I was like, God, I guess I should have priced them higher.
Now,
I was happy. So I used that money, turned around, called Russ Stanley, said, Russ, I need 4 for Sunday. Used that money from StubHub and got 4 for Sunday. So we were out there Sunday.
Nice little switcheroo.
Yes.
Now, did you do any research on the market before you place these tickets up for sale?
Briefly, I saw some people in my section were selling for like $295, and I was like, I can't risk that. What if they go unsold?
Damn, you lowballed your neighbors. They're out here trying to sell for $290. Murph's like, I got tickets, $125 a pop.
I took them out the knees.
Yeah.
So we go yesterday, and yesterday was a glorious Sunday. Once again, walking in through my new favorite place in San Francisco, the China Basin Park, man. The McCovey Cove Park. Wow, on a Sunday morning? Are you kidding me? So, and then you get in, and it's a crazy game, and they hit a bunch of home runs, and Rafi gets a knock, and Casey Schmidt goes 4 for 4. And it was a lot of fun.
Well, let me ask you, as you're walking through your new favorite park out here in San Francisco, did you see the line for the Jung-Hoo Lee jersey giveaway on Sunday?
I didn't. We got there and there was none line.
Okay, so I'm guessing everybody got in super early.
Yeah.
Because I know the gates open up a couple hours before, but I saw our KNBR boys posted a video of the line essentially going all the way over the Lefty O'Doul Bridge,
Dude.
damn near into your favorite park.
So here's the catch. So I knew that my sister, she likes the giveaways and all that, but I said to her, I said, listen, Katie, with the 2 teenage boys, we ain't going to get there early enough. No way. So I said, just to let you down easy early, we're not getting the Jung-Hoo Lee giveaway. But thanks to the magic of Maria Lopez, we had one here at the station. So I hid it in a bag, and I said, but guess what? Here it is in the car on the drive to the game. So she was over the moon.
Okay, cool.
Here's the postscript to that story. So we arrived at noon, 12:05-ish, leaving plenty of time to walk out to center field and get Rory his crab sandwich, which takes like 40 minutes all told.
Yeah, about
To
40
walk out there,
too.
wait in line, and go, dude, trust me.
Oh.
Bro, Wells Fargo called. Actually, I got like fraud alerts from Wells Fargo. Like, are you sure you're spending this much money on food at Oracle Park? I'm like, yeah, it is me.
Yeah, that's
click yes if you're spending this much money on food. I'm like, yeah, that's me.
They got you again.
So like they were like calling fraud alert in. But we walk in at 12:05, and dude, they had boxes of the jerseys. They still had them.
They still have
They
them.
were just dishing them out like blackjack dealers.
Wow.
I was like, well, that kind of takes away the fun of giving her the special one in the car. But yes, I don't know what the deal was. Why people lined up so early when there were leftover ones as late as 12:05, 12:10.
Well, because I think, and I should know this off the top of my head because we did the promotion last Friday, that they were only giving away 15 to 20,000 of the jerseys.
Yeah.
So yesterday was a sellout, or technically a sellout, over 40,000. I'm shocked to hear that
I'm
there are
shocked
still
too.
jerseys
Well, when did
left.
you enter the gate?
Oh, I showed up like 10, 15 minutes before the game started.
Did you have a jersey? Did they give you one?
No, I didn't. Well, I went to the credential line
Okay,
anyways. I went through with the media and had
So-
my jersey from Friday from Maria Lopez. Shout out Emla, who also got me up to the KNBR suite yesterday.
Yeah.
Got to hung out with Copes and some of the Dirty Work boys up in the suite.
Oh man, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Buddy.
I
So,
know, yeah.
but
that
hey,
suite got pretty dirty pretty quick.
the world giveth and taketh away at the same time.
Yeah, beggars can't be choosers, you know?
Right. So, and it ends with us calling in the win. That's because after a wild, wacky, ejection-filled game, I'll have to tell you that story. And if anybody follows me on social media, the elbow incident, too, that we'll have to get into.
We got to get into this. Elbow gate.
It was a long game. It was what, about 240, 245, something like that? I can't see it on the box score right here. We finally have Pat Burrell calling Rob Manfred and said it was a wild and woolly one, you empty suit, but put this one in the books. San Francisco Giants 9, Boston Red Sox 5.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning is fun.
Yeah.
Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you don't go.
It's time to go.
Flores lakes it out!
Rafael Devers is a dude.
I like it all. And speaking of which, home runs, speaking of Boston icons, Mike Yastrzemski. First one since April 30th. Number 6.
Big fly! Boom!
Willie Adames. Oh, Bob Melvin says he's going to heat up. Number 9.
Big fly! Boom!
And future Giants everyday second baseman, Casey Schmidt. Number 4.
Big fly! Boom!
Dude, Casey's feeling himself.
Casey at the plate.
Casey's feeling himself.
Casey with the bat.
He's getting more and more confident and comfortable.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that spot at second base is looking more and more likely like it's going to be his when Matt Chapman returns.
I mean, bro, you're at the point you're going Little League with like the kid who hits 11th or 12th. You have him bunt every time. Ty Fitzgerald, you have him bunt every time now. That's what you're doing with Ty. I mean, we love Ty, but you know what? We've said this yet. We said this last week. We'll say it again. There's a lot of positives to this, and you know, obviously we're ways away from this because Chapman's not going to be back for another 3 weeks or something. So we're getting way ahead of ourselves here. But if indeed, you know, everybody stays healthy and things kind of go the way they are, Chapman comes back, you move Schmidt to second. Dude, Ty Fitzgerald is the classic super utility guy. Classic. That might be best for pinch run, pinch bunt. Go out and play an inning in the outfield if you have to. Start in the outfield if you have to. Start anywhere if you have to, but just be that guy, right?
Yeah, can give Willie Adames a day off if needed over at shortstop, or if you want to move Schmidt around from second to short. Like, he's a super utility guy. And it's getting to the point where you look at the bottom of this lineup, and it's not producing. And Tyler Fitzgerald really hasn't been the same guy since coming off the injured list, so I do want to point that out as well. But, like, we were joking in the suite yesterday about when you get to the bottom of the lineup, and if you got Tyler Fitzgerald and Patrick Bailey, and you're basically saying, let me pick my poison. Let me pick who I want to bat with this time through the lineup.
Who I want to bunt with?
Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Who I want to bunt with, because Patrick Bailey came up second and third, nobody out. We're like, oh, Patrick Bailey's going to lay down a bunt.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, no, Fitz is behind him. So they let Patrick Bailey swing away, and the next thing you know, Tyler Fitzgerald does get the bunt down. But when you're looking at the bottom of your lineup thinking both guys are just there to bunt, yeah, you've got some issues.
Which is kind of amazing that the Giants remain in the position they're in at 44 wins and 34 losses, 10 games over. There was an NBA champ crowned last night, and oh, by the way, should have opened the show with this. Pop Culture Showdown, still undefeated.
Of course it is, without question.
I mean, it's kind of redundant to say it, right? It's like saying, you know, like the sun rose in the east, sunset in the west. The Pop Culture Showdown's undefeated.
Is water wet?
Is water wet?
Did the Pop Culture Showdown win?
Or as I saw Rod Brooks put a pretty funny tweet on the other day. He said somebody asked him a question, and he said, "Is the Pope a White Sox fan from the South Side of Chicago?"
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. So, all right, we can get into that too. Maybe it'll show up in Hums and Bums. You don't know. Well, let's get the guest list from 10K Tony on a Monday, June 23rd, 2025, on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th. at Discovery Park in Sacramento. And you're going to be able to see these guys, Blink-182, out there, including a lot of other names as well. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win these 4-day passes. That's a big deal. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line. Going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field.
3-1 to Schmidt. High drive to left. Hit well. And it's gone! Right over the top of the wall. Yaz drives it. Down the right field line. Out of here! And this game is tied.
Now Adames, deep left field, down the line, and gone! 2-2. Narvaez strikes out swinging. And the game is over. The series is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row against the Red Sox.
Yeah, an emotional weekend, surprisingly emotional weekend where Giants and Red Sox had a little, there was a little extra buzz. Although I will say this, having gone out there yesterday, not nearly as many Red Sox fans as I thought there would be. There were there, of course. Red Sox fans are always going to show up. But they have invaded the park in bigger numbers in the past. I don't know what that says. I don't know if it was because Giants fans are coming out because they love Rafi Devers and Buster Posey, or maybe I was just in a good mood and didn't see as many Red Sox fans. Although I have to tell you a funny story, Marcus, about your boy. Sometimes you'll know me. I'm a gray-haired man with a gray beard, and I look old, right? But I'm very immature
Yes,
at the
this
same
is true.
time, yes. So at the game, when Jaron Duran overslid second base and clambered back to the bag, but Willie Adames slapped his glove on his finger, and the second base umpire, Doug Eddings, pointed to the finger and said, "You're out!" And all hell broke loose. We were all so excited because the Giants were coming off a big inning. The energy was high. Duran tried to start a rally and it was immediately snuffed out by Willie Adames' glove. And then you see Duran calling for the earphones and the Red Sox calling for the earphones. And you're like pretty sure in the stands, nah, you're out, bro. You're out. And then they show the replay and you're like, yeah, you're out, bro. You're out. And then you hear Red Sox fans around me, like they popped up like little weasels. Like Pop goes the weasel. Like not that they were weasels, but Pop goes the weasel.
That's all right.
Jack in the box.
You can call them weasels if you want.
That's what I was. We're heading the same direction
go
here.
ahead, Murph. Go
They
ahead.
started popping up, going, safe, he's safe. And I'm like, bro, you can't sit here and tell me he's safe. I mean, first of all, there's not nearly enough evidence there to overturn that thing. And if you want to go into your microscopic fingernail is on the bag by Willie Adames' glove hitting him, I'm like, bro, I ain't buying it. There needs to be clear and convincing evidence. The call on the field is out. That brother is out, all right? There's no way. And they still are yelling. So I start going in, Marcus.
Uh-oh.
I was going, because they're standing up and they're yelling. I'm like, stop. You're down 8-5. He's out. There's not nearly enough evidence that he's back. You're telling me his fingernail's back? I can't buy that in a court of law, right? So, I mean, that's the rule. Clear and convincing evidence, right?
Yeah, this isn't old school baseball where the tie goes to the runner.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
the tie goes to the call on the field because they didn't have enough evidence to overturn it.
So I start going, you can sit down now because he's out. And then here's me, 50 whatever years old, well into his 50s. I start saying, you can sit down now because he's out. And oh, by the way, Rafi's a Giant. Oh, yeah. I said he was out and Rafi's a Giant. And the Yankees own you.
Wow.
And the Yankees own you. So let's
Three
go through
true
this.
statements.
I go, he's out. Rafi's a Giant. And the Yankees own you.
Look at my guy, Murph.
And I start going, let's go Yankees. Let's go Yankees.
Wow. Against your childhood team. Turning your back
My son
on them.
says, what would 11-year-old you say to you right now?
That's wild. Murph at Oracle Park with a Let's Go Yankee chant against the Red Sox.
You would have enjoyed it.
I'm so proud of you.
I know.
I'm actually mad you didn't call me down from the suite. I would have joined you. We could have got on top of these guys.
Sometimes you just get in that. So like I said, the spirits were high. You know, the Giants had rallied from runs down. I was so proud of the boys. Had to get, and I wanted to tell these guys, sit down.
Yeah.
And then Duran after I'm like, you're the one who overslid the bag. Why are you yelling, bro? Stay on the bag. You don't have a problem here, right? And then Cora, I'm like, get out of here, Cora.
Cora with his cutoff sleeves.
Isn't he a cheater too?
Get the hell
like
out of here.
everybody
Yeah,
else.
he's with the Houston Astros, his damn cheaters.
Yeah. So and he's pointing around. Oh, you all suck. No, you suck, buddy. Get out of here. So it was a fun day.
Yeah, I got to say, and it was fun too. I was not at the game on Friday night. Went out to the Metallica concert with my guy Overnight Dave.
Dude, give me a 60-second
and
review.
That was an awesome experience. I mean, they sold out Levi's Stadium. Like, those guys still sounding great. I took my buddy Big Al, who maybe had the weekend of his life. not only got to see his favorite band Metallica at Levi's, but he's a huge OKC fan. So shout out to Big Al listening right now. Shout out to the Thunder, and shout out to our guy Cleo, who's also our other Thunder fan in our life. They both got the job done this weekend. So overall, Metallica was great. But I was going to say, last time the Red Sox came to town, it got a little spicy for me personally on a Friday night. Have a few drinks in you. I start going back and forth with the mass holes. So I think I avoided that crowd because on Saturday and Sunday, I hate to even say it, but it seemed like the mass holes were actually kind of respectful towards Rafael Devers. Like, I saw a few pockets stand up and boo him, but I also saw a few pockets of Red Sox fans stand up and give him a standing ovation, which 5 seconds later after he struck out, they were back to booing him again. But I was surprised to even see the standing ovation from some of the Red Sox fans in the building. How was your experience on Sunday?
Well, actually, again, we were not surrounded by very many Red Sox fans at all. The Jack in the Boxes I was yelling at were only like 4 or 5 in my entire view from where we were. We were kind of in front of the right side of the press box in what section were we? 114 or whatever. But anyway, the point is that they were not a heavy presence, and so I didn't have to kind of engage other than I had some fun. And really fueled by only one beer, too.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Only off of one beer.
Yeah.
Now, I did think about you for a second because I saw some of the Red Sox in their Fenway Green City Connect uniforms.
Yeah.
I said, you're coming out to the West Coast in that City Connect uniform,
bro.
huh?
Some guy walked in front of me wearing the yellow one. I was like, come on, man. What are we doing? Plus, tough seeing Roman Anthony wearing Fred Lynn's number in person. Tough seeing it.
Yeah.
Something we didn't bring up with Freddie on Friday.
No, we didn't, but Fred Lynn did tell us that he was going to be more relaxed, and he had a couple of knocks on Friday and Saturday, too, so he swung the bat better than he had been swinging it.
That kid's going to be something.
Yeah.
He looks like he's
got
the
a
real deal.
smooth swing.
You know who else is the real deal? 10K Tony. Wow. Let's go with the guest list here on a Monday, June 23rd, 2025. It's been very underrated that you were training for this 10K. You kind of briefly mentioned it. I have to confess, I didn't glom onto the storyline that you were training for a 10K.
What's there to say? I'm just doing my thing. You know?
Okay.
See, that's the
How
thing.
long ago did you start training for this thing?
He's 10K Tony. He did not even need to train. He just rolled out of bed and just ran a 10K.
Yeah, was this like a big life project? Like,
No, not at all. I've been running like 4 miles a week here and there, doing my thing. But then 2 weeks ago, I signed up for this 10K, the Presidio Half.
So it's just 2 weeks ago.
This was 2 weeks ago, yeah.
So I didn't miss like a huge months-long storyline. This is Tony conquering the hills of San Francisco.
I wasn't looking for any pub.
And conquering his personal demons all the while. You know what I mean?
This is not like a lifelong goal where you're like, if I can just reach 10K.
Yeah, or getting over the heartbreak of a gal. I'm gonna show her, man. I'm gonna PR in the 10K. So no, this was just like on a whim?
Just a casual. My buddy was doing the whole 10K. I'm like, what? Might as well sign up. Let me join you.
Yeah. Okay.
And
you crushed it.
Dude, one of the best decisions I've made in my life, I will say. Dude, tremendous experience. Like training, eating well, diligent with everything you do, workout routines. Trust me, it was a great experience. Met a lot of good people out there. Fun day in the city, Sunday morning. What do you want? I mean, it's amazing. Met Tom Sweeney. Shout out to Sweeney's.
Well, we definitely need to pause for a moment here and say this is what happens when the kid goes out in the city and shows his face. He winds up, you go out, you meet people, you become stories. So Tom Sweeney is the legend. Do you guys know the Sir Francis Drake Hotel on? God, here's my brain here now. It's not. Is it Mason?
Oh, where's Curly when we need him?
Well, what's the street?
He knows
it's not
all the
Post.
streets of San Francisco.
Why is my brain not working right now? Anyway, let's call it Union Square. Says Sir Francis Drake Hotel on Union Square for 35 years. He was the guy dressed as the Beefeater. People are like, wait, what's the Beefeater? Well, that's the guy. You ever see a bottle of Beefeater gin? You ever drink gin?
No, I don't think I have.
You don't drink gin?
I'm not a big gin guy.
You're not a Snoop Dogg guy?
No gin and juice for me.
Beefeater is the old English traditional red stockings, kind of a puffy red shorts, a decorated red brass top, and a top hat with flowers on it. It's a crazy outfit. Yeah, look it up. Go look up Beefeater, traditional Beefeater outfit.
I got to be careful Googling that at work.
There it is. Like, look, see, can you see? Tony's holding it up.
Okay. Yeah, show me that Beefeater, Tony.
So for 35 years, he stood in front of that, and he greeted people in taxis, in limos, in town cars, in airporters, and he took your bags, and he welcomed you to the hotel. And then when you came down, he gave you directions to where to go. Here's the place to get your best sandwich. Welcome to San Francisco. Here's how you get to Candlestick Park. All the stuff. Tom Sweeney's a legend, and you met him in line.
It was incredible. I met him and Cindy, his wife.
Wonderful, beautiful Cindy. Yes,
tremendous. And they were doing the half marathon. I'm out here complaining about a 10K. They were doing the half marathon. Incredible people. By the way, that whole scene was kind of hectic. Getting a bib for this marathon. I don't know if anybody knows. It's like it's like a scene out of some crazy movie. There's people everywhere. There's chaos. People standing in line for hours. I'm just trying to get my freaking bib. I'm just trying to get in and get out.
Powell Street.
Powell Street. Yes. By the way, also 43 years he was doing this.
43.
So
yeah,
I shorted him. That's on me.
Yeah, I was gonna say 35 actually seems short.
Wow.
Herb Cain used to write about him all the time. He used to give Herb Cain little nuggets, like Rod Stewart's in town was seen at the Sir Francis Drake. Tom Sweeney said, hey buddy, I hope I'm trying to think of a Rod Stewart song. I'm blanking. Hey Rod, do you think I'm sexy? Something like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, the point is the guy's a San Francisco icon, and you met him, and then you crushed it. Golden Gate Bridge on a Sunday morning, huh?
Never had run the Golden Gate Bridge in my life, and it was absolutely beautiful. It's tough too because it's like mile 2 through 4, kind of the dead period. There's a lull, but when you're running over the Golden Gate Bridge, there's no lull.
My sister and I, lifers, and she's even older than me. Sorry, Katie. Is that when we were driving home from the game and we hit the Doyle Drive stretch, we both looked out, and she said, "Never. We've been here our entire lives. Never get tired of it." Nor do we ever take it for granted. Never. Not once. So, anyway, good day, buddy.
It was a great day, great weekend, tremendous Giants baseball. Look, Rafael Devers hitting his first tank as a Giant. That was really cool to see. Was it Friday where he hit the ball to left field? That was a fly out.
Yeah.
And it looked like he was going to be, mad about that, struggling. And Saturday he just comes up clutch and does it.
He hit another one in the gap yesterday that would have been off the wall that was chased down by their center fielder. So we'll get into him. He's 2 for 12 as a Giant. Pardon me. He's 5 for 23 as a Giant. He went 2 for 12 in the series. So he's still yet to get unlocked. But that single in the 8th inning that contributed to the rally, it's like nobody on the Giants has that swing.
No.
Nobody.
And it's just so easy, too, the way that he sprays balls all over the field.
And
really.
he barrels.
Yep.
So he's hitting .217 with 1 bomb and 3 ribs in his first week, and the Giants are 3-3. And I got to think that's all going to improve. Like, first of all, the Marlins and White Sox are their next 6 games. Shh. Let's make some hay. Yeah. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Where are those Marlin hats?
I'm thinking 5-1 in the next 6.
Ooh.
That's what I'm thinking.
I like it.
All right, Tony, what do we got for the guest list here, bud?
All right, well, if you miss anything over the weekend, we'll cover it all in Hums and Bums at 6:50. Mike Krukow is going to recap that Red Sox series for us at 7:30. Big Hit's going to be at 7:50. Cooler Content 8:30, and then Andrew Baggerly, who also wrote a story on Rafael Devers at 9:15, going to join us.
Okay, we'll do all that, but we haven't even mentioned the NBA champions, so let's get into that next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
SGA finally gets a three to untie it. 59-56 Thunder. 65-58 Thunder. 6:40 left in the third. Jalen Williams pass to Dort. Left side, SGA inside the arc. They isolate left side. Drives baseline. Turns the corner on him and lays it in. 21 for SGA. Three-pointers good. The MVP's got 25. The Oklahoma City Thunder have their first championship, and they're the 2025 NBA champions.
What do you think you remember most about this Game 7?
The fun I had tonight. The moment was amazing. The fans were amazing. And it was so much fun. Exactly what I expected.
Well, there it is. Just a little sound of non-Rafi Devers news. We have a new NBA champion, by the way, 7th consecutive different NBA champ, and that is a record in the NBA without a repeat. So that's one of the storylines, is that we are in this parity era, or are we, because of the OKC Thunder now dropped anchor, and will they be here for years and years to come? Every rotation player is under contract. They're getting a lottery pick back who was hurt all year. So here we go. Are we entering the Thunder era? And by the way, we got to shout out the Indiana Pacers, because just what an incredible run. They came from nowhere. And all the way up until, obviously, we'll talk about losing Tyrese Halliburton. They led at halftime of Game 7 of the NBA Finals on the road.
Yes, they did.
And then, obviously doing it without Halliburton was too much. They just were incredible the entire run. In some ways, they were as impressive as OKC, if not more, for what they did, knocking out all those Eastern teams along the way. Obviously, Celtics going down with Tatum was a big deal. But Halliburton goes down with the Achilles, and God, the third major star, Damian Lillard, Jason Tatum, and now him have all suffered crushing Achilles injuries. I don't know if that's a trend. I don't know if it's a thing. I don't know if it's coincidence. I don't know if it's just random, or is it the toll and load of an NBA schedule? I don't know. You have a theory?
Yeah, and I don't know what the hell the East is going to look like next year with all those guys being out, if not the majority of the season, the entire season. So the East is going to be wide open.
I heard Knicks fans saying, if ever there's a time, the Knicks can strike.
Yeah, Knicks got to figure out how to get a head coach first. They still need to figure out what the hell they're doing after firing Tibbs. So that's an issue. But we know that the West is now going to have to go through OKC. And it's funny because I kind of chuckled myself when you asked a rhetorical question. Are we ready for the Thunder era? I said, the Thunder era? What are we back to? Trampolines at halftime? Trying to get 100 points to get a free chalupa? Like, that's what I think of when I think about the Thunder era. I know how much you love it when I wear those Warriors Thunder colors in my Thunder hat.
My least favorite thing in Bay Area sports history is the Thunder era of the Warriors.
So when you say Thunder era, how about we just call it the OKC era instead? Because I think there's too many flashbacks when you say Thunder era.
OKC. Yeah. OKC. They kept chanting over and over again. I don't know. Does the West go through OKC, or does it go through 2-seed Houston, who got Kevin Durant?
How about KD
over the weekend?
Stealing some spotlight on the day that his former franchise goes out and finally wins it all?
Yeah. The old days, the NFL would control their message so tightly, they would never let anything upstage the Super Bowl. Al Davis used to try. I'll get you, Roselle, if it's the last thing I do. But the NBA just letting that loose and stealing the thunder from the Thunder a little bit. By the way, Fanatics Fest. Where have I been?
What's going on?
Do you know what? Tell me. Tell this old man about it. Have I missed this as the party of the century?
I could not tell you.
Young Tony, you're a young man. What do we know about?
It might be new. I've never heard of this thing before, but everybody was there this weekend.
Likewise, never heard of the thing at all.
Okay, that makes me feel a lot better because I was like, damn, am I that out of touch?
What about your kids? Do they know anything about this?
I didn't ask them about it. I'm going to have to. But, man, the way people were writing about it on social, like, yeah, well, at Fanatics Fest today, da-da-da. I'm like, wait, what is Fanatics Fest? And then you saw Joe Burrow throwing wild baseball. Did you see that?
No, I missed Burrow
you're
throwing
going to love
baseballs.
former college pitcher here. You're going to love this.
I'll break that down.
Bro, they got him in the cage just to hit a target from about 50 feet away. He missed badly on every throw.
Good luck.
He can't throw a baseball.
not many people can.
I would have figured Joe Burrow was like a dynamite baseball player.
Yeah, you would think quarterbacks should be able to throw a baseball.
He's the kind of guy I thought would have hit like 550 his senior year.
Oh, my goodness. This is terrible.
Yeah, I know.
That's nowhere close to the strike zone. He should at least be able to throw a slider. I mean, that's the same arm motion as a football.
Doesn't he have the look of a kid who like hit 11 tanks his senior year but chose to play football instead?
Guaranteed.
Yeah, but no, he doesn't.
Oh, man, those are terrible
I
throws
know,
from
bro.
Joe Burrow.
What's going on?
Actually, now this makes me feel worse about him as a quarterback.
Bad news for the Bengals.
I might have to drop him down a tier.
So, I bet Brock Purdy hits the target.
Oh, guarantee. Brock Purdy, we know, has baseball experience with his pops being in the Giants system.
And Brock played, right?
Yeah, Brock played too.
Yeah. Was he a shortstop, I think?
I want to say middle infielder.
Okay.
I remember it was the battle of the former baseball players between Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes.
So, yeah, Fanatics Fest was some sort of thing. I don't know what it is.
What is this?
It's it says here, part Comic-Con, part Sports Fest, part card show. Fanatics Fest brings leagues, athletes, and fans together for a weekend of sports culture. It's back for its second year at the Jacob Javits Center in New York City. So it looks like it's only the second year.
Okay.
So we're not too far behind.
But I don't feel bad. We only missed 1 year of it.
And I guess you go and see Livy Dunn buying a Paul Skeens car. I think we have that in cooler content coming up.
Livy, from
Livy.
the College World Series to the Fanatic Fest.
Yeah, at least we lost to the champs, the Bruins.
Yeah.
LSU Tigers.
Shout out LSU getting the job done.
But anyway, the West is gnarly with Kevin Durant now in Houston. Doesn't seem did Phoenix play the role of the Boston Red Sox in this trade? They didn't get much, did they?
I mean,
by the way, poor Jalen Green, his stock has fallen, huh? He was considered like one of the rising young stars. He had that bad series against the Warriors, and everybody's burying him now.
And Draymond started making fun of him for painting his nails.
Yeah, and Dylan the Villain Brooks goes on to another team. Got to deal with him in Phoenix now.
Yeah, and then the group of second-round draft picks, for anybody that missed it, it's 5 different second-round draft picks, which I thought they would have been first-rounders since we just saw Desmond Bane get traded to Orlando Magic for 5 first-rounders. And I understand that Desmond Bane is younger than Kevin Durant, but still, Desmond Bane gets you 5 first-rounders. You got Jalen Green also, but they're throwing the second-rounders. I don't know. It felt like Phoenix could have got more.
Here we go. So the Rockets now, after winning 52 games last year, they're going to walk out there, by the way, with, excuse me, God, I'm looking at their what was Jalen Green's numbers last year? Jalen played 82 games last year.
He was their top scorer.
Yeah, and he averaged 21 points.
Yeah.
He was their leading scorer. Mm-hmm. But they're going to have Şengün. They're going to have Tari Eason. They're going to have Amen Thompson and Durant.
Can I get an amen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't, KD's so weird these days. I'm not sure, I'm not totally sure the impact he can have. Can he lift a team? I mean, the short answer is yes, but it's been a while since we've seen it. Brooklyn, Phoenix,
Yeah.
I
mean, the fact that we're talking about Kevin Durant now going to his 5th different team is kind of wild to me, but it's what I said about the Houston Rockets ahead of their playoff series against the Warriors. I said they're missing a superstar. Talk to me when they signed Kevin Durant in free agency this summer. Turns out it was a trade instead because of how they had to work it all out. But this was not too surprising to me. I figured he was going to end up in Texas, whether it be Houston or San Antonio, if they flip that second overall pick. But it sounds like KD is headed to Houston, even though this trade can't be finalized until July, which also throw a wrench in the entire thing being announced Sunday morning of Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
Yeah, wild stuff. 831 says giving away Jalen Green was crazy. So that person thinks that the Rockets made the wrong move. 707 says these Achilles injuries are a result of excessive AAU schedules for youth players. That's an interesting theory. I hadn't heard that this is catching up to them now in their early 20s after playing too much basketball. And 925 goes old school, says NBA players have to start wearing high tops again. It was interesting when they started going to like the 3/4 kind of non-high top. I was like, I was raised on you got to lock them up. Yeah. You got to lock up your ankles with the high tops.
Maybe at this point, everybody should just start rocking the Steph Curry ankle monitors.
Seriously.
Like he's got those big-ass braces on those ankles.
Yeah.
Looking like Forrest Gump out there.
415 says, yeah, this is only the second Fanatics Fest, but it's huge because they have their hands in every sports league. So there you go. That's why you had things from Livy Dunn to Kevin Durant.
Yeah,
right?
they also
to
had
Joe Burrow.
They also had those terrible Major League Baseball uniforms last year, right?
Yeah, awful.
Wasn't that Fanatics?
Awful, yes. Awful.
Well, Casey Schmidt was showing off those cojones yesterday with 4 knocks.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's so funny. We started the segment talking about the Thunder, wound up talking about Durant. There it is. There's an example.
KD still in the Thunder, yeah.
Speaking of Thunder, we got Thunder at the Aftershock Festival, October 2 through the 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. And stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win tickets. Lineup includes, all the big boys. You got your Blink-182, your Deftones, your Korn, your Bring Me the Horizon, your Rob Zombie. 9 a.m. hour for 2 tickets to that. Stay tuned. Well, I would stay tuned for, we haven't even talked about the fact that Dangerous Dan Dunn is in. He's just such a quiet presence of efficiency. Mm-hmm. With Curly out, Danny Dunn is in. He's doing This Date in Giants History and doing a great job on This Date in Giants History.
Some would say he's doing a better job.
Well, I would. That would be me. Mm-hmm. I would say that. So he's in for Curly right now, and he sliced and diced the hums and bums. We're ready to go because Dangerous Dan was ready to go. Hums and bums, the tradition. Next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
Back and forth with Patrick Beverly, I'm Kevin Durant. You know who I am. Y'all know who I am.
Are they tilting the floor? You mentioned kind of the defense they're playing. Are they over?
Now, it's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, yeah. The tradition. 652, just a little off the 650 target. Let's get into it, man. The Monday morning tradition. Hum babies and bum babies. That's what happens. The weekend happens, and then we find them. 3 winners, 3 losers from the weekend every Monday at this time. And, of course, your weekend doesn't end until you hear it. Your work week doesn't start until you hear it. So here it is, Marcus. The wheel turns, and you're in a good mood. You went and saw Metallica on Friday. You're with your buddy, Big Al. You're feeling loose. You're a single man in the city. You're a hum baby type of guy, huh? All right.
These are all true. Feeling like a hum baby just the day before my birthday tomorrow, so I'll pull a triple E and give myself a birthday shout out.
Did you just pre-hype your birthday?
I did.
Is that what you did?
Only because you kind of led me in that direction. But enough about the birthday nonsense. Instead, let's go ahead and take a look at the hum babies this morning. And Murph, I got a feeling that we might be talking about this guy as a hum baby for who knows, 5, 6, 7, 8 years down the road, or at least as long as Cumulus Media still has KNBR. But this guy looks like a future hum baby, and hey, look who's on my sheet. Number 1 hum baby of the weekend is Rafael Devers, who got to square off against his team this weekend. Now, if you want to take a deep dive and be like, Waterboy, how could you make this guy a hum baby after going 2 for 12 against his former team, the 0 for 5 night on Friday? Yeah. Don't rain on my parade. The Giants won 2 out of 3 this weekend against the Red Sox, and Rafi got revenge on Saturday as he hit his first home run as a San Francisco Giant against his former team, which made him the 9th player in Major League Baseball history to hit a home run for a team and against that same team within the span of 1 week. It was less than 7 days ago where Rafael Devers hit a home run against the New York Yankees in his final at-bat. But this weekend, as a San Francisco Giant, he took his first trip around the bases, and that's why Rafael Devers, the San Francisco Giant, is hum baby number 1.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line, going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field. And a huge ovation for the new Giants slugger. He does it against his old pal.
This one high and deep to left and out of here. I don't care what Rafi Devers says after the game. That meant a lot.
Well, who he hit it for and who he hit it against had meaning on both sides of the swing.
No, han pasado muchas cosas, pero gracias a Dios pudimos salir ganador hoy y pude aportar algo al equipo y me siento bastante contento por eso.
Yes, a lot of things have transpired during this week, but just very happy that I was able to contribute to our first win with the Giants.
Typical him, too. Can just let it travel and catch it late and block it out to left field. I mean, he's done it so many times in Boston, and this Bark kind of plays that way to lefties as well. So, but I think to get that one off his back, feel good about that, you know, obviously be incredibly impactful in the outcome of the game, and, you know, now kind of settle in and do his thing.
Rafael Devers showing off that opposite field power where he used to be spraying balls off that green monster. This one left the ballpark, Murph. And then he even celebrated by doing a post-game TV interview, which was a big, big problem out in Boston.
Well, great hum baby, obviously, because that was a huge deal on Saturday. And number 1, I want to compliment Danny Dunn. Good package.
Great
Off to a good start.
Danny.
You might want to stay in Greece, JJ Curley. All right, I mean, because that was a well done and crisply done package. I liked hearing both calls and hearing Melvin after. And like you mentioned, Red Sox fans were chapped that he did the post-game interview. Yep. I wonder if that was like a troll job right there, doing the post-game interview, man. So anyway, great hum baby. Yeah, 2 for 12. But you know what? Don't sleep on that single Sunday when it was they get the Red Sox, the Giants take advantage of that huge error by Romy Gonzalez, pardon me. Romy Gonzalez. Romy Gonzalez just biffs that line drive from Yaz to open the door for the Giants. And that roped single by Devers let Ramos get up and continue that rally. So some good swings all weekend. Couple of balls to the warning track too. That will be eventually finding gaps and or over the wall. So for sure. And he took 2 of 3, most important.
Yep.
Right? Yep.
Rafael Devers gets the series win against the Boston Red Sox. He's leaving the ballpark. He's taking ground balls at first base. He's doing post-game interviews, and he's our first hum baby of the morning. Moving on to hum baby number 2, did want to give a shout-out to the Giants and their comeback win on Sunday, putting up 9 runs to get that series victory. But the biggest game on Sunday was the NBA Finals because, Murph, there's no better 2 words in sports than Game 7. Now, things got a little sticky in the first quarter after Tyrese Halliburton went down in the first quarter. I know that you'll get to that with your bum babies, but this truly was the OKC showcase game. And really, SGA put himself on the map as one of the best basketball players in this world. And we knew that already after he showed up in a San Francisco Giant hat to accept his MVP trophy earlier this playoff series. But Murph, he put a cherry on top with his Game 7 performance, dropping 29 points with 12 assists. And now he's just the 4th player in NBA history, joining Shaquille O'Neal, Michael Jordan, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to win MVP, Finals MVP, and a scoring title in the same season. Yeah, that will make you a hum baby. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder winning their first title out in OKC are our hum babies number 2.
Nothing easy. We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7.
Jalen Williams pass to Dort, left side, SGA inside the arc. They isolate left side, drives baseline, turns the corner on him and lays it in. 21 for SGA. The MVP of the NBA is given OKC its 9-point lead back. 10 seconds to go. Rick Carlisle shakes hands with Mark Daigneault. The Thunder going to win it by 12. 3 seconds left, and that's it. The first title of the OKC era is complete. One of the youngest rosters in recent memory has just completed one of the finest seasons in NBA history. The Oklahoma City Thunder have their first championship, and they're the 2025 NBA champion.
For the first time in 25 years, the same player won the regular season MVP, the scoring title, and now he's your finals MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, it means everything. It's why you play the sport. You play the sport to win. You play every sport to win. We have a team full of competitors. We did what it took this year to be champions, and we deserve this. We rose to the moment, and here we are.
SGA and OKC wrap up the season as champions after winning 68 games during the regular season. Truly an impressive feat. And Murph, people are already talking about a dynasty because of the youth. Shout out Santa Clara's own Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren as well. This is a team that averaged 24.7 years of age. Second youngest team in NBA history to win the championship behind Bill Walton's 1977 Trailblazers. This is a young team with a strong nucleus, and they just won their first title out in OKC.
Yeah, as you mentioned, the 70s. And every rotation player is under contract for next year. And they have 13 first-round picks over the next 7 summers to play with for trades and assets. All that said, though, the West is so gnarly. There's no guarantee. There's no guarantee they're going to be back. That's going to be the story. Is like they can't just rule the roost right now. Like maybe Jordan's Bulls did in the 90s. There wasn't really. I mean, yeah, Stockton, Malone, respect, all that stuff. But he slapped them around every year. And the Knicks tried, and the Pistons tried. But no, this is looking like they have the chance to do it. But the West is so gnarly. By the way, when you went over those stats. You mentioned all the guys who did the trio, the MVP, the Finals MVP, and the scoring title. Yeah. Do you hear overnight Dave's stat? Jordan has done it more than any of them, the rest combined.
Yeah, Jordan's on that list 4 times.
Jordan 4 times, Shaq once, Kareem once, SGA once.
Yeah,
so
that's why he's
a great
GOAT.
stat from overnight Dave. Jordan did it more than everybody else combined.
Yeah, I don't see LeBron James on that list. Shout out to MJ the GOAT, but shout out to SGA getting the job done. But Murph, you did mention how wild the West is going to be next year because things got more wild this weekend when we got the breaking news Sunday morning that Kevin Durant is being traded to the Houston Rockets, trying to steal some of that thunder and lightning away from Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And it truly was a blockbuster trade, which was coincidentally announced while Kevin Durant was on stage at this Fan Fest, Fanatics Festival, whatever the hell it is. Anyways, we got the audio of Kevin Durant finding out he's being traded to the Houston Rockets. The complete package is KD in exchange for Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in the 2025 draft, and 5, count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 second-round picks going back to the Phoenix Suns. Here's KD in his live reaction and the post-fan press conference interview with Kay Adams.
It seems like there is a news report that has just taken place about KD's destination. I believe that KD has been traded to the Houston Rockets.
We're going to see, man. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see.
We'll see what happens, but I am excited. Great young core, great coach. I think he could be a great fit there.
Last one for you. A lot of heartbroken Suns fans right now. What would you like to say? That's not true. No, literally, heartbroken Suns fan. Right over there. What?
I just felt like, they wanted me to go. So it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
Sorry about that. Tough audio from KD on stage at the Fanatics Fan Fest, finding out that he was traded. Now, I say that in air quotes because I think Kevin Durant knew before. Definitely, you can tell by his reaction. But then you heard him with Kay Adams say, look, everybody's getting what they wanted here. Phoenix fans wanted me out of Phoenix. They got their first-round pick. They're getting Jalen Green. They're getting all these second-rounders. So a win-win situation. Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant both end up on the Hum Baby list.
Well, number one, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. But number two, man, I love KD, and he was awesome to us when we were here. We twice gave him the Player of the Year award, and he was very fun about it and very generous. And anytime we went over to Warrior Camp, he was fun to talk to. But boy, is he sensitive. My gosh. Well, you guys got what you wanted.
Yeah, no, they want to be gone. No, I'm gone.
I want to give KD a big hug, man, because I really do. He's a great guy, and he's a fun guy, and he's a smart guy, and he's got a lot of varied interests. But he's so thin-skinned, man. Anyway, the point is that you knew this was coming, right? This Phoenix Sun thing didn't work. And I don't know what to make of the Suns right now. Devin Booker's there, and they got, Jalen Green could be something, and Dillon Brooks is sort of on the back nine a little bit. And they get the number 10 pick. Yeah. I'd like to have the number 10 pick this year for the Warriors. They don't have it. But that said, I mean, that Rockets team that still keeps Amen Thompson and that whole crew and adds KD, that's why this dynasty for the Thunder might be, year to year.
Yeah.
I mean, they might win like another one in the next 3 to 4, but you can't put them in ink every year.
Yeah, nothing's guaranteed.
Yeah.
We should also point out that the Warriors in 2015, when they won their first title, had an average age of 26 years old. Now, that's throwing in the OG veteran Andre Iguodala that kind of offset that age, but this is a team that has a young nucleus just like we saw just a decade ago.
All right, why don't we do this? Let's go in. We're going in. We're doing the bum, baby. We'll do it live.
We'll do it live,
baby.
Tony.
Good. Wrap up those hums again there, buddy.
All right, hum babies for the weekend. We're going Rafael Devers getting his revenge against the Red Sox as the Giants take 2 of 3. We're taking SGA and OKC winning their first NBA title out in Oklahoma. And we are also going with Kevin Durant getting his wish, being traded to the Houston Rockets.
All right, so I got the bums. I'm the salty guy. Well, that was me standing up and yelling at the Red Sox fans. Yeah, he was out, and Rafi's a Giant. All that said, but man, Tony wanted us to break, and maybe we should have, because I could do an entire 10 minutes on the guy's elbow.
Dude, this guy with the elbow.
The guy with the elbow.
I'm still waiting for this elbow story.
We may have to do it on the other side and get people's reaction. I knew when I put it on social I was going to get a great reaction. That's why I took multiple pictures.
Dude.
One guy wrote, 3 pictures of the elbow is elite.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was 2 pictures too many, but keep going.
Anyway, let's get back to the real bum babies. And by the way, the Sean Jelly situation, so sticky and gnarly. We're not going to talk about that right now until the legal matters get involved. Obviously, very, very, very unfortunate incident, and we haven't seen him pitch this weekend since, so we'll see what the Giants do about that. But here's the first bum baby. It's the easiest, the most obvious bum baby of the week because it was the biggest bummer of the weekend for sure, and that's Tyrese Halliburton. Oh, man, the heartbeat of the Indiana Pacers. Now, we knew he strained his calf in Game 5, and the big question was, would he play in Game 6? And he did, and they won. So then they get to the climactic Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and he's like, I'm going in. And they deserve so much competitive courage credit for going out there, knowing the risk, what could happen, and it happened in the first quarter. Game tied 14-14, and you saw it. We've seen it. We've seen it with Kevin Durant. We've seen it with Dame Lillard. We've seen it with Jason Tatum. We knew it was an Achilles. As he tried to spring forward, the right ankle gave. Confirmed even before the end of the game. Now, the Pacers even held strong for the half and led at halftime by a point, but couldn't hold up. You had to wonder, even when they cut it to like 10 in the fourth quarter, if Tyrese Haliburton was out there. The Pacers will say, the Thunder will say injuries are part of the game, and they are part of the game. But it was a huge bummer. And in the old Spartan cliche, he went out on his shield, and a long recovery awaits. It also changes the Pacers' future. So, bum baby number one, Tyrese Haliburton, injury.
Kicks it out. Toppin. Good contested door. Haliburton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. Haliburton's hurt right away when he fell. Was that strained calf. He's in pain. So emotional.
What happened with Tyrese is all of our hearts dropped. But he will be back. I don't have any medical information about what may or may not have happened, but he'll be back time, and I believe he'll make a full recovery. So he authored one of the great individual playoff runs in the history of the NBA.
I know that he gave us everything, everything he had, and it just hurts that he he couldn't see it through with us, but just incredibly proud of him and everything he's accomplished, and I know there's more coming, and yeah, it's just a tough situation, but we all behind him. I mean, he was in the locker room, talking to everyone, and just how selfless he is, he's going through some tough times, and he looked out for us, and he wanted to be there for us, and it just shows his character and who he is as a player.
Yeah, it's Pascal Siakam. Before that, you heard Rick Carlisle. Before that, you heard Mike Breen on the call. Tough deal all the way around. It was John Haliburton who told ESPN's Lisa Salters during the broadcast that it was an Achilles injury. The slapping the court in his face. You've seen that too many times. And then even all the way to the end, as exciting as it was for the Thunder to win, probably the most memorable images after the game was Tyrese Haliburton in the tunnel. ABC had a camera sort of up in the ceiling and him on with the towel over his head, hugging all his teammates as they came down.
Yeah,
the tunnel after losing. TJ McConnell was crying.
Yeah, I saw that, man. It's a sad sight, especially after the playoff run that Tyrese Haliburton and this entire Pacers team have had. Like, there are so many memorable images of him doing the Reggie Miller choke sign to the Knicks after getting that comeback shot that bounced the fall. I mean, the countless comebacks that they had throughout the entirety of the postseason. But you're right. The lasting image is either going to be Haliburton on crutches in the hallway or him kind of tapping out, banging that floor as soon as it went down. It was bad.
I mean, his decision to go play. He didn't duck out. He went for it. He's like, I know the risk. I mean, that was the true athlete mantra there of going out. If I have to go out on my shield, I'm going out on my shield. So tough deal. But salute to Tyrese Haliburton and wish him a speedy recovery. Number two, I'm going to go there into the low feeling I had in the eighth inning last night. And I'm going to make Jaren Durant and Alex Cora bum babies number two for their freaking crying and whining and getting tossed from game two. You know what? Save it. Go grab your freaking Red Sox hanky. What is it? Green? Is it yellow? I don't know. I don't know what color it is. It used to be the Red Sox. By the way, shout out Dewey Evans and Fred Lynn coming on our show. And shout out my love of the Boston Red Sox as a kid. And shout out the nostalgia. But you know what? I was just kind of feeling it. I was feeling the Giants comeback. Jaren Durant overslides the bag and then tries to clamber back. Willie slaps the tag down. He gets called out. I don't want to hear about your fingernail or anything. I don't want to hear it. There's nothing there. And then Alex Cora, you know what? Get out of here. Hit the road, Jack. Part of the fun of this entire game on Sunday was seeing Jaren Durant trying to stretch that thing in the double, overslide the bag, get tagged out, called out, the stupid appeal. New York says there's not nearly enough evidence there to overturn this thing. Doug Eddings says, get out of here, Jaren Durant. You can't talk to me like that. Alex Cora comes out. Doug Eddings says, you can't talk to me like that either. You leave. Cora tries pointing at everybody because he thought he was mad about the out of the baseline call at home plate earlier in the game, et cetera, et cetera. So a lot of woofing, a lot of crying. And guess what? You get two bum baby co-status Red Sox ejected Jaren Durant and Alex Cora bum babies.
Jaren Durant against Tyler Rogers. First pitch, and he pulls it into right field, base hit. Hustling over Yastrzemski. Durant's going to test him. Yaz up with the ball. Here comes his throw, and a tag. He's out! He overslid the bag. Adames took the throw and then lunged back. Jarren Duran went right over top the bag, and he got tagged out. The Red Sox may be challenging this. Let's get
After
the call.
review, the call stands. The runner's out. Walker losing the zone.
Duran's yelling, and he just got kicked out of the game. You can't yell at the umpire, and Duran, he just got kicked out. I think Alex Cora, and now Alex Cora gets tossed out.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I mean, he's safe, clearly, right? And then he comes off the bag. The one that I was upset was the one at the plate. Like that one, he said he was off the line. I was like, how? You make the turn, you establish it, and he just jumped over him. He's an athlete making an athletic play. He said that he was off the line. I'm like, Mike, I'm going to take a look at it, and that's why my whole frustration at the end was more at that, and obviously the first game, the check swings and all that. So it is what it is. I hate to get thrown out. I hate it, but obviously I have to defend my player, and that's why.
Actually, Alex Cora sounded somewhat reasonable in those comments after the game, but he's still going to be a bum baby. That guy was out of the baseline, wasn't he?
I don't know.
Toro?
Honestly, I didn't think he was out of the baseline, but I thought Bailey tagged him on the foot regardless.
Okay, either way.
That was my breakdown.
It was fun to see, and it was made for a good show. I'll tell you that right there. So they definitely get bum babies. And then finally, bum baby number 3 is sorry. I kind of want to, I got to go there though. It was fun to win Saturday and Sunday, but Friday night sucked.
Oh, no.
And poor Christian Koss. Got to do it. Got to call him the bum baby. The bum baby window, as you know, starts on a Friday after our show. That's when the bum baby and hum baby window starts, the clock starts ticking.
Yeah, bum baby alert.
So Friday night's bummer loss to the Red Sox. The bum baby was utility man Christian Koss. He's our bum baby. He had a night to forget in the 7-5 loss. Not once, but twice. Comes up with the bases loaded and nobody out. And not once, but twice. Grounded into a double play. Yeah, a run scores each time. But did you know, Tony, you don't get an RBI for that? That's how poorly baseball thinks of that. You do not get an RBI for that. And to top it off, when the Giants finally take a 5-4 lead, a ground ball to Koss's left in a 4-4 game, he boots it for an error. And the Red Sox take the lead. They wind up winning the game. It's a tough deal for a kid who doesn't get to play much, and we loved him on our show, and we nicknamed him Tat Duffy, but it is what it is, man. You're a bum baby, and you're a bum baby, and sorry, Christian Koss, Friday night you were.
2-2 pitch. Swing and the ground ball. Headed into shallow right field and off the glove of Koss and into right field. And that's a run. Man, the Giants are collapsing on the infield here in this inning. Didn't look like an easy out. He had to range back into his left into the shallow outfield. But then I don't know if he took his eye off the ball or what, but it went off the tip of his glove and under the glove.
Christian doesn't get to play a whole lot. You're trying to get a good ball to hit. Unfortunately, we had a couple double play balls there, but and then we gave up some runs that uncharacteristically we don't usually give up. Come back and feel like we're in a pretty good position, and then just couldn't hold them down. Really from the third inning on.
Yeah, there it is. So it's tough to pick on this kid because he's basically never plays. But it was, as Brad Mangian texted me on Friday, I said the Koss game. Also, Rafi Devers went 0-for-5 that night, which was pretty tough. Yeah.
But Murph, I've got a stat for you since you are Mr. This Day in Giants History. And because we have Danny Dunn producing the show, I want to give you guys a nugget that maybe you guys can use next year, because Christian Koss on Friday night became the first Giant to hit into 2 double plays with nobody out and the bases loaded since Jose Castillo did it on May 11th, 2008.
Bro. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Rest in peace, Jose Castillo. That was maybe the bottoming out of the entire Ballpark era, was the 08 team with Castillo at third. I remember old Pecan used to say, look at his mug, because even when he was up to bat, his picture on the scoreboard, he looked very sad. We were like, wow, Castillo looks sad. And he's about to go hit 201, and then we lost him. He slipped away, too.
Christian Koss in that Jose Castillo category.
Right.
And that was this day in Giants history.
So we end with the bum babies, but there you guys go. See, here's 4-way. You're making the Giants a bum baby after winning the series. Bro, we got to call it like we see it. You're looking for 3 bum babies. That was one of them on Friday. I'm sorry. There's 3 winners. There's 3 losers. Them's the rules. Oh, and the Pop Culture Showdown's undefeated, too. All right, guys. Well, that was fun. Thank you, Danny Dunn. Outstanding work. Okay, I told you guys the real bum baby was the elbow, the guy. Let's discuss etiquette in society at Giants games next. And then Mike Krukow at 7:30 on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, so we drove to the game yesterday, and thankfully there were no incidents with my car, because if I was in a car accident, that would have sucked. But if it was a car accident, or if there was a car accident, we would have done what you all should do. Save you a lot of time and money right now and call Ted Ray Vaughn, the Giant lawyer. That's right. We tell everyone the same thing. Call Ted, 415-888-1045. Because who you call first could make or break your case. Ted is not a billboard lawyer who doesn't call you back. He's a local, like you are. He's a fighter, the orange and black. And he knows how to win. We tell the story about the example of Carlos from the Mission getting T-boned on game day. Don't do that to Carlos. Insurance lowballed him. Ted steps in, hits it out of the park. Policy limits, no delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, do not wait. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045. Fast, free, confidential. You got one shot to get this right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045. 415-888-1045.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
2-2. Narvaez strikes out swinging. And the game is over. The series is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row against the Red Sox. And they beat Boston today by the final score of 9-5. A hard-fought, closely played series between two good teams.
Dave Fleming, who, by the way, we should have made honorary hum babies to Dave and Will Fleming, who had like the moment of a lifetime. I think they've done it once before, but got to do it again. And the two brothers, one who calls the Red Sox, Will Fleming, and one who calls the Giants, Dave Fleming, got to do an inning together. And the Giants posted some pictures of it. These guys look like they were having the time of their lives. And man, oh man, proud family, proud mom back there. So congrats to Will and Dave Fleming for pulling that off.
And how about the Fleming brothers duo that is going to call, hopefully, every game of Rafael Devers' career?
Yeah, or maybe the World Series.
Ooh.
The Red Sox were plucky. They had that Farhan feeling, though, of a bunch of like guys like who are like kind of good, but like, yeah, this guy's pretty good, but who is he? You know what I mean? Like, Ref Snyder.
Dude, yeah, it was weird seeing Rob Ref Snyder go deep yesterday at Oracle Park. But yeah, they've kind of gotten to this platoon system now. It's something that me and Copes were talking about at the game yesterday. I was like, this doesn't look like the Red Sox lineups that we used to see growing up.
And that's why I think a lot of people feel like Devers being traded was a real bummer for them. But Roman Anthony could be that guy. Who knows? Hey, by the way, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, I had some fun on social media, and we have a short segment here before we get to Mike Krukow, so I wanted to revisit it. And for you on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, you get a bonus because you get a little audio, you get a little visual. So we sit in our seats. I have my sister. It's my sister Katie's birthday, and the two boys, the two Murphy boys, Rory the Greek and Big Deck. We're at the game, and the guy in front of me early on establishes his theme for the game, which is he's going to put his arm around his babe. Guy's probably my age. He's probably my age, I'm guessing. Put his arm around his babe the entire game. Now, when you put your arm around your babe the entire game, your elbow goes over the green seat by a decent margin, and it begins to infringe/impinge on the person behind you. Person behind him happened to be me. And early on, I was kind of like, okay, guy's got his arm around his chick, whatever. I imagine this will change shortly, and so I didn't say anything. And then one time he kind of brought the elbow back, he brought the arm back down. And oh, by the way, if you're looking at YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, there's a great picture of it. And oh, by the way, he brought the arm back down to the armrest, but that was like just to readjust, and back it went. It came again. So now we're in like mid-innings, and I'm like telling my sister to my right, I'm like, this is like a situation here because it's affecting my enjoyment of the game. Like, do I say something? And if I say something, there's a chance we might have some salt. Do I want salt on my sister's birthday game with Rory the Greek and Declan, and it's a sunny Sunday? I'm like, but at the same time, bro, you got to have, here it is, Marcus, you got to have some self-awareness. You got to have some self-awareness that you're just draping this thing right into my, right. So I took a pic. I lied. I had a second beer in the 8th inning.
Oh, my man.
So I had 2 beers.
Okay. 2 beers and 3 photos posted of this elbow.
Well, I decided to put this on Twitter for fun. And by the way, Twitter, you guys came through. The comments are hilarious. I should probably read a bunch of them because you guys are funnier than I am. Because you guys wrote the stuff under the thing. So I did put a picture of my beer to show what would happen, Marcus. Now, Marcus, you're looking at this as an impartial observer. What's your reaction here, buddy?
Well, my first reaction as I was watching the final couple minutes of Game 7 of the NBA Finals, as I take a quick check on Twitter, and I see Murph's face with his lovely family, of course, and then 3 photos of some random dude's elbow.
I knew, by the way, taken 3 because I wanted to have in my dream. I wanted to have a 4-pack.
Oh, there it is.
Because there's something about the 4 photos that's funnier on Twitter. Right? So I wrote spectacular Sunday at the yard for Sister Katie birthday game. All glorious except for the guy in front of me who kept his elbow in my airspace/seat space the entire game. And instead of just being like, I wrote flagrant foul or no. Discuss. I wanted to leave it open to interpretation. And people are so fun. Jim Young, the official scorer in Giants press box, writes obstruction. That's what he writes, obstruction right away. Adam Rank checked in from NFL Network. He goes, That's pretty wild.
Dude,
That's what he
it's Brian
said.
Murphy. Dude, it's pretty wild.
Guy named Germ says, that would have really pissed me off. The next guy says, he ought to get that one dark spot checked out on his arm. Looks precancerous.
Oh, geez.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Here's another guy. Would have gotten a, quote, accidental swipe every time I went for my drink. Well, guess what? I started doing that.
Oh, okay.
I
That's
started
the
bringing
question.
up the beer and bumping it into the elbow. Never moved.
Damn.
Never budged.
Held his
once.
ground.
Some guy, Darth Disney writes, yeah, this is creepy. Somebody writes, he says, Robbie says, you are super fragile. Let your therapist know they did this. Gene says, definitely flagrant. Pete says, you just got to brush up against it a bunch. Here he goes. Curtis says, pardon me. Adrian says, almost as bad as those people who recline their seats.
See, but that's
on
different
an airplane.
to me because
Yes.
when you're on an airplane, you're actively making the choice to put your seat back, which is actively saying, screw the guy behind me. Like when you're at the ballpark, it's like you're all sharing common ground.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do you decide who gets the armrest? Are you allowed to put your leg over each other? Is the lady in front of you allowed to have their hair go over the back of the seat? Like, these are all questions that I've never really thought of at a baseball game because I just live and let live, Murph.
Aztecs Flight say that's the sunflower seed spit zone. Should have grabbed a bag and let it rip. I was eating seeds yesterday. Michael says, personal foul. Most refs will swallow the whistle and play on.
Yeah, exactly. They're not going to call that, Murph.
Mike says, total foul. Use your knee. All right. Chris says, it would probably bother me. Says, my brain can't stop imagining his sweat dripping into your beer.
See, that's the biggest issue is like the armpit is hanging over right over the cup holder. And then it's getting a little close, Murph, because nobody wants a weenus in their beer.
Yeah, what is a weenus?
It's like the little extra skin on your elbow.
Because somebody said you're in the weenus zone. I didn't know
we used
that.
to do that like in elementary school. Like,
And
ooh.
CT says, this dude takes his shoes off on planes for sure.
One of
Guaranteed.
those. One of
So,
those.
Flick, again, Flick says Draymond level flagrant.
Yeah.
So.
Now I'm going to be self-conscious because I will pull this move also sometimes. Like if I'm at a game and I want to get comfortable, I'll throw my arm up and around.
Well, yeah. But first of all, you're not doing it all nine.
Yeah.
Second of all, you're not hanging. And like you would have felt at some point, you might have turned around and say, I'm sorry, my body, or you could always do it inside. To get his babe in there, by the way, I was thinking about her. I was like, she feels smothered.
Oh, yeah, it was a warm
This guy's
day on
leaning on
Sunday.
me.
Yeah.
So
Now you got a
anyway.
sweaty mess.
Well, there you go, guys. 916 says this is full Larry David Curb Your
this is
Enthusiasm
hilarious.
stuff. It is. So we might want to play the theme next time if we return to it later in the show. All right, Mike Krukow next on The Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What an eventful weekend. A lot of juice with the Red Sox and Giants after the Devers trade. Giants stumble Friday night, bad loss. At that point in time, they'd lost 3 out of 4 since the trade. Then they bounced back. Devers with the big homer on Saturday. Giants escape a ninth-inning scare. And then Sunday, they score 9 runs and hit 3 homers. Wow. Mike, so much to talk about. First of all, good morning. Welcome back, Murph and Marcus. Say good morning to you. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. It was a very amazing weekend. A lot of things happened, a lot of emotion after Friday night's game, a lot of frustration. And then they go into Saturday's game, and they have a rookie, Landon Roop, who's kind of coming off a rocky start. And so there was a lot of hedging on him. And I don't think really enough has been said about what he did. I mean, all he did was go out there and throw 6 zeros up there and shoved. He was fantastic. And I thought that was, as big a part of that game as the 2-run homer off the bat of Rafi Devers. But, and all in all, it was just, it felt like a big series. It felt like a big accomplishment to get that series win against the Red Sox. It felt good.
Yeah, let's go to Devers because it's everything. And I imagine at some point this will all calm down and we'll get back to Giants baseball. But, man, this was just so charged up that the Red Sox were in town. So let's talk about how you analyzed him from Friday night, 0 for 5, to Saturday's essentially game-winning home run and what you're seeing from him. Like, did you think maybe Friday night, was he pressing a little bit, or was it just a standard baseball night where you can go 0 for 5? I saw that only happened to him once this entire year prior to that. So what was your breakdown of Devers from Friday to Saturday and what he must have been thinking as he was tossing and turning Friday night maybe?
Well, I think the whole thing was a major distraction for him. I do. And you can't help but understand what he was going through, given the emotion of the previous Sunday. And then all of a sudden, it's just a whirlwind. It's just a blur. It's just you're in a new environment. You're in a new clubhouse. You're in a new. You're dealing with new media. You're getting to know the fans. You don't want to disappoint. You want to justify. You want to impress. I mean, all those emotions are really a distracting emotion from the everyday, just repetitious grind of baseball. And baseball is a sport that you don't play with a lot of emotion. Normally, you can't. You get too geeked up, and it just takes you out of your flow, and it takes you out of your rhythm. And I think he was trying to deal with a ton of emotion the entire week. The series against Cleveland, and then of course the Boston series. I mean, he had to be thinking about the first day the trade went down. And lo and behold, the gods of baseball presented a weekend against his former teammates. And here comes the Boston press, and they want to talk about it. And it was, I think, an accomplishment for him. And when he hit that home run on Saturday, I just think everything just dissolved. All the pressure that he was toting around just sort of dissolved. And then Keith said, you know what, after that swing of the bat, I anticipate him hitting a home run every other bat. It felt that way, and we haven't felt that way since Barry Bonds. So it was an accomplishment, and I'm sure he's happy that the Red Sox are out of town and they have a day off today and then get back to the normal flow of everyday routine baseball tomorrow.
Yeah, and Mike, after he hit that home run on Saturday, he became the 9th player in Major League Baseball history to hit a home run for and against the same team within a 7-day span. Like, you don't see this scenario where a guy plays against his former team within 1 week. So I'll ask you this. Do you think it's actually a better thing that Rafael Devers was able to face off against the Red Sox this early into his career with the Giants instead of having to think about these storylines in a series coming up a few weeks or even a month down the road?
Yeah, that's a good question. I do think that he now looking back on it, I think he can say, I'm glad that's over with and move on. Because the longer you go without having that series, the longer you think about it, the longer that the media in Boston thinks about it. Now, the next emotional series for him, personally, is going to be when he goes back to Boston next year. But I do think that it was significant that he was able to get that series off the calendar and past him.
Yeah, Bob Melvin said it yesterday because I think there's guys on their side that are happy it's over and guys on our side that are happy it's over. Just a little bit about him as a hitter. The home run was awesome, obviously. It got a big knock last night, too, or yesterday afternoon, that really fueled that rally that gave Elliot Ramos a chance to seal the game. It was a great swing by Devers off a lefty. He also hit a couple of balls to the warning track in left center, I think on both Saturday and Sunday, if I'm correct, that were chased down. Just what you're seeing from him, and in particular the left center field approach. I'm presuming those balls would have been off the monster at Boston. I don't know. Or, I don't know, your thoughts. So what are you thinking about his approach?
Well, the one word that comes to mind when I watch him hit is threat. He is not an easy guy to pitch to. And every hitter, and having played for 17 years, every game I've ever watched since, I look at the hitter facing the pitcher, figuring out how the hell am I going to get this guy out. To me, that's just the greatest puzzle in the game of baseball. It's the essence of the game, the matchup between the pitcher and the hitter. So, my mind has never shut off. I no longer play, but my brain still does. And when you see a hitter, you try and figure him out. And Rafi Devers is a guy that is unique in a lot of ways. You see big power hitters that can hit the inside pitch, because the first thing you do is against a guy who's got pop is you get on his hands, you pound his hands. But what I've seen in Devers already is that he can collapse both arms and put the barrel of a bat on an inside fastball above 95. That's rare earth right there. And not only that, with him, he can take that pitch the other way. That's even more rare. So he's a complete puzzle to me. And I think the thing that was said to me over the weekend was said by Chris Jimenez, who had played with him and knew him. And, Chris was a catcher for 10 years at the big league level. He's coached. He's a good baseball mind. And he was broadcasting with the Indians when over the week. And he came in and we were talking about Devers. I said, what kind of hitter is he? He goes, he's one of the smartest hitters I've ever seen. When he got to Boston, he perfected a swing to left field to take advantage of the Green Monster. He says, you give him time, and he is going to learn this field, and he's going to craft an approach for Oracle Park. That guy has that kind of intelligence. Now, that's a hell of a compliment from a guy who's played 10 years, because usually the longer you play, the longer you think about what you're going to say about a guy, and the more meaningful it is. But when you drop a compliment on a guy, it's deep rooted and sincere. And I thought that was very telling, because I'm looking at Devers and I haven't figured him out. So I don't think many people do, and because of that, he has threat in so many different ways. And I think that watching him is going to be a joy. And he's rare. He's a rare guy.
Few more minutes here with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line on a Monday morning after the Giants take 2 of 3 against the Boston Red Sox. And Mike, Rafael Devers is not the only player on the Giants with ties to the Red Sox. Of course, Mike Yastrzemski through his grandfather. And we saw him all 3 games this weekend hitting out of the leadoff spot, went deep on Sunday, and he's hitting .366 in his last 12 games. So what are you seeing lately from Yaz in that leadoff spot?
Well, I think that he's a little more aggressive. I think that he's covering pitches that he's looking for. When you're going through a slump, you're guessing right at times and you're still not getting the barrel on the ball. That's frustrating. I think that he's a guy that thinks well in the box. I think he creates opportunity looking for pitches, and he does get something he's looking for. For the most part, he barrels it up, and he uses the whole field when he's really hot, and that's kind of where he's at right now. Plus, Yastrzemski, you said that's right. He is associated with Boston. Think about it. Everybody who's ever died in Massachusetts, that's the word you have to spell in order to get into heaven.
It's all very true. And by the way, defensively, it was part of that big play where he threw the runner out at home and went out of the baseline, et cetera. But the other, Marcus mentioned Yaz. The graphic that was going around was the 2 guys who are hot. It's not just Yaz. It's Casey Schmidt, Mike. And you can just see it with your eye. You can see the contact. I was delighted to see him go the other way yesterday. Not once, but twice. Because I think of him as a pull hitter. I haven't looked at his spray chart. I probably should have before I asked you the question. But my goodness, Mike, 4 for 4. We can go through any numbers. He's up to 286. Okay, what is this saying about the next few weeks with him at third? And then also, people are already starting to think when Chapman comes back, could he slide over and become the everyday second baseman?
Well, I'm sure that's a possibility. The thing about him, when Chapman went on the IL, and he started playing third base every day. He's hitting 236. Now he's hitting 286. And when you put 50 points on your batting average in a short period of time, that raises eyebrows. And for a large part, I mean, they've been waiting for him to get going. But think about when we first saw him, when he first got on in a big league batter's box. I mean, he was swinging at everything. Everything. Pitcher out there drops the rosin bag, and he's swinging at it. I mean, he's swinging at everything. But now, just through hard work and repetition and just, getting to the comfort zone up here, he's able to start showing everybody how good he is. And the other thing, too, that's significant, he's a third baseman. They played him every place but third base. And now that he's playing third base with Chapman on the IL, I mean, he doesn't have to think about defense because he knows that position so well. And he can concentrate more on offense. When he's over there playing second base, when he hadn't played it a whole lot, you're thinking about defense. That fractures your concentration with the bat. When you're playing first base and learning a new position, it fractures your concentration with the bat. When he's playing third base, he doesn't have to deal with that. But now it's so significant because he's a young player and he's having success. That's what the Giants have been waiting for. Because, he's telling everybody, I need more play time. And when you pump up 50 points, you're going to get more playing time.
Mike, when you talk about not allowing defense to affect your at-bats, what did it mean for Elliot Ramos to drive in 4 runs after having that error in the first inning yesterday?
Everything. I mean, they're people, and they're embarrassed. You make a play where it's a fly ball, it's a can of corn, and you drop it, and there's no explanation for it. The only positive thing you can say if you're a broadcaster is, see, kids, happens to big leaguers too. Mm-hmm. And that's about it. After that, it's all downhill. But when you do that as a player, you want to atone for your sin. And he did in a big way yesterday with 4 RBIs. So those RBIs felt great.
It really was. That was a big, big moment. You're right. As a coach of youth sports, it is a great example. You're like, see, happens to everybody. But how do you respond is the answer, is the question as a coach. Mike, one of the things, Spencer Bivens came in to pitch yesterday, and I was thinking, man, he's good. He's not as light. Randy Rodriguez, Camilo Duvall, Tyler Rogers, those guys are the lifeblood of that bullpen. And with Harrison traded and Birdsong in the rotation now and Verlander, I guess, is the bullpen a little thinner? I mean, it's very awkward to even bring up Sean Jelly right now because that's a really sticky personal situation that we don't know what's going to happen there. But he hasn't pitched in the last couple games. If something happens where he's removed from the roster, I don't know. Is the front end of that bullpen a little thinner now? Are there going to be some guys that have to step up?
Well, I'm still thinking Jelly's part of the team, and I have a really strong belief in his ability to get people out. When you come in as a long guy, and like Bivens and Jelly are, there are 2 things that I think are essential. Number one, you can put the ball on the ground. Getting ground balls coming out of the bullpen, especially in existing inning, are major. Because one ground ball can get you 2 outs and get you out of an inning. Strike thrower, obviously, and they both are. And then they do the other thing. Basically, 2 of the big situations in baseball. You're pitching for a ground ball to get a double play, or you're pitching for a strikeout in a strikeout situation. Runner at second, nobody out. Runner at third, less than 2. And those guys can both get strikeouts. And so I think that they're some of the best in the National League West division at what they do. And I don't think there's any weak part in that bullpen.
Well, it's obviously statistically they are dominating. It was catching my eye, and we'll see what happens with Jelly, though. And then just in general, Mike, 3 home runs from the Giants at home. In fact, 6 homers at the game, most since a September day in 2023. So, hey, you can hit homers at Oracle Park.
You know what? We kind of felt that way coming to the ballpark and looking at how the wind felt and where it was blowing. And day games, this is something Will Clark said forever. He said in the daytime, it opens up left field for left-handed hitters. And that was certainly that kind of day yesterday. And if that's the case, it's obviously going to help the righties, to their pull side of the field, left field. And that's what happened. I mean, there was home runs going on. It was fun. We don't see games like that. It was really a fun game yesterday. Obviously, it's much more fun when you win. But it was, they came from behind. They lost the lead a couple times. It was a back and forth game. It was just a great game. And it was a total reward for the 40,000 that were there.
Without question. By the way, do you think of a prevailing wind? Somebody asked me that the other day, and I was like, I think of swirling winds, but do you think of a prevailing wind out there?
Well, you're a golfer. Do you think of prevailing winds on a golf course?
I do. Yeah, but I'm just wondering, does Oracle Park have is there a consistent wind?
Well, the prevailing wind, and they did wind studies there for 2 years prior to digging the first spade of dirt, and the prevailing winds go straight out to center field. Okay. And the way that they designed that ballpark was to build the arc of the stadium that the centerpiece of the arc was facing the prevailing wind, the wind that blows from home plate to center field. And that's really what has created so much havoc with hitting balls out to right field, because the right side of the stadium is stunted because of its location to the McCovey Cove. And winds would wrap around that stunted side of the right field side and come back into play and cause balls to get hit right in the face with a wind that was going directly into the ball that came from home plate. And so it's been a battle to try and figure out that ballpark for years. And they've done a lot of things. If you take a look at the scrim sheet they have on the right field side, if you're walking down the port walk, if you look at all the plexiglass that's right there by the area where you're allowed to come into the field and watch the game for free, that's all to deal with the winds, the prevailing winds. So yes, they do have a prevailing wind, and when you're a pitcher, it's right in your teeth.
Man, oh man, it's interesting. And but not yesterday. 6 home runs was a lot of fun. Then finally, last one, Will and Dave Fleming. I know you were calling your own game, but that must have been fun to see the brothers do their thing, huh?
Well, yeah, I'm sitting there when we were talking about it in the rap going, damn, that doesn't happen very often. I can't remember the last time that happened. And Kat goes, how about me and Glenn about 2 years ago?
Or every Friday night. That's
but,
true.
But, it was cool. And, you just can imagine, last year Dave lost his father. And his mother, Carter, she's a really, really strong woman and just a wonderful lady. But she has just open pride and joy for her 2 sons, as she should. And here they are behind the microphone representing big league teams, opposing teams, which I thought was very cool. And you can imagine the joy that she has and what a day like that and a moment like that meant to her. And that's who we all thought about. We thought about Carter when it was all going down. It was beautiful.
Beautifully said, Mike. All right, good stuff. Enjoy the off day. Marlins in town tomorrow night, and we will talk to you Wednesday.
Had a bit.
Mike Krukow on a great series. In fact, that's what we're talking. Did it feel like a playoff series out there? How did you all process the Devers Red Sox series? That's our big hit. 808 KNBR is the phone number on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We have a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th up in Sacramento at Discovery Park. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win and maybe go see Blink-182 as well as a lot of other good artists out there. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day because you win. It is all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Oh, yeah. El Cerrito Honda drove the whole family to the game yesterday in the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid from El Cerrito Honda. Once again, everybody happy with it. Everybody loves the car. My sister hadn't ridden it. She's like, this is really quiet. I'm like, yeah, welcome to the El Cerrito Honda experience. I love it. Love getting to El Cerrito Honda. Love walking on the lot at El Cerrito Honda. By the way, you know where it is, right? It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue in El Cerrito. That's easy. El Cerrito Honda. And I say selection. There's just a tremendous selection. Like, I'm so pleased with the colors and the choices of your CR-V Hybrid, your Civic Hybrid, your Accord Hybrid, or your Prologue EV. And you can start your shopping online at elcerritohonda.com. Once again, ElCerritoHonda.com and see if they have the Honda you want so you can drive into summer in your new Honda from El Cerrito Honda today. By the way, when you do go, say I heard about it from Murph on KNBR. Please, I'm happy to send you guys there. Good people over there. All right, El Cerrito Honda, more than just a car dealership. We're family.
This is the Big Hit.
sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
The 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line. Going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field.
3-1 to Schmidt. High drive to left. Hit well. And it's gone! Right over the top of the wall. Yes, drives it. Down the right field line. Out of here! And this game is tied.
Now Adames, deep left field, down the line, and gone! 2-2. Narvaez strikes out swinging. And the game is over. The series is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row against the Red Sox.
Oh, there it is. The sounds of a bustling weekend out there. Huge crowds, great giveaways, camo hats, Jung-Hoo Lee, hooded jerseys, and, of course, LaRussell serenading you. It was a marvelous day in the BAY for 10K Tony, who ran his 10K across the Golden Gate Bridge Sunday morning. It started a whole day of fun. Marcus crashing the KNBR suite. Imagine that, letting him. Somebody wrote on my elbow post, because I did post about the guy's elbow in my airspace and seat space all game. Among the many, 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 many comic reactions, one said, KNBR doesn't get you a suite? I said, no, Marcus and Copes were up there. Not me. Not me.
Yeah.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. By the way, Maria Lopez gives him all the good seats and the sweet phone call. I think Maria's trying to tell me something.
You might be onto something.
I think she's taking out her anger that I haven't used Janet Jackson in an 80s Friday or a 90s Friday.
I don't think you've ever had the experience of going down to a Greek festival with Maria Lopez down in San Jose. I mean, me and Maria Lopez were out here dropping Opa!
Oh, boy. There it is.
Shout out to John Joe Curley dropping a couple Opas this week out in Greece.
Yes.
But my guy, 10K Tony, not only running 10Ks, but running the morning show and doing the rundown this morning also.
Yeah, very, very good. And, oh, by the way, when Rafael Devers hit his home run on Saturday, did he say...
Opa!
Yeah, there it is.
Congrats,
all right.
Rafi.
Well, the big hit, 808 KNBR's the phone. It was emotional. It was charged up, man. And what'd you guys think? And I think everybody's happy it's over because it was stressful and weird. You saw Alex Cora get tossed yesterday and Jarren Duran get tossed yesterday. And Red Sox fans, although I will say not as many as I thought. They were there, of course, but I've seen Red Sox fans invade in bigger numbers than that. I wonder why that was. Is it just Giants fans are coming out for Devers, or the Red Sox Red Sox fans not that hyped on this year's team, or I don't know, just it happened to be one of those days, but it was fun needling them during the Jarren Duran, Alex Cora ejections. And I was, Marcus, you'd be proud of me. I was yelling things like, he was out and Rafi's a Giant. And he was out and the Yankees own you. Although Rory the Greek leaned over and said, Dad, they just swept the Yankees.
Yeah, but that was with Rafael Devers. The Red Sox have never beaten the Yankees without Rafael Devers. Put that stat in your pipe and smoke it.
808 KNBR is the phone number. We have tons of reaction on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We want you guys to react to the weekend, too. 408 texts in, says, the series against the Red Sox was awesome. Even though Devers went 2 for 12 against the Sox, it was great seeing him in the batter's box and knowing how big of a deep threat bat he is. It's great to see. That's a pretty solid text, because it's like, yeah, they won 2 out of 3. I wanted a sweep, but they won 2 out of 3. And yeah, Devers went 2 for 12, but he is, and Mike Krukow said it to us just now, the word that comes to mind is threat.
Yep.
Even the single, Marcus, the single to right in the 8th inning yesterday, or 7th or 8th, I forget, the one that led to the rally that they scored 4 runs. They took advantage of the error by the Red Sox. But when he singled that ball, I was saying, we had a nice crew around me. That was what's so ironic about Mr. Elbow Guy, was that everybody, it was one of the better crews I've ever had around me. In front of me to his right was a woman, even a little, had a few years on me. She was chatty and wanted to talk Giants ball all game. The guy to his left was a listener about my age, maybe a couple years younger, who was listening to the game on a transistor radio.
Nice.
The guy to my left was named Brian from Stockton, who drove a truck for Pepsi, who listens to us every morning, started at 6 a.m.
Hell yeah, shout out to 209.
And the kid behind me was like a teenage kid with his dad, who we were high-fiving all games. So we had this great little pocket, and then we had the one guy. He decided to just lean his elbow into my space the entire game. But the point is that there was a great vibe out there, and when Devers ripped that single to right, I turned around to that teenage kid. I'm like, dude, we don't have that swing. He's like, bro, he hits it harder than everybody else.
Yeah, and he should correct you because now you do have that swing, because it was just a week ago where Buster Posey told us and all the Giants fans, Rafael Devers is a dude. And Young Tony asked us last Wednesday on What Did Young Tony Ask Today? What is a dude? And it's like it's something you can't even describe, but it's what Mike was just talking about. It's the threat. It's the presence. It's the fact that when he steps into the box, the entire ballpark stands still. Yeah. Everybody breaks out their phone. Everybody's locked in on that at bat. It's must-watch TV. And let's be honest with you, over the last 5-6 years with this Giants team, they really haven't had that thump, that threat, that power in the middle of the lineup where you can stop, drop everything and say, Rafael Devers might go deep into the cove right here. Had one where he sprayed it opposite field, but there are going to be many on the way. More home runs to come for Rafael Devers.
Yeah, man, it's looking good. By the way, so our first call, Bix is in Oklahoma City. Oddly enough, where that won the NBA championship, maybe he's making that up. I don't know. But he says he's Bix in Oklahoma City talking about Devers. Yeah. Hey, Bix, you're on KNBR with Murph and Marcus. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Bix?
What's going on, guys? Showing love from Oklahoma City. I'm originally from Fairfax out in Marin. Been out in OKC for 3 years. So,
Are you a Drake High Pirate?
I am a Drake High Pirate
All
before
right.
they were Archie Williams.
All right, buddy. Let's go, man. By the way, it's so funny you're calling from OKC. Congrats on your championship,
I know. We're well, you know, I'm a Warriors guy at heart, so I'm not really celebrating much, but everyone around me is. So,
well, I'm glad to hear you're still tuning into KNBR on the stream, and you're thinking Giants. What do you got on Devers, man?
Man, originally, you know, my group of friends and I were scattered across the country, and we were texting about it. Right off the bat, you know, we were all talking about how it didn't make sense, and then it took about one day for us to all kind of come to the realization that this is going to be a exciting time for Giants baseball, man. Most dominant hitter the Giants have had since Barry Bonds. So I think we're all excited for the potential.
I'm surprised, Bix, that your friends weren't on board right away.
Man, right away it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. You know, we were talking about it. I think we were comfortable with Wilmer in that DH spot, and then obviously, you know, bringing up Dom Smith, he was holding it down on first base and doing some productive things in the lineup. So just signing a DH with the potential for some first base ability, I think did make sense right off the bat, especially with Chappie holding it down at third base.
Well, I'm glad you guys have come around. Let me tell you, being in the yard when he's up, it's what Marcus just said. You stop, you want to watch. He's going to hit it hard somewhere. Not 100% of the time, but most of the time he's going to hit it hard, and good things can happen. So I'm glad you're in, Bix.
Just watching.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, just watching how hard he swings the bat, even when he swings and misses.
Yeah.
You know, it's tuning in every at bat.
That's what we those of us who coach the youth kids out there say. See how hard that guy swings? That's how hard you should swing.
I mean, we were joking at the ballpark, Murph, that his swing looks nice even when he doesn't hit the ball. And there were a couple times yesterday where he was hitting foul balls that were going up to the third deck, and I was like, man, look how far that foul ball went. He just missed that one. Other foul balls are going to the club level, but Rafi, he's going to the third deck.
Awesome. All right, Bix, be good, man. Say hi to the Thunder fans out there. Good stuff, man. Let's go to Jonathan, who's driving home from Walnut Creek. All right, he's driving home from Walnut Creek. Jonathan, you're on KNBR with Murph and Marcus. How are you, man? What'd you think?
Yeah, what's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus. First-time caller, lifetime fan. You two together is what radio has been needing for a long time. So thank you, first off, to you two for making our mornings extra special, huh? And I just wanted to chime in about the Dodgers about the Giants-Red Sox. I think this rivalry is good. I think, as I just spoiled what I was trying to get into, the Dodgers-Giants rivalry is not dwindling down, but we have that. Let's take that and put that in one seat. I like this new seat. I like this new drama. I like you guys in the Bay Area. Boston is the second home to the Bay Area, is the second home for a lot of Boston people. I've grown up with a lot of Boston fans. I like this. I love this. This is getting old friends to call up and say, hey, You watching this weekend because you're going to lose. So anything that gets more attention to Giants baseball, let's go. We're in the media now. They're talking and giving us our flowers finally. I know we haven't done too much, but hey, I'm with you guys. Let's enjoy the ride, baby. Let's go.
So, Jonathan, that's a really good point about the media. And now listen, the national media almost never talk baseball. They were sort of forced to this time, and they had to talk about the Giants, so at least, and even like MLB Network, if they are covering baseball, the Giants moved to the front burner. And so, yeah, you're right, brother. I'm with you on all the good vibes. So thanks for calling, and thanks for tuning in all these years, man. Be good. There he is,
Appreciate
Jonathan.
You guys.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Yeah,
Jonathan
shout out
from
to
Walnut Creek.
Jonathan, but he brings up a great point. It's what we were just talking about with Rafael Devers stepping into the box and him being box office. Like, this trade was such a blockbuster trade in the world of baseball where you did turn on MLB Network and it was the topic of the day. I would listen to a Buster Only Baseball Tonight podcast and they're talking all Giants, all Devers. Like, it's cool to be in the middle of a story instead of missing out on these big trades and big free agents. Buster finally landed the big fish. And man, oh man, we're only a week in, but it just feels different, Murph.
By the way, already the rumors are for his next move, Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
I saw that.
IKF as sort of a little bet. He can play backup catcher.
I mean, he plays literally everywhere on the field, would be a utility guy, but it brings up questions about Tyler Fitzgerald at second base, but also the utility man you already have on the roster with Casey Schmidt and whether or not he's going to shift over to second base.
We'll have to get into that right now. Kind of keeping the focus on the big hit on Devers here. 510 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, says, I went to the game on Thursday and got a Devers foul ball in the third deck. Foul balls never come up there.
That's what I was just
but
talking about.
But they do off of Devers' swings.
Damn, that's a nice foul ball.
Yeah, very good. 925 wants to talk about what you want to talk about. It says, when Chapman comes back, how do we keep Schmidt in the lineup? Guys, it is coming down the road like a train, like a freight train.
Choo-choo.
That he is looking at second base. Everybody's talking about him at second base for sure, man.
Yeah, we've been talking about it now for a few weeks, and it seems like this weekend it really was a consensus on Giants Twitter. Casey Schmidt needs to play second. Casey Schmidt needs to play second. I'm like, yeah, listen to the Murph and Marcus show. We've been talking about this for weeks.
It's all very true. 831 says, Devers gives you the Bonds factor when he's at the plate. You want to stop what you're doing and watch the guy hit. 623, our regular guy. We love him. He says, Petco might be popping, but watching games at Oracle looks like a festival of baseball on the TV. It's definitely a vibe. We had a good energy out there yesterday. Packed house, pretty good crowd. They tried a couple Let's Go Red Sox chants. They got shut down with Let's Go Giants chants. Oh, and I want to shout out Boston media. There were two different incidences on social media where Boston baseball media propped up our fair city. A guy named Matt McCarthy, who works for 98.5, the Sports Hub, like Tony Maz, tweeted out, this is the most incredible park in baseball. You got to get here. And the first comment underneath was, yeah, how many drug addicts and piles of S did you have to step over to get there? And the guy, McCarthy responded, 0.
Yep.
And he wrote back, and they wrote, have you ever been here, bro? And he's like, he just started going on the offensive for us.
Good.
And then Pete Abraham, who's a longtime Boston Globe writer, wrote this whole thing on Facebook about how he's here for the series and how there's a liquor store across his hotel and he wanted to get a beer after the game. And he went in, and it's not a chain. It was a small one. He told this whole story about how there was nobody behind the cash register, but there's a guy standing at the front door going, the guy who runs this store had to go to the bathroom. He said to wait. And he was like, it went on for a few minutes. It was getting sketchy, and the line started growing behind him. He said some well-dressed college kids, some randos, some tourists. He goes, and then a homeless guy came in asking for a lighter. And the guy said, I'll give you the lighter, but can you bring it back? The guy said, yeah. And the homeless guy left, came back and returned the lighter. Then the cash register guy came back, frazzled and sweaty, and said, I apologize. I had to run to the bathroom. Thank you guys for waiting. And the guy said it was a wholesome San Francisco moment in a city that he says is the most beautiful and unique city in the country. This is Pete Abraham from the Boston Globe. Go look it up on Facebook.
I want to check
we
that
had
out.
2 Boston media members stepping up for us this weekend.
Look at that.
I want to shout them out.
Yeah, San Francisco's not as bad as everybody thought because, Murph, I was just out in Boston a couple years ago for the Army-Navy game, and guess what? There were homeless people on the street. It happens in every major city, but I like the fact that we got a couple Bostonians shining a light on San Francisco.
And young Tony, how was your Sunday morning, brother? 10K,
Amazing,
Tony?
dude.
Yeah.
The city is incredible. I don't know why people, Marcus just said it. These problems are in every big city. And, oh, by the way, friend of the show, Dan Lurie, going to get this whole thing turned around. So just stay tuned.
I got to tell you, it's just an incredible day yesterday being in the city. There was a Juneteenth parade down Market Street. There was the 10K and the half marathon. Shout out to Tom and Cindy Sweeney, right? And the Red Sox fans, I thought it was pretty civil, all told, with everybody, right?
Yeah, I saw a couple patches stand up and give him a standing ovation. Saw a few fans booing him, of course, but that's baseball. You can give a standing ovation, and then you can root against them the very next pitch.
Yeah, 925 says, guys, also the Cove was full of the most kayaks I've seen in a while. That's another point.
Oh, and here's a stat to wrap up this segment for you. On Sunday, it was already the 15th sellout of the season for the San Francisco Giants, which is the most since having 21 sellouts in 2018.
Bro, Buster.
Yeah.
I jock-blogged Friday about it, and I was like, this is a guy. So Buster just, took stock. I said, when he was a catcher, he used to sit in the crouch and take stock of the opposing hitter, right? He would look him up and down, always just studying his swing. Buster got into this job, took stock of this franchise, said, we got to change this, man. We need to make this exciting and a destination again. And he's done it in less than a year. So
we're in the memory-making business, baby.
He's doing it. He's like kind of pounding his fist on the wall and on the dais and saying, let's go do this, man. It's kind of like when Mike Krukow tells that story about after the 2010 World Series and they get in the elevator in Texas and Buster, and he goes, this doesn't happen every year, kid. Or maybe it was the Philadelphia NLCS. And he goes, this doesn't happen every year, kid. And Buster said, why not? and then he said it at the parade. Let's go do it again, right? And he did it a couple more times. In fact, that'd be a good one to dig up.
Yeah.
Let's have some fun. Let's enjoy it, and then let's go do it again.
Yeah, And I was throwing a couple fastballs at young Tony, but he has the sound in the system. Nikki T told us that Buster's a winner, bro. Pablo Sandoval told us the other day, Buster's a winner. Or actually said Booster's a winner.
Yes,
so that's Pablo Sandoval, and that's Buster Posey, man. Back to playing meaningful baseball here in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's all very true. By the way, shout out Buster posing for a picture with Bob Melvin and Steve Kerr. Oh, and Mike Silver.
Oh.
Dude, can I get in this picture with you guys?
Hey, dude, let me squeeze in here, dude.
They showed Steve Kerr on the big screen, and he was wearing a Palisades Tahoe hat. He was going neutral because we know he's a Dodger fan. But when Willie Adames hit the homer in the 8th, I happened to glance over. A, he was still there. He didn't do one of those celebrity dips in the 6th inning. And B, he was standing and cheering for Willie. He was. He was caught up in the moment.
You're telling me Steve Kerr is going to be the man that turned around Willie Adames this season.
Hey, there it
Bob
is.
Melvin with some poignant comments after the game yesterday talking about Willie and how he's going to be relied on for the second half.
Why don't we hit that on the other side on The Sports Leader?
Hey, Buster was a winner, bro.
All right, bright and early on a Monday morning, Steve Moskowitz reporting for duty. He's going to help you out. He's our friend. And, Steve, you want to talk to the people who can't pay their taxes. What do they do, Steve?
They call us and stop worrying and stop spending those sleepless nights. Look, it's a real common problem. People get so frustrated and they feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water and there's no way out. There is a way out. There's a lot of good solutions. Can you qualify for a deal where you just pay a small part and they write off the rest? Can you qualify for a penalty abatement? Sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or do you even owe the taxes? That's the first thing we look at. Oftentimes the government demands taxes and they're wrong. So if it's wrong, we go to the government and say, hey, this is wrong, and bring it down. Or what if the statute of limitations says wrong? You don't have to pay it at all, even if you did owe it. Or shifting the blame to where it belongs, the former spouse or business partner. I could go on and on and on and on, but I know you have a few other things to talk about on the show. So instead, call us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You don't have to talk to the government. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
That's it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week, and we're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th at Discovery Park in Sacramento. So stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win 2 4-day passes. That's a big deal. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day and you win. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Adames, deep left field, down the line, and gone! Willie Adames. 9-5 Giants, his 9th home run of the year. The only question was, would he keep it fair? And he did. Tucked it inside the foul pole, and he came tearing around the bases. Adames with the home run.
That was a nice cherry on top of the sundae because, everybody's waiting for Willie Adames. We know he's not going to hit 300. We just like him to hit, 240 with 25 to 28 bombs, right? And at this point, neither of those is happening. But that was number 9 yesterday. Does he have 16 to 18 in him the rest of the way? That would be pretty nice. We shall see. And that's something we'll talk about. Bob Melvin addressed it. And by the way, multiple people addressed it. And I am corrected here that Steve Kerr wore that Palisades hat, not for Squaw Valley, Tahoe, for his hometown and the fires.
Oh.
So that is, of course. I see Palisades, and these days I almost think of, what they've renamed Squaw Valley up there. It's Pacific Palisades is the name of the town he's from. So when I saw Palisades, I got fooled. So I apologize to Steve Kerr. And of course, these are the kind of things, these tragedies happen. We pay attention for a couple of days, then we move on. There's still a lot of healing going on down in Pacific Palisades. So Steve Kerr repping strong, along with his Pacific Palisades buddy, Mike Silver, doing their thing. So I imagine the other two guys sitting with them were Pacific Palisades guys too. So anyway, back to the lecture at hand here, which is the 3 guys here, Willie Adames, Casey Schmidt, Elliot Ramos. All 3 had big moments on Saturday, or Sunday, I should say, and all 3 are going to be big parts of this whole thing going forward as the Giants are. By the way, just a vibe check, they're 44 and 34. They're 3.5 out in the. I'm surprised the Nats even took 1 from the Dodgers. They got 1. They're 3 back in the loss column from the Dodgers. That's totally doable. And in the wild card, they're still holding the 2 seed. The Mets are currently holding the 1 seed. The Giants are holding the 2 seed, and Milwaukee is the current 3rd seed. How about that?
The Brew Crew.
Willie Adames' old club. So back to Adames. Bob Melvin comes out on a June 22nd on a Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon and makes a statement that he feels like this guy's going to get going here. Listen, again, I don't want to. Well, actually, I do want to. I was going to say I don't want to put expectations. I do want to put expectations. The Giants' schedule softens, guys. It softens. Miami's here for 3. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon, little matinee.
Here comes Kapler.
And then on the road to Chicago, to the White Sox, who aren't scaring anybody. And then, 4 at Arizona. Arizona's trying to find themselves. But then, there you go, Marcus. And then the road trip ends in your town, Sacramento.
Yeah, in my town. I'll be up there for 4th of July weekend.
That's before a really tough week before the All-Star break is the Phillies and the Dodgers here at home. But hey, just the way you like it, right?
That's the homestand that I can't wait for. Phillies and Dodgers back-to-back at Oracle Park.
But the 3 against Miami and the 3 at Chicago, I'd like to see like 5-1. I really would. I'd like to go for the jugular. I'd like Devers to go off or Adames to go off. So here's what Bob Melvin had to say after the game yesterday about Willie Adames hitting that home run yesterday and being kind of excited in general. He went 2 for 4 yesterday with the bomb. Here.
He's feeling better. He's feeling better about himself. So, it's we signed him for a reason, and I know to this point the offensive numbers haven't looked like what anybody expects or himself. But he's also been a second-half guy, and we've had some other guys carry the load early on. He's going to pick it up, and he's going to be one of those guys that's going to carry us throughout the rest of the season. So always has a smile on his face, always brings an infectious attitude every day that he takes the field to be able to go through some difficult times and still, have a smile on his face and be part of, our attitude every day. It's commendable.
It's a pretty strong statement there from Bob. I think Melvin's trying to kind of plant a flag a little bit on Mount Adames. Like, yeah, you guys have been bumming on him for 2 months. Guess what? He's coming.
Yeah, and it almost seems like he's trying to speak it into existence because we've been talking about this the entire season. I mean, going back before the Rafael Devers trade, we were like, damn, the expectations of getting the highest contract in San Francisco Giants history this past offseason. Buster, to his credit, went out and got the best shortstop available on the market. But people expected him to step into a lineup and be Shohei Ohtani or Juan Soto or Aaron Judge. I don't think Willie Adames is that guy. But they were able to win these games with Willie Adames struggling. So if you're able to get anything from his bat right now, it obviously goes without saying that the Giants are going to be a better team. And guess what? Since Dever has been here, even going back a little bit further, over the last 12 games, Willie Adames has 4 home runs. So he is seeing the ball better. He is making better contact. And again, to not repeat myself, if Willie starts giving you anything offensively, pair that up with Rafael Devers, who could provide some extra production, then we're talking about an offense that can really do some damage.
I mean, just look at his career batting average is 245. Again, it's not brilliant, but he's hitting 208 right now. So he's 37 points below his career batting. His career on base is 320, and his current on base is 294. His career slugging is 436. His current slugging is 347. So all of these numbers, if you trust human behavior, like if they had charts on us, Marcus.
Oh, man.
They'd be like, Marcus gets off, 3.7 good riffs a show. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the last month, he's only gotten off 1.1 good riffs.
Oh,
You
man.
know what I mean? So,
yeah. Murph will hit the clock like 4.2 times per show.
And people will be, but he's only hit it 1.9 the last month. So
without Curly, he can't hit the clock.
The baseball card would show that your riffs will go up and my clocks will go up, right? So based on this, if he behaves like the human being he is, he should do better based on the rest of the season, So
yeah, they say you are what you are on the back of your baseball card. And at this point of his career, I don't think he's a worse player than what we've seen on the back of those baseball cards. So I would assume that water is eventually going to find its level. Bob Melvin can dive into the stats for you about how he's been a second-half player better than a first-half player. Regardless, you just need some production from Willie Adames.
I didn't even go over the OPS. His career OPS is 756. It's currently 641, so 115 points below his career. So, man, if this kid starts hitting, bro, we got a situation on our hands.
Yeah, now you're talking about an actual lineup, and it's a lineup that does not just only have a struggling Willie Adames. I mean, we really haven't touched on the struggling Jung-Hoo Lee and how bad he's been for the last couple of weeks.
So I told you guys we had great vibes in my section yesterday, and shout out Russ Stanley, who helped me out on Sunday and put me in a great section, except for the elbow guy. But these two Korean-American fans, about 3 rows in front of me, in a quiet moment when Jung-Hoo Lee was up, screamed a synchronized shout. They yelled, Jung-Hoo Lee, or Lee Jung-Hoo, Ata! And then right then, he laced a ball into deep left center, and it got chased down. And I was hyped up. I was like, oh! So I said to those guys, I am that guy. You don't want to be anywhere near me at a game. So I was like, yo, dudes. And they turned around. I'm like, what did you say? They said in Korean, we said his name and then said Ata, which means hit. I said, dudes, that was his best swing of the week. I think you unlocked him. And they were fired up. They were pumping their fists and everything. So we're going to go ahead and say that chant unlocked Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, and I believe that it is the chant that is a part of the fight song. Ata, ata, ata. I don't know the rest of the Korean words.
Got it?
Hit it, Tony.
They were playing it. Everybody's chanting. Everybody's dying to love him. God, I'm looking at his baseball savant rankings. First of all, he's 95th percentile in base running, 81st percentile in fielding. And then his savant hitting statistics are really weird because in squared up percentage, whiff percentage, he's in the 96th percentile, like best in the best in the best. 85th in expected batting average. His expected batting average is 287, but he has other ice cold stuff. Average exit velocity, 22nd percentile. Barrel percentage 12th, hard hit percentage 12th. So it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, very mixed. And I really didn't expect him to slump this badly because of what you just pointed out, the bat-to-ball skills. But what I've noticed recently, it seems like he's rolling over a lot. Instead of spraying balls to left field like we saw earlier this year, like it felt like once a game he was spraying a ball down right over the third base bag and getting on 2, hustling out of the box. It just doesn't seem like he's using the full field right now, from my opinion.
That's why when those guys yelled that and he smoked that ball to left center, I said they unlocked him. So we'll see.
Ata, ata, ata,
So
which, by
the
way, I believe that same Korean band, or maybe it's a different band, actually did a cover song. There's now an SF Giants remix version to the Jung-Hoo Lee fight song. Stay tuned. Maybe it'll be Cooler of Content.
Okay. Cooler of Content is next on the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, we have, by the way, Danny Dunn working hard for John Joe Curley, who's in Greece. By the way, no joke, Curley is still texting young Tony from Greece.
Why, John Joe? Why?
Is he on the beach?
Multiple times.
Is he on the beach in the slacks?
Bro.
Unbelievable.
Go order some Saganaki and enjoy yourself.
Let's go, man. Come on, Johnny. Come on. You got to let go. How can you miss it if you don't go away? By the way, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, we got a lot of stuff here. Tony, I'm going to rely on you. 10K Tony, who ran his PR'd his 10K yesterday across the Golden Gate Bridge. Outstanding. And met the great Tom Sweeney and Cindy at his bib pickup, which he said was an S show at the sports space. Yeah, they couldn't get it done.
Don't even get me started on that. Yeah, terrible. The traffic, one-lane road on that little Presidio right by the water near Fort Mason area. All good, though. We got the bib.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you're not allowed to run if you don't have the bib, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
But it's the Golden Gate Bridge. If I want to run across it, I'll run across it.
That brings up a good point. There were some luminaries out there that were not in the race, that were just out there sightseeing, kind of just running their own race.
Is that allowed?
Yes, you're not in the race. You can do whatever the hell you want. You're just not in the race.
That's what I'm saying.
What'd you finish, by the way? What was your finish?
The total time?
No, like place.
First place, second place?
I have no idea. I gotta check it out.
Come on, dude.
Did you have a running partner in this thing, or was this a solo venture?
So I had a partner, and I will say, just I passed him early.
Okay, all right.
Hey, shout out Ty, though. Shout out the Rollers for taking care of me.
What happened to No Man Left Behind?
Were there beers at the end?
There were plenty of beers at the end, plenty of pancakes as well.
Pancakes?
Tremendous experience.
Beer and pancakes.
That's
I told you,
hell of a combination.
one of the best decisions I've made in my life.
Wow.
Easily.
To run?
Man. I thought the best decision you made was to go to the Levi's.
Well, that too. There's a lot of good decisions in my life. Let's be honest.
To the Levi's suite with me. Okay, so where do you want to go first here, bud?
Let's start with Rafi Devers, who apparently speaks English.
Yes, he does.
He sat down with Eduardo Perez, shout out ESPN, and spoke a little bit of English.
This is back when he was in Boston. I guess Boston was doing a Sunday night baseball, and Eduardo Perez, a fellow native Spanish speaker, said to him, "Hey, man, I know you can speak some English. Let's do this." And Devers was laughing and saying, "No. Do we have the video on this or no? It's just audio." Okay, here it is. He goes, "I'm going to make you say one word about everybody." And you can hear Devers. He's got a little handle on this thing here.
Going English really quick here. One word, no dos palabras. Bogarts.
Capitan.
Hosmer, new teammate.
Happy guy.
Evaldi.
Good person.
Okay, good person. Kike Hernandez, who's coming back supposedly on Tuesday.
I think he's the best utility in the league.
The best, he would say he's the best center fielder in the league, but you would say utility.
Yeah, because he plays second, short, everywhere he plays, he plays good.
Alex Cora.
The mentor to the team.
You know English.
No, I'm not speaking English.
You know
English. He does.
Yeah.
Scott Oster wrote a really good column yesterday about the international outfield. Puerto Rican Ramos in left, Korean Lee in center, and Polish-Italian immigrant stock American Yaz in right. And he was really good about how these three guys of different backgrounds all get along. And it was funny. By the end, he said they call him Youngie or Jungie, depending on your J, Jung-Hoo Lee. And they said he knows a lot more English than you know. And in fact, at the end of the interview, Oster said, "Well, how do you in Korean shout off Ramos or Yaz by saying I got it?" And without the interpreter saying anything, Jung-Hoo Lee said, "I got it."
I like it. And it's been one of my favorite, mid-inning videos that they'll play at the ballpark. It's when Jung-Hoo Lee, Mike Yastrzemski, and Luis Matos went out to Korean barbecue, and they're out there feeding each other, Murph.
Dude, that video played before the game. We were out in center field because Rory's got to get his crazy crab. By the way, I don't know what happened with me and the Cha-Cha Bowl. Did they discontinue the Cha-Cha Bowl for a while? It's back.
Oh, it's back.
Let me tell you what. You got to go get the Cha-Cha Bowl.
Oh, I'm a fan of the Cha-Cha Bowl.
That's a nice, hearty, wholesome. No, it's not a hot dog and a beer. It's a little different, but man, it is a dynamite freaking offering.
Oh, and I got to say, one of the healthiest options
Absolutely,
at the ballpark,
absolutely.
too. You don't feel like S after
No,
eating
you
it.
feel great, and you feel like you're paying homage to Orlando Cepeda, and you can wash it down with a beer.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I just had one last week.
Yeah. And so we were out there getting the crab sandwich and the Cha-Cha Bowl, but that was playing on the big screen out on the park, The whole patio was transfixed and watching it. We were all quiet, just watching them eating the curry. I know, it's a really good bit. So everybody's like, wow, look at this. But anyway, maybe that'll get Jung-Hoo Lee hitting is playing that.
Good vibes in the outfield.
All right, the other vibes were Dave Fleming and Will Fleming, brothers. As Kite pointed out, Will, me and Glenn have been doing this for a while. Something different about San Francisco and Boston, though, right? As opposed to two different guys, Glenn and Dwayne in the same market. But Dave Fleming and Will Fleming did an inning together. And shout out Darren Chan. By the way, do you ever listen to Postgame Rap? DC's got his young Tony on. He dropped sound.
Oh,
well, the Brebbia laugh. He made the Brebbia laugh.
Exactly. Where do you think I got this Brebbia laugh? I stole it off of DC's board.
Okay, did you know that Casey Schmidt now, in the last week, when he got cold water dumped on him during a KNBR interview, he reacts like crazy. He goes like, oh. And DC's now dropping that into the postgame rap, and it's catching the boys off guard. DC's dropping sound over there and howling. Young Tony, you know what I'm talking about because you listen to the rap, right? You can come on the mic here.
We have the audio right here. I was listening to the same thing you heard. It's a wild soundbite from Casey Schmidt. Here's the audio.
It's one of the biggest hits of the year.
Oh, sorry.
What was that, DC? A post game. We had him on recently, and Adamas got him with the cold water while he had the headset on, talking to us.
God, that was explained well.
Yeah, way to set that up, DC. I thought that was DC in the back here. I mean, somebody gave him a piece of pie, and I thought, uh-oh, we lost him again.
Oh, sorry.
Flem loses
We'll
it.
hear that one again. What's on deck? Sponsored by your California.
So you have to get DC to send you that sound.
Oh, great work by
100%.
DC.
Yeah. Kipe's like, thank God you explained that.
Man, it's like Casey Schmidt's getting tortured.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or other things.
Hey now. I didn't know Casey had a spot down on Folsom.
We got a little more here.
Oh, you have more? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting...
Sound like Sparky. DC, you need to get us out of here. We're going to all get fired because of you.
No kidding. What's on deck?
The way Flem was laughing makes me think how people might laugh at sound bites we play in the car because he was laughing at that.
I got him.
I feel the same way when I was here, the Jim Healy stuff.
Oh, a well-timed sound bite can go a long way.
Good sound goes a long way, man. Brebbia, for example.
Yeah, exactly. For sure. Or, just randomly, if you're ever thinking about having some chips in, you can always drop that one in.
Did I tell you that Rory the Greek was laughing about that at the dinner table the other night?
He's like, hey, Dad, can you pass the
guac? That's what he was saying because he got a burrito. He's like, oh, I have guac. What does Gabe Kapler say, Dad?
Guac.
Yeah, man, listen to that. Just the richness here.
Guac.
Yeah. How did we never do a guac this way or guac on by? We still can, I guess.
Guac it like I talk it?
Yeah, just so you know, guac this way. Yeah. All right.
Franchise boys guac it out.
Guac.
There you go, buddy. Dave Fleming handing it over to his brother, Will Fleming. A nice brotherly moment here.
Inning number 6. Giants lead the Red Sox 3-0, and we come back with the inning already in progress. 1 ball, 1 strike to count to Jaron Duran against Landon Roop. Dave Fleming and my brother Will is here. There is a fastball from Roop to Duran, and it's called strike 2. And just because you don't even know how much you need it, we're turning it over to Will, brother Will, for some play-by-play here in the 6th.
I don't know that they need it, but they get it. The 1-2 to Duran is outside, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's so cool for me to be back in this booth with you. So many summer afternoons in here with you and John. 2-2. Duran, soft ground ball on the right side. It is handled there easily. And over to first. Duran is retired, and there's 1 away.
There it is, the smooth sounds of a Will Fleming and Dave doing their thing.
For a second, I almost got lost on who was talking. Like, they sound pretty damn similar.
Yeah.
Which makes sense.
So what do you have, the home run call here,
This is
Tony?
the Will Fleming home run call of Rafael Devers' first home run as a Giant.
Let's hear it.
He sets, he throws, and a drive into deep left field. This thing is crushed. It's at the track. It's at the wall. It is gone. Rafi, an opposite field homer off of Bayo, and it is 3-0 Giants. It was a fastball, and Rafi rode it the other way. His first Giant home run gives them a 3-run lead.
Ooh.
All right.
Okay, so that was not the first home run call for Rafael Devers made by Will Fleming, but I believe this one is the first by Dave Fleming.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line, going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field. And it makes it 3-0 Giants. And a huge ovation for the new Giants slugger. He does it against his old pal. A 2-run homer straight down the left field line, really. And with a lot of carry, he hit that ball hard the other way. Cool moment for Rafael Devers.
Yeah, cool moment for the Fleming brothers, and I got to give that one to Dave for the win.
Yeah, Dave
head-to-head
wins.
with the home run calls.
Were you at the game?
I was at the game on Saturday, yeah.
That's kind of fun. Were you rolling tape on the home run?
I was. I got the footage from down the left field line of Devers going deep.
You never know where Mark is going to be.
I'm
He's
all
roaming
over the
around.
park.
Yeah.
I see people all the time like, Waterboy, where are you sitting? I'm like, I'm just roaming.
Or going into the suite.
Yeah, I'll be up in the suite.
With Maria.
Murph, there's only one way to describe the seats that I like down at Oracle Park. I like them in all different shapes and sizes.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
You might want to follow that with the Casey Schmidt sound right there.
Oh,
man.
Oh, sorry. I'm getting...
Sound like Sparky.
Darren Chan, the man, the master. That's Darren Chan, the master.
Nice work, DC.
And then Will Fleming admits that he has a signature Devers call, but didn't break it out because he's wearing orange and black.
It's such a weird emotional feeling for me, for Lou, for all of us We've watched his every move and pulled for him so hard. He's been the author of so many great Red Sox moments, but this week has been very difficult to take. Really, this season has, as Roman Anthony digs in. He takes a fastball way outside for ball one. Some of my favorite moments, going crazy for his home runs. Adios, Carita, I would yell. His nickname, Babyface, the 1-0 to Anthony, who himself has a baby face, misses outside 2-0. But I could not bring myself to do it. Nope. We're very loyal in Boston.
That's one word for it.
2-0 to Anthony.
Hey, good riffing there. Good riffing.
I like that, though. Adios, Carita.
By the way, 925 says, Will Fleming has Jim Nantz vibes. I agree. And that might, if Dave's listening right now on his bike, by the way, you see Peter Hartlub did a good story about Dave biking to the park.
Oh, yeah. Most famous commuter in San Francisco, right?
Yeah, he's biking, and Hartlub did the bike with him and everything. But if Dave's listening on his bike right now and hears that Will is getting the Nantz comp, Dave's going to ramp it up. Because, and I noticed in the picture, Will was wearing a Masters vest. Now, Dave's been getting the golf assignments. I think these two guys might be maybe jockeying for the same thing there.
A little brotherly competition.
Yeah.
Now, Will does not call golf.
I don't know if he does or doesn't, but he does have a Nantz vibe. I would agree with the caller or the listener.
I know that Dave does.
310 says, they sound almost identical. When I watched the Netflix documentary on the Red Sox, I found it uncanny. And then somebody else says, 831 says, I was listening to the Fleming Boys live and I thought I broke the space-time continuum. 530 says, yes, Will definitely has golf vibes, for sure. And 707 says, Wilmer Flores can work a guac.
Yeah, he will. Guac. My favorite, though, is when Elliot Ramos will do a bat flip on a guac.
Yeah, Elliot Ramos, who's in the news. Listeners are saying, are you guys going to do cooler content? Are you going to get what Elliot Ramos said?
Oh, dude, I've been asking for it all day, audience.
Well, I don't know if we can on an FCC violation.
Radio. Who knows what we can do, but I can show you on camera.
So he got to second base, put his arms out, and
did a little shimmy.
He shimmied his, shall we say, his pectoral muscles.
Yeah, he's showing off the pecs.
But apparently, do we have the sound? Did you delete
let's edit it on the other side.
Yeah, we got to
edit on the
censor
other
it.
side.
FCC violations.
All right. Well, that was a pretty good... that was a pretty good cooler content. We didn't even get to any of that. The Gruden stuff was unbelievable. She saved it for tomorrow?
Yes, it's evergreen for sure.
Teasing it for tomorrow.
Nice.
All that good stuff. Plus that guy in the courtroom. All that good stuff, man. All right, guys. Oh, but do the afternoon guys, they rate our stuff, though, don't they?
Oh, they do. They'll be shaking them
they'll
later on.
They'll definitely play that first one. They're definitely going to play that. That's right up their alley.
Well, maybe we can return to it in the 9 a.m. hour.
Okay.
How about that?
Why not? John Joe Curley's not here. We don't have to follow any rules.
There's no rules. There's no rundown. We'll do whatever the hell we want.
By the way, just picture Curley right now on a beach in Greece, right? Okay, picture that big Irish mug, right? The Mac Tonight mug. Then picture the shirt off and the pastiness, right?
Oh, so bright.
And maybe not totally, it ain't totally ripped. The physique is not totally ripped, shall we say.
I understand.
And then I want you to picture that he's wearing copper-colored slacks.
Nice.
So I want you to picture the mug, right? The Irish mug.
A tough
the
look.
pastiness without the definition. Chest is open, and then just slacks.
Aren't they known in
Slacks.
Greece for those white sand beaches?
Yeah.
Our guy John Joe Curley might go camouflage and just disappear into the beach.
Exactly, buddy. All right. Yeah, everybody's heard what Elliot had to say.
Uh-huh. We'll shake him.
Shake him.
What?
Shout out New Orleans Mardi Gras beads.
Hey,
All right,
now I got you, Murph.
All right.
Throw me a couple. I'm open.
Oh, jeez. We got to get out. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
They wear the Marlins hats.
You're all right.
can they do that offensively today with the Red Sox?
Well, they kept true to their home game at Oracle Park day game situation, going 15-2 with today's win, scoring 9 runs. They're scoring 5 runs a game. They're doing a great job. Needed that, and we have one of the stars of the game about to join us right now.
Yeah, Elliot Ramos standing by, joining us live from Oracle Park. Elliot, you had a great game, but first things first, did I see you give a shimmy at second base after your double?
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell.
Oh, that was for Pat.
Yeah, he always says to check our titties and all that. I knew that was coming. I'm just wearing it.
We'll let you recover, Elliot. Get a few breaths in.
That's a good one. It's kind of
Okay,
hot
I have another celebration question. What's the other celebration that you guys do? I've seen it all season long. Is it like the guns up?
Yeah, it's like a Dominican song. It's just something that we have in the clubhouse. It's something that we do, yeah.
Oh, you guys are having fun. I was just talking.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Happy Monday, everybody. The Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. John Joe Curley, our faithful producer, is in Greece for 2 weeks. It's killing him. He's texting every hour. Young Tony Farias, he ran a 10K Tony.
10K Tony.
As opposed to a creative Tony who once gave up a home run at St. Mary's so long that it landed in a tennis court. And he was nicknamed Tennis Court Tony.
Ah.
Yeah. You, Tony! So 10K Tony, Tennis Court Tony. Anyway, it was great to be out at the yard.
That's a rough nickname.
Yesterday, we stirred up everybody with the elbow discussion earlier. Go to my Twitter feed if you have a thought.
Yeah, if you want to see some weenus pics.
I never knew that. Talk about what did old Murph learn today. Weenus. Did you know about weenus?
Yeah, Tony, what's your weenus knowledge?
Do you know about weenus? Is that what Elliot Ramos was talking about?
No,
Okay.
different body part.
Do you know what a weenus is?
Yeah, you pinch your elbow. You pinch the bottom of your elbow, the little fat at the bottom of your elbow.
A little extra skin down there.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Weenus.
I did
You
not
didn't do
know
that in school at all, Murph?
Never learned it.
Uh-huh.
So now I know. Well, we have what did young Tony teach Murph today?
Take a look at my weenus, Murph. It's right underneath my Tommy John scar.
Hey, now let me see your scar.
Yeah, you've seen my scar, haven't you?
I have.
Check out this zipper.
It was your claim to fame when you started working at KNBR.
Yeah, exactly. Check out this new guy. He had Tommy John surgery.
It was that way.
Yeah, show us your elbow.
Exactly. Don't show me your
Yeah, careful.
So let me know when you have that thing edited. So listen, we've been talking about it all. What a weekend. It was a surprisingly charged up weekend. Given that the Devers trade was so quick to the Red Sox coming into town. It was weird. It was a vibe. And Bob Melvin said it best after the game. He said, I think some guys on their side are glad it's over, and some guys on our side are glad it's over. Pardon me, excuse me. And kind of move on. Although I kind of will miss the excitement. I mean, the Marlins are coming to town now. It's like, who cares, really? I mean, they gotta dominate the Marlins. Really, is what they have to do.
I don't know, Murph. Maybe you should bone up on the Marlins.
You probably need to do some homework on that one.
I do. Now, Rafi, 2 for 12 in the series doesn't sound great, but it feels like it was a bigger impact because his home run on Saturday basically won the game. So that's gigantic that he swung the series because it was a 2 out of 3 series. He drove in 2 with that home run. He scored 2 runs. He drew a walk. He struck out 3 times. He's 5 for 23 since he got here, which is 217. He's got a bomb with 3 ribbies. I would imagine that he will tick up. I think he begins to settle in a little bit. And I'm going to tell you that the single that he hit in the 8th inning prior to the Ramos, which we'll get to this in just a second, that swing alone showed me something that most bats in this giant lineup, in fact, almost every bat in this giant lineup doesn't have.
Yeah, there's just a different presence when he's in the box. That's why Buster Posey described him as a dude, because he's one of the best hitters in baseball. So even on a weekend where he does go 2 for 12 against the Red Sox, it felt like he had a bigger impact. And yeah, he sprayed a couple balls around that maybe would have been doubles off the monster out at Fenway Park, but they got caught out on the warning track. Welcome to Oracle Park. But this is a guy, to me, that it doesn't matter what ballpark you're playing in. He's going to have that type of power to leave the ballpark everywhere across Major League Baseball. So I'm with you. I think this is only going to get better and better, and I think overall he improves the lineup, not just for the fact of having Rafael Devers as your 2 or 3 hitter, but the extra protection and depth he gives you in the lineup overall. Maybe that does help kickstart guys like Willie Adames, who does have 4 bombs in his last 12 games.
By the way, do you prefer him in the 2-hole?
I don't mind. To me, it depends on who you're hitting leadoff. Like, it seems like he's going to be hitting second when Ramos is hitting leadoff when you have a lefty on the bump, vice versa. Maybe you move him down because you don't want to stack lefty-lefty.
Well, yesterday
Yaz
it was
and Jung-Hoo Lee.
righty Giolito, and they went Yaz 1, Ramos 2.
They went lefty-lefty.
I mean, Devers, pardon me. Yaz 1, Devers 2.
Yeah, against a righty. I think in a matchup against a left-handed pitcher where they've struggled again, I don't think they want to stack 2 lefties at the top of your lineup, whether it's Yaz or Jung-Hoo Lee. I think Ramos will be back in the 2-hole against a lefty.
By the way, good news. Tuesday night, Quantrill righty against Verlander. We'll see how that goes.
Bring on the righties. Congrats, Verlander and Kate Upton, who had their kid this weekend.
That's right. Good for them. On Wednesday, Cabrera righty against Logie, legendary Logan Webb, who's having an incredible season.
Webby.
I don't know who's the Giants All-Star is going to be, because you could definitely make a case for Webb.
Oh.
It's almost an automatic. You could make a case for Robbie Ray, although yesterday wasn't awesome. And now you kind of coming on as Elliot Ramos.
Hell, can I throw a Randy Rodriguez into the conversation?
Yeah, but middle relievers.
Yeah, it seems like middle reliever,
Especially,
or like you make it if you play for like
the Pittsburgh
Rockies
Pirates or somebody,
well, random. They'll get you into that.
Not
but
the Pirates now.
I think there's a legit possibility that we're talking about at least 2 to 3 All-Stars from this team.
I would bet Webb.
Webb, yes. Rafael Devers, second in DH voting right behind Shohei Ohtani. Actually has the most votes out of any Giants player on this roster. So Devers could be an All-Star. There's 2 for you. I think Robbie Ray has pitched good enough to be an All-Star. And hell, look at the numbers Elliot Ramos is putting up right now. I mean, you compare him to someone like Fernando Tatis, who is one of the leading vote getters in the outfield. He has better offensive numbers. Fernando Tatis ain't dropping fly balls, which is why he has a better WAR. He's a better defensive player. But I think Elliot Ramos deserves to go to the All-Star game for a second straight year.
Then there's RBI guy Wilmer Flores.
Yeah, don't forget about Wilmer.
And by the way, Thursday they're pitching that guy Junk is his name?
Junk,
the guy Junk. He pitched against him last time.
Jansen Junk.
A righty against Birdsong. So 3 righties in the Miami series.
Yeah.
All right.
Bring on that Junk.
Dude, we shout out. Our 13-year-olds lost to Novato South in the championship game Saturday. You know why? Soft tossing lefty.
They'll get you.
Kid went 8 innings, only allowed 4 hits. And we had some really good hitters who were just tied up in knots. Dude, soft tossing lefties rule the world. They rule the world. So, hey, mamas, raise your babies to be soft tossing lefties.
You don't know.
You're guaranteed a job for life. You know what I mean?
You don't understand.
In fact, the Giants need a soft toss and let it. Kirk Reeder. Now I know how other teams felt. I feel this way when the Giants get tied up. That's how other teams felt when Kirk Reeder was dominating for years for the Giants.
Just putting it out there, mixing up speed and location. I hold such a big grudge against my parents because my older sister, is left-handed, the only lefty in the family. I'm like, why'd you waste those genes on my sister? Could you imagine if I was throwing 90 as a lefty?
Yeah.
I would not be here.
Oh, man, good stuff. 319 says, Devers just swings it. We haven't had a swing like that in the lineup in a long time. I would even say in the championship years they didn't have a swing like that.
No.
He's different.
I mean, it's crazy to make the comparisons, but he really does feel like the best bat in the lineup since Barry Bonds, and it's kind of eerie how similar it is that Barry also came over to the Giants at 28 years old, and now Rafael Devers is going to have the second stint of his career out here in San Francisco.
Yeah. By the way, 408 says, Dear Giants, please wear the home creams more frequently. Signed everyone. 408, you and me, buddy. You and me, because Tuesday night against the Marlins, I'll be wearing the freaking
City Connects.
The purple again.
Yeah.
Although Declan goes, City Connect hats are pretty tough, though. I said, are they?
I'd say, actually, the hats are my least favorite part about
That's
the
what
uniforms.
I said, but that's a 17-year-old.
I like the jerseys. I like the socks. I would prefer if they were stirrups. I just don't like the purple lines on the bill.
Declan's specific comment was that Devers looks tough in the City Connect hat. That was his take.
Yeah, but I didn't like him doing his presser in that City Connect.
I know, that's what I said, but he thought it was. Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. So let's talk about Elliot Ramos. He had a really good game yesterday after dropping a fly ball, and that was just... Listen, he's not a great fielder, but that was just inexcusable. A guy in front of me said, one hand. You got to use 2 hands. Anyway, he just dropped it, and the Giants were down 1-0 early, and it was a bummer. He comes back, goes 2 for 4, drives in 4, smokes his 14th double of the year, goes the other way. That's what it's all about, kids. Gotta go. Casey Schmidt started doing it, too. He got to second base after the big double that made it 8-5, turned to the dugout, spread out his arms. They look like the Christ the Redeemer statue in Rio de Janeiro, right?
Ooh.
Up there on top.
Good comp.
And,
I was going to go with a rose on the front of Titanic.
That will work too. And then shook. Shake, shake, shake. Shake, shake, shake. So I guess after the game, Laura Britt, unwittingly, not knowing what she was walking into, thought, hey, it'd be fun to ask you about that little gesture, and got an unexpected answer.
Did I see you give a shimmy at second base after your double?
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell.
Oh, that was for Pat.
Yeah, he always says to check our I knew that was coming. I'm just wearing it. Oh.
We'll let you recover, Elliot. Get a few breaths in.
That's a good one. It's kind of
Okay,
hot
I
today.
have another celebration question. What's the other celebration that you guys do? I've seen it
Which
all
one?
season long. Is it like the guns up?
Yeah, it's like a Dominican song. It's just something that we have in the clubhouse. It's something that we do. Yeah.
Pat Burrell told us to shake our T's.
Yeah.
And by the way, the important part about that is it ends in the IES. It's different than the S.
Yes.
The big difference between ending in the S and ending in the IES.
Yeah, dude. And the comedic timing of Elliot Ramos not skipping a beat. He's like, yeah, this is for Pat. This is for Pat. And as soon as he drops the T word, he gets hit with a bucket of water by Willie Adames. Listen closely here.
He always says to check our
I thought he was reacting to his own T-bomb on the so he was reacting to Adames.
So he got splashed. But I mean, hey, Murph, that's the same sounds I make when I see some T's too. Woo! That was a good one. That was a good one.
Well, so he has the same kind of reaction that Casey Schmidt had when he got doused.
Uh-huh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, sorry.
Sound like Sparky.
Is that how you guys react when cold water's dumped on you?
Yeah, I guess so.
Can't you tough it out? Going to Crater Lake, y'all.
Oh, I've been
coldest
there.
lake.
Yeah.
The coldest lake in the world. Although they tell you Superior's colder, although I'm not sure.
I'm not buying it.
Well, anyway, that was some Hey, man, the Giants are having fun.
Yeah,
You got to love it.
Keep shaking them, boys.
You got to love it, man.
What shaking?
And, of course, you got to talk about some of the guys other than Devers, too, including Casey Schmidt, who all of a sudden, guys, I mean, I was literally saying to...
Oh, sorry.
I was saying to the guys near me in the game yesterday, is like, guys, at second base. Sorry to Tyler Fitzgerald, but, I mean, listen, he'll be there. Chapman's not coming back for a while. But when he does come back, it's got to be Casey at second, right? That's like a no-brainer, right?
I agree with you because, Murph, even before this stretch where Casey has been getting hot at the plate, it seemed like Tyler Fitzgerald has not been the same player since he was on the IL with that injury. But even before the injury, I got to admit, I wasn't in love with Tyler Fitzgerald defensively over at second base, which is why, to me, even going back to spring training this year, I was like, Casey Schmidt has a higher ceiling with the glove, and we know how important the glove is to this team. But now he's also swinging the better stick. He doesn't have the speed of a Tyler Fitzgerald, but if you're looking for some thump at the bottom of your lineup, Casey Schmidt will run into one every once in a while.
And to be honest, Ty Fitz is a great Super U off the bench. He really would be. He'd be the classic Super U off the bench. We asked Bob Melvin on Friday. He came on our show. We said, could Casey... This is before the weekend, before he goes 4 for 4 on Sunday and hits a bomb and goes the other way. We asked him, could Casey Schmidt be your long-term... I said, could he be a second baseman down the road?
Yeah, look, he's taking, we've had some injuries here, but before that, he's taking ground balls at first. He's taking ground balls at second. He played some second last year. He's had to play short for us before, depending on what the roster looked like at a particular time. So he's got great hands. He's a terrific defender. It's just getting comfortable in different positions. And he did that pretty quickly at first, too. So I don't think there's anywhere in the infield that Casey can't play.
Okay. Doors open, brother.
I mean, I agree. I mean, he showed off a sick glove at third. He's picking balls over at first. He's looked good up the middle, too, even when he shifted over at shortstop when he was getting Brandon Crawford to teach him how to play shortstop at the major league level. Like, you got to give a tip of the cap just for Casey Schmidt's willingness to move around the diamond, but also give you great defense while learning it at the major league level. That's a tough task.
So Melvin so that was on Friday on our show that he said that. And then Sunday after the game, after he goes 4 for 4, he was asked about Schmidt again.
4 more hits, playing great defense, even playing with a little bit of a bum ankle. It's been great to see. Hitting the ball the other way, pulling the ball, gets into a 3-run count, looking for a fastball, does some damage with it to the pull side, seeing the ball really well right now. I mean, since he's gotten an opportunity to play, I mean, what's he hitting? 286 now, yeah.
Yeah, 925 says, Casey Schmidt giving me Matt Williams vibes. Well, that was what we all said when he first came up. Soft hands, good bat, struggled as a youngster. That's all the Matt Williams profile right there. And finally, Willie Adames talked about Casey, his new buddy over there on the left side of the infield. Willie Adames on Casey Schmidt.
He's doing amazing, and I'm really happy for him, obviously. He's getting the opportunity to play every day now. He's doing his job, man. He's doing an amazing job, and I'm so happy for him because he has such a great talent, man. He's a talented kid, and I want him to be, successful.
There he is with Tony singing in the background. Nothing like walking out to the Tony.
In San Francisco.
It's a beautiful. The loveliness of Paris seems somehow sadly gay, Tony. Casey Schmidt still doesn't have enough baseball savant to rank, but if you can see, he's trending towards his ex. Are you an ex-Woba guy? I know the young generation are ex-Woba people.
I'm just a regular Woba guy, not an ex-Woba guy.
His ex-Woba is gigantic. It's huge.
Oh, it's the biggest I've ever seen.
He's got a huge ex-Woba.
It's a giant ex-Woba.
He has a huge XBA, and he has a huge X-slugging.
Wow, he could fit 2 hands on an ex-Woba.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was
You're getting a little loose over there,
dude.
buddy.
I got vacation right around the corner.
Loose. What, is tomorrow your birthday, too?
It is. It's my birthday.
Is that it? You're going to promote that?
Birthday.
By the way, if you look at his spray charts, though, he only has 3 knocks to the right side. Casey, feel free to use the right side, buddy. Feel free.
Go the other way.
He did it yesterday. So, all right, good stuff, man. Andy Baggerly giving us the great report from the clubhouse next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We got a new contest this week. We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival on October 2nd through the 5th at Discovery Park up in Sacramento, up in A's Town. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. And when you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And we want to get you out to go see these people, this great band, Blink-182. So that means if you're caller number 10, it's going to be your lucky day, and you are going to be the winner. It's all brought to you by Live Nation, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Andy Baggerly of The Athletic does a great job covering the team. Man, ever since he got back from Chile, things have taken off. He's sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. This segment is also sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Andrew Baggerly of The Athletic, we say good morning to him. And so, Andy, Tuesday at 2 o'clock, last Tuesday at 2 o'clock, Rafael Devers was introduced wearing the City Connect hat. And now we're talking to you Monday morning at 9:17. So, as we say good morning to you, how would you describe that week that transpired for Rafi Devers, the Giant?
Wow. I mean, it's big enough to make a cross-country move in the middle of a season, switch leagues, which maybe isn't as big a deal as it used to be. But then the second opponent you face is the Red Sox. It's just it definitely was a little bit dramatic. And you could tell, he made a direct impact, obviously, hitting a 2-run homer in a game they won 3-2. But, made a big impact on yesterday's game, too, where they didn't play super clean baseball, especially early. Elliot Ramos had the drop, and they kind of had to out-hit some of their mistakes. And this has not always been a team that's been really equipped to do that. And they certainly were equipped to do it, whether it's Casey Schmidt really filling up the box score or Ramos having another big game. And then you got Devers kind of in the middle of the action. Moving him up to 2, I think, has really also, made a lot of sense. Ever since they did that, he's been a little bit locked in. So, yeah, he's certainly made an impact early, and I don't think we've even seen close to the best of him yet.
Bags, how would you break down how Rafael Devers handled this entire weekend emotionally, seeing former teammates, coaches, and even former members of the media who came out here from Boston?
Yeah, always tough to, a little tricky to try to get into somebody's head, especially when, they're comfortable speaking a second language. But it just seemed very relaxed. He was very nonplussed by everything. Kind of stayed on message, with the Boston media, with not necessarily wanting to, go into all the blow by blow of everything that happened. And I think that he was asked about 20 different ways about, if he could characterize everything that happened in Boston, and he kind of was like, kind of stayed on message. He was pretty disciplined, and so yeah, I think that hard to say exactly what all is swimming through his head, but it's a huge adjustment to switch teams, and especially when you're leaving a team that you thought you'd be there for 10 years because you signed a 10-year contract there. So I think he probably handled it about as well as anyone could have expected.
Yeah, Andy Baggerly is the voice you hear from The Athletic, covers the Giants for us, joins us weekly, and the Giants win 2 out of 3 after Friday night's disappointment. They come back and win Saturday and Sunday, and like you said, out-hitting their mistakes. And it wasn't just Devers who got that hit that kept going. A couple of guys we need to shine a light on. One of them is Casey Schmidt. I mean, he goes 4 for 4, and the numbers speak for themselves. The last 10 games, he's on fire, and boy, it's starting to make you think, what is this guy's future with the Giants? And I think the easy question to ask, Andy, is if this continues to trend in this direction, when Matt Chapman returns, is it a no-brainer to make him the everyday second baseman?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously you cross that bridge when you come to it, or as Barry Bonds once said, you tackle that bridge when you come to it. But right now, yeah, it's an easy yes. That's if Buster Posey and Bob Melvin like one thing more or just as much as a productive player, it's a confident player. And I think you see a lot of confidence in Casey Schmidt's game right now. And he's not just, getting these hits on, bloops. I mean, I think I looked it up and there's been 20 balls in play at 110 miles an hour or harder by a Giant this season. 20. Ramos has 9 of them. And Devers already has 1. Matos has 1. Chapman's got 4. Casey Schmidt's got 5. So, I mean, Casey Schmidt has been hitting the ball, pretty hard. And that usually, when you do the prediction models, you don't have to hit the ball hard. I mean, Wilmer Flores is not hitting the ball hard at all. He's got 50-something RBIs. But generally, the models like future success for people who make consistently hard contact, and that's what he's been doing.
Bags, I noticed that Matt Chapman wasn't wearing his splint on his hand this weekend. So what injury update can you give us on Chapman?
Yeah, that's right. So they gave him a week after the diagnosis to keep his hand in a splint, and I think after 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and about 35 seconds, he was ready to take that thing off. And I think he was supposed to go out there one day on the last homestand to do, grounders where he would just, field and that's it. And they decided not to do that because he got his split off. So he could do rehab work, and he dived right in, and he was already doing grip exercises and stuff like that. So it's going to be a ramp up and see what he can tolerate from a pain standpoint. We know he's a pretty tough customer. But, like Bob Melvin said, whatever he tells you, maybe, put it through the optimism machine and dial it back a little bit, because Matt Chapman's always going to assume he can get back faster than maybe he can. So, I know that there have been a lot of different sort of dates thrown out there. I would expect that we won't see him until probably July. But he's going to want to come back as soon as possible, and they're probably going to have to hold him back in the trainers room to keep him from doing too much.
Definitely something to keep an eye on. If you talk to Andy Baggerly, Giants off today, hosting the Miami Marlins for 3 at home this weekend, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday afternoon. You'd like to make a little hay against the Marlins at home, you'd think. That said, Andy, when they fell behind yesterday, 4-2, that second homer off of Robbie Ray, there was like a deflated feeling in the crowd. But maybe there shouldn't have been, because they come back and win. That's 18 wins, trailing in multiple run situations. They've been trailing by multiple runs. They've won 18 times, 4 more than any team in Major League Baseball. This is all per Sarah Langs. And in the last 125 years, tied for the third most through 78 games. How ironic is it that this team has the ability to come back from multiple runs, but they can't hit? I can't figure this out.
Well, the biggest component is their bullpen's been so good, and you think about what makes a good bullpen, and it's having those guys who are your 7th, 8th, 9th inning guys who hold that lead, and they never give up that lead. That's sort of what we think about with a good bullpen. But we've seen it over the years with some of the good Giants teams of the past. I mean, how many games did they come back and win in 2010 because they're down 2 runs? They can throw Guillermo Mota out there for 3 innings, and they're still down 2 runs, and they have a chance to come back. Yusmeiro Petit was a guy that really did that so well for them. And they're getting good work when they're down in games from Spencer Bivens, from a lot of the guys that aren't Randy Rodriguez, Camilo Doval, and Tyler Rogers. So, that's made a big difference, and that's why their run differential is so crazy high after the 7th inning. And they've had good at bats against other teams' relievers. It seems like a lot of these guys do dial it in a little bit when they get in the late innings, and that's they have some professional hitters, so that doesn't really surprise me. But you start to think about what can happen if they really do get in a position where they start to blitz another team's starting pitcher, or they've got Devers in the fold now. Maybe they've got a little more offense. Maybe they can take some more leads where they're not coming back. I think they also have 12 wins by getting 5 hits or fewer, which is by far the most in the major league. So, this is a team, they keep pitching the way they're pitching, and you add in some more offense, and now you layer in, like you said, it's not just the Marlins. They go to the Chicago White Sox after that. They go to 4 at Arizona, which I know Arizona's a good team. They can score, but, they're definitely down. They've got Corbin Burns out. You sweep 4 from them, I mean, you might help to nudge them towards seller mode at the trade deadline. That could be a huge series. And then obviously after that, you come back to Sacramento and you play the A's, who have a minus 120-something run differential. So this is really a patch of the schedule where they should look to get greedy, take advantage. And by the end of the July 4th weekend, they're 10 up over 500 now. They should probably be 15 up. And that means you go and you win maybe 9 of your next 15 games, but they should definitely have that as a goal.
Few more minutes here with Andrew Baggerly on the UMA guest line. And Bags, I want to ask you about Jung-Hoo Lee, because he's been struggling over the last month. We've seen his batting average drastically drop down. So I'm just wondering what you're seeing. He now has nearly twice as many at-bats that he had last season before getting injured. Is it the case where pitchers are finally starting to get a book on him? I've heard some people throw out the theory that it might be the difference between getting Mondays off in the KBO and playing a full MLB schedule. What's your breakdown on what's going on right now with Jung-Hoo Lee?
Well, it's true. One thing we really couldn't gauge last year was just how he'd managed the workload of the season, because he wasn't just able to play for very long last year. So we are getting a look at that, and I think that's a valid question. I'd be interested to ask him and get his take on that. I don't see a guy who looks like he's fatigued. I just think a guy who looks like he's a little in between in the batter's box, and he's popping up a lot, and obviously not making the kind of squared up contact that he was making in April. So I'm sure he's working with Pat Burrell with the hitting group every day. doesn't seem to be affecting him. He seems like he's obviously still playing great center field. But that's where Devers can really help, because if an entire offense is struggling and you're struggling individually, it compounds everything. But if you've got, a guy that you can lean on in the middle of that lineup and then the team is scoring runs, then maybe it buys you a little extra time to not put so much pressure on yourself and try to find some answers. That certainly was the case for Willy Adames earlier in the year, and it's something that Lee's going through right now.
Andy, you mentioned the bullpen's been so good. We do have to ask the sensitive question about Sean Jelly. That was a really, really weird and unexpected social media twist. His wife putting out allegations of she used the word abuse, which gets extremely serious in an instant. He did not pitch on Saturday or Sunday. He did pitch on Friday. He's a pretty important pitcher for these Giants. They don't, ever since losing Harrison and Birdsong from the bullpen, they kind of need a long guy. But now we got a situation. I don't know, is there anything you know or can add or what we can expect?
Well, I mean, like you said, it was the only thing I can add is what he said and what he confirmed is that he and his wife have been separated for more than a year. They filed for divorce last year. I guess in Virginia they have to have a year sort of cooling off period. So everything is basically done with this divorce except for the signatures on the paper. And so this is not something that is at all recent. It's hard to know. I mean, I think if they're forwarding this to Major League Baseball, and if I'm a Major League Baseball investigator, what I'm principally looking in is, the use of the word abuse, which obviously it's a very serious issue. Anytime that word is used, you don't know the context of it. It could be like, I'm out of here. I'm not taking any more of your abuse. It could just be a sort of a colloquialism, or it could mean something very serious. So, you never want to make any assumptions in this situation. Either way, you don't want to make any assumptions toward Jelly or toward the seriousness of the allegations. So, the Giants did what they did. They covered themselves, and they did the right thing by basically saying, look, we have policies. They're on the books. They're with Major League Baseball. So we're going to forward this, make sure Major League Baseball is aware of it. And from what I understand, there's not an active investigation or anything right now. But they'll look into it. They'll do their due diligence, and I'm sure we'll hear from Major League Baseball at some point. Either way, and Sean Jelly has said he's going to be able to comment on it. When he feels comfortable and when he's getting good advice from his advisors, from his lawyers, etc. So I would just say don't rush into any judgment whatsoever. This is the situation. He's available to pitch in the meantime, and that's sort of where we're at.
Yeah, well, it's a delicate answer, so well done. But the bottom line, baseball wise, is he's still on the roster. Yeah,
he's on the roster. He's not, until there's an investigation against him, then I don't think that this is something that would impact his ability to pitch.
Then I'm going to just shift from a serious topic like that to a baseball topic, and that is, Harrison and Birdsong in the bullpen early in the year was a real luxury, and I know that they've gone on, one to Boston, one to the rotation. I feel like the front end of the bullpen's a little thin. They had Lucchesi out there Friday night, didn't work out. Bivens gave up a home run yesterday. Is there something there? Do you think the front end is a little thin?
Well, I think it's a long season, and when we were in spring training and they had 20 pitchers on the 40-man roster or something, and they're basically saying, look, we're going to see all these guys at some point. So we haven't seen Carson Seymour yet. We haven't seen Carson Wisenhunt yet. We haven't seen any of the Carsons yet. There are lots of Carsons down there, So, I do think that there will be a time and place for that, whether it be, Lyndon Roop hitting a little bit of maybe an innings threshold that they want to try to back him off, then we could see Wisenhunt. Joey Lucchesi's a guy who has been around, and that you don't want to say he's fungible, but he's someone that you could probably take off the roster at some point and probably get through waivers again. So they haven't had to make a lot of daily sort of pitching moves just because they're out of innings. They've found a way to manage it pretty much all year without having tons of people go up and down. But you go through it. Sometimes you have a rain out and you get a doubleheader, or you have a series at Coors Field, or all kinds of things can happen that can tax your pitching staff. If somebody gets hurt, has to come out after one inning. So, I do think they've got enough depth in their organization, to kind of weather that. They've done a pretty good job to this point. But you're right. They probably don't have the optimal pitching staff right now.
something to keep an eye on as we go. But you're right. The schedule does set up pretty nicely here. So good wide range in chat. Andy, are you going to Chicago?
I will not go to Chicago, but I will be in Arizona. So I'll talk to you then.
I'm rather surprised on a personal note that you're not going back to your old college town.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I can basically, we have the budget to do about 50 of the road games. And so you try to pick your spots. You know, of course you want to go to all the cities that are fun to go to, but, you know, it's just a little hard to justify the weekend. You know, we obviously don't have as many people reading on the weekend. It's a team that's obviously, you know, not super compelling with the White Sox. And it's not like they go from there to Pittsburgh or Milwaukee or someplace close by. They just go right from there to Arizona. So a pretty easy one to skip. And then you just hope that no one throws a perfect game, basically.
I would basically say to my editors, I know it's not super compelling that the Giants play in the White Sox, but it's super compelling that I be there in Chicago is what I would say. So.
You know me, Murph. I never will turn down a Chicago trip. But,
man, that happens. Oh, well. We're on to Cincinnati, on to Phoenix. All right, man. Thanks for the time, Andy. We'll look forward to the next one.
Yeah, thanks, Bags.
All right, have a good one, guys. Take care. Have a good week.
Yeah, Andy Berger. You a Chicago guy?
Never been. I've always wanted to go.
Why isn't you're a young bachelor, couple of bucks in your pocket. Why don't you fly to Chicago?
I might book a flight tomorrow afternoon.
You got you're as of
I got a week and a half off after tomorrow.
Marcus
Wrigley, here I come.
As of 10 a.m. tomorrow. You're not going to hear from Marcus until like freaking Giants Phillies.
Oh,
right?
and trust me, dude, I'm going off the grid. This will not be a John Joe Curley where I'm listening to the show off the beaches out in Greece.
I find
Hell no.
For 20 plus years now, closing in on 21, I do not like to listen to the show on off the air. It gets you in a weird headspace. You're like, I just want to detach.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And also, it's weird. You're out here with another dude, Murph. There's going to be a different voice. Like, you don't want to go watch your wife take a hall pass with another dude. Like, I don't want any part of this.
By the way, because anytime you put on the radio, you can hear Copes and Derek Papa talking about you. So why would you? Because they're such class acts. Here's the deal. What's that?
There's more ass talking?
Yeah, that's what my sister told me on Friday. I said, we have an afternoon show?
A lot of ass talk. A lot of ass talk.
Well, it's when you have no content, it's what you do. Right? Or should I say guests?
Yeah. Oh, careful. That's a touchy topic.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I got in trouble for that one.
Well, I'm not starting anything. I'm just being told all this stuff third hand. My gosh. So here's the deal. Speaking of controversy, it's all about the elbow at yesterday's Giants. We got to finish today on a fun note, and that is if you missed my social media post on Twitter, go check it out, and I need your opinion. 808 KNBR, flagrant foul or no? We will discuss next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Did I see you give a shimmy at second base after your double?
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell.
Oh, that was for Pat.
Yeah. He always says to check our and all that. I knew that was coming. I'm just wearing it. Oh.
It's a lot going on here. Number one, Aftershock tickets right now. I continue to be baffled that Blink-182 is playing Aftershock. I thought Aftershock was for hardcore stuff only. This is not hardcore.
Ooh. You taking a shot at Blink-182?
It's power pop.
Power pop? That feels like a shot.
2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival.
That was a little disrespectful.
Call Danny Dunn right now. Caller number 10, 415-896-KNBR. 2 4-day pass. 4-day passes, not even a 1-day pass. Wow. We're getting generous in this piece. 2 4-day passes, October 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th at Discovery Park. Blink-182, Deftones, Korn, Bring Me the Horizon, A Perfect Circle, Rob Zombie, Good Charlotte, Marilyn Manson, on and on and on. Are the All-American Rejects? So it's like it's a power pop fest. It's not Aftershock.
You keep saying power pop. Is that a real thing?
Power pop?
I think these bands would be insulted if you called them power pop.
No, I think they would be down with it. Hoobastank. Holy moly.
Hoobastank.
Anyway, call Dan Dunn. 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. By the way, I have to get out today. I'm going to go do a podcast, by the way. Ooh. Not the Irish guys.
Ooh, you going to get this podcast.
Who are phasing me out after all those years. I'm getting less and less, fewer and fewer calls.
Oh, rough. They got the NFL now. Why do they need
They have a new generation. I think they're like, phase out the old man.
Yeah.
But Run TMC is a Marin County basketball podcast.
Ooh.
How about that?
Wow.
It's run by a couple of old heads, Duffy and Dave. Well, they're younger than me. But they are, and it's all about like basketball culture, names, lore, epic tales. They've waited. It's cool that they valued me so much because they only waited about 97 episodes to have me on. By the way, and I say this about a great pal who used to be on there, Dan Dibley. I think he's been on because he's a fellow Marin guy like me, and I think he's been on 3 times. Culture Boy once.
Dude, take a seat, Murph. We got dibs today,
dude. Definitely. And in fact, they even said it in the directions to the studio where they're recording it. They're like, it's kind of hard to find, but Dibley found us. You should be good.
Wow, that's it. I need my daily dose of dibs.
Pop Punk 707 says Pop Punk.
Pop Punk.
I don't know. Either way,
I've always thought of like Blink-182 and those bands as like skate rock. But I don't know if that's a genre either.
That'll work. Yeah,
Great call, yes.
Skate rock.
All right, do we have the video going here on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter? So if anybody follows Twitter, X, whatever the hell you want to call it, I tweeted out after the game. And I did this, by the way, with great thought. And I was like, this should produce some good riffing.
It did.
Because I got to the game. It was my sister's birthday game. One of the things we do every year is I take my sister to a Giants game, and she's loved it for years and years because she goes with her nephews, who she adores. And God, they've grown up. My God, Katie was remembering. We saw a Red Sox game before Rory was born on a hot Saturday, and Declan was in our arms, a little chubby baby in our arms.
Now she's looking up at both of the boys.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes. Rory's shooting up like a weed.
Rory is growing.
So
the Greek is growing.
So we get to the game, and we had a great group around us, but the guy in front of me, and if you look at
what a shot.
I'm just laughing looking at it.
Download the KNBR app just for this.
I took 3 different pictures because I specifically wanted that. I like Twitter.
Not 1, not 2, but 3 photos of this guy's elbow.
I like tweets that are in the 4-pack. Those pictures seem to work, so I thought it'd be good symmetry there. There's one picture of the family celebrating the win, and then the other 3 of this guy's. So this guy did this early on, and I was like, okay, early on or whatever. He's putting his arm around his gal right in front of me, and his elbow's clearly in my space. In fact, it's actually blocking my drink access. And I was like, all right, inning or 2, whatever, bro. And then the game continues to go on. And at one point, he takes the arm back and pings it to his armrest. I'm like, okay, so he's done. And that's just a brief thing where he kind of works out a kink, and back it goes up and over, and boom. And now I'm just like, what are we doing here? Now we're in the 4th or 5th inning. Now, do I say something? I mean, that's a reason. I probably could have said something. But if I did, I thought it would have been introducing an element of tension into a very fun, relaxed afternoon. Maybe it's part of me, hey, just deal with it, buddy. The guy's putting his arm around his gal. You deal with it.
Do you,
know what I mean?
accidentally bump him on purpose?
Well, it got to the later innings, and I had a beer and a half. And at my stage, maybe that's buzzed. I don't know. Is a beer and a half buzzed anymore?
Were you chugging it like you were with Matt Chapman?
Hazy IPAs that you buy at that beer stand you know, right next to the...
Got to get that hazy. Got to get your value.
And so I decided to start picking up the beer and brushing up again, like bumping into the elbow. Unfazed.
Oh, wow.
Unfazed.
That's
like he didn't even feel it.
Wow.
Maybe because the weenus has no nerve endings.
Yeah, that's it, dude. Murph was out here flicking this guy's weenus, and he just would not react the whole time.
What, Tony? You
gotta-
statement.
I need to cut that right now.
You're the guy that posted 3 photos of this guy's weenus on the live stream.
415. So I just want to get your guys' reaction. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Is this a flagrant foul or no? Discuss. Marcus, your reaction.
You know, when I first saw this, first of all, it was like in the final 2 minutes of Game 7 of the NBA Finals where I saw it on Twitter. I'm like, why the hell am I staring at this guy's weenus as SGA and OKC are out here trying to win a title for the first time? And then I thought, is it really that big of a deal? Because I like to stretch out. I like to get comfortable. And that's the thing. When you go to a ballpark, you don't have the comfort of sitting on your own couch. You're going into a stadium and you're a part of a society. Now, Murph, just like you had a sign on your T-shirt that said, no wave at Oracle Park, I think this guy's all right actually putting his elbow behind his girl. And actually,
you're trying to be controversial
I think it's
right
a little
now.
bit of a power move. You might have got alpha'd at the ballpark with this guy throwing his elbow back behind you.
Oh, there's no question that I did not choose to engage, but I was a strategic move on my part because I had my sister and my kids, and I didn't want to get into a deal where all of a sudden now, what's the deal?
Now we got an issue.
Yeah.
Your weenus is in my beer.
So, what's Dan Dunn say about this, by the way?
I
Does he have a take on
need
this?
the cool presence of a Danny Dunn.
He's giving his answer
What
to Tony
does he
right now.
do in a situation like this?
Very inconsiderate of this guy.
Okay, there you go.
And
What
I
about-
agree. That's not cool, bro.
Yeah,
like, at
but
least move it out of the way.
Here's my take, just to play devil's advocate. Do you think he realizes how much his weenus is hanging up over your beer? Like, do you think he thinks that he's in the wrong?
It was hard to tell because I was bumping the elbow with the beer, and he never turned around. He never like, hey man, sorry, hey, does this bother you or anything? So anyway, I put it out there. Here's some of the reaction from the Twitterverse. The great Jim Young, who is an official scorer in the Major League Baseball press box. He's a scorer. He says obstruction. This is obstruction. So I guess we get the base free. Adam Rank, NFL Network, says that's pretty wild.
Dude, it's Brian Murphy.
A guy named Germ says, that would have really pissed me off.
What's up, Germ?
Doc says, would have gotten a, quote, accidental hand swipe every time I went for my drink. Marty says, I carry a pin with me at all times.
Oh, wow.
Chuck says, he ought to get that dark spot on his forearm checked out. Looks precancerous.
That could help the guy out.
Darth Disney says, yeah, this is creepy. Christoph says, this calls for the old weenus pinch.
Yeah, there it is.
Gene, one of the Guardian Angels, says definitely a flagrant. Nick just says fun game. Seeing 2 Red Sox toss was great.
Nice.
Officer
Nick.
Farva says flagrant, gotta go.
Farva?
Kathy says, I love your shirt. Victory says 15 yards automatic first down. Michael says personal foul at most. Most refs will swallow whistle and play on.
See, that's the thing. I don't think that's getting called because I don't think the intent was there. Like, I don't think it was a blatant disrespectful move to do that. Like, it's different to me than leaning back in your seat on an airplane. Like, that to me is more disrespectful.
Tell you a funny story. My buddies and I were younger. We're at a game. One of them's hammered. And he's doing the drape over us. Not all game, but he's draped his arm over us to tell us a story, and he's laughing, and he's just being sloppy. And he gets a tap on his shoulder from a woman, a nice woman, put-together woman who is a matronly woman, probably my age now, but we were in our 20s. She says, sir, excuse me, sir. He says, yeah? She says, your fingers are in my wine.
Oh!
Just draped him right down.
Your fingers are in my wine.
He wasn't even feeling it.
See,
he wasn't even feeling it.
Yeah, now that's an issue. See,
Candace had hair in front of us. A woman with long hair fluffed her hair, and the hair went down into her drink.
Okay, now this has happened before where I've gone to put down my beer, and there's a woman ahead of me with her hair draping down. Now, I've never told a woman to put her hair up or anything like that. Don't want to step any boundaries here or anything like that, but I've never told somebody in front of me to readjust himself. So I'm going to say Mr. Weenus is fine putting his elbow around his girl.
I don't know about that. 530 says, dude, you have some patience, man. This guy's a D, is what he says. Another one, Chris says, it would bother me. That's why I always try to buy the front row seats. This CT guy says, dude takes his shoes off on planes too, guaranteed.
Oof.
And Bill, the longtime baseball coach down at Archbishop Mitty, Coach Bill says, he's definitely in the cylinder. So
yeah, he's in your personal bubble, Murph.
Funny stuff, man. Anyway, dude, you know how you put out some tweets and they get no love? Dude, this tweet, let me see. By the way, Brad Townsend of the Dallas Morning News, who's an respected sports writer, he retweeted it. Says, not quite as bad as what happens on airplanes, but rude nonetheless. But basically, that tweet got, let me give you the little, dude, that tweet's up to 122 comments and 54,000 views.
Wow, dude.
My prior tweet on Dom Smith's defense got 10,000 views. Dude.
I mean, this might go more viral than your tweets about the tamales down at Chase Center.
925's Murph, you're a P for not taking action. Bro, believe me, I'm sitting there with my sister and my two kids, and it could get, I'm just like, I'm not going to, I'd rather make it a bit on the air, buddy. Well, so 925, he likes the smoke is what he likes.
Ah, right? He's looking for that smoke. He wanted you to get a handful of that weenus.
So what, should I have just tapped it and said, hey, man, your elbow's in my airspace?
Just flick it.
And the guy would have said, hey, I'm putting my arm around my gal. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah.
Now we're like, okay, now we got to get going here. Now call what are we doing?
Yeah.
Sir, I challenge thee to a duel at 10 paces.
Next thing you know, you're calling up the water boy from the suite. And I'm coming from the top ropes.
All right. Thought it would be a good segment. Shout out. Somebody says, dude, you're being straight Larry David, curb your enthusiasm material. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Had curb vibes, didn't it?
It does have curb vibes.
All right, man. All right, guys, here's the deal. We will hand it over to Papa and Silver. How about Mikey Silver? There it is. It definitely had that vibe. Mikey Silver, who was in Bob Melvin's office with Buster Posey and Steve Kerr yesterday.
Wait, what?
Yeah, Steve Kerr. So they showed Kerr. Do you remember when they showed Kerr on the game wearing his Pacific Palisades hat for the fire relief down there at his hometown? Well, Mikey and Kerr are legit. I mean, I actually wondered through the years, because Silver's always like, yeah, we went to high school together, dude. We're tight. I was like, yeah, Kerr might just be tolerating him. You know what I mean? But no, Mikey was in the sweet seats right next to the dugout.
Squeezing in.
Yeah, he squeezed in.
Big time.
So I guess they were all high school buddies. That's pretty good. It's a good picture of Buster, Melvin, Kerr, Mikey, and then two other guys. Ask Greg Silver who the other two guys are. Some guy named Leo, I think.
Ooh.
Some guy named Leo.
Yeah.
He's supposed to give us the love here.
Well, I mean, hell, I was going to ask where the hell was Greg Silver?
Where is he?
Seriously.
Greg Silver can't make the club, huh?
And by the way, our buddy Marcus Garcia, who's now working at Ozumo.
What's up, Marcus?
Says he wants you to know that Bob Melvin was celebrating at Ozumo, and he wants to see us soon.
Let's go.
So there you go, man. There you go.
It's time to go.
Who is
Greg
it then?
Silver on the case. Let us know.
Yeah, here he is. G. Silver. This is a face-off.
Yeah, so it's Corey Konkoff, the legendary Corey Konkoff from Pacific Palisades, and Leo. Don't have a last name on Leo.
Were they all Dodgers fans?
I don't know.
Well, Kerr is.
Yeah.
And your dad just doesn't even care about baseball.
No, he was all in on the Giants, baby. He was
He's
wearing the Father's Day hat that I gave him, which was a sketch of crushing Gary Tyrell. Really nice guy, by the way. The trombone from the 1982 play.
He's by the way, he's an A's fan, first and foremost, your dad.
Yeah, I
Oakland
will
A's fan.
see Michael Silver down at 49er training camp rocking the Cell t-shirt. He wears that a lot.
I would say if your dad had to power rank baseball, he'd go Oakland A's 1.
Oh, for sure.
Not Sacramento A's.
No.
What about the Las Vegas A's?
That's the last.
I heard they got shovels in the ground this morning, actually.
How about that?
Rob Manfred, that clown.
All right, guys. All that and a weenus, too.
Yeah.
On The Sports Leader.
Couple weenus pinches. Time to go, Tony.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did I see you give a shimmy at second base after your double?
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell.
Oh, that was for Pat.
Yeah, he always says to check our you know.
You know, there's so much chaos there because he drops the T-bomb, the gas station bumper sticker, shake your T's, right at the same time he gets hit with ice water. So then his reaction gets off the rails a little bit. So it gets real crazy. Laura Britt doesn't know what to do because he just dropped the T-bomb and then he got doused with water. It's chaos. So, hey, man, that's what happens when you win.
That's it. And then we get to celebrate it on a Monday morning, and we get to do a mashup of Elliot Ramos talking about shaking those T's with Pitbull and the Yin Yang Twins. Shake, Murph. Shake them.
All right, there you go. By the way, there's a story through it. Did you see the guy in the Steph Curry jersey they showed on the Jumbotron after Steve Kerr?
Ooh. I think I caught a glimpse of him. Why? What's the story?
They were showing a guy, according to the 831, they were at the game yesterday and walked by a Shell station on 3rd Street, and this guy was relieving himself on a gas pump, and the cops popped him.
Whoa.
Is that a true story? Or is that irresponsible for me to spread a rumor?
I mean, you just went with it live on air.
Didn't say his name. We're good.
Wow, in San Francisco of all places.
I know, right? Dan Lurie, San Francisco.
Yeah.
You can't do that no more.
Oh, man.
All right.
Oh, jeez.
It's not one of those cases for Waterboy's in pre-birthday mode. Tomorrow's going to be a little crazy.
Oh, dude.
If he's gotten this loose in
I was just biting my tongue on a riff I had right now.
I know, so
yeah.
Tomorrow, keep your dump button ready.
Yeah, exactly. Get ready to go.
John Joe Curley, you'll be shocked to know we got through a show.
Look at that. On the clock.
Yes. All right. And finally, what did young Tony learn today?
Inquiring minds want to know, what did OG Murph learn today?
See? We pulled a fast one on you. It's not him. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. I learned today that the nerveless bag of skin on your elbow is called a weenus. Now, where did you learn this?
So I've known this since like elementary school because people would joke around and be like, ha ha, I pinched your weenus, and they would grab your elbow. And then last night, as you posted not one, not two, but 3 different photos of this guy's elbow draped over the back of his seat, it's the first thing I thought of. I said, damn, I'm going to wake up Monday morning and start riffing about the weenus that was sitting right in front of Murph.
Did you know this, Young Tone? Did you know this?
Yeah, what's your weenus knowledge?
What's my weenus? That's a great line. I'm going to cut that after the show. No, it's just it's the skin on the end of your elbow. Greg Papa sounds like he didn't know either. Everybody used to just pinch your little weenus. Pause.
It's clearly a generational thing.
Yeah,
If
it
Papa
might be a
didn't know and I
generational
didn't
thing.
know, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, that's why we learned it. Thanks to Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. All right. Tomorrow's Waterboy's birthday, everybody.
Yeah, let it be known.
Bring him a cake.
I'm going to have it on the rundown for the next 30 days, guys.
When it's time for a change, think speedy oil change and auto service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Maybe because the weenus has no nerve endings.
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell. Yeah, he always says to check our and all that.
Oh, sorry.
Sound like Sparky.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco.
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
The lefty throws, swing and a pop-up, and the first baseman is under it, moving to his right a little bit now as the wind carries it, and it is caught by Toro going to his right, and the Boston Red Sox stay hot. The final, Red Sox 7, Giants 5.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line, going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field. And it makes it 3-0 Giants.
0-2 the count with 2 down in the 9th inning. The pitch on the way, and a ground ball to short. Fielded cleanly by Adames, and he throws him out at first. And the Giants have won it.
2-2. Narvaez strikes out swinging. And the game is over. The series is over. The Giants make it 2 in a row against the Red Sox. And they beat Boston today by the final score of 9-5. A hard-fought, closely played series between 2 good teams.
Yeah. How about it? The Giants, after all that, take 2 out of 3 against the Boston Red Sox, who had been hot, as you heard there, with some calls from John Miller and Dave Fleming coming in. Good to be with you. Good to be back. And the Giants aren't always pretty, but they found enough ways to win games. They found enough ways to win series, and that's a big part of why they are 44-34, 10 games over 500 because of it. Good to be back with you, Pop and Silver, hanging out from 10 to 2. Lots to get into today. Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket. The NBA Finals went down in a very tough blow for Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers last night. Congratulations to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And, of course, the big focus of our first hour is the orange and black, the Rafael Devers Revenge Series. He goes deep for the first time as a Giant. They take 2 out of 3. Papa, how are you? Good morning. How was JD? I see you came back.
Oh, yeah. You were here, there, everywhere. Planes, trains, automobiles, helicopters, crafts. You were here, you're back, and you got a smile on your face. How was the weekend? Was it fun?
Oh, it was fantastic. Actually, I figured there's only a couple of people in this building who would be able to get this piece of Giants information, but I took a small plane with forever Giant Craig Lefferts, who spent 3 years of his career over here. He was the groom's uncle, and so I was like, oh, let's chat it up here on this tiny little plane. And then I realized as I was explaining who I was, it was way less cool because I was about 4 layers removed from being invited to the wedding. Nonetheless, we had a spectacular time. Definitely different up there. The fact that it would just stay light until about 10 o'clock on the San Juan Islands. And all weekend long, everyone just was sick of me right from the beginning because I felt like something was different. It wasn't the temperature. The air was just, I don't know, it was a crispness, a certain smell to it. And then I figured out that it's because love was in the air, why everything was the way it was. Congratulations to Natalie and Oliver, the Lefferts. What a time. Sad I missed the Red Sox series, but it's good to be back and good to be back talking about a team that just won 2 out of 3, man.
Good to have you. We know Craig Lefferts well back in the late 80s, so good to have you back. And we had a wild weekend, and we'll get into all of it over what happened. I mean, obviously, Sunday morning, finding out Kevin Durant is staying in the Western Conference and going to the number 2 seed. I was hoping he'd go to Miami. And then, boom, baby, was the end of Tyrese Halliburton's season. It reminded me a lot of like Durant in Toronto in 2019. And then, you know, the events of the rest of the game. We'll pay proper respect to Oklahoma City. They had a great year. But we never know how that game would have gone last night. But the weekend, and it was a lot of fun. I was actually out there last night. Greg O'Donnell, my favorite fiduciary. F you, O'Donnell. No, we love O'Donnell from the O'Donnell Financial Group. In typical Papa fashion, I texted him like 5 minutes before the first pitch. Hey, you got any tickets for the game today? Like, what? But he took care of us. Section 117, right behind home plate. Got a great view of the good and the bad and the all-around of Robbie Ray and the way he's able to hide the baseball. But he hung a couple of breaking balls, a curveball in particular, and it was back and forth and up and down. But just overall, Greg, I mean, these are the Boston Red Sox, and they have 3 straight sellouts over the weekend. And when Boston typically comes in, whether it's to play the A's like they used to when the A's were in Oakland or to play the Giants, Red Sox Nation takes over. It didn't feel like it has in years past. I think it was closer to like 25-30% Red Sox fans, where in years past it was like 40 and 50%. But being there yesterday, what got into the ballpark? It played like Fenway Park yesterday. The wind was blowing out. It was smoking hot, and the ball was flying. The Giants hit 3 homers for the first time in a couple of years. But the Bostonians acted like the Red Sox and hit 3 homers themselves, and back and forth it went. 1-0 Boston, 2-1 Giants, 4-2 Boston, 4-4 tie, 5-4 Boston, and then a 4 spot in the 7th inning. And the fan bases, it was let's go Red Sox, right back at them with let's go Giants. It's a little different than when the A's and Giants do battle, and that'll be on July 4th in Sacramento again. How will that be? Or even when the Yankees come in, and certainly different than what has happened with beat LA. But it was a great weekend. These franchises have they have a lot in common, and then they have very little in common, because Boston's one of the great franchises in the history of the American League. The Giants are one of the great franchises going back to the late 19th century in the history of the National League, starting as the New York Gothams. They play in 2 of the best ballparks in all of sports, yet they're very different. Fenway Park and now Oracle Park could not be more different. They're as different as New Englanders versus San Franciscans. But there's a party vibe. Maybe not like Wrigley at Fenway, but the cask and flagon behind the monster, just all around that city block, and how much they love baseball there. Very similar to when this ballpark opened. They loved it at Candlestick, but when it went down to the China Basin right in the heart of the city, and Bonds is blasting balls in the bay, and Buster shows up and they're hanging flags, it felt a lot like Fenway Park. It was kind of me Fenway Park of the West Coast, although very, very different. And then breaking curses. For Boston forever, you'd go there and you see the numerals all lined up, 9-4-8-1-8. What does that mean? September the 4th of 1918, the last time the Boston Red Sox won a World Series, until the epic comeback. And if you've never seen that documentary, one of the best in the history of sport, when they came back on the Yankees down 3-0, Doc Roberts, the big stolen base, you know the story. They won in 04. They came back and won in 07. They won in 13, and then they won with Rafael Devers in 2018. So they've got their 4 championships after breaking the curse, where the Giants finally on the West Coast able to break on through and win in 10, 12, and 14, and are looking to tie Boston, at least in recent years, Greg. But it was just a great vibe. The sun was out. The wind was blowing out. The balls were flying out of Oracle Park. Giants actually scored 9 runs, 11 hits, 3 home runs. What a weekend. Greg O'Donnell, you're my guy. Those seats were terrific, and I got a little sunburn, but we're all good. But What a day of Giants and Red Sox baseball yesterday.
Greg O'Donnell certainly earned himself in the Gregxcellent category. And yeah, actually, if you were listening to the morning show.
He's G-O-D.
He is G-O-D.
G-O-D, Greg O'Donnell. He's God around here.
He's God. There's no other way to put it. And if anyone was listening to the morning show, they were talking about that my father was out there. And I texted him in the 6th inning, and I'm like, dude, you're getting more home runs today than you see in like a 20-game span here at Oracle Park. The day game, very different. Rafael Devers finally got the first one off his back, and we know from Willy Adames and the way he started the year how much of a weight it felt like off of his shoulders to get it off of his back when he finally went yard for the first time. Willie, of course, had the big dagger yesterday, and I kind of joked that Willy Adames, even though this is his first season with the Giants, he has seen enough torture. He has seen enough of the Giants brand of baseball to know that, hey, the insurance run never really hurts, but they ended up doing just fine. Randy Rodriguez Wood ends up closing it out in the 9th. They win it 9-5. They end up taking the series. So we're going to take it all the way back to Friday with some of those frustrations and the Christian costs of it all. And then Saturday, the way that they ended up getting that response, and Camilo Doval, not Tranquilo Camilo, couple of runs there in the 9th. But again, they do just enough. They even the series. And then yesterday, it was all about capitalizing the mistakes. Elliot Ramos with a bad error that you're never really going to see a whole lot in the big leagues in the first inning. He responds with the 4 RBIs, and then Romy Gonzalez giving it right back when the Giants ended up putting 4 up in the 7th and taking the lead for good. So you know what we like to do on Mondays. And by the way, I love to see Charles Barkley and that TNT crew doing the finals up in this next year, because that was tough watching Perkins and Stephen A. Smith just shout at each other. The game, that was the second worst part of the game behind Tyrese Halliburton getting his Achilles blown out in the first quarter. So in honor of Charles Barkley, we will give you our 2 words for the Friday and Saturday and Sunday coming up on the other side. Are we good to go, Walter? All right, let's do that when we come back. Papa and Silver back together on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, for as sloppy as Friday was, the Giants end up taking care of business Saturday and Sunday. So they take the series against the Red Sox. Rafael Devers' first look against his former team. Off day today, and the boys are back to 10 games above 500 and 3.5 back of the LA Dodgers for first in the NL West.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line, going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field. And it makes it 3-0 Giants. And a huge ovation for the new Giants slugger. He does it against his old pal. A 2-run homer straight down the left field line, really. And with a lot of carry, he hit that ball hard the other way. Cool moment for Rafael Devers.
Yeah, nothing like the first, and he did it against his old team, Rafael Devers, Saturday, third inning, 2 runs, put the Giants up 3-0, and they would not score again. They win it 3-2. So we're going to do our little 2 words coming up in just a second. I got to tell you about our guest list today. Hunter Pence going to be stopping by at 10:50. He got traded over to this clubhouse in the middle of a season and can speak to that in great volumes. Bobby Marks is going to come by at 11:15. Had a short window, but with the NBA season ending yesterday and then the trade of Kevin Durant, it's good to be thinking about how this could all have a ripple effect around the league and possibly teams like a Miami Heat who missed out on Durant. Would they be interested in going after a Jonathan Kuminga? He'll be talking to us then at 11:15. Jesse Rogers is going to be coming by at 11:50. And then Matt Thomas of the Houston Rockets radio will be joining us at 12:30. So lots to get into. Big, full agenda. And, of course, all Giants all hour one long. And let's just start with the sloppiness of Friday. It wasn't Rafael's night. He went 0 for 5. It was Rafaela, who was a triple shy of hitting for the cycle. That 6th inning home run gave the Red Sox the lead for good. Jarren Duran, Abreu, Hamilton all had 2 hits apiece. And the 2 words I decided to end up going with in all of this one, with all the drama and the weirdness of Aroldis Chapman and Wilmer Flores, I decided to actually just keep it simple with second base. And I'm sorry to come down the road of a Christian Koss, but a lot of the focus of this first chunk of the year was the lack of production from the first base position, specifically Lamont Wade. So now that gets solved. You got Devers. Now you got Wilmer and Dominic Smith sort of platooning the defensive side of the first base position, with Devers going as the DH. And eventually we might be seeing him at the first base position. So what do we do as fans or broadcasters or observers of the game? We focus on the next position that is causing them a little bit of troubles, and that has been the second base position. Now, Tyler Fitzgerald was effective with some sack bunts this weekend, but the bat has really cooled off for him. And Christian Koss, who played second, had a couple of RBIs, but the worst kind of RBIs, a no-out bases loaded ground into a double play. Did it twice. I don't think a Giant had done that since the year of 2008, if I am correct on that. And then the error he made to kind of really break open the game and give the Red Sox the lead for good was a toughie. So I'm just going to go with it. 2 words, second base. Walter, let me know when we've got our sound ready to go on that. Here is the little bit of a package of Christian Koss making the costly error and the multiple double plays. I felt like I was living in a deja vu, because you'll hear the voices of a Dave Fleming right here and a John Miller, and it's just both times he's like Willie Adames. He comes in to score, but they do get a run. Anyway, here's the sound.
Now he swings on a hard smash to second. This could be 2. There's the throw to second for 1. The relay back to first. In time, a double play. A run does score, though. Adames in from third.
Adames at third, Schmidt at second, Bailey at first. The 0-1. Koss, ground ball, left side. Over to field it. Meyer to second one. The throw to first. Got him double play. A run does come in to score. Adames is in, and it's 4-3 Giants.
Swing and the ground ball headed into shallow right field and off the glove of Koss and into right field. And that's a run. Man, the Giants are collapsing on the infield here in this inning.
Yeah, so there you hear Dave Fleming, John Miller, and it was a couple of run-scoring double plays with the bases loaded and no outs from Christian Koss, and then the very costly error of the ball he could have got at second base. The Giants end up losing it 7-5.
Yeah, Christian Koss does not get an error, does not get an RBI, I should say, for either one of those. You don't get an RBI when you hit into a double play, although John Miller has made the point over the years, and I've never heard it before, you actually should. It depends on the game situation and whether or not you would change, trade 2 outs for a run. In this situation, it came up in the second inning, it came up in the fourth inning, and in both situations, he hit into a double play to kind of squelch a rally. Christian Koss is a valuable player on this team. The defensive mistake he made, he knows he made a mistake. Probably in this situation when he hit into the double play, the bases were loaded because of 3 straight walks the first time up. The second time up, it was a hit, and a walk. So Dobbins, who was the pitcher, and we told you that on Friday, he's a great pitcher with a lot of stuff and a good breaking ball. He does fly open with his front side. He tries to power the ball too much, and his arm drags behind, and he does go wild. I've seen him throw, 30-some-odd pitches in an inning. He didn't, Koss, if he made one mistake, is that he was just too aggressive early in the count in those situations. So we are going to have Casey Schmidt on the show tomorrow at noon. Casey had a great game yesterday with 4 hits and the home run, played spectacularly defense all over third base all weekend, and in particular yesterday pulled Wilmer off the bag a little bit. I think Dominic Smith would have made that play being a lefty first baseman. But with Tyler Fitzgerald, he's in a deep funk. He got off to a good start. His defense, though, his range at second base, the catch he made in shallow right field yesterday on the pop-up, he was playing up the middle for a ground ball, almost right, what you're allowed to straddle the line in the middle of second base. You got to be over on the right side, which he was. But, man, he sprinted after the ball and made that catch out and right before Yaz could get there. Really impressive. I do think he could be easily a center fielder. Probably where he's best suited is to be a Super U, where he comes off the bench and plays everywhere. If he can play short, he can play second, he can play first, he can play third. If he can play center, he can play left and right. He should be able to play anywhere but catch, and I'm sure he could pitch in a blowout situation. So we'll see. The bunch that he got down yesterday were really impressive. And neither one was great bunting technique, but the second and third one out, I called it before sitting in O'Donnell's seats behind home plate. Beaumel's going to go with the safety squeeze here. He does it a lot, and he got it down in play. And that, if you put that down on the ground and the runner at third reads it and takes off, it's really hard to defend that play at the plate, and that is a value. So where is Tyler Fitzgerald really most valuable? I would not take him off the roster, even if Chapman comes back and you move Casey to second. The baseball gods have a way of kind of squaring all this up for you, but I think he's a valuable member of the 26-man roster. He's the fastest player on the team. He can steal a base. He can get a bunt down. He would certainly be situationally at times someone you would sub in defensively, whether it's at second or short or center or anywhere. I do agree with you. They got to upgrade at second base, but I'm not going to lay the whole deal on Christian Koss. It's a hard role to be in when you're asked to play like once every 2 weeks.
Oh, for sure. And Tyler Fitzgerald absolutely does have value, particularly with the speed and the fact that he can get down some quality bunts like we saw this weekend. But just as the everyday second baseman right now, it has kind of been a little bit of a hole. And we'll get to what Casey Schmidt did yesterday in just a moment. But now they're starting to think, okay, when Matt Chapman comes back, are we thinking Casey Schmidt as your more everyday second baseman? Let's move over to Saturday when things started to turn around. And the 2 words that I'm going to go with are actually big bats. And no, I'm not mixing this up with Sunday when everybody was hitting the home runs. I'm strictly talking about the fact that you need your biggest bats and your best hitters to cover for an Oracle Park game, even if it's a day game. This ballpark, I should say, when the Giants have not been a team that is going to be built on scoring. And you got the home run in the first from Elliot Ramos, and then the second time up around, Rafael Devers hits it. That was all they ended up scoring. And I'm not trying to dismiss what Landon Roop did, because Landon Roop had a spectacular bounce-back game after his worst start of the year at Dodger Stadium. He went the full 6 innings, no earned runs, 7 strikeouts, 3 hits, 3 walks. But this team is going to have to get solid pitching performances, and Landon Roop did just that. The difference is finding ways to get runs on the board. Elliot Ramos using the power for home run number 13. Rafael Devers, as we came into this segment with, hits his first as a Giant and does it to opposite field. And they needed every single run as the 9th inning got a little bit dicey. So Walter, give me the thumbs up when we got our big bats.
3-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive into deep left center field. Way back there, still going back. Sedan at the wall. Adios! Pelota! Into the Giants bullpen for the first run of the game.
It's one high and deep to left and out of here. I don't care what Rafael Devers says after the game. That meant a lot.
Well, who he hit it for and who he hit it against had meaning on both sides of the swing. And that was impressive.
Yeah, so Dave Fleming got the call as we came in with. Actually, Will Fleming, I believe, has a call in our system as well, but had to give some love to Kruk and Kipe on the TV call for that as well. Ramos, Devers, Go Yard, Giants even the series on Saturday, 3-2.
Yeah, and we said this, obviously after they made the trade and knew when we played Boston, and Thursday when we were at the yard and all day Friday getting ready for it. The key thing was to watch how Cora and Andrew Bailey, their pitching coach, Alex Cora, their manager, would pitch Rafael Devers. And we had an idea just watching him and looking at the analytics. Teams like to pound him with high fastballs, and specifically they like to get in on him. Sometimes I think he needs to back off the plate too much. His front foot is right on top of home plate. The back foot is back, and then he swings it, or the front foot is back, and then he swings it forward. He closes up, and sometimes he get his foot down a little bit too late. I could see it right behind home plate. O'Donnell's seats were amazing. And when he does get it down, like he did, late in the game yesterday when he scored the extra run, he's able to drive it, and he pulled his arms in. But he only had 2 hits against the Red Sox all weekend. He was 2 for 12. Bayo fed his swing. So he's a lot like Shohei Ohtani, where does he have a weakness? I don't know. Be careful. But if you are going to pitch him, you got to pitch him up and in. It's fastballs, 4-seam fastballs. They need to be up. If he goes down to get one, he could dig it out. If it's up and right on top of him, a lot of hitters have a hole. We were talking to JT Snow on Thursday about that. Lefty hitters have a hole. He has a hole there. Krukow made a great point in the base hit yesterday. He was able to pull his arms in and take that pitch, although it was low. But the home run, he had a lot of opposite field home runs in Boston. And if you put the ball middle away to Rafael Devers, even if it's a 4-seam fastball that's upper 90s, he's going to hit it. He can be late on that pitch and still be strong enough. In Boston, I don't even know if that ball would have gone out. Maybe off the monster, but here, especially in a day game where it's warm and night games may be different here, he'll adjust, but he's going to hit that ball out of the ballpark. So the one thing about him is he does have a groin injury. And when he scored late in the game yesterday on the ball that Ramos hit right down the line, I was sitting right behind the plate. Greg O'Donnell's seats were amazing. He is God, G-O-D. When he scored, and he ran pretty well. Matt Williams waved him in from first base. But when he landed, you couldn't see it on TV. You couldn't see any replays. But I saw it when he hit home plate and he jumped up in the air to celebrate the run and he landed. Yeah, I don't know if I'd say he was hobbling or what it was, but his walk back to the dugout was not good at all. He had a groin injury, and they backed off him working at first base a little bit. He is thick. Lower body, legs are thick. He's not as thick as Elliot Ramos, but he's a big boy. Came into camp, not in great shape this year. You'd think he'll be able to play through that as a DH, but that's why sometimes he pulls up when he comes out of the box, like the ground ball against the Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball. The week before he was traded, everybody was so upset with him about if his legs aren't right, he's not going to bust it. He did bust it from first to score on that play, but when he went back to the dugout, he did not look right.
Yeah, so Giants end up escaping and 3-2, and we'll give you our 2 words for our Sunday game yesterday on the other side because there was so much that happened. 415-808 KNBR if you would like to join the conversation, and then Hunter Pence at 10:50. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you, Papa and Silver. Got to go with our 2 words for Sunday coming up here in just a bit. Hunter Pence going to be joining us at 10:50. And Sunday, I obviously was not in town until well after the game, but just seeing videos out there, the lines to get into Oracle Park, I'm thinking, look, whether it's the Jung-Hoo Lee hoodie giveaway or Rafael Devers or Hello Kitty or just the fact that San Francisco Giants are now 10 over 500, the Buster Posey PBO era has brought a lot of the Bay Area back to 3rd and King. And I know Greg Papa knows very well what this region is like when the Giants are rocking and rolling and everyone is rallying around the orange and black here in late June. So it's a lot of fun sights to see. And yesterday, the Giants ended up taking the series 2 out of 3 against the Boston Red Sox team that had still been hot even after trading away Rafael Devers on Father's Day. So, wow, so much happened yesterday, right? 6 combined home runs. That's the most since September 8th of 2023 when they played the Colorado Rockies. I should say most at Oracle Park. Was not a Coors Field game, in which that would not have been very shocking at all. But what we're going to go with here for the 2 words is something I sort of teased earlier in the show. Capitalizing mistakes. Because for a while, the Giants were down 1-0, and then a couple more times they were down a run, and immediately you just think about what happened with 2 outs and Elliot Ramos getting Duran's routine fly ball in left field. And hey, it happens to big leaguers sometimes, but that one was just right in the pocket of the glove, and he lost it, and it dropped. And Robbie Ray luckily only had to throw 6 more pitches because of it, and that was all the damage that was done. But between the Encarnacion error at first base that we referenced, when Robbie Ray's been on the mound the last couple of times, the defensive support has not necessarily been there for him. So that was the big one at the beginning. But then Ramos, to his credit, knocked in the first 2 runs to give the Giants the lead. He ends up with 4 RBIs on the day. And the big reason why we're doing with capitalizing mistakes is because that's what the Giants did in the 7th. When Romy Gonzalez with 2 outs took a Yaz liner, same kind of deal, was right off the tip of the glove and just whizzed by. And the Giants would end up piling on from there. Rafael Devers, I know he was only 2 for 12. You look at the box score over the series. That single to keep it going and set up Elliot Ramos was big. And then they would end up leading 8-5. Willy Adames would score the next run on a solo shot in the 8th. They win it 9-5. So here is the sound about capitalizing off of mistakes.
The 2-2 pitch. Yastrzemski hits a liner to second, and it's off the glove. It ricochets right off the glove of Gonzalez and into right field. Schmidt scores, and the Giants go ahead 6-5. Well, sometimes in these day games, whether it's a shirt, a white shirt in the background, or the reflection of the sun, every once in a while you'll see something like that. But Gonzalez, the ball went right off his glove.
Yeah, as you heard from Dave Fleming right there, both in the case of Ramos and Gonzalez, it went right off of their glove. And the bottom line is the Giants did more damage with the mistake they were handed than the Red Sox did. They win it 9-5, and for once, a non-torturous ninth inning, and they take the series, Papa.
Greg O'Donnell, thank you again in the God seats. Where I was sitting at section 117, row D, fourth row, seat 1, I could see it all. And Mike Krukow nailed it. It was a knuckleball that Romy, who was no Jerry Remy, the great Red Sox second baseman, a longtime broadcaster who we lost recently, a good friend, the ball just slid. Yaz went down to get it, and you could see the ball just take a weird, just a late angle. Now, a good second baseman has the reflexes to make that play. He just didn't, and the Giants were able to capitalize. But the way the game started, we'll get into it with Hunter Pence. Elliot Ramos is turning into an offensive force. Moving up in the order, he's driving all kinds of pitches. You know, you can see they want to pitch him away, get him to chase sliders. They want to pitch Devers in and pound his hands. Devers is going to be a DH, so Ramos can't go that way. He's too young. But he's got to get better in the outfield. His jumps are not good at all. And one thing I want to get into with Hunter, how do you improve jumps? Is it just reading? Is it instincts? Is that something you can get better at? Very seldom either you get jumps and you see it or you don't. I can't think of a guy. You're not all of a sudden Paul Blair overnight and you're reading everything. So we'll get into that with Hunter. But the ball he missed there, he got a good jump on that ball. He was there. He just didn't catch it. And he bobbled it, but he made up for it with his bat. And then, you know, before that, they had 2 errors in the first inning. Patrick Bailey from his knees throws the ball back to Robbie Ray. The ball goes down. I mean, it wasn't like the days of Buster and Jake Peavy, who was Mr. Magoo. He was blind on the mound. Jake's not even looking. He's yelling at the home plate umpire one day, and Buster throws it back, and it goes right into Peavy's glove. Like, how did that happen? They weren't so lucky. But they got the errors out of the way. You know, we were getting on Tyler. We were talking about Tyler Fitzgerald, the lack of hitting. You know, his ability to get a bunt down in big situations, to move runners up and safety squeeze. Remember last year, to bunt or not to bunt? He couldn't get it down. His defense, the range at second we talked about, but the throw he made on the relay to get Toro at home plate, and again in the God seats, Greg O'Donnell, I'm looking at it all. Was Toro out of the baseline, the base path there? He was not tagged on that play by Patrick Bailey. It's the ball that Yastrzemski overran. Like, where you go? And he recovered in time. Great relay by Tyler Fitzgerald.
Yeah.
I guess that is not a play you can challenge and review. I'm not sure why. Although there's no clear lines there. You could see if the runner went onto the base pass, but the Giants got a break there. But all that being said, I think yesterday, if I had to pick 2 words, it'd be Schmidt happens. Casey Schmidt is coming alive, brother.
Yeah, he is.
And we're having him on the show tomorrow at noon. And you know, I've been a Casey Schmidt fan long before Matt Chapman got here. He came up in May a couple of years ago and changed the whole look of the infield, and they got Patrick Bailey, and I thought, man, he's not Matt Chapman, but he's pretty damn good over at third base if he could just hit. And then pat the bat. Yeah, we're going to just put our chest out. That was Pat the Bat's line when he was hanging in the marina. Stick out your chest, and you can pat the bat. But Pat got him up on home plate a little bit more. He does lunge. He is vulnerable to the pitch away, but now he's getting into favorable pitchers counts. Baggs wrote about it today. We'll talk to Baggs Friday. It was a 2-1. It was a 3-1. And I'm telling you, Casey Schmidt's bat speed is uncommon. Rafael Devers has got to have his bat speed. It's like, wah! But Casey Schmidt can rip that through the zone. He's got to barrel it. When he does, he's going to do damage. That home run on a topspin, he hit it so damn hard, it didn't have time to hit the Chevron cars. It went right over for a home run. And then he went the other way a couple of times. Greg, this guy, since Chappie went down, is hitting over 400. You know, he hit the grand slam against Yamamoto at Dodger Stadium. I don't care about the one against Kiki. Vags won't give him credit for that one. He said back-to-back grand slams in consecutive games. No Giant in history. He plays a great third base. I know he made a costly error that indirectly cost him a game. The play he made diving to his left and spinning around to his knees. I think if Dom Smith's playing first base, the left-handed first baseman, he makes that play. Wilmer gave it a good effort. What a play that was right now. And what this lineup, we'll talk to Hunter about it. And Devers is now up to 2 in the batting order. You know, first he was third, and they went Jung-Hoo Lee and Willie Adames. Now they've dropped Jung-Hoo Lee and Willie Adames down where they're almost like leading off the second inning. So
Right.
the lineup now is Yaz, then you go Devers, number 2. The guy hitting behind Devers is going to be critical, I thought. Although Boston had some chances this weekend to walk him. Second and third, I'm thinking they're going to walk Devers here. They did not. They went after Rafael Devers. So I don't know if they have a way to get him out, and they felt confident with his swing right now. He only had a couple of hits. But then after Devers and Ramos, you go Flores, Lee, Adames. Then Casey Schmidt. All of a sudden, the lineup has so much more depth. Casey Schmidt had 4 hits yesterday, scored 3 runs, had the big game-tying home run. We know how good he's going to be at third base. He had a runway here a couple of years ago to play every day, and it just didn't turn out well. Went into a bad funk. They wound up getting Matt Chapman. Last year he spent more time in AAA than he did in the major leagues, but he's no longer a AAA player. There's no reason to send him down. And I think like Tyler Fitzgerald, he has a place on the 26-man roster. You may want to flip it, and Schmidt's your starting second baseman when Chapman comes back, although that dance is also awkward for him. He's just so good at third. He's okay at short. He's not natural. He's okay at second, less natural. He turned out to be a decent first baseman, but I think yesterday, above everything, Ramos is on fire right now. Yaz is swinging the bat well. Adames has been locked in since that day off he had, the double day off before they went to Denver the last couple of weeks. But really, I think yesterday was about Schmidt happens.
Oh, yeah. Schmidt absolutely happened. And as you teased, he's going to be joining us tomorrow at noon. So if you got a chatty coworker you don't want to deal with during your lunch break, we're giving you the ultimate out, the ultimate excuse. Listen to it together. I don't care. Pop and Silver, 12 o'clock, Casey Schmidt. 415-808-KNBR is the number if you want to call in. Mark and Queens, I see you out there. We're on a tight schedule here with Hunter Pence and then Bobby Marks on a back-to-back. So I encourage anyone who wants to call in, if you're still with us around 11:30, that's the perfect time to dial us right back. Lots to get into with Hunter Pence, and we'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And I am back better than ever to ask you, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. This is award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live in the Bay Area. So if you've been discriminated against at work, sexually harassed, wrongfully terminated, and had your rights violated, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights and how they can best be protected. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the chaos and vehicles around us, please let's be careful, work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. You can feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have any hourly rates. And best of all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, and you know the deal. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Silver. Good to be with you. Hunter Pence going to be calling in just a bit. Always good to catch up with the one and only Hunter Pence, who was not on the call this last weekend, but between the energy that he brings and just the general enthusiasm, who better to bring in during a time when the Giants themselves are generating a whole bunch of enthusiasm? They are off today for the third straight Monday. Marlins coming into town, and then they are going to take it to the road to face the Chicago White Sox. Now, I know that tomorrow is going to be a chance where we dive a little bit deeper into these series, the expectations for the week, but for so often, we were going into the fact that the Giants' schedule was getting more and more difficult, and this is around the time when they couldn't score more than 4 runs. And in a lot of those games, they couldn't even score 4, period. Now you get a little bit of a softer part in the schedule. One of these series is at home, and it's a good chance to continue building off because even with 10 over 500, you're still 3.5 back of the LA Dodgers for the NL West lead.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 lost to Cleveland, 2 out of 3 win against Boston, including the last 2 off today, and they need it because they're not going to take an off day between now and right before the All-Star break when the Dodgers come in. I think it's 16 straight days where they're going to play. So you got Miami to close the homestand, and then Hunter's going to be with the team when they go to the south side of Chicago. And I know the White Sox are not good and haven't been good. Miami obviously is not a great team right now, and then you're dealing with Arizona. Well, I don't know what they are. You know, are they going to be sellers? Are they going to get back into the race? They got some big-time power. Then they roll to the A's. So Hunter will be on the trip to Chicago to play the White Sox and then to Arizona. I don't know where he is right now, but I know he recently was in Egypt. He's got light tower power, Hunter Pence. I don't know, can he get the pyramids in Egypt? I think he came pretty close. So we love our Spro Bro. He brings great energy. We'll get into it. He's been a big proponent of Elliot Ramos. Break it. Even when Elliot was struggling a little bit, when Hunter was on the last time on the broadcast, where was that? In Detroit,
yeah.
I think. And then and they wound up getting swept there. But he talked about, changes he was making to the swing. And, I mean, right around that time, Elliot Ramos was taking off. And it's hard to make the All-Star team as an outfielder in the National League. He did break through and break the Chili Davis drought as a homegrown, making it for the first time since the 80s. I don't know if he can go back-to-back. We'll get into it more, as we get closer to the game. But Ramos' swing is just big time. The power that he puts into that swing, he knows they're going to pitch him away. So if it's away, take it away. If it's going to be in, go down and get it. And the home run power is there. The one thing we'll get into with Hunter, he's got to improve defensively. Elliot Ramos has got to be better defensively. And it's not just blatantly dropping balls. It's jumps he gets on balls or does not get. His first step a lot of times is no step, which is better than going the wrong way on your first step. Then it's like taking 2 bad steps. So don't do that. But, I mean, Hunter was a good outfielder. He was fearless. He, fence in the fence, and he could run him down. Can you improve that way? I mean, to look at the composition of the outfield, and Luis Matos, by the way, went off yesterday, hitting home runs and, had a big day. I think they still need another right-handed hitting outfielder. We'll ask Hunter about it, but Ramos is your one guy now to hit from that side. When you got Daniel Johnson, you got Jung Hoo Lee who's struggling, and you got Mike Yastrzemski, but Ramos has got to improve defensively.
Yeah, no question about it, and we can bring him in right now. He was a good outfielder. He is one of our favorite guests to have on Pop and Silver. Hunter Pence on the Yuma guest line. What's happening, my friend?
Hey, what's going on, my Spro brother and partner in crime, man? I don't know where I'm at either. I'm just getting back to my senses here in the States. But, yeah, coming back, and obviously it was like 2:30 in the morning in Paris when I heard about the Devers trade, so that was exciting. But, yeah, I'm pumped to get back and obviously been following them this whole way since I've been out of the country.
Well, dude, thanks for spending some time with us, given that you've been traveling the world, trying coffee in all sorts of different countries. Which country's got the best coffee on your trip, by the way? That's where I got to start with, because I'm a fiend, and I got my fills in my left hand right now.
Are you talking about just between the two I went to, between France and Egypt, or are you talking ever?
I guess we'll go ever.
Okay. I think the two best coffee shops I've been to out of the country was probably in Athens, Greece was one. I can't, unfortunately, I can't even remember the name. It was like 2016 that I went. And it had all the old Greek men smoking pipes and just drinking coffee, espresso all day. But there was just this amazing coffee shop in Athens. And then probably the best coffee shop I've ever been to was in Japan. They literally had like, you think of like you're painting your house and they have a palette of like the colors, infinite colors. It was kind of the same thing when you went to this little coffee shop in Japan. So the one in Greece was TAF, T-A-F, just came back to me. Lexi ran over to me. She's, I guess, listening in the house. And then we'll see if she can find the one in Japan. But basically, it shows you the shade, and it's like this is the brighter flavors and this is the darker flavors, and really unique experience. So those are my two favorites.
Great. Ever. It will go from ever, your best coffee spot ever, to Devers and Rafael Devers. And I do remember when the Giants traded for you in July of 2012, and we actually had a camera on the Uber Black that rolled you into the ballpark and you coming out and the whole thing. So we'll get into the breakdown of who he is as a player. But take me back to that moment. And Devers found out right after, Father's Day, hits a home run against the Yankees. His last at-bat as a Red Sox. He's getting on a charter. They pull him off, and now you're a San Francisco Giant. A lot spinning around. But take me back to when you became a Giant and try to relate that to what Rafael Devers is going through, Hunter.
Yeah, I think they're similar scenarios, but they're also different. And I think there's one thing that was really cool to see was just like the welcome that Devers got from the Giants staff. I think that is really spectacular. The way the players, Willie Adames, everyone talking about him. This was something interesting. I was talking with a sports diplomacy naval officer. And they were talking about culture, and as you like go into your unique branch in the military, the first 48 hours is the most important as far as culture is concerned. That it's scientifically been studied. Welcoming them in and like how you do it and showing them and helping them out. It eventually increases their performance and how everyone works together and understanding that we succeed together, we fail together. And I think that welcoming culture was something I felt from the fans, from the city. I remember coming to a restaurant when I first got traded, and I'm sure Devers is feeling that same electricity, that energy that this city is bringing this year to this team and to that trade. That's a massive blockbuster trade. So for me, first and foremost, that's exciting. This is the first time he's been outside of Boston. There was a lot of drama. They're very upset about it. So I think for me, the welcoming, the energy, anytime if you see Devers, show that love, which I know the Giants fans are doing, I think it's an exciting time. So for me, that welcome that I got really made it feel like home right away. And it was just so fun, and it lifted me up a lot. And I'm sure Devers is feeling that.
Talking to Hunter Pence here, just as far as Saturday and hitting that home run and getting the first one off his chest. We referenced earlier in the show, Willie Adames. It kind of took a while, and then when it finally happened, you could see this sense of relief. I know that Rafael Devers has kept it very short and professional as far as the media, but just from your perspective of having been traded to a team and getting that initial welcome, but then also feeling the desire to perform, I mean, what's that like for Devers as far as just getting that over with? You played against your old team, you hit a homer, and now you can just continue to move forward here.
Yeah, it definitely is like, you want to earn your stripes. You want to start contributing to wins. You're talking about one of the best, 5 hitters in the game of baseball over the last 5 years. Devers is going to hit, and it's you look long-term versus short-term. And the long-term, you just keep putting him out there. But I'm sure that's kind of a get the monkey off the back, settle in, come out and play your game. And I think Melvin, and once again, just the way that he even approached the media, where he's like, I'll play, I want to come help win wherever they want me, wherever they need me. Kind of just an attitude of, and a culture of, let's find a way to do the right thing and play good baseball. So yeah, you want to have success and you don't want to be pressing. But I definitely think just even his presence in the lineup, beyond the results that he's had, if you're looking long-term, everyone around them, when we get Matt Chapman back, the lineup gets extraordinarily deep, and you can't pitch around anyone. And a lot of these guys also have really great discipline. You mentioned Ramos before I got on, and this kind of season, the all-star type season he's having. We're starting to look like a bit of an offensive club on top of the pitching that we have. So Devers' presence in the lineup changes the game, whether he hits or not, because he's going to.
Yeah, the first couple of games he was hitting out of the 3-hole, and then Baumel moved him up to 2, where he hit at the end of his Red Sox run. But he's, 2, 3, 4. He's a middle-of-the-order hitter with uncommon bat speed. And you came close. Brandon Belt came close, but no Giant has hit 30 or more in a single year since Barry, obviously. He's done it 3 times in his Red Sox career at 38 homer year in 2021. Hunter, just as far as the bat speed, and you had, when you came through the bat, the strike zone, your bat speed was really powerful. This guy does it from the left side, so it's a different kind of arc to get through the zone. But just talk about the power that he generates on that swing.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has extremely elite bat speed, but he also has extreme extension. You talk about, like, one of the things, and I know it's a right-handed batter that I can compare him to, something that I thought was interesting. And I'm not saying that he's Buster Posey, but I thought that it's kind of like your scapula and like the flexibility, but like watch his bat whip around and hit his back. You see this from like a Cody Bellinger when he was in his MVP seasons. Having that kind of flexibility, it's almost genetics. You don't even really, you can add a little bit through stretching and whatnot, but he has the fast hands, but he has that elite extension, that crazy flexibility to lift the bat all the way back to his back, which allows you to get more extension. So he's just got a elite hand-eye. It reminds me also a little bit of Pablo, just can kind of hit bad balls as well. He's got a lot of antics. He's animated. He's fun to watch. And he's also got that extra clutch gene. You look at his playoff numbers, and there's a certain soul aspect and competitiveness and being able to handle the big moment. Playing on the stage in Boston and coming up and playing there as a very, very young kid and succeeding, I think just says a little bit about the type of competitor, type of athlete, and the elite talent that we just brought in. But on the same token, we did give up a lot of talent as well. So it was a big trade and a win-win, I think, for both clubs.
Hunter, as we talk about Elliot Ramos and you using the word offensive club, I want to pivot over to Casey Schmidt, who has had quite the week, especially on the offensive side. And so, I'm thinking about what do they do with the second base position long-term when Matt Chapman comes back? Could Casey Schmidt be that guy? I guess the question I've been asking myself is Casey last year's version of Elliot Ramos in the sense that an injury causes him to play every day in the lineup and being the ultimate chance to break through as a full-time MLB starter?
It could be, and the talent has been known. He came up, and this is typical of a lot of players. Is the big leagues, you have to make adjustments. You get hit with a couple of setbacks, and just getting the opportunity to get everyday at bats is tough at the big league level if you don't immediately hit the ground running or a crazy, insane prospect. Sometimes it takes getting an opportunity to play every day to really find your stride, get your confidence, understand what's happening at the big league level. And Casey Schmidt's talent has been there, and this opportunity has given him a chance to maybe work his way into second base. He has such a good arm. He has really good hands. I definitely wouldn't put that past him. And I think that the bat being in the lineup, if it's not an ultra negative defensively, which I think Casey's somewhat of a solid infielder. So I'm not sure, because I never played infield, how hard it is to switch to second from third and first. But if he can go from third to first like he did with how good of an arm he has, I think there's a good chance. We have like a kind of a Jeff Kent type second baseman out of him. I'm not saying he's Jeff Kent right away, but he definitely has that home run power, and would be awesome if he could figure that out.
And there were a lot of guys that had big games yesterday, 11 hits and 9 runs and 3 home runs. But really, Casey Schmidt with the 4 hits and the home run, the 3 runs scored, and then Elliot Ramos had a 4 RBI game and some big hits. But it started poorly on the ball he dropped, going from left field towards left center. Looked like he got there. We've had John before, and you've talked a lot about Elliot Ramos, and I think you sensed the last time you were with us that the bat was going to come alive, and it certainly has since late May. But I also want to ask you about Ramos in the outfield. It's not so much the play drop yesterday. He got there. He just dropped it. It happens. But there are times, Hunter, where he just does not get a good read on baseballs. His first step is lacking. I guess it's better than going the wrong way on the first step, but you see him kind of pause and wait. And then he has to just outrun the baseball, and sometimes he takes a bad angle. He can't get there. How do you improve first step reads? Is that just reading the bat and judging where the bat hits the ball and the swing? Can someone get better at that?
You can get better at anything that you focus on in life, if you ask me. Now, we all have kind of a ceiling, of what our greatest potential is. And some people, it's really natural to get those reads. And, I think of like a Jim Edmonds and, you think of even Yastrzemski, who's just got like crazy good instincts out there. And some people don't naturally have that. I personally didn't have great instincts. So a lot of times with those guys, instead of just like rushing to pick a direction, like you mentioned already, Papa, is you want to like give yourself a second to register, because there's going to be topspin, there's going to be backspin. You can't always figure that out. But if you did want to get better at it and you don't want to exert, because Major League season and what we're going to need out of Ramos, how many games we want from him, is extremely taxing. We can't have him out in BP running down every fly ball to do this development at the big league level. And by the way, day games in San Francisco, left field is probably the hardest, besides maybe right field and at Wrigley, to play in general, battling the sun, battling the wind. You see almost once a series, there's a ball that an outfielder from any opposing team will miss and will change the whole outcome. So this is a normal thing at our park. It is one of the most difficult outfields to play. But back to answering your question, long story longer, you need to watch the ball off the bat, and this is for young kids or whatever, and then look immediately in BP, instead of running, watch it hit the ball, and then look at the ground where you think it's going to hit, and see how close you got, and do that for a whole round every single day. So you're not running everything down, because you only have so much of that physical exertion and mental exertion, but you can look at it, try to predict as fast as you can, and then continue, like maybe go run 1 or 2 down, 3 down that you think are good balls, and then do that every day for over, the course of the season. You're going to get a lot better. So yes, absolutely, you can improve. And I've talked to him mildly about that. So we'll see. But I know Ramos has the athleticism, and he's going to get better, and he definitely is a hard worker. But some of those things take time.
Yeah, and on top of that, you need the bat as well because of what Elliott has done as far as consistency and, of course, hitting 13 bombs this year. Just a couple more minutes before we let you go. I'm curious about, you mentioned Yastrzemski, and a couple of players have really benefit from the off day, Willy Adames and Yaz in particular. And when you have kind of a roster shakeup like that, or you get an off day, why is it that you think they've responded to it in a way that they seem reset and rejuvenated rather than tightening up and sort of worrying about their status? And I know Adames is signed to a long-term deal, but maybe not the same can be said for Yaz. I don't know if some of that just has to do with being a veteran and being around this for a long time, or maybe there's something to the culture in the clubhouse that Posey, Melvin, and this front office have built.
Are you referring to as much as how they've responded since the trade for Devers? Was that the question? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Oh, just kind of, I guess in this case of Yastrzemski, sort of the Daniel Johnson, Dominic Smith sort of shakeup, and Yaz got a couple of days off, and he was been really struggling to hit, and then he's come back and been much better since then. So I guess we'll focus on Yaz in particular for this one.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I would say that there was a time a very similar thing happened. This can really, really help you out. And maybe active switch, maybe it's a health issue. Maybe there's a swing adjustment. I remember there was one time, I don't remember the exact year, it might have been 2013, where Belt ended up taking like 3 or 4 days off, and Bam Bam wanted to work on changing the way he gripped the bat. And they just took this time. And I remember Belt came back and just started hitting bombs and had like a crazy end of the month. And honestly, from the rest of his career, really went into turned into the prospect that he was always expected when he was healthy. He obviously dealt with a lot of concussions, but it changed his whole career taking those 4 days off. So absolutely getting one of those breaks. Maybe it's a mental break. I don't think people realize the amount of focus. And I didn't even realize it until I got out of the game, because even in the off season, you're focused on your training and how you're going to get better for the next year and what's the preparation. Like, you can be on vacation, but you're never fully present other than, making yourself the best baseball player you can for the organization, for your family, because that's your whole business. And the mental work that goes into each game, every single pitch, hyper-focused, and you're fully planning and preparing scouting reports and defensive spots. So just giving yourself a little bit of that mental breath, and also realizing what's at stake. So it could be any number of those variables that could really impact you, and you come back with a new light. And sometimes even just watching the game from the sidelines instead of being in it, because it beats you up. Baseball, you fail and you get beaten. It seems so hard. And then when you watch it from the side or you watch it from the television, it looks very easy. And just that whole perspective switch of like, it's not as hard as I'm making it out to be. Oh, why didn't I see that? Could be an epiphany. So there definitely is something to that, and I think that's a great question that you asked.
Always appreciate your time, Hunter, and we hope that you too are feeling a little bit rejuvenated after taking some travels, and can't wait to hear you on the next Giants broadcast.
I appreciate it. Thank you all for having me on. Looking forward to it.
Thank you, bro.
He is.
All right, my man. Take care, Papa.
He is Hunter Pence, and let's catch up with Bobby Marks on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus to talk about Rafael Devers, the series he had against Boston. And despite just 2 for 12 in the box score over the series at the plate, it was the word threat that kept getting repeated for why this new addition to the offense can have major implications over the home stretch of the season. Check out that interview on thesportsleader.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your podcasts. Let's catch up with our friend Steve Moskowitz here on a Monday, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, always helping out the people. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. I know people go into a panic. It's so frustrating. They feel like they're drowning under 1,000 feet of water. They don't know what to do, but we know what to do. We've been doing this for years and years. We're familiar with all the solutions. And you know what? There are a lot of good solutions. Let's see if you even owe the tax. A lot of times the IRS sends out bills that are wrong. The first thing we want to do is, do you owe the tax? If you don't, then we can test it. Or if you do owe the tax, maybe we can cut a deal. If you qualify, just pay a small part and they write off the rest. Or forgive the penalties. Sometimes penalties and interest are more than the tax. Or get your monthly payment that you can afford. Or shift the blame to where it belongs, to your former spouse or business partner, or a lot of other things. We've been doing this for a long time. We're very familiar with it. We have free consultation. Just call us up and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
There you go. You can get your free consultation with Steve Moskowitz today. Just give him a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver getting your week rolling here on a Monday. It was great to catch up with Hunter Pence, and it is good to change the tone a little bit and talk hoops for the first time today. Let's bring in Bobby Marks, the one and only, knows the expert on everything of how the offseason works. And Bobby, I know you got limited time with the chaos of the season ending yesterday, so really appreciate you coming by. And how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing great. Let's just start with the big news, and that was everything that happened before Game 7 as far as the offseason goes. Kevin Durant to Houston, just the general reaction to it, the trade package that Houston ended up sending away, holding on to a lot of their talent, and maybe the ripple effects it's going to have for the rest of the offseason. It seems like from all reports, Jalen Green, they plan on keeping him in Phoenix and possibly either trading or buying out Bradley Beal. I should say convinced to trade with that no trade clause.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Durant, trade, I think we all saw it coming. It was just a matter of would it be Houston or San Antonio or Miami. I think when you need a closer and you need a guy that can finish games, something they lacked in the postseason, he certainly fits the bill. I think it changes your identity a little bit when you go from, you can talk about all the flaws that Dylan Brooks has, but he certainly brought a toughness to your roster, and you lose Jalen Green, who brought some athleticism to your roster also. And then, of course, the 10th pick in draft and some future second tier. So it's a little bit different than what they finished with, what you guys saw them in the first round against Golden State here. But they did protect, as their blue chip assets, which is Amen Thompson and Jabari Smith and Reed Shepard and certainly Alperen Şengün and the picks they control from Phoenix in 27 and 29. Does it get him closer to OKC? I don't think so. I mean, we'll certainly let the season play out and see where that goes here. And I think for Phoenix, listen, they did the best they could. I think based on the circumstances, when you have a player that gives a list, it certainly shrinks the market. And when you have a player that's on the last year of his contract, that certainly impacts it. We'll see what they do in the draft on Wednesday night. They get two players to join, Devin Booker, and we'll see if Beal is willing to take a significant reduction off the $110 million that he's owed. I mean, a buyout only happens if a player has a home in free agency here. And when you look at the market in free agency, which isn't all too great, he has to be convinced that he's got a 2-year, $30 million contract waiting for him somewhere.
Yeah, the Durant deal went down, and it's not going to be finalized till July the 6th, but it was pretty much agreed to yesterday morning. And then we got Game 7 and the unfortunate circumstance with Tyrese Haliburton, like Durant in 2019 in Toronto, rupturing that Achilles tendon. And Oklahoma City, though, played great. They certainly deserve the championship, but they wake up today. They got flaming hangovers after winning their first title. And Sam Presti has got a lot to do with his, arguably his three best players. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's under contract for a couple of more years. What do they do about extending him out and maxing him out? And then a couple of guys like our Jonathan Kuminga are moving into that area where there are FAs, restricted free agent. They got Chet Holmgren and they got Jalen Williams under contract for one more year. But can they afford to give SGA the contract he certainly deserves, as arguably the best player in basketball, and also extend their two young guys, Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams?
They can. I would be surprised if the three players don't sign extensions this offseason. I think the extensions could be close to $800 million when it's said and done. I think with Shea, his extension wouldn't start 2 years from now. So there's the benefit of basically how the contracts are staggered with him and then Jalen and Chet, which would start next offseason in 26. So you do have a window there. I think it helps when you have so many draft picks coming down the pike. When you have two this year, you have last year's lottery pick, Nicole Topic, who didn't play at all, will return. You have the potential of 4 first-round picks next year. When you have the plethora of draft picks, it offsets the cost of an expensive roster. Now, they will probably have to make some tough decisions next offseason in 2026. Maybe Lou Dort and Isaiah Hartenstein who have team options, but that's for next year here. And yeah, I mean, I think they built something that's pretty sustainable even in the day and age of this CBA.
Talking to Bobby Marks here, ESPN, and let's go back to Jonathan Kuminga because that is the big item of our offseason out here in San Francisco. With Miami not ends up winning out on the trade for Kevin Durant, and obviously they wanted to hold on to a few of their young guys that they see as part of the future. Do you see Miami as possibly being a player for a possible sign and trade for Kuminga? I know that teams like Chicago and Brooklyn have also been sort of thrown in that mix as well.
Yeah, I don't see Brooklyn as a team that's going to plop down an offer sheet on him. I think maybe 4 or 5 years, or back when Sean took over Marks in 2017. I don't think that's the strategy for them. Now the other two teams, signing trades require the cooperation of Golden State and certainly what Miami would be sending out or a team like Chicago sending out. It's also that Kuminga is willing to take a 3-year contract and maybe not put himself back in free agency next year. It's a complex as far as how the money works and everything like that. But yeah, I mean, I think there's no market for restricted free agents this offseason. It's the reality. There's not a market really for free agents at all unless you're willing to return to your home team. Brooklyn is the lone team that has a lot of money out there to go out and spend on players. So I think for Jonathan's sake, you basically have 3 options. You can sign the qualifying offer. We haven't seen that done in a long time, and he would become an unrestricted free agent. You could take some type of compromise with Golden State, or you can try to figure out as I said, a sign and trade, but that would come back with Golden State comfortable taking back some type of salary.
So now that Durant is presumably, going back to the state of Texas where he played collegiately at the Houston Rockets, at least in the Bay Area, Kuminga's a big hot topic, but we're always kind of looking at Giannis Antetokounmpo, where he may wind up. And I know there's been no formal trade request. In fact, it's been the opposite. A couple of weeks ago, we got the rumblings that Giannis would stay in Milwaukee, even though Dame, has a bad injury, a lot like Halliburton and Jason Tatum, Bobby. But then you're the people you work with on ESPN and ABC keep bringing up Giannis getting traded, and I heard him talking. He doesn't want to go to the West Coast, but he does share an agent with Steph Curry. Now that Durant is moved, do you think there's one more or two more big ones, and might Milwaukee be forced to trade Giannis Antetokounmpo in the coming days?
I don't know about the coming days. I would just say that the next 2 weeks are going to be really important for Milwaukee from a franchise standpoint because you're, like probably every offseason, you have a generational player on your roster, and the goal is always every offseason to improve. This year is different. This year is that your starting point guard, your all-star, and Damian Lillard is going to be out a significant time period next year. You are limited as far as you do have some financial flexibility, but you're you're limited as far as what else you can go out and get unless you're going to try to trade Kyle Kuzma again, or maybe Bobby Portis, and you don't have the draft picks. You have one pick you can send out. So you want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they can go out and build the pieces around Giannis here. But you keep on running into a dead end as far as what are those 2 or 3 moves are going to be. And as I said, it's going to be an extremely critical period of time for Milwaukee in the next couple of weeks to show him this is what we're doing, this is what the path will be, and then it's for him to decide as far as if this is good enough, as far as where the roster is.
A few more minutes here with Bobby Marks, and I know that your time is precious, so we really appreciate it. But with Indiana last night, obviously, just as neutral observers, nobody wanted to see Game 7 play out in that fashion with Tyrese Halliburton tearing his Achilles, confirmed this morning right at the top of our show. And what ultimately do you think happens with the free agency of Miles Turner? Because he has been in trade rumors for year after year after year. He finally breaks through. Indiana makes the finals, and now they still got McConnell, Nembhard, Nesmith, Siakam, these key guys under contract. Miles Turner, the big free agent question mark.
You're right. I mean, I had written their offseason article, and we've had to rewrite it like 3 different times because the reality is if they get through a Game 7, them and Oklahoma City were going to be the favorites. That changes with the Halliburton injury. Miles Turner will play a big role as far as what direction Indiana goes because he is a free agent. Similar to Kuminga, although he's not restricted, the marketplace outside of Indiana is not there unless he wants to work on a sign and trade. Indiana has not gone into the luxury tax since 2006. That's almost 20 years. Are they willing to do that in a Turner contract? And then you also have, the strength of their roster has been their bench, and you've got Benedict Mathurin, who's extension eligible and could be a free agent next offseason. You have Aaron Nesmith, who's got 2 years left and is also extension eligible. And what does a Turner contract do to your bench? So that's what I'm interested to see how that plays out. With that, certainly Halliburton's healthy. You can bring back Turner, you bring back the same group, and you're the favorites again. But when you lose a player, similar to what happened in Boston with Jason Tatum, and even in Milwaukee with Damian Lillard, of that magnitude, it takes you from being the favorite to back to the middle of the pack in an Eastern Conference.
Bobby, we really appreciate you coming by. We could ask you questions all day long, but the good news is the NBA offseason just starting to heat up. So I know you got a lot of work to do, and thanks for coming by, Papa and Silver.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
He is Bobby Marks, ESPN, knows the financial implications of all these teams better than anybody. Another team I was kind of curious about asking him is Denver Nuggets have a very fascinating financial offseason, and you look at the East with the 3 Achilles injuries, all wearing number 0, by the way. Lillard, Tatum, then Halliburton. The East, you look at it on paper and you're thinking, man, this conference is kind of wide open. Kevin Durant stays in the West, and the West is going to be yet another bloodbath looking ahead. So, this Western Conference ain't getting any easier. I can't tell you how many teams outside of maybe Memphis and Sacramento seem to be trending backwards right now.
Yeah, we were all kind of hoping that Durant would wind up in Miami. From what I understand, Pat Riley was not all in on getting him. So is there some rumblings? And we asked Bobby about Giannis Antetokounmpo. He did not deny it. He didn't say it's the coming days, although to me the coming days is the coming weeks. And, would he be traded before, middle July or something? He's downplaying it. There's no formal request there, but there are a number of teams that were poking in around Durant that just did not go all in. I'm a little surprised that there wasn't a better offer made to get Kevin Durant. Jalen Green, we know who he is. He is raw. He's got a lot of work to do to refine his game, to be a difference maker. Dylan Brooks has improved a lot as far as a guy who can shoot the basketball, and we know how tough he is, but to give up those 2 pieces only and a 10th pick, and a 50-something pick, later in the week, and then 4 future seconds. Wow, nobody else made a better offer to get Kevin Durant. And then we'll get into, what that does for the Warriors in the Western Conference. And we have to give Oklahoma City credit. They had a magnificent year.
No question.
And Houston was the 2 seed, but you can't tell me that game. I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to be that guy. But I think with Halliburton playing, and we'll get into it, I think Rick Carlisle mismanaged the minutes in the third quarter. They still hung around, had a lead at halftime. They needed Halliburton dropping bombs on them in the second half to get back into the game. So Oklahoma City's the champions. They're worthy of that. We had this when the Warriors won their first title in 40 years in 14-15. No one wanted to give them credit for all the injuries that players suffered either before them or while they were playing them. But I think that game set, that was the most unsatisfying Game 7 I've ever seen. Neither team played well. Indiana hung around until they just ran out of momentum. And Siakam, where were you in the third quarter, brother? Would you put your best player back in the damn game?
Yeah.
And I know T.J. McConnell is making shots, but he's turning the ball over incessantly, over and over and over again. Siakam's got to play the entire second half here. Miles Turner did not have a good game last night. Halliburton would have settled them all down. It's just rough. And it was the same play as KD facing up Serge Ibaka. You could just see it. The right leg goes back. It was a calf injury, which became an Achilles injury. That's why we were so concerned about McCaffrey. Little Dre Greenlaw reminiscent, because now, this year's shot, Indiana lost Game 7 last night. They're not going to have Halliburton all next year.
Yeah.
Wow. And they lost Game 7. And the way he injured it was exactly like Kevin Durant. So congratulations to Oklahoma City. But I can't imagine that flight home for the Pacers. They didn't just lose Game 7. They lost Game 7. They lost their best player, and he's going to be out for probably an entire season.
No, look, we know what this feels like with the back-to-back games of Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson going down in the finals, except the Warriors had already won 3 championships at that point, and Indiana had not reached that point yet, and the future's bright. It was just the most cruel way to finish what seemed like an all-time team of destiny with the playoff run that they had. Losing Game 7 would have been one thing, but that fashion sucked. And even just as a neutral observer, seeing T.J. McConnell crying and then going up to Tyrese Halliburton, hugging him while he's on crutches, I'm just like, wow, that is a brutal sight. So Oklahoma City definitely deserves their credit, but that still will be one of the greatest what-if games on sports. And I'm thinking, man, if Indiana pulls this off, they go 1 point lead at halftime. I get in the car, I'm watching in the third quarter, I'm texting one of my friends. Same thing you just asked me. He said, where the hell is Pascal Siakam? He's been on the bench for about 8 minutes, and you got T.J. McConnell being the only one to score, and then, ended up flaming out. And
he turned it over 7 times. 7. Yeah. I counted 17. There were so many where once he crossed midcourt, they would trap him. You stick him up against the sideline. You stick him up against the over and back line. You've got defenders all around him. You got to have Siakam. There was a long stretch there where they didn't have Siakam on the floor. They had Miles Turner on the floor. And obviously Halliburton's not playing after the first 7 minutes of the game. So right. Rick's a great coach. But this is it, man. This is Game 7 of the finals. Why is Siakam not playing the entire? After that, you just got to play your best players heavy minutes here. But in any event, really, really hard. And unlike Durant, Halliburton's just starting his career. He's not going anywhere. That we knew that was going to be likely Durant's ending.
Right.
And that's why going into that down 3-1 to play him in Game 5 in Toronto, it was an open debate. And I remember celebrating saying, there's no chance he's going to tear the Achilles. Really? The calf is right there. It's connected to the Achilles. If it's a lower calf injury, it can happen. It has happened. We saw Durant, and Durant didn't move well in the first quarter of that game. He played okay. But in the moment he faced up and tried to explode to the goal, the thing just went out. And to see Halliburton's reaction, he knew right away. And the pop where that leg goes up, it's like, it's the KD injury all over again. The guy's crying on the court. He's beating the court. So we wanted boom, baby. We didn't want snap, baby. God, was that unfortunate to watch.
Yeah, no, totally stunk. And we can get back into this a little bit more in the 12 o'clock hour. We're going to have Matt Thomas, radio for the Houston Rockets, joining us at 12:30. So Jesse Rogers is going to come by in about 15 minutes. So let's get back into the Giants side of things. I know we had a couple of calls come in earlier on the show. It's 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. If you want to give us a call before we talk to Jesse, let's talk a little Giants when we come back on The Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, look, he's taking, we've had some injuries here, but before that, he's taking ground balls at first, he's taking ground balls at second. He played some second last year. He's had to play short for us before, depending on what the roster looked like at a particular time. So he's got great hands. He's a terrific defender. It's just getting comfortable in different positions, and he did that pretty quickly at first too. So I don't think there's anywhere in the infield that Casey can't play.
Bob Melvin on Friday with Murph and Marcus. I don't know if you and JD got too deep into the Bob Melvin cuts, but wanted to revisit something we just brought up with Hunter Pence, who joined us. Can Casey Schmidt play second base full-time when Matt Chapman comes back? And if he's swinging the bat the way he is right now, there's certainly a strong case to be made for it. 808 KNBR if you want to join the conversation. Big hello to the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line, as well as our YouTube chat. And if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, me changing outfits has nothing to do with the topics, because I don't have the kind of discipline and swag that Greg Papa does with the stream and the clothes. It really is just the fact, and you know this well, the studio gets hot and then it's cold and then it's hot and then it's cold. I can't make up my mind on my own body temperature.
You got the Valkyrie swag on. And by the way, I think I'm going to the Valkyries game on Wednesday. What a performance last week on Thursday up against the NBA Finals, and what they did to Caitlin Clark and the way they guarded her. And Steve Kerr was at the Giants game, and he was there to watch them play along with Brandon Pajemski and the owner and Mike Dunleavy. The way the Valkyries switch out on screens is a lot like the way the Warriors play defensively. So, and I know they won last night to get over 500, so I think I'm going to go check them out on Wednesday. Then maybe I can get the swag that you got going with the Valkyries gear. I don't have any Valkyries gear at all.
Hey, it's a good scene. 7 consecutive sellouts, and Valhalla, as they call it, is always popping. So fun for the Bay Area to see them doing what they're doing. And, of course, fun to see what the Giants have been doing this year. So, yeah, Casey Schmidt, could he be the second baseman? Well, I think with Casey, and it's so funny, right? During this time in which Matt Chapman is injured and Schmidt has ended up on the IL, we have seen some of the best and some of the toughest of Casey Schmidt. There was the error in Colorado, which is uncharacteristic of him defensively. Then there was him being bothered by running, not taking a double and instead going for a single. And then ultimately Stephen Kwan hosed him on the double play when he got caught in the base path. Then you also see the Grand Slam at Dodger Stadium. You're seeing the 4-for-4 yesterday and what he can do with the bat. And the reason I like to bring up the good and the bad is that I had this note somewhere, and it was from MLB.com, and I'm looking for it right now. Here it is. It was from Maria Guardado, I believe. And we were talking about Elliot Ramos, right? And some of the defensive stumbles that he's had. He's a -6 outs above average right now in left field for this season. That is not necessarily, that was a lower number than I would have thought, even though I wouldn't say he'd been stellar out there. But the struggles with the glove have not impacted the bat. And of course, with this team, you absolutely need the consistency that he brings up at the plate. So it's a no-brainer that he's going to be in the lineup every single day. He's been your most consistent hitter, and obviously Devers is here now. 285, 835 OPS, and 13 home runs over 76 games. And that should pretty much put him in the mix for an all-star conversation for the second consecutive year. Casey Schmidt, you've gotten some downs here and there for sure, but if he is giving you what he can with the bat on a consistent level, that's another element of offense what this team doesn't have a whole lot of. And if he can start doing this on the regular, I think there's a really strong case for him to be made as the full-time second baseman once Chapman comes back and takes third.
Yeah, that's third base is one thing, and second base in that side of the infield is another. I think they'll give him a chance to do it. Again, the baseball gods have a way of solving these problems long before you think them out. But you want Casey's bat in the lineup. Tyler Fitzgerald right now, who was in Fuego. I mean, when he came up middle of last year, he had a home run just about every single day. He was putting up numbers that haven't been seen from this franchise since Mace's rookie year, and then he got chaseable. He went out of the strike zone. He would chase too much, and that's the main thing. Casey Schmidt was out of the strike zone way too much. He chased. The last 9 games, he's staying in the strike zone. He's getting into favorable counts, 2-1, 3-1 yesterday, then pull balls, and hit him hard. He's got the bat speed. His bat plays right now as long as he's staying in the strike zone. But these are young hitters. He'll go out of the strike zone. Elliot Ramos will go out of the strike zone. They will chase. Tyler Fitzgerald will go out of the strike zone. They have a way of getting these guys in and out of slumps. Baseball is a daily grind. We can't, overanalyze everything they do like it's a football game and it's once a week. And even then, it's too much. Casey's going to have moments where he's not going to turn a double play. You know what? Matt Chapman's done that in his career as well. And he's going to have moments where he strikes out. He's going to have moments where he strikes back. But right now, he is locked in. He has that swag back. And I remember seeing him in the minor leagues last year when he got sent down, and he just kind of lost that edge. He didn't strut to the plate the way he used to. He didn't play. I saw him just make terrible errors at third base in the minors. Like, what's gotten into him? So Mighty Casey's not striking out right now. Mighty Casey is striking back. But as far as making him a second baseman, it appears they may give him a chance to do that. Although it's not going to happen for a while. When is Chapman coming back? And I know he's got the splint off, but realistically, that's a month. That's 3 weeks. That's the All-Star break, and after, Casey could be ice cold, and Fitzgerald could be red hot, and there's a way to do it. Christian Koss, could turn it around. You could go out and make a trade. And I mentioned Tyro Estrada, and I see Colorado's second basemen aren't producing, but Tyro was out for a couple of months after he got drilled in spring training. That guy would upgrade. So Casey's best position by far is third base. Well, when Matt Chapman's healthy, he's not playing third base. I don't know what his next best, probably short. And then when you get over to the right side of the infield, he's got great hands, everything Bob said. He's got a great throwing arm. He can play over there, but it's different angles. He's not going to be as good. If you want your best defense on the field, and you want to get Casey's bat in the lineup over Tyler Fitzgerald, and they won't do this now, but at some point they may have to. Chapman at third, Schmidt at short, and move Willie Adames to second base.
Right.
Now, can Willie do that? Going across the bag, everything I'm talking about, crossing the other side of the bag is going to be difficult. So let's just ride it out right now. He's getting an extended chance to play. We're going to have him on the show tomorrow at noon. We'll get into a lot of things he's doing. I think it's just working counts are better. But he was saying, just getting a chance to play every single day. I don't have to worry if I punch out in this at-bat, they're going to pinch hit for me in the next at-bat, and then I'm not playing again for a while.
All right, so as we were just talking, we have some breaking news.
I just saw the release. What'd they do?
Tyler Fitzgerald optioned to AAA Sacramento postgame yesterday, and then, as expected, Justin Verlander reinstated from the paternity list. But Tyler Fitzgerald, as we were just talking about second base, I guess after the game yesterday, has been optioned to AAA Sacramento.
Well, that's interesting. And they just flew home after 21 days on the road. I mean, wow. So they're going to play a home game at Sutter Health tomorrow night for the first time in weeks and weeks. And they had a good road trip. So congratulations to Justin and Kate Upton on being parents again. By doing this, Tyler Fitzgerald goes down. Who's your second baseman right now? And we're talking about Casey Schmidt moving to second base when Chapman comes back. Chapman's not coming back tomorrow. He's not coming back for many tomorrows. He's not coming back for 3 weeks. So by doing this, you don't have a second baseman. Brett Wisely's been kind of hanging around. I don't even know. Is he still on the taxi squad? Well, he went on the he's still here. He went on the taxi squad, or he came on the roster when Verlander went to the paternity list. So does this mean Brett Wisely becomes your everyday second baseman? Christian Koss could also mix in. It's a platoon in that situation. By doing this, are they reversing course? Because Wisely's been that guy that's been sent down, and he was down going back to spring training when Koss was on the team, and obviously Fitzgerald made it. So that's half of the move, sending Tyler back down to AAA. And I wonder what position he'll play down there. Will they widen it out a little bit, make him a Super U like we were talking about? But in the interim, I don't think it'd be an everyday. But if we just moved into a platoon, they're not going to play Wilmer at second base. We know that. Koss hits from the right side. Wisely hits from the left side. Is that a platoon now at second base?
Lots we can get into as we react to this. Tyler Fitzgerald option to AAA Sacramento, and of course Matt Chapman still got a ways to go before he comes back. But Jesse Rogers of ESPN was out there, wrote off of Rafael Devers' home run on Saturday, and he will join us next. And then if you want to join in the conversation, jump in 415-808-5627 to do so. Pop and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver. Great to have Jesse Rogers joining us on the UMA guest line. ESPN formerly or routinely covers the Chicago Cubs, I should say, but also has been doing a lot of national MLB work, and there has been no bigger national story than Rafael Devers getting traded to the Giants and then, of course, facing his former team just about a week later, really 5 days, the Sunday to Friday gap. It's all been a blur, and Jesse joins us on Papa and Silver. Thanks so much, Jesse. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, out here in the Bay Area. How are you today?
I'm good. Good to be with you both. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, a lot's been going on here with the San Francisco Giants and the lack of offense at times, Devers coming over, the hype around that. So we're just kind of all taking it in stride. But you wrote off of Devers hitting his first home run as a Giant and everything. And so just your general reaction to the trade. Jeff Passing, your colleague, wrote this great extensive piece about everything that went down, the broken relationship in Boston and how Buster Posey is committed to a little bit more upfront communication, but still getting used to seeing number 16 on Rafael Devers' back.
Yeah, very, very strange to see him in a Giants uniform, but I'll tell you what, San Francisco is the beneficiary of everything that went wrong between him and the Red Sox. Obviously, there's no doubt that they had this opportunity that you don't get very often to pick up a star in the batter's box, which has been difficult for the Giants to attract over the years. You picked up Adames. You had a little bit of a slow start. So here's Devers, and yeah, he hit one to the wall that probably would have been off the Green Monster on Friday night, but Saturday he goes oppo for a home run, talking to Bob Melvin afterwards, and even Devers himself, and even Adames. I talked to Adames as well. It's like that oppo swing that he has might work well at Oracle Park because, you know, if you're trying to pull it out, not as easy. But especially Friday, the wind was blowing out that way. You have a shot to go dead left field with Devers' swing. So it could turn out really well for the San Francisco Giants. And I think the difference is, look, he has no history with the Giants. So people wonder, why is he willing to play first base there and not in Boston? It's a respect thing. He still has to earn the respect in San Francisco. They haven't wronged him in his mind or anything like that. I think he's smart enough to know he has to do what he's told there. Or in Boston, he even said in a few sort of revealing comments on Friday, hey, I put up some numbers. I thought I earned some respect there. And they basically disrespected me. He didn't say it so straightforward, but we kind of all know what went down there. So I think, again, the Giants are the beneficiary of a new landing spot for a guy that now is going to have to do whatever he can to earn the respect. And one of the things is if they tell him to go play first base, he's going to go do it.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a groin injury right now, so I'm not sure he's going to be doing that anytime soon. And he had a second hit of the series on Sunday and scored from first base in the eighth inning on the ball that Elliot Ramos hit down the line. You could see him kind of limping a little bit. As far as the Boston perspective, and man, they got so much young talent all throughout their outfield and just throughout their roster, getting Crochet, Jesse, and they lost a couple in a row, but they were one of the hottest teams in baseball going in after they won the first game of the series. Just give me that perspective and where they go from here. They moved a lot of salary. They are a very young team. They're in an American League East that's always competitive, obviously, with the Yankees and what they do, and the Rays and the Blue Jays are playing well, and Boston right there. Can all three make it as wild card teams in the American League East behind the Yankees? But looking forward now to the Red Sox perspective, what do you see for them for the balance of this season and seasons to come?
Yeah, obviously it's probably more about seasons to come when you talk about the young talent you just mentioned, guys that have made it up here. I think this year in Craig Breslow's mind, in the brass in Boston, it's almost a bonus year in a sense. They can't say that publicly. It's been a while since Boston's been relative, in the whole pennant contending situation, and now they have a decent team. But it's probably not ready for prime time in my mind because of this trade in particular, but also just because of all the young talent. They're going to go through some growing pains, but the future certainly looks bright. So whatever they do this year, to me, is a little bit of gravy, especially after the Devers trade. But I know when you're talking about regime that's only in its, second or third year there, they're thinking long-term, being competitive long-term and staying in that race, not just for a moment in time. And so that's what I think Breslow's thinking, especially after this trade. We've got a good future ahead of us. Let's not get all antsy about this 1 year. We're in the mix. We're right there in the mix. Maybe we'll sneak in because a lot of teams are thinking that way. 85 wins in the American League might do it. And so but I think he's thinking more long-term because of all the young talent you just mentioned.
Talking to Jesse Rogers here of ESPN, and going back to the San Francisco side of things, Buster Posey, who's very aware of the fact that the Giants missed out on a lot of big-name free agents with big bats. And the ballpark that they play in, those elements, it's understandable why hitters wouldn't want to come here, especially if they're looking for opt-outs or possibly other kind of contracts to get more money and put up those numbers. Now, he went a different way and acquired a big bat through a trade. But if Rafael Devers has some success here in this lineup and Elliot Ramos continues to emerge, do you think that there's more to this Buster Posey effect, and it might even just change the culture league-wide of hitters being more open to coming to San Francisco?
I do. I think it was a perfect storm working against the Giants previously. And it wasn't just the Giants. I think we all know there was more going on there in terms of San Francisco reputation. There's a lot of things working against them bringing in hitters. And now I think it's almost the opposite is starting to happen. Maybe beginning with Buster Posey, but including Buster Posey. I think he was the right guy at the right moment. They needed a positive face to the franchise. By the way, can he suit up? Because your catchers aren't hitting very well out there. I mean,
trade for Cal Raleigh. Let's get them all.
Yeah, exactly.
The big jumper?
I told this story before at the winter meetings a couple years ago. An agent told me that he used to get calls. This is back in the Bochy days. During the winter, hey, did San Francisco call? His free agent clients. Hey, did San Francisco call? Fast forward a decade later, none of his clients were asking that. Hey, did San Francisco call? So there was a moment in time where San Francisco was a destination. It went away for a bunch of different reasons. Maybe it's now becoming that again, obviously more for pitchers than hitters, but I think slowly but surely, Adames, Devers, I think there's another one. There's going to be more to come, and I think Buster Posey has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, but they got big money, obviously, for the next 8 years tied up in Rafael Devers and Matt Chapman and Willie Adames and Jung-Hoo Lee. They all got contracts for 5, 6, 7, and 10 years, and for Devers, it's 8.5 to go. So you look at the player, and they added, Devers, obviously, 6 weeks before the trading deadline, so they got the bat in the lineup way early. But when you look at future transactions, I thought maybe they'd trade for Ryan O'Hearn of the Baltimore Orioles, then be in the sweepstakes for Kyle Schwarber in the offseason, who's going to be a free agent. How would he appear in orange and black? And now that's probably not going to happen. And then in the offseason, Buster there was a report in January about Kyle Tucker, and ultimately he went to the Cubs, as you well know, that the Giants were in on him. I don't know what kind of offer they made as far as prospects, but what they just gave up to get Devers was not going to get Kyle Tucker. But Tucker's having a monstrous year. And then you look at the money that you'd have to give Kyle Tucker, and Vladimir Guerrero was a name we talked about. He got way more money than Rafael Devers. Just as far as the offseason, the Cubs traded for Kyle Tucker. Their offense is on fire right now, and he's one of the centerpieces along with Pete Crow Armstrong and a few others, Suzuki as well, Jess. But what do you think, just looking at the salary, when you look at what Devers signed for, how much more do you think Kyle Tucker will demand than when Rafael Devers got a couple of years ago from Boston? What money are we looking at there?
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, you guys know how this works. It's all about precedence. I mean, Devers' contract is old compared to Soto and Vlad Guerrero. If I'm his agent, I look at Vlad as the floor and Soto as the ceiling. Now, both those guys are younger than Kyle Tucker, but just using Vlad as an example, he's a first baseman who doesn't run. Kyle Tucker is a right fielder who wins a Gold Glove and runs and does all those other things. Now is added this incredible mastering of the strike zone. He walks more than strikes out. That wasn't part of his game a couple years ago. Kyle Tucker really is a complete package. So if Vlad's getting 500 and Soto's getting 765, probably fits somewhere in the middle on the open market. Now, maybe it's a little bit less because he is 2 years older. Age is probably the biggest factor when it comes to teams. But okay, if he's not $500 million, he's in the 400s, that's for sure. So that's the way I look at it. I mean, the floor has got to be in the 400s, the ceiling closer to 600, and Vlad would be right there in the middle there. So that's the way I look at Kyle Tucker. If you look at precedents, and he's working for a big, he has a big agency, not a small, agent. They're looking
sports management.
Yeah, exactly. And Excel doesn't have Ohtani, just to go inside baseball a little bit. They don't have Ohtani. They don't have one of those big guys yet. This would be their poster child for massive contracts. Some of the smaller agencies, want to get a deal done quicker. They want to cash in before their client is stolen half the time, right? Well, this is a big agency. I assume he's going to free agency, and he's going to really, really cash in. So that's kind of my thought process on Kyle Tucker.
Jesse Rogers of ESPN, the voice you hear. And while we're on Kyle Tucker, I want to stick it to the NL Central right here. So I think the Giants are one of those teams that are overachieving by the preseason national expectations for sure. And we've talked at length with local and national writers about the competitiveness of the NL West. Arizona's been down a little bit, but they still are, far enough or close enough in the standings to really make a run by this. The NL Central also has 4 teams above 500, and right now the Cubs are at the top of it, but the Brewers, the Cardinals, and the Reds all not that far behind. I mean, how do you see this all shaking out over the long haul right now? I don't think that I expected, especially the Cardinals and Reds, to be performing to this level here in late June.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment. I would buy stock in the Cubs and Brewers. I'm not sure I would in the Cardinals. I think the Reds are what they are, a couple games above 500 kind of team, maybe 83, 84 wins in Francona's first year there. It doesn't feel like that lineup is deep enough, but they do have a decent pitching staff. It's the Cardinals that are most surprising. Supposed to be somewhat of a transition year, but maybe they'll make a run. Their executive, John Mozeliak's in his last season. He's retiring. I mean, how often does a guy get to retire on his own, terms instead of getting booted out? So I think they kind of want to play for him at this point, give him a nice going away present, but I'm not sure that's lasting. But the Brewers are for real. They won the division by 10 games last year. They have a decent, I think a very good lineup, to be honest. Now that Christian Yelich looks like the old Christian Yelich. They have tons of pitching. That's why they traded Aaron Savali. I think Milwaukee will push the Cubs a little bit. I don't think the Cubs will give up the lead in the division all year, but 3.5 games out, you already got to say that Milwaukee's pushing them. So I think it's those two to the end. Though St. Louis and Cincinnati can play some spoiler, maybe work their way into the wild card a little bit. I mean, St. Louis is right there right now. But in the end, I don't think that division will send more than 2 to the playoffs.
And Cubs and Cardinals, one of the great rivalries in baseball, beginning a series tonight at Busch. So, Buster jumped the market a little bit, doing it on Father's Day. And, now we're like 5.5 weeks to the trading deadline. It'll be 5 weeks coming up on Thursday, Jesse. And the trading deadline has gotten earlier year to year, not usually June the 15th. So by Buster making this Buster blockbuster, how do you think that drives the trading deadline? And who are some of the big names where you think it'll be moved between now and July 31 at 3 o'clock our time, Jess?
Yeah, I really think that was a one-off because of the Devers situation. I mean, think about it. If Boston had their way, they probably would have traded him a week later, right? But I asked the GM about that. He's like, look, you got to make these trades when they align because they can disappear. Why not wait a week until you're done playing him so he doesn't beat you, which he did on Saturday, right? He beat his old team with that home run. So I think that was a one-off because of that situation. I don't think that was as much Posey jumping the market as the Red Sox were calling around, seeing who would take him because things had deteriorated so much, and the Giants were able to jump. Not many teams can add $250 million to their budget mid-season. So I think that really was a one-off. I think most of the stuff is going to happen post All-Star break and probably the final days before August 1st. So that's the way I look at it. As for big names, man, it's going to be very interesting because right now it is a seller's market. I absolutely do think Sandy Alcantara will get moved. I think a couple Marlins pitchers will get moved. The bigger questions are guys like Zach Allen and Merrill Kelly. You just mentioned the Diamondbacks. It feels like they're going to wait until the very last minute. It sounds like they're going to stay in the race and go for it, but I think it depends on the standings on July 30th. So I'm going to say no to Gallen and Kelly. I'm going to say no to Chris Sale, who got hurt, and Anthopoulos came out and said he wasn't going to trade him. I think you do have to look at those Oriole players. You mentioned O'Hearn. Obviously, Zach Eflin is going to be attractive to a lot of teams. Like, he could be a Game 3 October pitcher, maybe even Game 2 on certain teams. So Eflin, Sandy Alcantara. I mean, if the Rangers fall out of the race, they have some pitching. I don't think they will be sellers, though. I don't think Bochy or Chris Young have an appetite for that. And Mike Hazen really doesn't have an appetite for it. But the standings will tell us we still have a long way to go. And so that's why I think it's going to happen very, very late. Right now, executives are saying it's a seller's market.
Yeah, well, we certainly didn't expect there to be a big sale on June 15th with Rafael Devers coming over to our local team out here in the Bay Area. Jesse, thanks so much for coming on with us, Papa and Silver. I know it's been a lot of chaos, but it's worth it. Giants getting some national attention, series against the Red Sox, and had a little bit of everything this last weekend, so I hope you enjoyed it out there.
I did. Especially the weather, man. Really nice. It's 95 in Chicago today, so 68 and sunny in San Francisco was really nice to be there for a couple of days. Beautiful city.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, at that ballpark, too, when the sun is out, it feels a lot hotter than 68. I was seeing so many kayaks in the Cove yesterday. Bunch of kayaks tipping over, by the way. I'm like, man, I hope everyone's wearing their swim gear out here. But regardless, yeah, it was. It's great to have you on, and we'll do this again soon.
You got it. Be well, guys.
Thank you, Jess.
He is Jesse Rogers of ESPN, based in Chicago, where it is 95 degrees. My goodness. Yeah, out there covering the Cubs and the White Sox. And, of course, the White Sox are the team that the Giants will see this upcoming weekend. But first, they got to worry about Sandy Alcantara and those Miami Marlins. On the other side, let's continue to react to the news we got just before Jesse joined us. Justin Verlander off the paternity list, which means Tyler Fitzgerald getting optioned to AAA, which happened after the game yesterday. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, if you missed it on Sunday, Kevin Durant is now a Houston Rocket, and Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and a whole bunch of picks are getting traded back to Phoenix. And on top of that, the Oklahoma City Thunder capture their first championship since their relocation. We'll be getting into that series, Oklahoma City's future, and, of course, the brutal injury that Tyrese Halliburton suffered in the first quarter right here on Papa and Silver.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Right-handed hitter. There's a throw to first, and he's picked off. Wow. He started to expand his lead all of a sudden, and Pierce Johnson we know he's been around a long time because we remember him from years ago, and he just immediately took advantage of that and threw over there. He was going the wrong way.
Yeah, that from the Atlanta Braves series when pickoffs were a major issue for the San Francisco Giants. And, of course, the one getting picked off in that call by John Miller was Tyler Fitzgerald, who, as of postgame yesterday, has been optioned down to AAA. So the big question becomes, well, what is the short-term plan from here? We talked about, before we got the news, do you put Casey Schmidt there at second base? And I would assume that with the way things have been going as of late, that will be the solution once Matt Chapman returns. Of course, Chapman still a ways to go in his rehab process. So Casey Schmidt will be playing third, and now we get a little bit of Wisely and maybe Christian Koss coming at second base. Papa and Silver, good to be with you. Matt Thomas going to join us in just a bit, but want to keep it right here on the baseball, on the news of the Giants. 808 KNBR if you would like to join the conversation. And we were just out there in the bullpen over the break. Our guy Tim Webb coming in with the Tyler Fitzgerald June numbers, hitting 127, an OPS of 324, one double, just 8 bases, 4 walks, 3 RBIs. He has been really struggling at the plate, to say the least, and he's going to try to go get right in Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean, the timing of this is interesting because the Giants are off. Sacramento is off. They don't have to tell the Miami Marlins they're doing this. If this was Farhan, he would announce this tomorrow at like 5:50, an hour before the game, but we're making this move. They did it at a 11:45 today, reinstating Justin Verlander. You don't have to make this move until Justin Verlander pitches again, so you have time. But they're going to do it. So they're telling the whole world what they're doing. So Tyler's gone back down. He's in a bad slump. He did have a couple of interesting bunts in yesterday's game where he gave himself up, first and second, nobody out, and then the one that tied the game at 5 where he got the safety squeezed down. He's become a valuable small ball player, but he's just, there was one at-bat over the weekend, I think it was Saturday, where he just swung right through a center-cut fastball. It's like, whoa, that ball is on a tee. Could you at least foul that back? You cannot swing and miss that pitch and play here. So there's some problems with him offensively they want to fix. Now, defensively, he's been fine at second base. He's made some mistakes, but he has great range. We talked about the play on the pop fly. It was to shallow right yesterday where he was positioned at second base right up the middle, and he just turned, and I don't know how many second basemen could run like that and get into the shallow part of the outfield and make that catch easily and call off Yastrzemski. And then in the relay at the plate, Abraham Toro was tagged out at the plate. That was a relay where Yaz overran the ball down the line, so atypical of Mike. But he hit the cutoff man, and Fitzgerald's throw was beautiful. Right to Patrick Bailey. I thought he missed the tag and may have been safe at the plate, but they called the runner Toro for going out of the baseline. So whatever, he got the out there. Defensively, and I remember when we were identifying players to start the year that were most, I don't even want to say pressurized, but Tyler Fitzgerald's not arrived as a major league player. At one point last year, we thought he's going to be in the top 3 for Rookie of the Year. He may go to the final ballot and turn out that way with Skeens and Jackson Merrill and Churios in Milwaukee, but he was hitting bombs. He was playing great. And then, they bring in Willie Adames, and now he's the second baseman. How would that go? The guy's got great speed. He's the fastest runner on the team, I think. Daniel Johnson's pretty fast. You got some other guys, but now he's not even on the team. So he can't use his speed. So for the interim, and the Marlins are going to pitch 3 straight right-handers against the Giants this week. And this would be a bit of a Farhan move. And they got lefty arms out of the bullpen, but he wants to start Brett Wisely here. And he wants Koss to be the backup. He's talking about Buster and Randy Wynn and Zach and Bo Mel and how they put the roster together. So Brent Wisely is just not as good defensively. He's better offensively, although this year he does not have a hit. In 10 games with the Giants, and the playing time has been sporadic. He's 0 for 10. He was hitting a little better at AAA, 16 games before the recall, batting average of .283. On base of .333. The slug was not there, .367. Just 5 doubles, does have some speed. We know who Wisely is. I would say he's a better offensive player than Tyler as far as barreling the ball, but he's not as good defensively, but then you got Koss behind him. So that's what they're going to do for the interim. They're telling the world long before they have to that they're doing this Monday at noon. They don't have to do this till tomorrow. But that's just the way they announce things quicker, and they let the people go. They're not going to keep secrets. So, but the bigger issue is, and believe me, we can talk about this for a month, and then something else will happen. It's just baseball. Yeah. It's sports. But I think they got to look outside the roster. And I know Casey may be a man without a position, but to me, is he going to hit as well, playing a uncomfortable position for him? He's a great third baseman. He's okay at short. He's less okay at second. He learned to play first. You're getting the best of him offensively because his mind is clear. We'll talk to him tomorrow at noon. He could play second. He could wind up being an all-star. He could be Robbie Alomar at second base. I don't know. But I think as you're making this move, why you're doing it now is interesting. Yes. Is it just Tyler Fitzgerald is swinging and missing too much, and we can't ask him to bunt every time? And when you ask a guy to bunt repeatedly, you're saying, we have no confidence in you being able to drive the ball. We're going to play small ball because you can't play big ball. Where'd the guy's home run swing go from last year? So Wisely and Koss will be there. You've got other guys that can play the position. But I'm already looking off the roster at what they can do in a month's time or whenever they feel it's worthy of doing it. Tyro Estrada in Colorado, yep. I talked about last week. Who's a willing trade partner? Tyro can play in this ballpark. He's got speed. He knows how to play. Donnie Barrels, Donovan Solano is in Seattle. I don't think they trade him because they think they're good. They're not a bad team there. Then you got to widen it out, and we'll give you more names. But last time we did this, we thought Ryan O'Hearn, they're going to trade for, let's do that. And then they wind up getting, Dominic Schmidt essentially for nothing after he got out of his Yankee AAA deal, and they made the big blockbuster to go get Rafael Devers, who's not a first baseman, but more of a DH type. So I don't know, but I think there's clearly an area that they got to look right now internally. Let's change it up. Wisely, you're playing. Fitch, you're going to AAA. Koss, you're going to play some. And then outside of our 26-man roster, our 40-man roster, who do we want to bring in to play second base? Maybe not right now, but in 4 or 5 weeks from now.
Yeah, and so obviously when Matt Chapman comes back, I think the picture is going to be a little bit clearer. And does Casey Schmidt ultimately play second base? And to Papa's point, how does that affect his hitting, playing a position he is less comfortable in? If you missed it earlier, we did I got 2 words for you to sum up Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the 3 games the Giants played. And Friday, the 1 loss of the Red Sox series, I did end up going second base. Now, I highlighted Christian Koss with multiple bases loaded double plays. Each one did score a run, but still brutal momentum killers. And then the fielding error he made, it sort of broke the game open for the Red Sox as they ultimately won it 7-5. But some of that had to do with the general lack of production offensively from this position. And we just mentioned Tyler Fitzgerald really struggling here in the month of June. He had a double. He has just 7 hits to 19 strikeouts and overall hitting 127. So maybe to Papa's point, it is just a matter of, yeah, I know Matt Chapman isn't healthy right now. Wisely, we think we can get a little bit more offensively, see how it goes defensively, but go Fitzgerald, get some of that confidence back in AAA and see if you can use him as more of a super utility guy when he comes back or whatever the future may hold. So lots we can revisit here. We're going to pivot back over to the other set of news. Kevin Durant going to the Houston Rockets because Matt Thomas of the Rockets Radio is going to be joining us next. Talked to him a couple times in the playoffs, and we will revisit with Matt on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey everyone, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Well, we're here to tell you about the Dolan Law Firm and Chris Dolan, who've been based right here in the Bay for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, children all around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements. And the best parts are, of course, saved for last. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. Say it with me. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Good to be with you. Greg Papa, Greg Silver, taking you all the way up until 2 o'clock. Hope everyone's having a good Monday and a nice start to the week. The last time we spoke with Matt Thomas for the Rockets Radio, it was in the middle of a playoff series, and we even joked about the fact that he was the PA announcer when the Warriors came into town and said, The forward from Texas at 6'9", number 35, Kevin Durant. Well, that tone is going to change now that Kevin Durant is headed toward Houston. Matt, good to have you on with the Gregs again. How are you, my friend?
Let me do a sample. Durant left corner for three. Got it. That's 35 now for Durant. And the Rockets have a 17-point lead over the Warriors.
Yeah, that's a little bit. It's a little bit more like it. Yeah. All right, so let's
I thought you guys weren't calling me until the Texans for the Niners. What is this advanced summer phone call for?
Yeah, well, you know what? Life happens, and the morning of a Game 7, Kevin Durant decided to make a big splash before Thunder and Pacers decided the championship. So we had to go a little bit off schedule, but don't worry, we're still getting you for Niners-Texans. That's a no-doubter. Just kind of to start with it all, were you surprised about the package that the Rockets did end up sending and the fact that they didn't have to give up more of their young talent, and instead it took form of a lot of second-round picks?
Not really surprised. I really thought, guys, that Alperen Şengün was off limits. I really knew that Amen Thompson was off limits, and I didn't think they wanted to move away from Tari Easton or Jabari Smith. Dylan Brooks makes a lot of sense. And then, obviously, Jalen Green was the one guy that was probably brought into the fold more than anybody else. So, to answer your question, no, I'm not surprised. The number of second-round picks to me is just throwing people in there. I don't even think this deal could be done in terms of maybe moving a player here and there for some salary cap implications and whatnot. But there were two guys that are absolutely untouchables, and I was hoping they didn't involve Reed Shepherd, Jabari Smith, and so they didn't, and that worked out really, really well. And this is a Rocket team, I think, right now that's got a pretty dangerous, if it works out well, 8 or 9 man rotation.
Good to hear your voice again, Matt. Last time we had you on was the Friday before Game 7, so going back to May the 2nd. And Jalen Green, his numbers weren't great. He lost some playing time going into that Game 7. He had the big Game 2 when you were able to beat the Warriors. How much of it was the way the Warriors guarded Jalen Green in that playoff series? He didn't shoot the ball well outside of one game. They built that wall they're known for, and he just couldn't figure out a way. Was that a driving force? We talk so much about a lot of these young guys, first time in the playoffs ever, and Jalen had a big moment, but not very many big moments like Şengün. Is that part of the reason they moved on for him the way he played so ineffectively against the Warriors, man?
It's exactly, both Gregs, what I said to my audience an hour ago on my show. I said, what if he would have played exceptionally well? What if he would have scored 25 points a game in the series, and it was Fred VanVleet who didn't do well, or Alperen Şengün that didn't play well? Would that have been a factor? I don't think it was 100%, Greg, but honestly, how could it not? Not only did he not score, he didn't even shoot. There were at least 4 of the 7 games where he was under 10 field goal attempts. That's just, and again, you tell me, you guys see Golden State every single night. Good defensive team, but they didn't bring that defensive intensity to Minneapolis for that series against the Timberwolves. So was it an innocent bystander, or did the Golden State Warriors throw the kitchen sink at him and then nothing left in that series against the Wolves? I do believe that series was it a one-off, or was it that's who we think he is? And I think that's part of the reason, not exclusively the reason, but part of the reason why this deal was done. Also on top of it, Kevin Durant isn't always available. Kevin Durant has a good relationship with Ime Udoka. There's assistant coaches on this Rocket staff that have University of Texas ties. Jeff Green was originally a Seattle Supersonic when Durant was drafted by them. So this deal just has loads of Houston connections to the University of Texas and Kevin Durant connections. So you add all that together, and it just made too much sense.
Matt, I'm curious to get your take on how Kevin Durant is going to fit in defensively, because is he going to fit in offensively? That's never a discussion in my book. I mean, we've seen it in Golden State, and we've seen it with other teams too. This is a guy that can get a shot off at will. He can play the iso ball. He can move off of it. But defensively is where the Rockets really kind of came onto the scene this year to get that number 2 seed. And, of course, we know very well throughout those 7 games how hard they defended, pushing the boundaries of physicality and just a lot of that youth and athleticism working to their favor. So how do you see KD sort of fitting into what Ime Udoka has built on the defensive side of the ball?
Well, we are defense first. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. Now, Kevin changes that because his three-point shot remains very effective. The mid-range game is good, but you're not going to play for the Houston Rockets if you don't play defense. There's a young man, guys, that named Cam Whitmore, just finished his second season in the NBA. That is a bona fide NBA scorer. He just has not played the type of defense that I think Ime Udoka has appreciated, and his lack of intensity has cost him playing time. He's also a key component of what this team is right now because he wasn't moved in Phoenix as part of the trade. All I can tell you is, look, how many 37-year-olds play elite defense in the NBA? Very few. Maybe Mike Conley, a couple others in the mix. So defensively, it's just as long as he gives a professional effort, block a couple of shots, create some spacing. That's why I think a guy like Tari Eason will be playing good minutes. I think a Jabari Smith will play good minutes as well because those two guys are really good defensive players. Amen Thompson can guard anybody on the floor. As long as Kevin Durant gives a professional approach to it, I think that Ime Udoka knows exactly what he's getting in terms of what is left in Kevin Durant's tank at this point.
Man, I encourage you before your next radio show, go back and watch Kevin Durant with the Warriors his first 2 years here when he was reunited with Ron Adams, going back to their OKC days. And he obviously knows Ime, but he knows Royal Ivey as well. Kevin Durant can guard. He can guard anybody on the front line. When he's engaged to play defense, he will suffocate people at 3, 4, and 5. So I'm just looking at your lineup now. So Green's out. Dylan Brooks is out. Şengün next to Durant. Are you kidding me? And then Amen Thompson. And then Jabari and Tari. And just tell me how you think you guys will open games, what the rotation will be. We kind of thought about stealing the king-size Kiwi, Steven Adams. But you guys re-signed him to a 3-year deal for $39 million. So give me your, as you look at it now, putting Durant in, what do you think the starting lineup is, and what's the 8, 9, 10-man rotation, you think?
Greg, my hunch is that Fred VanVleet's going to come back on a new deal. He's got 1 year left on an option that the Rockets and VanVleet have to come to agreement to. My guess that'll be torn up for a lesser dollar amount per year, maybe sign a 2 or 3 year extension. So I think it's going to be Fred and the men in the backcourt. Şengün will be your center. Durant will be your forward. And the question mark will be, do you go with Tari Eason or do you go with Jabari Smith? And that'll be the question mark for Ime Udoka when this ultimate decision comes through. Reed Shepherd, who was the number 3 pick out of last year's draft, will get every opportunity to be the backup point guard for this team. If he can't do it, Amen Thompson will slide over and play those minutes. But Reed was brought as a sharpshooter, and the Rockets need sharp shooting. I mentioned Cam Whitmore already. You've got Tari Eason or Jabari Smith, whoever doesn't start, and then Steven Adams. I really believe, guys, that Steven took less money because he knew in the back of his mind that Durant was coming here to play. So, I think Steven Adams probably could have gotten a couple of $1 million more per year, depending on where he was going to think about going. But I think he liked the situation here, and I think this is a definite, for me, a solid 8 or 9 man rotation that is, at this point, at least to my audience, what I was telling them today, it's NBA Finals or bust. Now, it's hard to win a championship because, again, we've seen injuries play such a huge factor with it this postseason alone. But if healthy, the expectations, guys, have got to be this team getting to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, so actually that kind of carries me to where I wanted to go next. And we are talking to Matt Thomas, radio voice for the Houston Rockets. How did the rest of the playoffs playing out? Because we hadn't talked to you since the end of the first round. How did that shape your general outlook on the West? I mean, there's a few teams that are maybe trending down or you don't expect to be competitive. But other than that, I mean, this conference is ridiculous.
Well, I got to find out, and you guys got to find out who the Lakers are with a full season of Luka Doncic and LeBron James.
Yep.
Can Luka lean up if he's at 100% athletically? Do they go get a legitimate center in the offseason? I'm not sleeping on Denver. I'm not sleeping on Minnesota. Will San Antonio, if Wemby is healthy for a full year, do they sneak into the playoffs? Who the hell is Phoenix right now with that move, and how many 2 guards can you possibly collect on one basketball team? I think Memphis takes a downturn, with losing Desmond Bane to Orlando in that trade. It's still, guys, to me, 5 or 6 deep. I don't mean to exclude the Warriors, but, honestly, the Rockets move up in this category, and I think Vegas puts it that way. I don't necessarily think you should always trust Vegas for what they want to tell you what's going to happen, but they are the 4th highest seeded team to win an NBA championship, at least from the odds for next season. And, oh, by the way, Oklahoma City's got a boatload of draft picks, and all their young players are young. And the Rockets try to use that model to build this franchise, but when Kevin Durant comes available and Ime Udoka wants somebody, I think there was a lot of pressure put on him and the relationship they used to have when Ime was an assistant coach in Brooklyn, and the fact they work with each other in Team USA. And, oh, by the way, the Rockets are looking for shooting. The Rockets were either 28th, 29th, or 30th in three-point shooting last year. And as athletic as they were, even Draymond Green said it during the postseason. The Rockets' best offense was coming off of offensive rebounds. It's fun for a while, but it gets tiresome when you miss a bunch of three-pointers like the Rockets missed over the course of the regular and postseason.
Unless you're Fred VanVleet, and it seems like he's shot 97% over the course of a few games there.
Yeah, exactly. But this is a team that was an outlier. I mean, I love Fred, and I want Fred to come back because there's nothing that you have more trust in a veteran point guard that can run things, and I have tremendous faith in him. And ultimately, those were one-offs. I mean, that you saw the best of Fred VanVleet. I can't imagine now that Durant's being here that he would be counted on to do that kind of heavy lifting offensively.
Now, even with VanVleet, bombing threes, your half-court offense just was paralyzed a lot. You're adding Kevin Durant, a four-time NBA scoring champion. He should have 5. He missed out on just a couple of points, and he's one of the great mid-range shooter. Any level, gets fouled. He solves your half-court problems. So you mentioned he may know him in Brooklyn, and that's, after he left the Warriors. So, he was a Seattle Supersonic for a brief time at Oklahoma City, and then the 3-year run with the Warriors, 2 champions, should have been a third, Brooklyn, and then he goes on to Phoenix. And I know, going back to when he was really light and thin at the University of Texas. So, Matt, how is H-Town reacting to Kevin Durant? You would think in a lot of respects they would view this as we do. He's the final piece on an ascending team that could challenge OKC and take them to the NBA Finals. He is a guy who played not too far away in Austin collegiately, a one and done, what a great college player. But he's been somewhat of an NBA mercenary after even, when he left Oklahoma City, really, and joined the Warriors. He's been here, there, and everywhere. So is the city of Houston as excited about getting Durant as you are? Because he's been their adversary, whether it was Oklahoma City or a Game 7 against the Warriors. He's the guy they've been trying to beat for a long time.
It's so funny because we went back and looked at some of my highlight calls of Kevin Durant, and obviously when he's been on the other side, you don't get very emphatically happy about what he does. And every one of the calls that I had in our archives is just, gut punch, mid-range, top of the key, 3, fast break, steal. It was painful. So, yeah, this is a little bizarre for me to be able to now call Kevin Durant plays that are to the benefit of the Houston Rockets as compared to the detriment. I would say this. There were a lot of people that were very concerned about having to give up Reed Shepherd, Jabari Smith, or Tari Eason as part of the trade. And when it did not happen, the emotions of the city changed literally by the second. So I would say of every 10 calls I took today on my show, probably 8 of them were overly positive. The number 10 pick was a moot conversation because this, again, I didn't think the number 10 pick was going to get a rotation time with the Rockets anyway. So I would say, generally speaking, people are beyond excited. And we kind of need that because as good as the Rockets were last year, winning 52 games, we had this certain team called the Golden State Warriors that have had our number for years after years after years. So it was and in Houston, I don't know if you guys know this or not, we're very much about the hometown team and don't give much about anything else happening. Minimal interest in Oklahoma City versus Indiana in our market when it came to that series. Minimal interest in the Super Bowl, but doesn't involve, the Houston Texans or a smaller extent the Dallas Cowboys. The World Series doesn't gain traction if the Astros are not involved with it. So for me, it was kind of fun to be able to get as much NBA chatter going because the Durant rumors simply wouldn't go away. But yeah, keeping those 3 core young guys and not giving them up as part of this trade was a huge win for the fan base, and I think they're generally speaking very excited about it.
No, look, the neutral in me, just as a basketball lover, is really excited to see how it plays out. And before we let you go, my friend and I were texting last night because we're just a couple of sickos, and we're already predicting what the NBA opening season matchups were going to be. So we're thinking for day 2, Warriors-Rockets, that's got to be each other's first game of the season. That feels like a lock to me.
I don't need that. I need therapy. I need time away from you people. I'm serious. I am sick and freaking tired of losing the Golden State Warriors. I didn't want you in the playoffs. I didn't want to come to your city, as great as it is. I just want to stay far away from the Chase Center. I don't want to go back to Oracle. I wouldn't even play in a neutral site. I want no part of the Golden State Warriors. until we have to play you. So if it's opening night, that's fine. If it is, please let it be in Houston. Although, look, the last time I saw you guys, it was a Game 7 win at the Toyota Center. So, like I said, if I don't see you till January, it wouldn't hurt me any.
Yeah, maybe Christmas Day, too, is another possibility. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, yeah,
we'll let the
for
schedule
sure.
makers decide all of that. I mean, it's been Warriors-Lakers the last few, but with this KD trade, that adds a whole new layer to it now. So I know you might not be looking forward to it, but we are looking forward to it, and we're definitely looking forward to Niners-Texans as well when we can catch up again.
You call anytime, boys.
He is Matt
Thank you,
Thomas. He is Matt Thomas, Rockets.
No, we're not
radio
looking forward
voice.
to any of it. This just changed the whole dynamic of the Warriors Rockettes. Kevin Durant is going to wear red now. What are you talking about? It changes everything.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, but come on. You got to love the animosity and the fight that happened. And, yeah, KD, the age of 37. Look, we in the Bay Area do not discriminate against the old men of basketball. We got a guy who's going to be 38 on March 14th of next year who is pretty damn good at basketball. So a little Curry versus KD, Warriors, Rockets. Look, I can't say I'm a sicko. I'm looking forward to it. I am. It's going to be great.
I'm not. I was hoping he'd go to Miami and be as far away. I do wonder, we were talking hot and heavy before the Butler deal. If Jimmy Butler was not on the Warriors and the Warriors just didn't make that trade, Kevin Durant probably wouldn't come here. So I'm going to move on from Kevin Durant. I was hoping he'd go to Miami. San Antonio, if they would have gotten him, wow. Minnesota,
Yep.
but they didn't want to go there. There were some other teams, but to put him, just look at that front line. The skill, Şengün and Durant and Eason and Schmidt, and they come at you in waves. And then they keep the king-size Kiwi, and then Reed Shepherd, we didn't see much last year, but he could shoot the ball. We'll see what Oklahoma City does, and Bobby Marks thinks they'll be able to re-sign all of their guys, and, they can push back a little bit Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams till next year, not so much this offseason. They'll address Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and they're going to be good. Obviously, there are a lot of good teams in the West to deal with, Minnesota and Denver, and what is San Antonio going to be when they get Wembanyama back and healthy, and does Phoenix just go away for a long stretch? But this changes things dramatically. Houston is one of the best defensive teams in basketball. They traded Dylan Brooks, but they can overcome that. Jalen Green is raw. He is not developed. He is years away from being that guy. And where they were weak, they just got incredibly strong. They were weak in the half-court offense. They just added Kevin Durant. So, Ime, if I say one thing, just take Steve Kerr's play call where he tapped his head twice and just said, get the ball to Durant in the right mid-post, and everybody else get out of his way. How you going to handle that now? Draymond comes over to double him. Jimmy Butler, you going to be able to guard Durant? Good luck with that. I mean, we'll just see where it all goes. But I wanted him going to wear red, but I wanted him to go to Miami as far away as possible. And I was worried about him in purple in Phoenix. It just never materialized there for whatever reason. Maybe it won't in Houston. But they got balance there. They got defenders all around him. And don't worry about Durant playing defense. When Kevin wants to guard, he can be one of the best defensive bigs in the NBA.
No, there's no question about it. I mean, we've seen it, firsthand display of what Kevin Durant is and how much of an addition that is to his team, even if he is an older player now. So, yeah. On the other side, I got a question for everybody in regards to what went down Game 7 of the finals. We got into it a little bit with Bobby Marks, but I have a question for all of you that I'm curious to get into, and we'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, for as sloppy as Friday was, the Giants end up taking care of business Saturday and Sunday. So they take the series against the Red Sox. Rafael Devers' first look against his former team. Off day today, and the boys are back to 10 games above 500 and 3.5 back of the LA Dodgers for first in the NL West.
Hey, are you maxed out on credit cards, struggling with high interest debt? You could pay it all off in days with Loan Pronto's Rapid Equity Line. Hey, it's Greg Papa. Get cash out now without touching your low-rate first mortgage. No appraisals, no waiting, no BS. The Rapid Equity Loan Program at Loan Pronto is amazing. One Loan Pronto client just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours. They paid off debt, renovated their kitchen, and cut their monthly expenses by $1,800. Wow, that is a huge turnaround. Loan Pronto, they give you instant approvals, low rates, no hard credit pull up front. Listen, your home equity is yours, so use it. You can get cash out of it to consolidate your debt down to one easy low monthly payment. Call Loan Pronto now for a free instant appraisal for your home and see how much cash you can get today. Loan Pronto is A+ rated by the BBB, Better Business Bureau, and have nearly 2,500 five-star Google reviews. Their service is off the charts. So call now to start the conversation. 415-808-5721, loanpronto.com, 415-808-5721. Get debt relief now at loanpronto.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kicks it out. Toppin. Good contest from Thorpe. Halliburton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell. Course, that strained calf, he's in pain, so emotional.
Yeah, just a really rough sight, especially with the start that Tyrese Halliburton was having on the road in a Game 7. Game was all tied in the first quarter, and then down he went, and we lived it. We knew it. We have seen it right away. I'll tell you that we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. You can learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by NCUA. And Tyrese Halliburton goes down. Oklahoma City, again, 84 combined wins between the regular season and the playoffs. They deserve a lot of credit for being a team that couldn't get it done last year as a top seed. And we just talked to Matt Thomas, and I would think that he would hope Houston has a similar path to OKC, where they got a great regular season, but can't quite complete the playoff test, and then ultimately they prevail, and now they have the addition of Kevin Durant out in Houston. But the question I wanted to ask for all of you that I teased before the break is, just as even as a neutral observer, that will go down as a great what-if game. What if Tyrese Halliburton does not get injured? Maybe Oklahoma City wins it anyway. They prevail Game 7, because when they were right and when they were defending well, we saw it in the third quarter, they are tough to overcome. But maybe Indiana, who played really hard and was able to hang in there for the bulk of the game, even make a bit of a push there in the fourth quarter. Could Tyrese Halliburton's presence there have been enough? I don't know. But as I ask this question, Papa, just one, your reaction to the game, and two, what are some of the greatest what-ifs that come to mind for you?
Well, I mean, this game was wholly unsatisfying for a Game 7, and I don't mean to be that guy with Oklahoma City, because the Warriors had a lot of that along the way. Their first championship in 14-15, players that got hurt, and they didn't have to face. But that is the NBA playoffs, and tell me a team, they didn't have to face, that wasn't the beneficiary of an injury or something along the way, but ultimately it happened just about every round, and Kyrie Irving in the overtime of Game 1, banging knees with Klay Thompson, and I remember Kyrie's dad got so upset. But that was an existing knee injury that was a little bit of a ticking time bomb, but he wound up fracturing his kneecap. How would that series have gone and Kyrie Irving had played? I don't know. The Warriors obviously won that in 6. Then the next year they lost in 7, and Kyrie on Father's Day made a big shot. So it's just in Oklahoma City had a great year. They won 68 in the regular season. In some metrics, they deserve to be compared to some of the great teams in the history of the NBA, whether it's the 70-71 Bucks or Michael's Bulls or the Warriors of 16-17 as far as scoring margin all time. They were all better than all of them. And they got 68 wins and the 16 required to win the NBA championship. So they are the champions, there's no doubt. But as far as how that game would have gone, Indiana played with them. They were right with them. They had the lead at halftime despite not having Tyrese Halliburton. They were the biggest underdogs since I think the 74-75 Warriors, but they were able to, and Rick's teams were able to flip that, and 48-win teams sweeping the 60-win Bullets. But that's a long time ago. That's 50 years ago, whatever it is. So to me, it made Game 7 hard to watch. After that, I thought Indiana had a chance to win the game. They just had it taken from them in the third quarter. Rick Carlisle's a great coach. He's known as a great offensive coach, a brilliant mind, going back to his college days at Virginia to playing with Larry Celtics and throughout his run, whether it be in Indiana to start or Dallas later. And he also mixes in a lot of zone. They're a great coaching staff. I don't understand why Siakam rested so much in the third quarter. Miles Turner went out as well. Miles did not play well last night. It's like he didn't know how to set a screen anymore. When T.J. McConnell came in, and I know T.J. scored like 12 straight points for him in the third quarter, he just turned the ball over every single time. He had 7 turnovers in the game on the stat sheet. I remember one play where they got bottled up into a jump ball situation and they lost the tip. I'm going to give them that one as well. They just turned the ball over too much. They had 21 turns. You turn the ball over against Oklahoma City, you're done. 21 turns for 23 points off the turn. So it was hard to watch. I think Indiana, it doesn't matter what my opinion is. The Thunder are the champions. I think if Tyrese Halliburton plays that whole game, there's a chance the Pacers win the game. There was a time you needed a Halliburton bomb. You needed a step-back three. And they made 11 threes in the game, but he was Mr. Clutch throughout these NBA playoffs. Every single series, they were the cockroaches. They were impossible to kill them. But without Halliburton, they could be killed, and they kind of died their own unmerciful death. And it's just, what other ones do I compare it to? Same damn thing happened in Toronto, and it was different. You didn't have Durant for the whole run after what happened against Houston in the playoff series when he first hurt the calf injury, and I thought he tore his Achilles in that game. And then they went to Houston and closed him out, and Steph went 0-33. But it was the calf injury, that same damn calf, that Durant wound up tearing the Achilles. And what was it, June the 10th of 2019, that Game 5 in Toronto. And I remember doing a 4-hour radio show from Toronto before that game. And, the risk was Durant's going to tear the Achilles. Even though Celebrini said that's not going to happen. It's like, you kidding me? It's a low calf injury. It's right around the Achilles, the low calf, the upper. It's all right there. And he wound up, he played well in the first quarter, but he wasn't himself. They had the lead after one quarter, but the first time he faced up Serge Ibaka, his former teammate from OKC, and exploded on that thing to really push off like Halliburton. It just went pop, and the whole world saw the vibration and like, damn. But Durant was going. He was not going to resign. I'm not saying they said the hell with Durant. That's far from what Bob Myers and Joe Lacob and Steve Kerr would do. They just didn't think it would result that way. That's what the experts said. But that was the last game Durant played as a Warrior. Then Clay, wound up with the ACL, and after that his own Achilles. So it was a lot like that. Halliburton's a young player. He's going to be re-signed by Indiana. He's going to be there for a long time. They're not trading that guy. But it was the ultimate what if. I go back to, years ago, the 72-73 Celtics. I think they won 68 games that year. John Havlicek obliterated his shoulder. Well before the finals, it was against the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals. And believe me, I was a Knicks fan. It was hard to like the Celtics even with Hondo back then. Had John Havlicek been healthy in that series, Boston beats the Knicks. In my opinion, he was the best player in the league on the best team, and he wound up with a bad shoulder, didn't play. There have been many situations. I was trying to think, how could Indiana do this without their best player? The Willis Reed Game 7 game. When he came in and made those two jumpers over Wilt, but he left after that. He played like 4 minutes. Yeah. Clyde Frazier went off, and I don't know if Reed was their best player. They had a lot of great players then, and Walt Frazier had one of the great Game 7s of all time, and Indiana had enough. They have Siakam. Turner did not play well in this game. I hope it's not his last game as a Pacer, and he comes back, and Neesmith was not good in the game. A lot of guys didn't play well. But you watch the game. You tell me. Who knows how it would have gone down, but we would have had, I think, an ending. The third quarter wouldn't have gone as sideways. Indiana would have battled to the end. It's impossible to say Indiana wins the game if Halliburton does not rupture his Achilles. He did, and does Boston come back and beat the Knicks if Tatum doesn't tear his Achilles? Well, they were going to be down 3-1. I don't know. You can't play that game, but I think, watching it, I'm thinking, how the hell are they going to win without Halliburton? But they almost did. They were still up at halftime, and then for some reason Siakam plays half the third quarter. What are you doing there? He's got to play the entire game, and they turned the ball over too much. So it just didn't feel like Game 7 to me. After he went down, your mind is – I think Oklahoma City was distracted for a long stretch of the game. Your mind's like, if Indiana wins, do they celebrate the same way without Halliburton? It wasn't odd. I don't remember. How'd they get Durant off the court? I remember Durant being in a wheelchair and Bob crying next to Kleiman. They rolled him right by me.
So Durant,
but even the way they took Halliburton off the court, couldn't they get him off? The trainers trying to hold him. The whole thing was weird. And then at the end, when they walked off the court, after losing Game 7, some of the guys acknowledged and they went over and hugged him. Some of them like walked right by him. It's like, damn, he just lost Game 7, and this guy just ruptured his Achilles tendon in the first quarter of Game 7. So not only lost this year's championship, how you going to win next year? He's going to miss all of next year. It's just so, wow, what the hell happened there?
No, I mean, it's brutal, and there's no way to describe it. Durant, I think he kind of scooted his way over to the sideline because it happened so close to the sideline, the tear. And then I want to say Andre Iguodala and maybe Zaza, or one of the bigs, sort of walked with him into the locker room, and Bob Myers came right behind him. And that's what I remember from that. But just the scene was all around terrible. I landed my plane actually right when halftime started. So I land and I get a text from another Papa and Derek and says, wow, that is so bad. And he goes, oh, never mind. You're on a plane. You're about to find out. And of course, check Twitter, see all the texts, and was just like, you got to be kidding me right now. Because I did go back and watch, and it did feel like Game 7 very much in that first quarter. The road team comes out. Tyrese Halliburton hits 3 bombs. They're out on fire. OKC's energized. The crowd's good. And then thereafter, it was very weird. And to your point on the guards, yes, Siakam did not have a good game, and he didn't play nearly as much as I would have played him in the third quarter. They put Thomas Bryant out there, Obi Toppin at one point, but the guards of McConnell and Mathurin and Nembhard, you could just see how gassed they were toward the end of the game and how hard they had been playing, and just a really tough sight all around. So it will be one of the great what-ifs, and maybe Oklahoma City would have ended up getting it done. I'm not trying to discredit what their season was, but you have to imagine with the way Indiana would just fight and fight and fight and fight throughout the postseason and prevail in these circumstances that seemed impossible, I can't help but think it had the potential to at least be an all-time classic, and there it wasn't. So as I go into some of these other what-ifs, we got 209 Lawnmower Dave saying Dre Greenlaw's Super Bowl injury. Yeah, that was certainly one that impacted. I also went to social media, and Brock Purdy's elbow came up. More recent, the Kyle Williams fumble. I think Clay, Game 6, Toronto is a big what-if because of everything thereafter, and ultimately, it being him never being the same player with the back-to-back injuries. Would he have torn his Achilles? We don't know. Let's see. Dusty Baker taking out Russ Ortiz is one that people mentioned, of course. Roger Craig, 1990. The Tuck Rule is another Bay Area one that I know you know well, so we could go down a long list of everything. But as far as just outside the Bay Area and neutral observer games, that is going to be a great what-if, because at halftime when Indiana had a 1-point lead, I'm thinking, if they pull this off, that is one of the all-time playoff wins. And OKC did what they do best, which is suffocate you with their defense, get live ball turnovers. And once they made that big run, it never really got quite enough in reach again for the Pacers to go and steal that.
Yeah, I mean, the way I interpret the what-if is an injury. I mean, the other things were just plays. They were moments in time where you wind up losing, taking Russ Ortiz out 8 outs away. That's what you do. These are, debilitating injuries. And the Dre Greenlaw one, the way he was guarding, the way Fred Warner was guarding Warder, the way Dre was flying around, that was certainly a what-if. I mean, I think the Niners win the Super Bowl and they don't attack Oren Burks whenever they had the motion and they got Kelsey onto Oren Burks. It just didn't turn out that way when Fred Warner man-matched him, except for that epic 3rd and 2, and he took it down to the goal line right before regulation ended. That one clearly, but Durant is obviously one because but Durant came back in 3-1. There was an existing injury, both with Greenlaw, Achilles tendonitis on the other leg, with Durant, the calf injury, and ultimately, let's not forget, there was a game there where Tyrese Halliburton went down in that same spot, in the same arena, the same floor, and damn, I mean, you gotta ask medical people because they all say, you don't know about the calf. You killing me? Tyrese Halliburton had the same calf injury, winds up blowing out the Achilles. Kevin Durant had a calf injury, blows out the Achilles. Dre Greenlaw's got Achilles tendonitis. He practices on a trampoline at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. He blows out the other Achilles. It's all too weird. But, I mean, how do you look back on these playoffs? And it's not just Oklahoma City. Damian Lillard, the great Dame, Achilles tear. Milwaukee out against Indiana.
Yep.
Jason Tatum, wow. And they were going to lose that Game 4 and be down 3-1 the way they mismanaged the first 2 games at home. But they made a comeback. But Tatum, done, eliminated. And the Knicks wind up winning. And then Tyrese Halliburton, same. You ever tell me about one postseason were players like the great Dame, Jason Tatum, and Tyrese Halliburton. Was Lillard on Team USA? I don't think he was, but you're talking about all NBA players and great players, and Tatum and Halliburton and Lillard all suffering Achilles tears in the same postseason. Has that ever happened? And then from our perspective, and it wasn't an Achilles, well, we were hamstrung after he popped his hammy, Steph Curry's injury this year. So Oklahoma City's the champion. No one's taken away that title. As Chet Holmgren said, I broke bones, and those are all temporary, but this is forever. No one's taken the title away from you, brother. You guys deserved it. But can you remember 3 prominent players like Lillard, Tatum, Halliburton all suffering Achilles tendon tears in the same playoffs? That used to be a very rare injury. And then on top of it, the ultimate what if is what if Steph Curry does not pop his hamstring in Game 1 against Minnesota? Do the Warriors get past Minnesota? I don't know. Oklahoma City's the champion, but you're talking what ifs. I'm mainly talking about injuries, and it seems like these NBA playoffs this year, and the Warriors' first title, we got a lot of that, and that's why they came out and won 24-0 to start the next year, because nobody gave them credit. But there were a lot of what ifs throughout the entirety of the NBA playoffs all the way until what happened last night in OKC.
There's no question, and I think it also opens the door to how do you handle the scheduling of the NBA season, 82 games over that time span. How do you handle the scheduling of the playoffs? Obviously, the finals in particular, every game had 2 days of rest in between, except between 3 and 4, so that wasn't really an issue for that series alone, but just kind of opening up the door to general discussions of how to handle all that. So just congratulations to the Thunder, first and foremost, but bummer to see a player like Tyrese Halliburton go down in that fashion in a Game 7, and Pacers had one hell of an inspiring run in that postseason, so would have loved to see a little bit more of a traditional Game 7 play out, but OKC, they do get it done. They win their first championship since the relocation, and they should be celebrated as for such of winning the title. Coming up, we're going to do a little Silver Linings playlist. We're going to switch gears into something with a little bit more humor, a little bit more baseball, and a little bit more celebratory. I'll tell you exactly what that is on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus to talk about Rafael Devers, the series he had against Boston. And despite just 2 for 12 in the box score over the series at the plate, it was the word threat that kept getting repeated for why this new addition to the offense can have major implications over the home stretch of the season. Check out that interview on thesportsleader.com, the KNBR app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Silver Linings Playlist, the tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Did I see you give a shimmy at second base after your double?
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell.
Oh, that was for Pat.
Yeah, he always says to check our and all that.
There we go. Elliot Ramos with the little RBI double there in the 7th inning. Earlier, we talked about capitalizing on mistakes, and the Romy Gonzalez era of second base opened the door for Rafael Devers to get his second hit of the series, and it was an important one because then Elliot Ramos stepped up to the plate and got a couple more of his 4 RBI day. And, of course, what everybody caught on the camera was Ramos doing a little Metro Station shake it with the chest, a little Steph Curry shimmy, or, as he said in the postgame, shaking that chest in honor of the hitting coach, Pat Burrell. Elliot Ramos, have a day, at least on the offensive side of the ball, my friend. Mwah.
Yeah, that's not exactly what he said. And Laura Britt and George in studio are like, what did he just say? That's what Pat the Bat said in the marina. Shake your chest, girls, and you could pat the bat. So, but Elliot Ramos with a lot of emotion when he does anything. Big double down the line. Let's effing go. Getting his chest out there and puffer chesting it when he makes a play. He's got the best base on balls bat flip, I think, of anybody, maybe in the history of baseball. I mean, Pete Rose, whenever he drew a walk, became Charlie Hustle because he ran down the line. Barry didn't like it a whole lot. He had to take all the armor off and go down after he got walked intentionally. But have you ever seen a guy celebrate a walk as much as Elliot Ramos does? And there's been some times he's flipped the bat and he thought he had ball 4 and it was strike 3. Whoa! That's the ultimate. But Elliot Ramos is a lot of fun right now doing it in Pat the Bat style, which leads to, we'll get into it more, we do have an All-Star game coming up in Atlanta, Georgia. It is June the 23rd. The All-Star game will be played on the night of July 15th. He broke the longest drought in homegrown outfielders in Giant history, going back to the great Chili Davis back in the 80s. And I remember we had him on when the Giants got to Arlington last year in early June, and we talked about the possibility. I thought Robbie Ray was a lock to make the All-Star team this year and maybe start the All-Star game. He's had some bad outings, and I know a lot of it's been defensive related around him, and Ramos didn't help him dropping a fly ball, Greg, but he is not pitching as well. For his last, 3 starts, he hung some curveballs yesterday. It looked like he threw that knuckle curve a lot. He is deceptive. He is good. I think Logan Webb has passed him by as an all-star candidate from the pitching staff. Maybe they both go. I don't know, frankly, beyond that, who would make it. But when you look at the outfielders in the National League historically, it's really hard. And there's some guys that are having big years in the National League, including a couple of Chicago Cubs. We were talking to Jesse Rogers.
Yep.
Kyle Tucker's going to be an all-star. PCA is going to be an all-star. Pete Crow Armstrong. We'll have to look at all the positions. We'll get into it more, but I think he's playing arguably better than he did last year when he broke through and made the all-star team, but I'm not sure when you compare it to the other outfielders in the American League, if Elliot Ramos can go to the ATL and throw out his chest and bat flip on a walk. He going to do that in the All-Star game? I mean, what are the real chances Elliot Ramos goes back-to-back All-Star this year?
I think it's certainly a conversation. I mean, to your point, the big hurdle is the fact that the outfield in the National League is a really tough zone to go and break through. And then mentioned a little bit earlier on the show, defensively, the -6, what was it, fielding outs above average. It's just, defensively, he's had his struggles at times, but he's been by far the most consistent hitter. I think that's a fair statement to make, that he, in many ways, has done better than he was last year when he kind of broke onto the scene. He's kind of been, and obviously Devers adds a whole other bit to the equation, but Ramos with his 13 bombs, and even at the time when the teams have really been struggling, I think it's going back to April 26th, he's had quite the stretch here of playing, and it's been sustained a while now. And Jung-Hoo Lee obviously got that hot start. He made a big name for himself when he went to Yankee Stadium and had that road trip, but he has really cooled off, and each month it has dropped off a little bit more. So if Ramos continues to hit at this rate, by the time the All-Star break comes around, I think there's a real shot he could definitely be in the mix for an All-Star. But Robbie Ray was seeming like a lock. Now it's looking a little bit more like, okay, not necessarily a lock, and I don't think he's going to start the All-Star game. And then obviously Logan Webb continues to do what he does, and we're going to see him in this Marlins series coming up in a couple of days.
Now I have a homework assignment on a nothing to watch Monday night, so we'll see what we do. We don't have Giants baseball, no NHL Stanley Cup playoffs, and obviously the NBA is down. I'm not going to start looking at draft eligibles for the Warriors to take at 41 until they pick at 41, but I will look at National League outfield and what are the chances for Elliot Ramos. So last year, Ramos wound up with 22 home runs in 121 games. He's got 13 this year in 76 games. Last year he didn't come up. Remember, he came up in May, and it was his defense throwing out a couple of runners from right field initially, making a great play in left field. That series against the Reds when he came up in May was like, Elliot Ramos' defense has improved amazingly. Wow. And then he started to swing the bat. Just, his OPS plus last year was a 125 the whole year. I'm not sure what it was at the All-Star break. We'll break it down. This year it's better at 139. His overall OPS, when you don't take the ballpark factor in and just on base plus slug, last year he wound up at 792. This year he's at 836. So I think in a lot of areas he's better than he was last year. Defense is not going to hurt him. Nobody cares about defense in the All-Star game. It's an offensive numbers and who's producing. But it is ironic that when he first took over and got up, and then Jung-Hoo Lee smacked into a wall, and he wound up playing in left and center and right. Ultimately, he's a left fielder, and barely it was his defense, throwing out runners from right and left. He actually went to play some center, but I think you can make the point that he is performing better this year than he did last year. Overall walks. Last year he walked 37 times the entire year. In 518 plate appearances, he's already walked this year 28 times. So that bat flip, not chasing like Casey Schmidt ultimately. So I think the competition around the outfield in the National League is really difficult. But I think you can make the point that Elliot Ramos is more deserving of being an All-Star this year. He's having a better year this year than he even had last year.
Giants had a handful of players really stand out this week statistically. Ramos had a couple of bombs, a 976 OPS, 7 RBIs with, of course, 4 yesterday. Logan Webb with the 9 strikeouts and a 1.29 ERA. Randy Rodriguez looked a little bit dicey there at times in the ninth, but ends up going 4 games with no runs and then a 0.75 whip. And then the man we've been talking about in the earlier part of the show, who's going to be joining us tomorrow, Casey Schmidt, hitting 476, 10 hits, and 1189 OPS there. So I didn't get a chance to be watching a ton of external baseball. Did a lot of my Giants catching up yesterday with all the travel, but I do wonder if there's any player of the week possibilities here for your San Francisco Giants. I know in the AL, Cal Raleigh has had quite an insane run right now with what he's doing in Seattle. And some of my wedding crew actually, before heading out to the island, went to the 8-0 game in which he hit the grand slam against the Red Sox.
The big jumper. I mean, right now, he's one of the best players in baseball. I think he takes the AL MVP away from Aaron Judge. He may break Salvador Perez's home run record for most homers in a single season by a catcher. He had 48 one year with the Royals, and Johnny Bench had 45 in the National League. So the big dumper is dumping. Not only is a catch and throw guy and framing like Bailey, but he's hitting bombs like Johnny Bench. So I kind of lost it in, Pat the Bat and Laura kind of being stunned a little bit when they had to beep out. What song did you actually pick for the Silver Linings playlist?
It is 2007 Metro Station Shake It.
Shake It?
Shake It.
Okay.
Not shake.
I thought maybe
you'd
go with Christian Chenoweth. Did you watch Game 7? You were flying last night. Did you watch the national anthem before Game 7 of the NBA Finals last night? What was that exactly? And that's the only star they can roll out in Oklahoma City? No idea who she is. That was not a good rendition.
All right, maybe I'll have to go back and check it out on what you're deeming a nothing to watch Monday. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow, just being like, hey, what'd you do last night? Not a whole lot of sports going on, but no, it's going to be a whole lot of fun, and the Marlins coming into town, and we'll have Susan Slusser joining us as she does every Tuesday to kind of ask a little bit about this Casey Schmidt, the Robbie Ray, and there's Christian Chenoweth there on the stream.
Yeah,
she's replacing Greg Papa.
Going all the way around for that. And that anthem, the way she started, I thought, whoa, is she going to get through this? Is that all they have in Oklahoma? Well, now they're the NBA champions, but my gosh, not a good rendition of the anthem.
Maybe we'll have Walter pull that up and come back to it in the next segment. But either way, do want to play some sounds, some things from the Giants we didn't revisit, and then one from the NBA Finals panel that I think you're going to enjoy. I'll tell you what that is on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you. Papa and Silver. Final couple of segments, then we'll get it to Dirty Work for you on a Monday. They'll be taking you all the way 2 to 6 as the Giants are off for a third straight Monday here. Appreciate everybody chiming in on the text line, the YouTube chat today. It's good to be back after a nice little 5-day break and really cram all that knowledge in on a Sunday. And as we like to do on a lot of Mondays, revisit some sounds from the weekend because a lot of different things happen. And I want to start on a couple of different Giants cuts here. And, one of the names that we didn't really mention a whole lot, and we did give him the acknowledgement during the 2 words, but Landon Roop went from his worst start of the year, Dodger Stadium, to 6 shutout innings. And here's Bob Melvin saying he knew that Landon Roop was going to be primed for a bounce-back game like that. Giants end up taking 2 out of 3 in large part because of what Landon Roop did when, there were a couple of homers. We gave the credit to those swings from Ramos and Devers, but outside of that, Giants went a whole lot of innings without scoring, and Landon Roop held his own.
Yeah, we were talking that before. I think, he was primed to do that today. He's a pretty tough competitor and didn't like how that last one went, and I didn't sit well with him. And the whole week he looked a little grumpy and was itching to get back out there. He wanted to go back out for the 7th again, but, he limited pitches the time before, 90 pitches this time, 6 shutout innings, and we had kind of our big boys ready to go. But great bounce-back game from Landon.
So, Bob Melvin keeping it pretty simple there, but Landon Roop had the Dodger Stadium start on some national television, and then it was tough. Went through 1 2/3 there, but then much better, much more composed, and much more like the Landon Roop we had seen in the month of May, who was really starting to put it together there.
Yeah, he had back-to-back Saturday starts with the off day and Justin Verlander getting plugged back in. So the start on June the 14th, the Saturday night at Dodger Stadium, he was awful. And he gave up 6 runs. He only got 4 outs in the game. He wasn't attacking hitters. And, sometimes they say in sports, just, flush the film, the tape, don't watch it back. I don't think that's ever really a good thing to do it. I don't know what situation you would do it, but Landon Roop said he didn't. He did not watch the film session. He didn't watch it back. Now, you're facing all different hitters than the Dodgers, obviously, and then Boston's young guys, but you would think he'd watch it back. But in any event, he had a better feel for his curveball. He struck out 7 6-shot innings. He only walked 3 in the game and gave up 3 hits, and it was curve. Some nights it's the change and the cutter he uses more, and this start against Boston, he wanted to use the curveball more, and he had 9 swings and misses off his curveball, so he was great on Saturday. But we mentioned Robbie Ray, and Robbie Ray was good and bad. That one inning in particular was the 5th inning when they just blasted him with a couple of home runs. He hung a curveball. He was not as good yesterday. And then going back to Friday, Hayden Birdsong was just not good at all. 5 runs, 4 earned in the game, and arguably his worst start of the year, and he's just falling behind. He's getting way behind. I don't want to say there was a time Pop and Lund were known as a jinx on Bay Area airwaves. Whenever we'd have a guy on, Josh Reddick could slam into a wall in Houston and be out the year. And guys that have, we had Casey No Hits McGee on with a weekly every week, and the guy never got any hits at all. And I'm being kind, unlike Elliot Ramos yesterday, being, for once in my life, tactful, going No Hits McGee. But in any event, we had Hayden Birdsong out on the patio a couple of weeks ago, Greg, and I don't know if you've noticed, but he has not been nearly as good since he pitched. He faced, Atlanta right after that. We had him on, I think it was June the 5th on that Thursday. He faced Atlanta the next day, and all of a sudden, no command. And then Hayden Birdsong, it's been bye-bye birdie all of a sudden with his command. So, I'm not going to blame you because I'm the one with a history of jinxes. So it's not been so Gregexcellent having guys come on our show. What's going on with Hayden Birdsong?
Yeah, so we're actually not going to be at the patio on Thursday, and this is the first time I'm realizing that that's probably a good thing. So it's unfortunate, and I'm sad I missed everybody out at the patio this last Thursday, but maybe we're just going to take a little bit of a break here, and maybe we'll revisit this at the All-Star break, and we'll be very wise about our selection down the stretch if the Giants are staying competitive. But to your point, Hayden Birdsong has been a little bit off lately. Robbie Ray Went from NL Pitcher of the Month in May to being a little bit off here in June, and again, hasn't gotten the best defensive support, so not entirely on him, but we'll get to, kind of continue to monitor this, and at the very least, it was good for Landon Roop to get that response over the weekend. Speaking of players that we need to credit for turning it around some, we talked a lot about Willy Adames the first couple of months of this year and him not performing up to his standards, and maybe mixed in with the fact that Devers came over and there's been so much noise around that. Willy Adames, to his credit, is really starting to pick it up, and he hit a moonshot yesterday over the left field fence to give the Giants their 9th run. Yeah, I said it, 9th run at Oracle Park. So here's Willy Adames yesterday just talking about how he thinks he's taken some better at-bats.
Yeah, I feel like, lately I've been feeling way better, taking better at-bats, taking deep counts at-bat, and I feel like when I'm getting to the right direction is when I'm taking deep at-bats and, seeing a lot of pitches, throughout the day. And then, obviously today was a really good day with results too, so that obviously is a confident booster.
Yeah, so Willy Adames benefit from that day off, which he did not want to take, and then Matt Chapman is like, dude, if you touch a bat, we are going to have some problems. And since then, he has been a much better version of himself. Of course, going to Coors Field is always a nice way to boost the confidence. And then he got things going right away at Dodger Stadium on Friday with that homer, second at bat of the game. And he has just been a lot sharper. We talk about Tyler Fitzgerald, some of the bad swings he takes. We've talked about Casey Schmidt, how he's getting better at his pitch selection. Willy Adames was really struggling with chasing the slider low and away. His at-bats have been a lot calmer lately, and you're starting to see some results from it.
Yeah, since that the day off against Atlanta on June the 8th, and it was 2 weeks ago today, they had their day off. They were already flew to Denver, and then, he came alive with a couple of homers at Coors, hit a homer at Dodger Stadium, hit the one yesterday. So over his last 12 games, Willie is hitting .295 with 4 homers and 7 RBIs. So they got some guys. All of a sudden, there was a time here a few weeks ago or so, there was nobody going well offensively at all. Willy Adames is going well right now. Mike Yastrzemski is going well right now. Casey Schmidt is going well right now. Elliot Ramos is going well right now. And then you all feed them around Devers and come up with a lineup. We talked about, the pitching, and Hayden Birdsong was not great on Friday. Roop was great on Saturday, and Robbie Ray was just not that great. Yesterday, it's time to get Justin Verlander going a little bit. Justin Verlander, the new daddy again. Congratulations to him and Kate Upton. He's going to be back on the mound tomorrow against the Miami Marlins. So these veteran guys, it's because you make a lot of money doesn't mean you're, how to play well. But they got track record. A lot of these guys are, and in Verlander's case, he's going to the Hall of Fame. It's sitting on him a little bit. So you traded Kyle Harrison. You traded Jordan Hicks away. So the young guys, Landon Roop has got to lock in now. They're showing confidence in you. Likewise with Hayden Birdsong. But you need the veteran guys. You need Robbie Ray, Logan Webb, and it's time for Justin Verlander. It's not that he doesn't necessarily have to win the game himself, and although he'd like to get to 263, he's been stuck on 262 his entire time here, but they just need to win games when Justin Verlander starts those games.
Yeah, and Verlander, I feel like the story of his season has been a lot of starts where pretty good, and say he goes 5 innings or maybe in some cases 6. All but one of those innings end up being pretty solid, but then there's that one inning where a couple too many guys get on, and then he gives up the ball over the middle that gets taken out there for a home run. And that was the case we saw in the middle of the week in his last start when he finally came back. So I don't think Verlander has been entirely a disaster, but it's been a combination of unfortunate events from things that have happened around his team, and then also just having that one inning that is a little bit too tough for this team to overcome when, let's be honest, run support hasn't exactly been the forte of the Giants despite their 44-34 record here. Couple more sounds here. Let's pivot over to the basketball side of things. Alex Caruso, an offseason acquisition made from the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they got rid of Josh Giddey. And we had Matt Thomas on earlier, and he said, well, what if Jalen Green had played a much better series against the Golden State Warriors? Would they have ended up sending him off? Josh Giddey last year, the Thunder got out in the second round. He was great in the first round and then really struggled against the Dallas Mavericks. He ends up getting sent away. They get Alex Caruso in return. Caruso was money in that Game 7 against the Denver Nuggets and rightfully a champion. So here were his thoughts on getting his second championship, but first outside the bubble.
Yeah, it's been unpredictable. There's been a lot of ups and downs. I've found success, failures, all that stuff on the way. I've had people that supported me, my mom and dad, my sisters, my brother-in-law, my fiance, her family, like different paths in the road. Everyone supported me and just kept me focused. And then, the Thunder, obviously, Sam and Clay, they had the belief to bring me here and be a part of something special, and special is what we were.
Yeah, so that's Caruso on stage with his teammates and management and coaches after the game. And then when he was at the podium a little bit later, he also said, I'm just glad that I have one now that is outside the bubble so I don't have to always use that as my defense to my friends.
The one in the bubble, I would not throw that back, brother. What you had to do there and go live in Orlando and go through that was way harder than any championship. But people, for whatever reason, will spin it like the Dodgers winning that year in Arlington and the Lakers winning that way in Orlando. That was worthy. He saved them last night. Oklahoma City, even after the Halliburton ACL or Achilles, they weren't playing well. And then he rose up and made 2 3-pointers. One left above the break, one right above the break. I'm trying to remember the pacer who tried to block the shot. I don't think it was Turner. But he had to change the flight of that ball to get it up and over, and it was like, whoa. This guy is a winning player, Alex Caruso. Very different. Does not have the skill of a Josh Giddey or the hairstyle, by the way, but who does? And then the way he was butt-fronting the Joker, I think one of the great moves I've ever seen was in that series when Dagnow decided to play Caruso more. And there are times he starts games and halves over Hartenstein. It's a whole different look. But when they unleashed him, was that in Game 7 against Denver or late in the series against Denver? Maybe it was 6.
7,
but they put him on the Joker. They sprung him late. It was definitely later in the series, maybe Game 5 or 6, and it was a different look. He would play in front of him, front him, deny him. It reminded me when Don Nelson had Tom Tolbert butt-fronting Patrick Ewing, where you played in front of him and then backed your butt right into his front. Love the way Nelly had to say that slowly. I want you to butt-front him. It was like, whoa! Caruso was doing it to the Joker, and it's like, is that the way to guard him all the time? Put a small in front of him and don't let the entry. I mean, can't you lob it over the top? But the guy is just gritty and nasty, and with all the skill they have around him, he fits in. And now Alex Caruso does not have Josh Giddey's hairdo, but who does? He is a 2-time NBA champion. Who would have thought that?
Yeah, and he's someone that I always would have liked to have had on the Warriors. And one of my friends, the same one I was texting about, saying TJ McConnell's a big dog, and where is Pascal Siakam in the third quarter? He was saying, he's like, Alex Caruso annoys me in every good way of just, if you're playing against him, he is a pest. And, Alex Caruso and TJ McConnell actually did a lot of very similar things. I know they're not entirely the same position, but the way Caruso just complimented the Thunder and what he did is a big reason why they're lifting the trophy this year. So congratulations to him. One more, and I know you're going to love this one so much. We love our guy, Bob Myers, friend of the program. We've had him on the show. We love Malika Andrews. She does some great work. The other two on the NBA halftime, pregame, postgame panel really like to shout and say a lot of things. And finally, Bob Myers was like, hey, maybe I've just had a little bit of enough. Here is Stephen A. Smith screaming on national television.
Can I say this on national television?
Yeah, sure.
From a basketball standpoint, I'm not disagreeing with Perk per se, but he's really annoying me today. And I'm going to tell you why Perkins is annoying me. Because this is a man that is a champion. You're talking about a Game 7, and he's talking about a Game 7 like, you know what? Hey, Cat's just going to step up. No, somebody's palms are going to get sweaty. Backside gonna get tight. Somebody. It always happens in a Game 7. Now, I don't know who's gonna do it, but he acts like everybody that's been producing all year long, come Game 7, it's no different. It's no different. It's very, very, very different. And he knows this because he's a champion. And not only that, when they lost in Game 7, you were injured. You didn't play. Had you played, you might have beat the Lakers. It's a big deal. It's a Game 7.
Can I defend your honor here? I don't think we got time. Just because you yell something doesn't mean it's true. That's
what just finished saying that.
That's what I'm going to say.
Malika, he just finished saying that. Bob Myers just finished saying it's a Game 7.
I know.
Stephen A. Smith was being so much that Bob Myers, who we love very much, came to Kendrick Perkins' defense on the halftime panel. Wow. I'm excited for Charles Barkley, Shaq, Ernie, whoever may be doing the finals next year. Oh, my goodness.
Stephen A-hole, who leads the league in white suits. And I know since we're past Memorial Day, you can bring him out, but do you always wear him on a summer night, the white suit look? I mean, just one after the other. He goes on and on. Why they turned to him initially to speak over Bob Myers. I mean, Kevin Durant blew out the Achilles the exact same way Tyrese Halliburton did. I'm thinking, Bob, and I've texted Bob during so many of these shows, I don't want to bother him, but he just tolerates the guy. So it's unbelievable. So anyways, is it over now? Is America's nightmare over? And is the number one, he's the lead analyst on the NBA Finals? Come on. And the NBA, Mike's solid as hell, but this is one of the worst broadcasts I think we've had for an NBA Finals on the game. But now that TNT's gone and ESPN made the trade, how does this work? Is Stephen A-hole and Kendrick gone and they're off NBA coverage and Charles and Kenny and Shaq and Ernie come in, or do they do other nights? How does this work? Do we even know yet?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know if it's announced, and I haven't bothered to actually look at the setup yet, but I'm glad there's going to be some sort of changes in order because, you know, you said, I know part of it was I was on a plane, but you know how you asked me about the national anthem? I tried to watch very little of what was not the game of basketball being played in this series because it was a great series, and I'm really disappointed on behalf of the Pacers with the way it ended and Halliburton's injury, but by and large, outside of maybe one or two games, that was an awesome series, so I really dug into the basketball, tried to steer clear of everything else.
Isn't that sad? I mean, I did games forever, my entire life, but then I did pre and post. And, you know, in the days when NBC's getting it back, they would have Bob Costas in studio with Pat Riley that first year on the NBA on NBC, and you didn't want to miss a minute of what Pat Riley had to say about the game and the other players. And it's now, I agree with you. And as much as I like Bob, I find myself fast-forwarding through everything else Stephen A-hole says, the nonsense that Kendrick Perkins and Malika's such a great talent. Her line right before Game 7, which she scripted out, was as beautiful, and she read that live. That is hard to do, believe me. Normally you'd force that. We used to teases in television. They don't do them anymore. It's just up live. But she went through the whole history. It was so beautifully executed and written. She is an amazing talent, and they don't tap into Bob Myers nearly as enough. But I'm with you. I just skipped the entire pregame show now. And with YouTube TV, just fast forward right to tip-off. I don't want to hear any of it. Why is Stephen A. Smith the authority on the NBA? Is there nobody else they can hire? I mean, I avoid the guy in the morning on First Take. How do you avoid him in the NBA playoffs in Game 7 of the NBA Finals? But we have avoided him, and that's sad.
All I know is that I'm going to start screaming when I want something from you or Walter moving forward on the show. Just kidding. I don't think I could bring myself to go with the full yell. We'll wrap up the show on the other side.
But just don't wear a white suit, brother. Just don't wear a white suit.
And we won't be doing white suits. We'll hand it to Dirty Work when we come back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, for as sloppy as Friday was, the Giants end up taking care of business Saturday and Sunday. So they take the series against the Red Sox. Rafael Devers' first look against his former team. Off day today, and the boys are back to 10 games above 500 and 3.5 back of the LA Dodgers for first in the NL West.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Just about ready to wrap it up here. Was great to be back after a nice long weekend. Marlins tomorrow. We'll get ready for that series. Giants off tonight. And we'll find a way to fill the 4 hours. It's going to be a blast, Papa.
We have Casey Schmidt tomorrow. Schmidt happens. We never had Casey on the show. I've had him on TV a couple of times, but Casey will be on at high noon. We'll get you ready for Giants Marlins and the return of the River Cats to Sacramento. They've been gone for 3 solid weeks. So that means Bryce Eldridge will be playing in Sacramento as a River Cat tomorrow night.
Yeah, Sac with a long extended trip. We'll check in on that. And a big thank you to our guests today, Hunter Pence, Bobby Marks, Jesse Rogers, Matt Thomas. Thank you to Walter, as always, and we will catch up with you at 10 a.m. on a Tuesday. Time to hand it off to Dirty Work Cope, Steve Pop, Tim Webb. We'll take it away. And you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Shout out Carl's Jr.
Sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Monday. And we got a full show today. No Giants baseball until tomorrow when they open a 3-game series against the Miami Marlins. Gabe Kapler's Miami Marlins.
Should we get him on?
No.
Okay.
I think we asked briefly last week if we should get him on, and I think we were all in agreement. We don't need to talk to Cap.
I've always had the idea of maybe we can reach out to Kapler or Farhan to see how they're doing now, and it's unanimous. The fans are like, no thanks.
I don't think that's what anybody needs right now.
I get it.
I don't think it's what anybody wants. I don't think it's what anybody needs.
Nice guys, but the fans don't want to hear from them.
Yeah, I mean, well, there was an interview done with Farhan last week with Susan Slusser. You can check that out, and you can really get his thoughts on how things are going if you're so inclined.
I like Farhan as a guy, and, debatable about him as a general manager or front office executive, but to hear him say, like, I'm torn because I'm not with that organization anymore, but I'm with the Dodgers now, I'm not buying that.
But then they said he's doing a bunch of like F1 stuff or whatever. Like the Dodgers are buying or just bought like an F1 team. Or Susan said that. Like she's like that. I didn't have that on my bingo card. That Farhan would be helping run an F1 team.
He's doing that, huh?
I guess so. It's like it was mentioned in that thing. I didn't really even understand it.
I would love to see the F1 movie coming out this weekend with Brad Pitt. It's just Farhan in the background.
He's like what would be the analytic version of what he does in F1 relative to baseball?
I wish I could have a riff because I have no idea what the analytics would be in F1. But like there's having like a strong, intense moment with Brad Pitt in the movie. Then you just see Farhan in the background just laughing like
he's like rotating a tire.
I was gonna say just rotating bald tires left and right.
Exactly.
Sticking with the same tires, they're bald, but it just keeps rotating them. Is the way it goes.
We'll get to it a little later. You saw Kawakami catch up with Saby Sabes?
I did. I read the piece in the SF Standard. Kawakami did a Q&A with Brian Sabian over the phone, and who's by the way working with the Yankees right now. But we'll get into some of that about what he had to say about the trade that the Giants made. They talked about the 2011 trade of Zach Wheeler for Carlos Beltran, which Kerry Crowley had an interesting comment to us when he did the face-off last week when he was in for Sports Phone KNBR, where he said, this is the best hitter the Giants have acquired since Carlos Beltran in Rafael Devers. And he said the best, like long-term and the most impactful, certainly since Barry Bonds, he said, but the best hitter, and he's right. Carlos Beltran is a borderline Hall of Famer. In my mind, should be and probably won't get in because of the blame that was put on him for the Astros. It's so weird that he took the brunt of the Astros cheating scandal.
I thought that whole thing was bullcrap. I thought that it was insane that Alex
Cora, the GOAT because he was the vet on the team who was no longer an active player. And I think he was like in talks to get into some managing or some head coaching.
No,
I think
he had the job.
He was hired as the Mets manager.
They
right?
had a press conference and everything, and then a week later, they're like, "We can't have you. We can't give you the job anymore."
Unbelievable.
Which I thought it was ridiculous. I thought like everybody being blamed in that situation. Who's the Tigers manager right now? That might skip
AJ
me.
Hinch got off scot-free.
Hinch.
Well, they were told he had to serve a 1-year suspension.
But then they fired him.
Then they fired him. They brought in Dusty Baker, and then they won.
They did. I never thought AJ Hinch should have lost his job, though.
He got rehired immediately. Well, Alex Cora got fired.
But then they brought him back immediately.
They brought him back immediately because he'd won a World Series prior.
Yeah, I never liked that whole scenario. And I thought that, Carlos Beltran, God, I remember that 2004 run he had in the playoffs?
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Wait, are you talking 2005 run with the Astros? Because they had the killer
I want to say it was
bees.
the year before, though. He had the most home runs in a postseason.
I think it was 05 because 04 is the year the Red Sox win the pennant and the Red Sox come back and beat the Yankees. So
Okay,
he wouldn't have been on either team.
You're probably right. You're probably
so
right.
it's 2005 where he joins the Astros.
Yes.
I think he got traded. Was he an A?
I don't remember him being an A.
No, I think it was. Sorry, I think it was part of a 3-team deal in which the A's were involved.
Probably.
Anyway, Carlos Beltran goes to the Astros.
He should be a Hall of Famer. Is what I'm getting at.
And he's got. Look at the all-time switch hitters for home runs. Like if you look at home runs by a switch hitter, he's on. I think he's in the top 10 all time, or top 5.
Well, speaking of Alex Cora, it was just funny to me. Like this, before the weekend series started, he wanted no part in answering questions about Rafael Devers. And reading Jeff Passan's article, which we alluded to on Friday, or spoke deeply about actually, he was over him as well. It's just funny to hear like all the different reactions to it this weekend. Like Brian Kenny, who we'll have on tomorrow at 3:50. He went in depth today on MLB Network, being like, I understand why the Red Sox wanted to trade him away. I understand why the Giants wanted to acquire him. But he pretty much agrees with the Red Sox that when you sign a 10-year contract, you should do what you're told. You should play whatever position they tell you to. And he doesn't think that Rafael Devers is that good of a player. But what I saw over the weekend, I mean, I called it, though, didn't I? I said Saturday, home run. Mm-hmm.
You did. I mean, dude, nobody more in tune with his San Francisco Giants than Derek Papa.
As I'm wearing an Oakland A's shirt today.
Yeah, but it's a rookie shirt, really.
It's
a Ricky Henderson shirt.
It's a pro Oakland Ricky Henderson shirt because they're doing the groundbreaking today in Las Vegas. We'll talk to Susan Slusser. She's there today. I still have my doubts that this actually will happen.
It's the only shirt I have. I have the same one. It's the only piece of gear I have.
I see. If you're an A's fan, wouldn't you, or had been an A's fan, whether you, I don't blame anybody who's still torn and doesn't really know how to feel or how to go about it.
Believe me, I'm not Natalie Imbruglia. I'm not torn.
Imbruglia.
Okay.
Nothing's right, I'm torn.
I got you. But there are people who are torn. And people are going.
I get it.
Part of it is, I view it sort of like the Chargers. In that, like, if you were a San Diego Chargers fan, and they moved 2 hours up the road, much like the A's did, and just going to Sacramento, like 80 miles away or whatever.
But it's more like the way that the A's are doing it is you could have stayed a couple more seasons within Oakland. It's a total FU.
It's a different situation. But if I were an A's fan that was pissed about this, like, I don't know if you feel better about them staying in Sac or if you'd rather just have them go and get out of the way. Like, at this point, I don't think you want anyone. You just didn't want your team to go, but we're past that. So, like, is it more painful if they just go to Sac and stay there for longer? Because then you're like, it's even painful. Longer. You could have been here. Of course.
Ooh, yeah, there we go, Tim.
I don't know. I don't, like, we have doubts about it, but just who cares? If you go, then you go, and we'll deal with it when you're there. I mean,
I know.
Right now we're years away from this thing.
I just think it's a total mess.
We know even if they do go, nobody there is going to embrace it in the way that they're hoping. Nobody there's embraced the Raiders in the way that they.
Yeah, of course.
The Raiders didn't go to be embraced, and the NFL is a different beast. But the Raiders went, and it's already happened in a way that we knew. Every team you ever play there, it's oftentimes a home game for the other team because it's it's a top destination for visiting fans to go visit.
Well, the Giants will be going there.
Sacramento, you mean?
Yeah, July 4th weekend.
Yeah, they're going next week, 2 weekends from now.
Yes.
How about Derek's guy John Fisher selling the Quakes?
Nothing's right, I'm torn.
Thanks for that contribution, Tim.
I'm all out of faith.
This is how
I feel. Yeah, I'm cold and out of shape, lying naked on the floor. I always get that part wrong, but I actually like that line better the way I sing it.
Cold and is it cold and I'm ashamed?
Yeah, but I always say cold and out of shape.
Don't miss arm day.
Yeah. She was eating pie probably on lifting day, like Derek. Unlike Derek.
Come on, Natalie.
By the way,
you got to stick to your regimen.
Speaking of eating, we got to give some props here.
Oh, Carl Jr.
Dude, I mean, everybody knows we moved into our Daly City digs. What, about a month ago? How long have we been here now? 4 weeks, something like that, 5 weeks?
Yeah, it's under a month, I think.
Yeah, about a month or so. And we've been welcomed into the neighborhood by a whole lot of different businesses and people Today, we got to tip our cap, dude. Carl's Jr., our guy Tony over at Carl's Jr. here in Daly City, they brought by food for the entire KNBR and the Sports Leader team.
Always tasty.
They brought by like a dozen burger, what was it, maybe 2 dozen burgers for us, some fried zucchinis, some jalapeno poppers, French fries, crisp cut fries, sodas, anything we could imagine from the Carl's Jr. menu. Our guy Tony had it. So props to Carl's Jr. for hooking us up today. I hadn't had a Western bacon cheeseburger in a long time.
Yes. And mark the time, Tim. This air check is 2:10.
Yeah, 2:10, Tim. We're marking it.
There you go.
We were told by the powers that be to make sure we have something to cut to send over.
2:10:33 on the dot.
To Carl's Jr. So big props to Carl's Jr. Who came on by. And as you guys know, Tim and I, Derek, sometimes we like to live Moss.
We do live Moss.
Except for Derek, who gets get me a spicy chicken burrito.
Whatever that
Taco Bell, whatever the hell that was.
I'm sorry. If it's a menu on the item, what's the big deal? Just because it's new?
Just don't omit the word ranchero.
Was that big of a deal?
There's no
How many spicy chicken burritos they have on the menu?
Not many. There's no.
So you figure it out.
There's no frustration or confusion with what Carl's Jr. brought.
No.
What'd you have, Tim? You had like a sourdough burger?
I had a sourdough burger. I ate it in like 3 seconds. Had some crinkle cut fries. Went back for a second soda.
I think you had crisp cut fries. You kept saying crinkle cut, and I was like,
crisp
they're not
cut, yes, sir.
crisp cut.
Either
different
way.
types. It's a different fry.
So what's
crinkle cut is like the little squiggly, like the crinkle ones.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Like you get at Shake Shack. These were crisp cut fries because Tim said they had
I
crinkle
shared a
cut.
fry with Derek. He had one.
Did you do like Lady and the Tramp? You put it in your lips and then he ate the other half of it too?
You got a problem with that?
It's not like that at all.
Maybe we did.
Shared one with I don't know. Tim's saying no. You're saying yeah.
I'm not ashamed of it if we did.
By the way, can you tell the difference when Tim tells the truth about a food item that he had versus when he lies like he did on Friday about
I'm so sorry that I didn't have my Shea Fico.
All I'm saying is I asked him what he ate, and this time he was like, "Oh, breakdown. I had the crisp cut fry. I had this burger. I had X,
Well, it happened 2 hours ago.
I'm just saying, if you're going to endorse eating at a place and I ask you what you ate, you should know.
I endorse the restaurant
Do you remember,
just like I endorse it today.
Do you remember every meal you had at Original Joe's?
No, but if I told you I was going to, if I told you I'd been to Original Joe's and you were like, "Oh, what'd you have there? What's good?" I'd come with like 4 or 5 items immediately. What I wouldn't do is do what Tim did, where he goes, "Oh yeah, it's fantastic, and they've got a location right by Chase Center."
Well, it's easy for you to remember your meals because every other meal you eat is a burger.
That's not true. That's
live
not
at
true.
Original Joe's. You
I don't.
have a cot in the back.
What I'm saying
Day
is,
one today.
Find a restaurant I've eaten one meal at, and if I'm going to come on the air and endorse it, I'll tell you what I ate when I was there.
All right.
It was multiple years ago,
I
enjoyed it.
Can we just all admit that segment on Friday was dying and you were just looking to get into Tim on something?
Didn't it work?
Yeah, kind of.
More people ask me about that. It was like, why is Adam so snotty about your Shea Fico?
Yeah, dude, somebody asked about that on the patio. Tim's like, "We're all buddies, man." Like, we're all. I was like, honestly, he was dying on the vine. We had 20 minutes to kill when Dave Fleming couldn't make it. And don't forget Tim's original suggestion. Don't forget Tim's original suggestion before the 20-minute segment where Fleming's not coming by, and Tim goes, "We could give the lineup."
It was a good idea.
I was like, okay, I'll give the lineup, and then what? Speaking of the lineup, we have Giants news about a transaction.
We do, yes.
Tyler Fitzgerald optioned today back to AAA Sacramento. I guess it was after the game yesterday.
Yes.
Option to AAA Sacramento. It kind of felt like maybe that's the route they were going. He did have an RBI yesterday on a safety squeeze that the Giants got down to tie the game.
He did, but we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now, or just this previous week. Like, what's going to be the case once Matt Chapman comes back? And the way that Casey Schmidt's hitting, you got to put him at second base, in my opinion.
I'd say there's no question that Casey Schmidt is your second baseman when Matt Chapman comes back. Casey Schmidt's been on fire. Yeah. By the way, people were calling for his head last week. Remember that? Send him down, DFA Schmidt. And I'm like, I love the people who say DFA a player when you have an option on him. Like, why would you DFA him when you can just send him to the minor leagues? Casey Schmidt, by the way, hitting .415 with 4 homers and 12 ribs in his last 12 games. Eliminate the grand slam he hits off of Kike Hernandez, and you've still got incredible numbers in that span. 4 for 4 yesterday, and he is hitting the ball hard. They're not just little dinks and dunks, right? I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald had a couple of hits in the last, week or whatever. Casey Koss is hitting into double plays with the bases loaded, nobody out. 2 times he did that on Friday night. Yeah. I guess I'm more surprised that it wasn't Koss who was sent down, since he was just down.
Or Wisely.
I mean, Wisely, I've had questions about all year just because he's a left-handed bat. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of a different, at least you're getting a different look there. We've seen him hardly play at all. The corresponding move, by the way, is that Justin Verlander is back from the paternity list.
Which I get you have to make a move with that, but my thing is, why now? And why does it have to be Tyler Fitzgerald? Like, are you that confident in Christian Koss or Brett Wisely to play second base? Couldn't you have waited to do this until Matt Chapman's healthy?
I mean, when is that going to be?
Well, it sounds like it's coming around because he spoke to Justice De Los Santos on Friday. He took off his splint, and he's going to be...
He's swinging the bat with one hand.
Swinging the bat this week, so we'll see when he comes back, but I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, they did a piece on MLB.com where they gave a sort of a breakdown of the Giants' health report over the last couple of weeks or whatever, and Matt Chapman is expected to be back still before the All-Star break. How about this? Sort of surprising to me. Terrar Encarnacion, they're saying out until after the All-Star break, which, I mean, not something that everybody's clamoring to have back, but just interesting to think about how the roster is going to shake out. They're saying oblique injury, not until after the All-Star break. He's still resting.
Yeah, man.
Going to hear this for a while.
He's kind of become an afterthought, huh? Like, when the season started, he's like, he's the DH. Or when he was injured, he's like, all right, he's going to come back and help the offense out. Now that you got Rafael Devers, I don't know how much you need in Terrar Encarnacion.
I don't know where he fits in.
Yeah.
Giants win 2 of 3 over the weekend against the Red Sox. Devers only goes 2 for 12 in the series, but did hit a 2-run home run on Saturday that ultimately won the game for the Giants. You want to know how they did in runners in scoring position over the weekend?
How was it?
Not all that good. 4 for 20 runners in scoring position in the series. They won yesterday with 5 unearned runs in the game.
But you know what?
That's right, it sucks.
But you know what? It looks a lot better when you score 9 runs.
And you know what? They don't hang pictures in the standings. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Thanks to Carl's Jr. for a nice lunch today. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. We got a full show for you. We'll tell you about the guest list, and we'll tell you what we're giving away. Next, we'll get into the Giants winning 2 of 3 this weekend. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is Casey Schmidt, now your second baseman when Matt Chapman comes back. We'll talk about it next. Greatest show in America on a Monday on the Sports Leader.
Now, from
Well, the Giants' bats came alive yesterday in a 9-5 win over the Boston Red Sox, taking the series 2-1 to level out the homestand at 3 apiece. After an off day, San Francisco welcomes the 31-45 Marlins for a 3-game set before hitting the road to Chicago, Arizona, and Sacramento. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the Sac Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. He drives this one down the left field line, going back on it to the wall. It is gone! Devers goes deep against the Red Sox. His first Giants home run to the opposite field. And it makes it 3-0 Giants.
3-1 to Schmidt. High drive to left, hit well, and it's gone! Right over the top of the wall. And that's how quick it got out of here, and it's 4-3. Yaz drives it down the right field line, out of here! And this game is tied.
Tuesday. Now Adames, deep left field, down the line, and gone! Willie Adames. 9-5 Giants, his 9th home run of the year.
That was the Giants leaving the yard this weekend. Ballpark was playing small yesterday, by the way. Tim and I were there together.
How was it?
Watching the ball game. It was a fun game in terms of all that happened throughout the game. I mean,
high-scoring affair.
High-scoring affair. Get the ball leaving the yard. 3 homers for the Giants. Yaz, Casey Schmidt, and Willie Adames got one, which was nice. Nice big towering home run for Adames. Like to see him hit well, even if it's just an insurance run. A bunch of those were unearned yesterday, but they made him pay. I mean, there was one big error, of course, at second base. I think that was in the 7th inning maybe that happened, and then it got away a bit from the Red Sox. But they swung the bat pretty well yesterday in general in terms of the number of hits that they put up. Double-digit hits yesterday. Scored 9. You know the last time they scored that many in a game at home?
Let me think.
You ready?
Yeah, go for it.
It was the game that Wilmer Flores hit 3 home runs.
Yep.
Against the A's.
Yes.
That's that Friday night game against the A's, May the 16th. They won 9-1. Logan Webb started that game and got the win. They'd scored 10 in a game more recently, but that was in Colorado. That was on June the 11th. So they did that a couple of weeks ago on June the 11th on the road. They went 10-7.
When they were down in the 8th inning.
And they came back and they scored, I think they scored 5 runs in that game or something in the 8th inning and won. But 9 runs yesterday. Couple errors, by the way, 4 errors, I think, in total in the game. You had the one from the inexplicable one.
Romy Gonzalez for the Red Sox.
Right, I'm talking first for the Giants. The Giants made 2 early. Ramos had one in left field early, the drop fly.
Sloppy defense in the first inning.
And then the weirder one was the one from Patrick Bailey behind the plate, just throwing the ball back to Robbie Ray, where throws it at his feet, and then whoever it was at second base ends up taking third.
I think it was Anthony.
Yeah, Roman Anthony, and the Giants ended up going down 1-0. After that, it was an unearned run. Then ultimately, they make them pay, the Red Sox. They played better defense than the Giants throughout. Couple of big plays, a throw out at the plate, an assist from Yaz at home plate, an assist at second base. How about that play at second? Where, was it Jaron Duran who ends up getting tossed out of the game and does Alex Cora?
I thought he was safe.
You know, I don't think the angle that they kept showing gives you enough information. Everybody's going his fingers back on the bag on the corner.
Barely, but it's there.
I think that angle shows that. The angle the Giants were showing from the other side didn't have him touching the base.
Yeah.
I think that the way it looks from that center field camera, I don't think his finger's actually on the base when it looks like it's on the base. I think the camera, because he's he's sort of moving in front of where the base is, makes it look like the finger's there. Bottom line is they didn't confirm the out at second base.
Exactly.
They said the call stands. I don't think they had enough information.
Indisputable evidence.
To overturn it. It was a hell of a throw. The throw beat him, and then, of course, he slides across the bag, does Duran, and then Duran's running off the field and starts mother blanket it. You effed that. You effed that, he said twice.
And then Alex Cora got mad about it, too, and was thrown out.
Yeah, well, bummer. You know what I mean? Sorry, bro. Them's the breaks, dude. That's what happens.
Yeah, I was watching the highlights back, and the Red Sox broadcast was just furious. They were just like, hey, what's the whole point of replay if we get stuff wrong like that? And I was like, it's not indisputable where you could overturn that.
Was not. Here's my thing: is the fact that there's a debate about it means it wasn't evidence enough to overturn it. And they're saying absolutely it's clear. And I think what they're saying is, we can't really tell from this angle if that finger is in fact on the base. The depth perception of the camera angle makes it hard to see.
And that's the case in every sport. If there's not clear evidence, then it goes back to the original call. Just that's the fair way to do it. But just like the calls this weekend, I was also listening to like some Red Sox highlights, the home runs, and God, Will Fleming just sounds like Dave.
They sound identical. It's so funny because I listen to a lot of Red Sox games because I like the sound of Will Fleming's voice.
No, but like there's so many times where I was like watching the highlights back and, Red Sox were getting a home run. I was like, God, Dave seems too excited about that. I was like, oh, it's Will.
Yeah. Kind of cool how they did the back and forth too, where they swapped booths twice because Dave went over to Red Sox radio at one point and John Miller went over to the Red Sox side, and they flipped twice and did it on the Giants side as well. So pretty cool weekend.
That's fun to
what
do,
you got, Tim?
It was super fun to listen to. I was in the car listening to both the Lou Merlone Miller inning as well as both the Flems, and them ragging on each other just like they're brothers is an incredible thing to listen to.
Yeah.
It's like these guys are broadcasters for two of the most storied franchises in baseball. And they're just brothers riffing on each other.
It's pretty cool. And their paths to the majors they mirror each other. I mean, before Dave took over with the Giants in 2003, he was the Paw Sox guy.
Yep.
He'd been doing Boston Red Sox minor league games, and that's where Will Fleming came from as well. Kind of worked his way through the minors, then stuck with the organization. So, I mean, pretty damn cool this weekend. Giants still 3.5 back of the Dodgers in the National League West, 2 games back of the Mets for the number 1 wild card, but they are still holding on to the number 2 wild card spot. Padres are a half game back.
And that division race in the NL East, I mean, that may go down to the last week of the season.
Phillies and Mets, a hell of a series this weekend, just back and forth yesterday.
So that'll change, and things will change in the NL West, but I'm not going to make any grand statements about the Giants over this weekend. It was just a good, win, a series win, 2 out of 3. And I think that what I'm learning in my first year of being an on-air talent here at covering baseball.
First year as a Giants fan, yeah.
Yeah, okay, whatever. You can't. Every day it changes. So 2 weeks ago, we're freaking out about the offense. Then this weekend, the offense is a little bit better. And right now, I think it's the same thing you could say is that the starting pitching is really good. I think you feel most comfortable about Logan Webb and Robbie Ray. I know he was a little shaky yesterday, giving up 2 home runs. But right now, the days you feel most confident are with days that Logan Webb is pitching and Robbie Ray. And then you'll take what you could get from Logan for Landon Roop and Hayden Birdsong.
Well.
No, he did, but like those are the days you feel most confident is when Webb and Robbie Ray are gone. Those right now, like obviously Webb is your ace and Robbie Ray's having a phenomenal season. And Hayden Birdsong, not a great outing on Friday night. Landon Roop really good on Saturday. Yesterday, okay from Robbie Ray. We'll see what Justin Verlander looks like tomorrow. But I think it's going to change, and you have to give this offense time to grow. I think you have to see what happens with Rafael Devers and the way this lineup goes. So, and we'll talk more about Casey Schmidt and what he's going to do at second base most likely, and Tyler Fitzgerald being optioned.
Ramos continues to stay red hot, by the way.
Exactly.
The guy he drove in 4 more yesterday. He's hitting for power. I mean, we were talking 30 home runs. Will Devers get to 30 on the season? And if he does, it won't technically be the first Giants 30 home run hitter. It would be in the stats.
Yeah.
It would finish with 30, but to get 30 for the team, you haven't had that since Barry Bonds in 2004. I'm not writing Ramos off. Like, it's on the table that Ramos gets there this year. I think he's a guy with legit 30 home run power based on what we've seen over the last 2 seasons.
It definitely could happen, but that's the focus is it's not about Casey Schmidt, even though he's definitely hitting a lot better. But the focus should be on, if this offense is going to improve, it's on Elliot Ramos. It's on Jung-Hoo Lee. It's on Willie Adames. It's on Matt Chapman. It's on Rafael Devers. So that's the stuff I think we should focus on as far as just the big picture of the Giants. And yes, if Casey Schmidt comes along at second base, all the better. But right now, like, are they contenders? I don't know, but I think that they have the best formula for the postseason when it comes to their starting rotation, their bullpen, and what they could do potentially offensively. Do I think they're going to win the division right now today? I don't think so. I think the Dodgers probably win that division, but as I've been saying, things change every day in baseball, so I know that fans want to react after every single game, but I would say just be happy with what you got right now, and we'll see where we're at the trade deadline.
Yeah, the Devers thing this weekend was interesting, too, is they moved him after Friday on Saturday into the 2 spot.
Yes.
Batted him second in yesterday's game as well. Mike Yastrzemski hitting leadoff there. They dropped Ramos down to hit cleanup, and I think it was third yesterday, and then you had Wilmer Flores in there. He played some first base, which we knew we were going to see more of. So that's kind of the formula for right now. Devers on the weekend, 2 for 12, did have the home run. On Friday night, you were watching. Devers stayed for, about half the game on Friday? You saw like 4 innings.
4 innings, yeah.
Were you there when Devers hit the ball other way into the gap, and then there was the leaping catch at the wall? We were still watching together at that point.
He knew that was going to get caught.
He said that yesterday.
Yeah.
He said, I knew that one was caught. I didn't think that one was going out. He hit it pretty damn good, but he knew the one that he hit Saturday was gone.
Yeah. No, and that's a great feeling when I know they always downplay it when you play your former team, but anytime you could get payback, that's a good feeling.
He had to be feeling good about that. The other thing I should point out, and I don't know if people are aware of this, you mentioned it actually in terms of his power when he got traded for. People are going, oh man, lots of power coming from the left side. He's going to hit balls into the cove. How many before he catches, before he's on the list? He actually has great opposite field power, which hitting in that ballpark is, by all accounts, that's the way you want to have power, right? Is to be able to hit it up into the wind tunnel where it oftentimes will carry out towards right field, especially at night. I mean, he hit that one yesterday, 370, got out in a hurry, and he crushed it. He knew it was gone. He said as soon as he hit it. I think you're going to see more power that way into the gap, that type of stuff.
Right.
A lot of doubles. He's a guy who's led the league in doubles before. So I don't know what the home run numbers will look like, but I'd expect he hits more that direction than he's going to hit pulling, even with the 309 Porsche.
Well, if you look at his time with the Red Sox, all of those home runs were going towards the monster.
He's flipping them up over the monster.
Exactly. So I'm with you on that. But yeah, it just shows like, yes, this is the best power hitter the Giants have had. I know that Kerry Crowley said Carlos Beltran. I would agree with that as well. But, like, really, that's why this is the biggest acquisition since Barry Bonds, what he's able to give you offensively, the electricity that he's able to apply to the Giants. I mean, yeah, this guy's going to change this team. I just think that, for all the reservations that people had about this offense, I would say let's just relax a little bit. Like, I think that this offense will improve, and then they'll find consistency in the lineup going forward.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. The guy who really carried the bat well for him this weekend and has for the last 12 games, Casey Schmidt. Over the last 12 games, hitting .415 with 4 homers, 12 RBIs in his last 12 games. Matt Chapman working his way back. I think it's a foregone conclusion at this point that Casey Schmidt's going to see the lineup at second base.
I would assume
because
that
of what
too.
he's done with the glove and because of what he's done with the bat. He needs to play second baseman. Chapman returns. They've sent down Tyler Fitzgerald. We'll talk about that. Also, they discussed this a little bit yesterday on Giants Postgame Live, whether or not Casey Schmidt would be comfortable playing second base, and he's already done that a little bit, if and when Matt Chapman returns prior to the All-Star game. Justin Verlander is going to make his start tomorrow, back from the paternity list. We'll talk more about whether or not Casey Schmidt belongs at second base with Tyler Fitzgerald going down to Sacramento. More to come. Dirty Work, greatest show in America, 808 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I mean, you brought this up, Derek. I'll legitimately give this to you. As last week, I think you were the first one who said to me, hey, should Casey Schmidt be playing second?
I wasn't the first one. I mean,
you were the first one who said it to me in terms of like where the lineup had been, and everybody was clamoring for production from second base, production from the catcher spot, and I'm going, look, catcher's the one who just kind of let go and say you're getting that defense. I know people are up in arms still about Patrick Bailey's offense, and I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't know what to tell you.
You're just going to have to deal with that.
He's the catcher, and you're going to have to deal with it. They're not in the market right now looking for somebody else.
That will not change.
He's the guy they believe in. They think
too damn bad.
Exactly.
Yes.
You want another catcher? That's too damn bad. Patrick Bailey's your guy. I'm not saying that you want more offense and you should get more offense. I agree. I don't believe they're in the market for a catcher. I think that they're giving him a lot of credit for what the pitching staff has done this year, and I think that they like the work he's doing behind the plate. That said, if you're not going to improve at that position, where else can you? They've obviously gone and got production out of first base or looking to get production from first base. If it's a combination of Dominic Smith, Devers, and Wilmer, I think you feel pretty good about that. You're now getting production from right field. The one that's popped up and is kind of a glaring hole right now is a guy who's hitting in the middle of the lineup, and you didn't mention him at all last segment when we were talking about who needs to step up production-wise. Tim and I discussed it yesterday at the game. Jung-Hoo Lee's starting to struggle bad, dude. His month-to-month splits are getting worse and worse and worse. So far, the month of June, I mean, he was hitting 324 at the end of the month of March and April to start the season. I think he's hovering 250 right now.
It hasn't been good. And yes, he's definitely in that conversation as well as guys that you need to criticize, and like that, those guys will dictate how this offense goes forward. So yes, Jung-Hoo Lee needs to turn things around. But as far as like the people that the fans were calling out last week, the Casey Schmidts, the Tyler Fitzgeralds, the Patrick Baileys, yes. Patrick Bailey is hitting 191 right now, and yes, it's not good offensively, but what he gives you defensively with being a catcher, you're going to put up with that.
I'm just saying, if you put up with that, you got to go to the other places that you can't put up.
Exactly. So it makes sense to put Casey Schmidt with the way he's hitting right now, put him at second base. Now, my question is, why do this today? And I know that Justin Verlander's coming back, so you have to have a corresponding move, but why does it have to be Tyler Fitzgerald? Like, I understand he hasn't been great defensively, hasn't been great offensively, but do you feel that much better about Christian Koss or Brett Wisely at second base right now?
I got to tell you, I don't feel good about Koss almost ever. There was that note that came out on Friday, and this isn't the end-all, be-all, but it's just kind of the way things have gone for Christian. He's driven in like 9 runs on the season, and 4 of them came on one swing in his only home run of the year, which was a grand slam.
Exactly.
Right? First career home run. He's not been good defensively. Like, I get nervous when ground balls are hit to second base, and I don't feel like you should ever have to feel that way about a second baseman. You can be not even a plus fielder. You could be the worst fielder on the infield diamond and be at second base. But I'm like, you got to be able to field a ball and not have it go through your legs like we saw.
Exactly. So I understand why they made the move today, but my rationale is, why don't you wait till Chapman comes back, and then you could option Tyler Fitzgerald? Why does it have to be Christian? Let's get playing time right now to Christian Koss or Brett Wisely at second base. I just don't think that's a better option.
Well, I think it's as easy as saying, I think Fitzgerald has lost the job. I think that's kind of what this comes down to, is you've given him, we talked about Lamont Wade, how long they lasted with Lamont, saying, was there anybody else really you could have put there? Ultimately, there wasn't, which is why they made acquisitions to bring in a guy like Dominic Smith. And then, of course, they trade for Devers and go through that whole deal where he's going to play some first base. And there was more video of him this weekend getting work over at first. And I don't know when they're going to deem that comfortable enough for them to say, okay, you're in there daily as our 1B. But at second base, there are other options. So they allowed Fitzgerald to have a pretty good spring. And Casey Schmidt had a fantastic spring. Brett Wisely had a fantastic spring. I told you before, I was a little bit surprised that Wisely didn't make the team out of camp because he was a left-handed bat, but they thought Casey Schmidt could give them more and maybe more versatility. Ultimately, he played some first base as well. So I understand giving Fitzgerald a little bit more leash. He also then had an injury at one point. I think he had a chest thing or a rib contusion, something like that earlier in the season. I think now the reason you do it is to evaluate the position while you have Casey Schmidt there playing third, knowing, okay, maybe at some point in the next 2 weeks, Casey Schmidt is your second baseman. But if he's your second baseman, who are you holding on to at the big league level? Is it Brett Wisely or is it Christian Koss? And I think they're giving them both, we'll see, an opportunity here to maybe try to claim some of those at-bats for the foreseeable future.
What is the best thing you think Tyler Fitzgerald does? Base running?
I don't know. I don't know what his chief export is. Certainly he's athletic. Last year felt to me like an anomaly-type season in terms of the power.
Right.
Because what did he have, like 15 homers last year? He had a good number of home runs last year, and he hit for average for a lot of the year. At one point, they put him in like the 3-hole.
Didn't he have like 6 straight games with a home run?
He went on kind of a tear last year in terms of...
So that's my thing, where like you can use him in different ways, like as a pinch runner for Wilmer late in games. Like I still think there's a way to use Tyler Fitzgerald. I just don't think like right now you have to option him to AAA. Like I'm not that sold on Christian Koss or Brett Wisely to be like, we got to make this move today. I don't know why that has to be done.
Well, if you're not getting production from Fitzgerald anyway, then what difference does it make to get some at-bats for the other two guys?
Yeah.
I was more surprised that Wisely was the guy they brought up when they put Justin Verlander on the paternity list. I thought that was sort of intriguing. And then I wondered, so what's the corresponding move when Verlander comes back in just a couple of days? Sure enough, it's Fitzgerald. So they kind of let Fitz play this weekend. Koss played a little bit. On Friday, Koss became the first Giant, I tweeted this out, since 2008, to hit into 2 double plays with the bases loaded and nobody out in the same game. God. And the last time it happened...
And he's a young player, but that was bad.
The last time it happened, I was there for that one, too. I remember seeing that note, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I was at that Jose Castillo game in 2008. Only difference is when Castillo did it, he also hit a triple in the game and the Giants won.
Right.
But Fitzgerald's been sort of lifeless. I mean, he does have 9 stolen bases, but his OBP has been atrocious. He's got a 609 OPS. His OPS plus is 76, meaning he's 25 points lower than the league average second baseman.
Yeah.
His WAR is 1 for the season, which is all fine and good, but hitting .230 with 10 ribs and 9 steals, it's been really bad. He's gone hitless in his last, I'd have to go back and look at the game log, at least his last 5. He's 2-5.
We did this a little earlier. Just for the month of June, he hit 127.
It's been really bad.
He's been bad. I get it. And he lost the second baseman job. And it's clear that Casey Schmidt is probably going to be your second baseman once Matt Chapman's healthy. I just don't understand why it has to be him. I understand like what he's doing offensively right now, and defensively hasn't been great either. But I think there's other ways to use him where I'm not that confident Christian Koss or Brett Wisely as an upgrade.
I don't know that they are either. I think they're taking inventory on what they have, and I think that it'll probably be Casey Schmidt.
Yes.
I think Casey Schmidt will be the guy. So what you're saying right now is I get it, the logic in saying, but why do it right now? I don't know if there's any one reason unless you want to get these other guys
He's just
some
been
looks
that bad.
to determine,
I get it.
But if you want to get these guys some looks to determine who it is that gives you the best opportunity to win when Chapman is back, and if in fact you have Casey Schmidt over to second base, who do you hold on to? Is it Wisely or is it Koss? It may be Brett Wisely. On the season, Brett Wisely, he's had very few at-bats with the Giants at all. I can check his game log here. He does not have, I don't know if he has a hit yet.
He doesn't have a hit.
I don't think he has a hit yet on the season, making his OPS plus minus 100. But I'll get you his minor league stats. Let's go out to the phone lines real quick. JT is in Antioch, wants to talk some Fitzgerald. JT, you're on the sports leader.
Hey, guys. Hey, yeah, you're both right. He has enough time to prove himself and may have lost his job, but of the 3, I agree with Derek. I think, he could come in and steal a base. He'd probably be a better bench player than those other 2 guys. I mean, they all, none of them can play any defense. So, I'd keep Fitzgerald. I agree with Derek on that, but, his bat looks really slow. You know, the league probably figured him out. And still, in the 3, I would keep Tyler Fitzgerald, just mainly for his speed.
I think he'll probably be back, JT. Like, I think you go down, you get him some at-bats, you try to work some out, what you were just talking about, and you probably get him back at some point. JT, I appreciate the call, man, but it's not, to that end, you're right. I mean, it's not like Brett Wisely was killing it at AAA.
Yeah.
I mean, in 223 plate appearances, 196 official at-bats at AAA this year, he's got a 665 OPS. He's only hitting 230.
I mean, I totally get it. Like, the big picture is that Casey Schmidt's going to take over at second base, and he should, because the way he's hitting right now. I definitely think he can use Tyler Fitzgerald in other ways, but regardless, yes, today signified that whenever Matt Chapman is healthy, Casey Schmidt should be your everyday second baseman.
It could be an opportunity also for Fitzgerald to get some consistent at-bats without the pressure on it. Maybe they're saying, hey, we do think that you're part of the future of this team, but you got to figure it out because right now you're not doing it. And let's say you keep him on the big league roster. Well, he's probably going to be sitting for a bunch of these, especially with Wisely up here. Why not just let him go down, have him do 2 weeks, try to find your swing, see where we're at? Because I don't think Chapman's coming back in the next 2 weeks. So.
808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call. If you've got thoughts on this, should Casey Schmidt be the everyday second baseman once Chapman returns? And is now the right time to send down Tyler Fitzgerald? Are you with that last caller, JT, who said, hey, I think he probably, comparatively to Christian Koss and to Brett Wisely, still offers you the most in terms of athleticism, base running, as a bench bat, whatever he can do for you potentially. Do you think now was the right time to do that? And should it ultimately be Casey Schmidt's job when Chapman comes back? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627 is the number to call. We will get to your thoughts. Randy and Clovis, I see you waiting on the line. We'll get to that next. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Your call's next on The Sports Leader.
The Giants made a roster move today, sending down struggling second baseman Tyler Fitzgerald to AAA while activating Justin Verlander from the paternity list. Since the beginning of June, Fitzgerald has hit just 127 with 1 double and 19 strikeouts in 55 at-bats. Yama Hama. For all the latest Giants news, keep it locked right here to The Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. No Giants baseball tonight. As the who's coming to town tomorrow? Oh my blanket.
The Marlins.
I just said it at the top of the show. Then they go to Chicago to take on the Chi Sox.
Dude,
the Pope's Chi Sox, don't you know?
Oh, yes.
By the way, one of the funniest things ever. I never thought I didn't thought in my lifetime we'd get an American Pope who's like a baseball fan of like a classic but fairly obscure team in the Chicago White Sox. Did you see him in Rome a couple of weeks ago, or maybe a week ago,
No.
where he was in like the Pope Mobile and he's going by and people are chanting things to him, and there's a group of guys going, White Sox, White Sox, and he turns and he goes, White Sox back. He's like yelling White Sox back, and he's like smiling and cheering for him. I'm like, dude, never have I been happier that
and the Cubs
Pope
claimed
was a baseball
him.
fan.
The Cubs claimed him for like a day.
He's a Cubs fan, yeah.
When they really shouldn't have. There's only footage of him going to the 2005 World Series.
And then there was video of his brother being like, he's never been a Cubs fan ever. He's a White Sox fan. Like I was like, I'm respecting this.
I mean, so the Giants are off today, and the next time they'll be off is July 10th, correct? Before they take on the Dodgers?
They get one more off day because they go on the road, then they come back. This is the last road trip, I believe, before the All-Star break.
So we'll get a good gauge here, too. They should take care of business. I'm not saying, like, they need to beat all these teams, but they need to go on a nice run here. If we think they're a contender against the Fish, against the White Sox, against the Diamondbacks, against the A's, too, before they play the Phillies and Dodgers.
Nice, I like that. I like you going Fish, like you talking about the Fish.
Yeah.
You're getting me to be a baseball guy. I like this, dude. Derek's
All right,
showing up
calm
in his
down.
Ricky shirt, dude. He's
I
hyped up.
got nothing to get excited about football-wise until the end of July.
He's making calls on Devers and how many home runs. He set a line on Devers home runs over the weekend.
I did.
And you were right. You were right. You said over under 1.5. You said, I think he gets one, though.
Hey, I know ball.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Do you agree with the timing of sending down Tyler Fitzgerald, or would you have liked to see him stay up until Chapman at least came back?
Yeah.
And see if he could give you anything else? Does he offer you more than Wisely and Christian Koss do?
As a utility guy, yes.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Let me give you this note real quick. This is per Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. Based on what Casey Schmidt's been doing as of late, over his last 12 games, 12 ribs, 4 homers, and he's hitting .415. Even if you eliminate the 4 RBIs in the Grand Slam, they hit 3 homers and 8 ribs. If you eliminate what he did against Kike Hernandez when that game got out of hand in Los Angeles. Check this note out. The Giants have put 20 pitches into play this season that had an exit velocity of 110 miles an hour or better.
Okay.
The hard hit rate, that's something that analytics look at a lot. If you have exit velocities over 100 or around 100, you frequently are getting on base more. It means you're hitting the ball hard. It means you're finding good places to hit it. Not as much loft usually on an exit velocity pitch that's coming in that heavy. Excuse me. They've put 20 pitches in play with an EV of 110 miles an hour or better. Elliot Ramos has 9 of the Giants' 20. Shouldn't come as a surprise. He's been the best hitter on the team for the start of the year. Chapman has 5 of them. So now you're at 14 of the 20. Casey Schmidt is 3rd on the Giants. He has 4 such hits this year, including the homer he hit yesterday in the 4th inning. Left the bat at over 110 miles an hour. And if you remember when he came up a couple of years ago, so yesterday was his second career 4-hit game. Do you remember, Tim, when he came up a couple of years ago? And he was like in terms of how lame the Giants were when it came to defense, athleticism, speed, they didn't show up anywhere with any cool analytics or StatCast notability, right, or notoriety. He came up in that Arizona series and was hitting balls out of the park. He had the fastest throw across the diamond of like anybody that year, sans like O'Neal Cruz or something like that when he had first come up. So he was doing things that nobody on the Giants roster had, and he was still very young. He obviously wasn't ready to be an everyday big leaguer, and maybe now he's found a little groove because he had a great spring training, but he's hitting the hell out of the ball right now.
He swings violently.
And he's
very violent swing.
Something else they're pointing out, too, is it's not just like he's blooping balls. He's working counts differently.
Yeah.
He's getting deeper into counts. He's getting into hitters' counts, and he's making the opposition pay.
His Achilles heel was that he had a huge hole in his swing, and if you look back at his numbers, you'll see that he struck out a ton. He was not walking at all. Tons of strikeouts. If he's eliminated a little bit of that hole and working counts a little bit deeper, this guy could stick. He's very good, and his willingness to change positions, knowing full well that his path to the majors is blocked by Matt Chapman. I think the organization loves that.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go to Randy, who's in Clovis. Randy in Clovis, you're on the Sports Leader. Should Casey Schmidt be the everyday second baseman? And where are you with Fitzgerald? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, I think right now Casey should be the everyday second baseman, yes, but that's current circumstances.
Sure.
I'm a big Fitzgerald fan, but he was lost. He was flailing away at the plate. What is it that they say about Wilmer? He gives a professional a bat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Fitzgerald was not giving a professional a bat right now. He needs to go down and find himself. He was just waving at sliders. I mean, they weren't even close to the strike zone, and he's waving at them. So he's got to go down and work on it. I think he's better than the choices of Wisely and Koss, but not right now in the majors. He's got to go down and like the last guy said, take the pressure off and find himself and then come back. He's more athletic. And you asked a minute ago, well, what's he best at? He's a heck of a good bunter.
Yeah. He did yesterday. They got a run out of it yesterday.
He did a safety squeeze yesterday, the day before.
Yep.
It wasn't the best of his bunts. It didn't go very far, but it got the job done. But, I'm a big fan. I hope he bounces back. But in the meantime, Schmidt's got to be the second baseman.
I appreciate the call, Randy. Thanks so much, man.
Of course. I'm just saying, you can use him as a situational player.
It's not wrong of you to question the timing. The timing is peculiar. Again, I thought it was peculiar to bring up another second baseman on Friday.
Right.
For Justin Verlander, who went on the paternity list. He's back, and the corresponding move is Tyler Fitzgerald. So Fitzgerald 0 for his last 11. Hasn't had a hit in his last 14 plate appearances. That's a week.
Yeah, he's not hitting well.
The last 7 days, he's an 0-for with one rib and 4 strikeouts.
Again, I understand he is not playing well right now. I just don't think the alternatives are better than what you have with Fitzgerald. That's all I'm saying.
No, I'm with you. The timing's peculiar, but maybe you go, you know what? He's really pressing. He really does need to get
and that's fair too.
Some more bats and some work in.
I mean, the big picture thing is Casey Schmidt's going to be your guy. And I think that he deserves that totally with the way he's hitting right now.
And the way things have gone this year for Fitzgerald, April and March, 284 with a 773 OPS. In May, he only played 12 games in May because of the injury. He was on the IL for a bit. 262 with a 644 OPS. In June, in 20 games played and 55 official at-bats, he's hitting 127 with a 342 OPS. So since he came back from that injury, things have taken a big turn for the worse for him. Let's go out to Chad. Chad's in Petaluma. What up, Chad? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. Just a little tweak on what y'all are saying. I kind of agree with the move. I'm a Fitzgerald fan, but I'm also a big Casey fan, and I've been thinking for weeks he should be over at second base once Chapman's back. I think, like the previous caller said, he needs to just relax, and he's not going to be able to do that, in the majors. And then also, when we first saw him, he was an awesome center fielder. I wouldn't be surprised if you see him getting some reps so that he can be an awesome utility guy, like a Chris Taylor type utility guy if Schmidt sticks at second.
It's a great point. I'd forgotten because they needed him at shortstop last year. That they had made, when they moved on from Nick Ahmed, I'd forgotten that he had come up and played numerous other positions because of his speed and athleticism. I agree with everybody in that he offers you more tools than what Christian Koss has to this point or what Brett Wisely has to this point. Maybe they just view him as he's pressing too much. But I do think it's maybe odd timing when you know Chapman's coming back soon.
Well, I think also you might consider that they're evaluating Koss and Wisely at the same time.
I think that's got to be it. Yeah.
I would expect when Chapman comes back, Fitzgerald comes back, and those two go back where they belong, unfortunately, in the minors,
Yeah, I appreciate the call, man. Thanks so much.
Yeah, no, Walter Cabal Celta just texted me and saying, I think that's what they're doing. They're evaluating Christian Koss and Brett Wisely to know, okay, for sure, 100% Casey Schmidt's our guy. And they know that already, but they're just giving these other guys a try until Matt Chapman's back.
Because the offense still is not, again, 9 yesterday, 5 unearned, but you went 2 for 10 or something yesterday with runners in scoring position.
Yeah.
You were 4 for 20 on the weekend. Coming off of that series where they were atrocious against
420, you say, huh?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627 is the number to call and to text. 916 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and showroom text line and says, this is why it's good to have options. The option to go down and to fix this S. You don't have that option with Adames and with Lee. It's true. You've kind of just got to run them out and have them figured out. It's also kind of why, like, this is what makes Shohei Ohtani such a freak. Like, they don't have the luxury of sending him down to make minor league rehab starts as a pitcher because then you lose his bat in the lineup. When he's a two-way like that, you're like, well, we got to keep him up. So they're getting him ready at this level. Now, these are two completely different things where they're having him work through whatever he needs to work through health-wise, stretch him back out. He was touching 100 in his inning of work yesterday, right? And struck out 2, I believe, in the first inning of that Dodger game. But you do have that luxury with a guy who's a young player like this with options to send him on down to get that work. So I'm absolutely with that idea. It's interesting to say let's evaluate and make sure what we have in, like, even if you saw great at bats and great performance from Christian Koss and from Brett Wisely over the next 2 weeks, and then say Chapman comes back, wouldn't we all still think Schmidt's the guy though?
Yeah.
Is this just about who's going to be the backup when Chapman comes back?
This is formality. I mean, like, yeah.
That's what I mean is, like, we know that Wisely's been playing every day down in the minors, and he's got a 660 OPS. He's hitting 230. What are we evaluating? We've seen every other day play or every few days of play from Christian Koss. You know, he had a great spring. He's a great story. But there's nothing that excites me about him being the backup.
Just in case that maybe they give you a little bit more offensively than Tyler Fitzgerald. Maybe that's just that little bit of hope, but I get it. Like, at this point, it's going to be Casey Schmidt. You just want to see what you have in these other two guys. But, yeah, if we already know what's going to be the outcome, then why are we doing this? But I understand, like, this is what you do during a baseball season. You evaluate different positions.
What do you got, Tim?
I was going to say, I feel like they do feel that Fitzgerald still has value, but it's just okay. We'll go figure it out with a little less pressure. Whereas if you're Koss and Wisely, you might be playing for your spot on this team.
Yeah.
You might be playing for a backup role or, you know, somebody that might be looking, you know, they might be trying to upgrade this position as well. So it's like those two roster spots feel like easily the ones that could be on the chopping block. So I'm thinking they're giving these guys like one last look. That's to me.
To the texter's point, yes, that's 100% correct because you can do that with this position. You can't do that with Willie Adames. You can't do that with Matt Chapman. You can't do that with Elliot Ramos. You can't do that with Jung-Hoo Lee. You can evaluate everything at second base, but those guys, they're going to be here. You just have to deal with it, but they need to improve as well. But that's just, you know, not the luxury you have, but just the fact that second base is kind of up for grabs. We all know it's going to be Casey Schmidt, but let's see what else we have.
707 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line.
I meant the royal we.
Says, thank you. Says, you know what I would do now? I would go with Devers at third, Adames at short, Schmidt at second.
No.
Dom Smith at 1, Wilmer at DH. You're giving up defense at third, but you have a much better lineup with Wilmer and Smith in the lineup. You know what's funny is that's not the worst idea.
It's not the worst idea, but I don't want to keep doing that to Rafael Devers when he came here to play DH or first base.
That's kind of where I'm at. Is I don't want to mess with Rafael Devers at all.
You know, hold on, just real quick. Is that something you worry about though, with everything you heard in Boston? And I know that Giants fans, they heard Big Papi talk over the weekend. They're like, all right, okay, enough of this guy already.
Dude, Papi won't go away.
I know.
Go away.
But does that stuff
It's
worry?
over.
Like, there is still a little bit of me, like in the back of my head, I think, is there one day where Draymond will say the wrong thing to Jimmy Butler? And that's just a little bit of worry I have. Well, is there any doubt in Giants fans' minds where Rafael Devers will get pissed off with everything you heard that went on in Boston?
I mean, maybe. I don't feel like right now. But it's sort of like why I wasn't concerned about the Jimmy Butler thing is he wanted out of Miami. And how long do you have to keep Jimmy happy here? It's only a couple of years.
Right.
Devers, you have to keep him happy for like 8.
Yes, you do.
You know what I mean, you paid him like 30 a year. You got to keep him happy for like a decade now. So,
right.
While on paper, like if I were running a video game lineup right now, that's what I would do.
Of course.
To that texter, that 707, I would just throw Devers at third because I don't have to worry about the emotions in the video game. Oftentimes in video games too, you know how they have that emotion thing, like if you run a franchise in like NBA 2K or in Madden or whatever, they'll give you the player's mood, like their level of happiness. And there's times where I'm like, ooh, this guy's not going to sign an extension with me because he's pissed, and I don't really care. I'm like, I'm running him out wherever I want to run him out. But sometimes their effectiveness will take a
It's life
hit.
imitating art.
It's sort of. I wouldn't call it art. 408. Again, not everything's art.
No,
you can't just do anything you want and call it art.
No. That's ridiculous.
Video games, like, yeah, I'm sure there are. I mean, tons of artistic elements that go into video games, but I've never played a video game and been like, now that's a fine piece of art.
Well, I haven't played Red Dead Redemption 2, but people tell me it's a fantastic story and the way it's made that maybe some would consider it art.
RDR 2, you're talking, yeah.
Yes.
Red Dead 2. You've never played it?
Never played it.
Ooh, man. Dude,
I know. I'm missing out on that one.
That game got to me a bit because it was like, you get to a point where I would log into the game and I'd be like, ooh, I haven't played in a while. My dude needs to eat. My dude needs to shave. I got to buy some food for my horse. I'd play it for like 45 minutes and I would just be like doing chores. I'd be like doing crap that I have to do at home.
Right.
I'm like, dude, that's not why I logged into. Then the next time I play, I'm like, all right, now I'm ready to go because I've got my dude all set up. What you got, Tim?
I love that video game. Also, The Witcher, I would say, was art. Witcher 3, maybe the greatest game
Okay,
ever made.
all right.
Tim,
like
it's not all art, Tim.
I'm not saying it's Wordle. I mean, geez.
Tim.
Wordle.
It's easy to impress Tim when it comes to art.
I am a simpleton.
408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text on it and says, hey, my dudes, I'm sorry for this long message, but I have to share.
Okay.
Thank you so much to the KNBR Sports Calendar, weekend sports calendar sponsored by Surfside. I attended the Bay Area Panthers game yesterday, and it was hilariously awesome. 408 goes on to say, we sat 2 rows behind the Rattler bench. Yeah, dude, the Rattlers, dude, the Arizona Rattlers.
Okay.
We sat 2 rows behind the Rattler bench, and in front of their super fan, this man had a 9th man jersey on, the freaking Rattlers jersey, behind the bench, constant yelling and smack talking all game. There was also a Susan Sarandon type gal for the Rattlers that I'm pretty certain was banging half the team. 408 says, I cannot recommend it enough. Thoroughly entertaining. And F the Tucson Sugar Skulls.
There you go, my
Viva
man.
la
That's
filth.
right.
Cousin Vinny from Gilroy. 408 also says, how much Carl's Jr.'s Depop take it home for dinner? Which that's a full-on member of the filth. Applaud you, man. Shouting out the Surfside Sports Calendar and Carl's Jr. today, plus Depop's dinner habits.
You best believe I have dinner for the entire week now with the leftover Carl's Jr.'s we have in the studio.
Loaded.
That's if Jack Loader didn't take half of it home.
You better not, you son of a...
209 says, I just restarted Red Dead 2. Incredibly emotional game, and I love it.
See, some would say it's art.
Yeah. 707 says, it's like a game guidebook. Red Dead 2 had to get the book for it. Had to get the book for it. It's like a game guidebook.
Okay.
408 says, Legends of Zelda. I don't even know this other one.
Ocarina of Time.
Ocarina of Time. All
Yeah,
right.
people, video game nerds love that stuff. And I'm not saying it's not art, but like there's, different forms of it.
I am.
So you're saying video games are not art?
I'm saying not all of them.
Not some movies aren't art either.
So why are some of them art and some aren't?
What constitutes art?
It's a great question. It's a
In a way,
great question.
KNBR.
I would say I do, but then it's up to I just don't like passing things off as art.
Yeah.
Well, it's art, so we can't be critical of it.
That's going to be our question today on Sports Talk Radio. What constitutes
It's
art,
not
everybody?
all up to interpretation.
Right.
You know what I mean? Not everything is up to interpretation.
The only art I respect is Art Vandelay.
There you go. Art Vandelay.
You know what I'm going to tell you is about what we're giving away this week, because that's all we do is give crap away.
We do.
It's not all we do. We talk art, too. How about this? I got to figure out what we're giving away here. Oh, let's see here.
Young man, take a look at my life. Or
There's
old man.
there's a lot of I'm not even sure what we're giving away here.
Neil Young.
Yeah, but there's qualifiers and whatnot. I should have read this before we got into the segment. Is that Tim singing in there?
Yeah, that was
What the hell
Tim.
was that?
It's
How
me
about
doing
this?
Neil Young, yeah.
Here's what we're doing. We're giving away 2 tickets to go see Neil Young. What we're going to do is we're going to qualify you for a grand prize seat upgrade and VIP Club Access Plus an autographed Neil Young album. The grand prize is 2 tickets to see Neil Young at the Shoreline September 12th of this year with VIP Club Access and 1 autographed copy of the new Neil Young album. He's doing his new stuff. Talking to the Trees. Oh, that's what you're going to get.
Talking to the Trees?
Yeah, I'm Neil Young, and I'm here to do my new stuff.
Isn't that basically what Jerry Bradshaw was saying that Aaron Rodgers was doing? He's eating bark somewhere.
Dude, by the way, you see him, he popped up this weekend as like a weekend getaway somewhere.
Who did?
Aaron Rodgers. And everybody's like, how come this mystery wife isn't with him anywhere?
Yeah, some people are questioning if the marriage is actually legit.
Dude, he's lying about his wife like Tim lied about going to Shea Fika. It's incredible.
Don't even lump me in with that. Ayahuasca.
Who's a bigger liar, Aaron Rodgers or Tim Webb?
Yeah, I've been immunized and I got married.
Yeah, but yeah. Are you
I did
vaccinated?
my own research.
Are you vaccinated? I've been immunized. That was a hell of a line from that punk ass dude. Anyway, Neil Young's new album, Talking to the Trees. We're giving you tickets to go see him at Shoreline on September 12th of this year. Everyone qualifies for the grand prize seat upgrade, VIP Club Access, and the autographed album. All you got to do is tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win the tickets to qualify. And you'll win tickets and you'll qualify for that grand prize. So we're giving away tickets. Plus, everybody who wins the tickets gets qualified for that VIP Club Access and the autographed album. All you got to do is listen for that cue to call. Be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, furnished by Live Nation. The rules All right, KNBR.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Neil Diamond. You bet your balls it's Neil Diamond.
So, close enough. It's not Neil Young.
You guys went with
Neil Diamond. You bet your balls it's Neil Diamond.
Couldn't think of anything good for Neil Young. I know that Jimmy Fallon is like a really good Neil Young impression, but I always love Will Ferrell's Neil Diamond impression. So like, yeah, Neil's Neil.
It doesn't mean anything.
I know, very, very different genre of music too.
When you hear the Neil Diamond riff or clip there from Will Ferrell.
It's for Neil Young.
You'll win tickets to go see Neil Young if you're caller 10. 415-896-KNBR. 650 says, yes, true art stands the test of time.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, all right. 408 says, two things. Dirty Work is the only show on KNBR that actually makes me laugh. Chrono Trigger is the best game of all time.
Chrono Trigger.
Whatever. Signed, proud ska-loving member of the filth. Much love to you, 408.
There you go.
Yeah. This is good. People are talking Tim being a liar. It's like having a girlfriend. No, she goes to a different school.
Yeah.
That's kind of what they're saying. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, the number to call. Noah in San Francisco, Mark in San Francisco. We'll get to your calls coming up next. Plus, we got to talk a little bit about what went down in the NBA last night. One of the biggest what could have been moments in, I would say, sports history, man. For the way this thing went, we had a Game 7 kind of ripped from our grasp 7 minutes into the game last night.
It's rough.
It was frustrating, man. Because and by the way, those of you wondering, Pacers guy will join us today at 5:15. Pacers guy at 5:15 following the Pacers losing. More of your calls on Devers and not on Devers, on Tyler Fitzgerald being sent to AAA for the Giants. Is it the right time? And we'll get into some NBA Finals. Plus, we got to follow up. The Rattlers did fall to your Bay Area Panthers 37-24 yesterday. 9-2 are our Bay Area Panthers over on Mike Holler's KNBR 1050. More to come. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Hunter Pence joined Gerg and Gorg today to discuss what it's like being traded mid-season after the Giants acquired Rafi Devers last week and how the welcoming culture is key to integrating Devers to the team. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and our app, The Culture Leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, I know we're past tax day, but I'm sure there's still people out there who are stressing about their tax bill. What do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us. There's a lot of people who can't pay their tax bill, and they really do stress. And I see it cause all kinds of unnecessary problems. Divorces, loss of businesses, medical problems because people get so stressed out. None of it has to be. There's a lot of good solutions. We're familiar with all of them. Whether we can make a deal if you qualify to just pay part and the government writes off the rest, goes away, or if the penalties are forgiven, and sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. If we get a monthly payment plan, getting one that we can really afford, not what some IRS agent says he thinks you can afford, what you really can afford and live a normal life. Or if we shift the burden where it belongs to the former spouse that caused the problem or business partner. Or do you even owe the taxes at all? A lot of times the IRS makes mistakes and get them corrected. Or if the statute of limitations has run and, yeah, you owe it, but it's too late, they can't collect it. A lot of stuff. We're familiar with all of it. We've been doing this for years. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. So you have nothing to do with the government. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Casey, we know you're really comfortable at third base. How comfortable are you at second base?
I make sure that I touch all the positions. Earlier in the year I was playing every single position, just making sure I touched it and, learning first base and everything. I'm whatever the team needs me to do, that's what I'm going to do. That's always been my motto.
They need you to hit 415 forever. Can you do that?
I don't know if I can do that.
Also, what the heck is going on in the clubhouse right now? It is loud.
Oh, it's a party in there.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're getting after it in there.
Getting after it, baby.
By the way, that was a Gabe Kapler-ism. He's got to get out and touch the mound. It'd be nice for him to touch the mound. Do you remember Kapler saying that a bunch?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, we just want to get him out there, have him touch.
Profiles.
He profiles as a starter. We're going to have him touch the mound for a bit. Casey just want to get out there and touch them all. Touch all the positions. It's kind of like you, dude. You hosted that sports before you officially started on the show with me. You hosted that Sports Phone KNBR. You wanted to touch the mic before before you actually started at the
just
position.
that one.
It'd be nice to get Derek to touch the mic.
Yeah. It wasn't like I was doing like a bunch of them or like, some weekends or, like Giants.
Preparation at all.
Giants post games.
Yeah.
Just throw me right into it.
Yeah, it's not like you've done anything to warrant this, but.
Thank you.
There's Casey Schmidt talking about his comfortability at second base. That was after the game yesterday, right? Talking to Laura Britt and to George Contos. 808 KNBR 415-808-567, the number to call and to text. Many people checking in on us mentioning video games being art, whether or not they're art. So funny. Many people have said Red Dead Redemption 2, they would qualify as art. Somebody said Red Dead Redemption 2 is like a Shakespeare-level Western video game.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that. I haven't played the game myself.
It's a hell of a game, dude. It's a fun game.
So a buddy of mine is a diehard video game guy, and he goes to like conferences and like EA stuff, or E3, like all that stuff, and like he takes courses on like screenwriting for video games. So if you could say video games are art, if you could say movies are art, or television is art, or music, I think you could qualify video games as art.
Not everything's art, though. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
You can't just do something.
I know. But not, I get it. Some music is an art. Some TV shows are an art.
Would you say what we're doing is art?
No.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you.
It's fun.
It's all creative. It comes from us and our hearts, but it's not.
I would say harmony segments are art.
I would say harmony is the most artistic thing that we do. But like, not everything's art. No. Not everything enjoyable has to be art.
No.
And just because somebody hates on it doesn't mean you can defend it by saying, well, it's up to interpretation. It's art.
No, I do hate like hipster, pompous people being like, I'm an artist. Like everything I do is art. Like, no, it's not. Not everything you do is art. But I would say some video games qualify as art.
707 checks in, says Tim knowing about video games is so unsurprising. Tim knowing ball when it comes to video games is so unsurprising.
Games, man.
Well, as Tim said, Tim's video game knowledge is like akin to. Tim just said this to me. Tim, what you want to say?
I was saying that my video game knowledge is like your comic book knowledge, where it's you just got a thing,
Does Derek have anything like that?
Frozen pizza knowledge.
Frozen pizza.
Strong.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Right.
I'm all about frozen pizza.
Banana bread knowledge is good too.
Weird flex.
Yeah.
The pizza
I know
knowledge.
like movie stuff, like directors and that kind of stuff. Like I could probably name you like every Oscar winner in the past like 30 years.
Every
maybe.
Oscar winner in the past 30 years for what?
Like Best Picture. Or,
ooh, really?
I probably could.
Is that you know that like Super Bowl winners?
Weirdly enough, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Who won the Oscar for Best Picture? 1998.
It was a controversial decision. Shakespeare in Love over Saving Private Ryan.
Incredible knowledge by my guy Derek here, dude. Because that would be the year after Titanic.
Wait. Sorry. Does it qualify like when the movies came out or like the year that the awards ceremony?
That's what I was going to say. Is because it's like the Super Bowl in that the Oscars are early in the year.
Yeah.
Like things come out in Oscar season. Like I think technically that would be Titanic.
Yes.
Right? Because Titanic came out in 97.
Yes.
But the movies that were released in 98 for the 99 Oscar, which is why they give you the Oscars by the number of the Oscar, much like we give you the Super Bowl, like the number of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly.
Who knew we had an Oscar Super Bowl connect today? And Derek's your guy. Do you have a preference?
As far as
those two movies? I've
never seen Shakespeare in Love.
I'm thinking Private should have won it.
Dude, everyone says that. Saving Private Ryan is probably the best war movie of all time.
It's unbelievable.
Like, not a funny story, but I remember tell
us more.
My grandpa who served in World War II, he's seen the opening of Saving Private Ryan. He's like, I can't watch it. It's just too realistic to me. When he, thank you, Tim. Jesus Christ.
I mean, not hilarious. 925 says the NBA grab bag is art, and I tend to agree with you.
I don't know. I say the exact opposite is kind of where I would go. It's more of a subscription service.
The screaming is art to me.
We didn't even come up with a
grab bag.
That's art to me. That's art.
Yeah, 510 says Tim's video game knowledge and my superhero knowledge or comic book knowledge, Derek's knowledge of black people is what 5.
Well,
408 says Derek supposedly has great knowledge on fake versus real farts, which is it's something that Derek claims to know the difference between.
Mean, I do know my farts, and I have to believe.
I'm telling you
that Jim Harbaugh did not fart.
Telling you that was real.
I don't think so.
707 says Red Baron is the GOAT frozen pizza. I'm going with you. I always ride with the Baron.
No, man, DiGiorno's much better.
No, it's not, dude. Red Baron's better.
Come on now.
Red Baron is far better.
All right.
Let's go out to the phone lines here. Noah's in San Francisco, wants to talk some Tyler Fitzgerald, who's been optioned to AAA. Noah, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, brother? Chilling, man. How are you?
Good. I've always been a Fitzgerald fan, but obviously he's struggling. Would love to see him back on the club because hate to be blunt, but I just have no idea why Christian Koss is on the team.
It's fair.
And Fitzgerald is the fastest dude on the 40-man roster besides Grant McCray. And I think, when you go to the games in person, you see a little more than you see on TV or the radio, obviously hearing. But Fitzgerald has to hit the weights. He's looking pretty lean. And I know a lot of this he's striking out too much, but even when he's connecting on pitches, he's just really not getting much. Dunn Julio are looking really, really slim. And I don't know. I don't know if that has any help to say something like that, but he could probably benefit from bulking up a bit. And because last year the power was, when he was connecting on pitches, he was smoking balls. And
Fitzgerald,
Casey Schmidt, to his credit, has really figured it out. And his home run the other day was like 111 miles an hour off the bat. I mean, yesterday that was he's been walking, which he never does, and so he's really improved. I get why Wisely's in the mix because he hits lefty, but I think ultimately I'd love to see Fitzgerald there at least as a super utility guy because I think he'd be perfect for that.
Appreciate the call, Noah. Thanks so much. I think ultimately that may be it. You could find him playing the position or sort of in the same role that Matt Chapman was in.
Yeah.
Excuse me, not Matt Chapman, that Casey Schmidt was in when Chapman comes back.
Agreed.
Where he's just sort of the utility guy off the bench. Let's go to Mark in San Francisco. What's up, Mark? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys, I think that texter stole my thunder with Devers at third, but I think that's what's going to happen. And I understand you guys' reservations, but I'm sure they would go to him and get buy-in from him. And like the texter said, excuse me, I'm out of breath, I'm running.
You're good, bro.
Right, I stopped. So like the texter said, I think that they want to get Flores in the DH spot. That way you can get us at bats. You can get Smith at first base. Schmidt at second. It just gives you the best lineup. And I think going into these two series, they got to try to win all these games. I think Buster's just going all out. And never been a fan of Fitzgerald. I thought that was a fluke year. I'm not sure if he'll ever come back to the team. And I'll be the lone voice. I think Christian Koss is a really valuable backup there.
What makes you say that?
Well, because I think he does, notwithstanding the two double plays he hit into.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy did hit a grand slam in the clutch. He has had some clutch hits that have actually helped the Giants win games. Not lately, but he hasn't been getting the play time lately either. I also think he's fast enough to be a base runner, and I think his fielding's been excellent. And I just think they probably look at Fitzgerald and say, this guy doesn't have it. We'll put him down to AAA. Let's see if he can have it. But if he doesn't, he won't be back up. And that's kind of my feeling about it.
Appreciate the call, Mark. Enjoy the run, man. It's funny.
Are we sure he was on a run?
Said he was running.
Yeah.
You mean like from something?
I don't know. Like, just could be the middle of a hot, steamy session there. I don't know.
He said, I'm running.
I'm running. I'm running.
I think Fitzgerald was he was a fluke here for Fitzgerald. I kind of like that. I kind of like people like out of breath.
I always want our callers to be running for their life.
Who was our dude who was is it Niner Ted? Is that his name? The guy who calls us during 49er season?
Oh, yeah, and he's always...
the guy was always doing sometimes he's working out.
Yeah,
he was the guy who was at
I remember.
He was the guy who was at the funeral
I remember
time,
that.
right?
That's right, yeah.
I remember. He crashed a funeral that time, dude.
Lupia?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, he had Lupia. Who doesn't love a good Lupia?
He was like, you got to love Filipino funerals, man. I was like, yeah, I got you. I feel it. Or just like any gathering where that cuisine is served.
Okay.
I'm with you. 9 or 10. I think that's his name, 9 or 10. If you're out there, we'd love to hear from you.
We'll definitely hear him during Cheers, Jeers, and Beers this upcoming season.
Yeah, he loves to call in on
But
those.
no, who was that? Mark? That just called in?
That was Mark, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I get what he's saying. I don't know. Like, I understand that Tyler Fitzgerald isn't hitting well right now, but like, as far as like a bigger sample size, from what you saw a season ago, I kind of lean more Tyler Fitzgerald over Christian Koss. But then again, like, it's not. I just don't think like they don't realize like he doesn't have it. It's just right now he doesn't have it. So I understand what everybody's saying. Like, they want to get an evaluation on Koss and Wisely, and then they'll make it. Once they see those guys, they'll probably bring back Fitzgerald once Casey Schmidt's comfortable at second base and Matt Chapman's healthy. But I don't know. I mean, It's just a conversation we're having on a Monday after a series where the Giants win 2 out of 3, and you're just kind of nitpicking things. This news happens, but in the grand scheme of things, the Giants are playing good ball, and yeah, eventually it's just going to be Casey Schmidt second base. Then I think they'll be pretty good offensively.
That's nitpicking, isn't it? 707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line and says, DiGiorno is better? I literally just pulled my FedEx truck over to reply to this. Too doughy, inconsistent cheese. There's like 100 types of DiGiorno rising crust, tavern-style filled crust. Which one's the best, Derek? Red Baron is consistent. Only one type. Only one result. Good. You have lost all frozen pizza credibility, says the 707.
Oh, come on
dude,
now.
This guy came in hot, dude.
Wouldn't you rather have variety than just one sample? Just like one thing that you have to have every time with Red Baron? You could have a different style of DiGiorno pizza. You could have, just plain cheese or pepperoni or pepperoni sausage mushroom. I don't know if they have that actually, but
that's disgusting. No.
Wait, what's so bad about that? You know what? Sue me.
I'm not a mushroom guy.
I like a croissant style pizza. Tastes pretty good.
A croissant style pizza.
Yeah. DiGiorno, honestly.
So wait, just a basic straight up DiGiorno pepperoni pizza though.
Yeah, I'll eat it.
Of course you'll eat it. You'll bring that when you say you're bringing pizza. I'm saying you'll put that up against any other frozen pie and think that one's better.
Absolutely.
We got to do this. It's too bad we don't have an oven here. We don't have an oven, do we, Tim?
No, but we are going to have quite a bit of free time when it comes to about July, so the frozen pizza challenge will happen.
That's why Derek's taking all the time off in July. How about that?
Yeah, I know.
He's just up and leaving us, Tim, for like a week and a half.
I'm a little sad about it, but the show production will definitely suffer. Sorry.
You go into a Red Baron French bread, S's on everything, says the 707.
I don't know about that.
408 says, it's very rare that I agree with Derek.
But
DiGiorno pizza for the win. Sorry, guys.
Absolutely it is.
Hey, blind dog, broken clock. Derek gets a couple.
I mean, come on now. Like Tombstone, like all of them. All of them cannot stand next to DiGiorno. DiGiorno is the best. I'm hoping for a sponsorship soon.
People are just checking at 559. Screaming Sicilian. That's all they said.
No.
In all caps, dude.
I'll do Screaming Sicilian for a nice stromboli. But if I want like a full-on pizza, I'm going DiGiorno. Or like, I don't think it's Zachary's, but like there's now this Chicago deep dish that they have in the Safeway frozen pizza aisle. That's pretty good.
You're buying deep dish frozen pizzas now.
Yeah, why not?
I don't know. Just putting it out there. I want to get more into Derek's Oscar knowledge, too. Who knew that Derek could name every Oscar winner by year?
Yeah, pretty much.
That's pretty incredible. If you've got your question. Who won the first one? It was a silent film, wasn't it?
That I don't know.
You know them all, but you don't know the first one?
No. If you go back and check, I said like for the last like 30 years, I said.
Oh, okay. So you don't know them all.
Not all of them.
Who won the first Super Bowl?
The Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, so you know that one.
They won the first two.
Yeah, I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Got Bart Starr.
Yep.
Taking it in.
MVP.
Both of them, I think, right?
Yes, he was.
Back-to-back MVPs for Bart Starr.
Probably shouldn't have been if you look at the stats.
Who should have been?
I think Herb Adderley had a pick 6 in the second one. Yeah.
Have you watched those?
You can't.
There's no video of the first two bowls?
It's like a whole thing at NFL Network where they found the lost footage, but like you know what the story is? Like NBC broadcasted the first two Super Bowls, and then back then they had tape. Yeah. And they recorded over those tapes. You cannot find it.
Like in basketball?
Yeah.
Roadkill. Caught
exactly.
on tape. Duty tape's over.
It basically starts from Super Bowl III with Joe Namath on. You cannot find the first two original Super Bowls on like the original broadcast when NBC was doing them.
Those a-holes taped over the game.
I know.
Oh, dude, basketball. Roadkill. Caught on tape. He's just hitting all those animals, dude. It's like a dash cam. Yeah. The first Oscar winner of all time for Best Picture, 1927. Movie's called Wings. Love, take me down to the streets. I don't think that's a Wings song.
Not the show? The great show that was after Cheers?
808 KNBR.
Tim, you remember Wings, right?
It's the number to call.
I don't even know you guys.
By the way, Mark Spears is going to join us at 3:50. Susan Slesser at 4:50. Before Mark Spears joins us, let's get into a little bit of what happened in last night's NBA Finals. Yep. Game 7, the Oklahoma City Thunder win their first ever NBA title. This might be one of the only times I can remember where, and there's probably a few others, but one of the most recently for sure, where a team wins a championship, and when we talk about OKC and history having won this title, I do not think you'll be able to talk about them without immediately going, yeah, but the Pacers.
Yeah.
They forced the Game 7, and then, we're going to talk a lot about Tyrese Halliburton going down. All the game winners he hit throughout the postseason. Rick Carlisle said it. He authored one of the greatest postseason runs in NBA history at just 25 years old, and he tore his Achilles 7 minutes in. The what if for yesterday's Game 7. We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Kicks it out. Toppin. Good contest from Dort. Halliburton falls down. He looks hurt. Here comes SGA the other way. Inside, and Williams throws it down. Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell. Was that strained calf. He's in pain. So emotional. SGA splits the defense. Kicks it out. Williams, a three-pointer. Bang! 21-point lead. The Thunder have taken the NBA by storm. For the first time, the NBA champion resides in Oklahoma City. The storybook season is complete.
Dirty Work rolls on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Mark Spears going to join us, ESPN and Anscape.com. The Hall of Famer in about 10 minutes.
He's in New York already for the draft.
Is he already there?
Dude, quick turnaround. I
mean, he
mean,
said to us last week, dude, get me home, boys. Take my ass home. He endured the game 6 where he thought OKC was going to win it.
Yep.
Then he had to turn around and go from from Indiana back to OKC.
And then straight to New York.
He was there all weekend, just like Marcus Thompson. Then he turns around from there to go straight to New York. Ever since my guy hit the 1,000,000 miles on United, he's getting closer and closer to 2 million already.
And by the way, not that you could control when news breaks, but the day that the Oklahoma City Thunder win their first championship, Kevin Durant has to steal a little bit of the spotlight away. Just a little bit. Former Thunder.
Did that upset you?
No, it didn't upset me, but I was like, this is their day. It's Game 7, and we got Kevin Durant news getting traded to the Houston Rockets. Can I wait one more day for this?
I mean, the Rockets don't care. They got their guy.
I know, but just the irony of Kevin Durant was the face of the franchise for a long time. Then, of course, left.
Oh, you mean of the Oklahoma? Oh, I didn't even think about it in those terms. That on the day where OKC, the team that drafted him, the Seattle SuperSonics, officially wins their first title, they've got to deal with Kevin Durant trade news on that day. I got you. I understand you.
And it's not that big of a deal, but I was thinking about that. I was like, this is supposed to be either Indiana's biggest day in their franchise's history or OKC, and Kevin Durant's like, no, it's about me.
I mean, it had nothing to do. Nothing he could do about it. This had to get done.
Nothing he could do about it.
It was going to get done before the draft. It's not official, I guess, until the 26th or whatever.
He wasn't planning. So why is that the case? Because the Desmond Bane trade is official, but for whatever reason, the Kevin Durant trade cannot be until the 26th.
I don't know. Is it the 26th?
Or they're also the 30th, or the 6th, or whatever.
So here's my question: if it's not official, are the Suns making the selection on behalf of the Houston Rockets at number? Because then they trade their pick.
It might be official right now.
Excuse me, are the Rockets making? Maybe it's unofficial. I don't know. Doesn't really matter.
Well, because of the draft and everything, yes, it has to be official. I would assume that. We can ask Mark Spears that, but yeah, I mean, just focusing on last night, Game 7. It was fun to have a Game 7. First time we've had that since 2016, even though that outcome sucked. But I'm not going to say that. What if would the game have been closer? Yes. Could have the Pacers won the game? Tyrese Halliburton started out hot. He had 3 threes to start out and 9 points instantly, and then it sucks.
He led the game in 3-pointers made.
Yeah, I do think that you have to have a conversation going forward in sports when it comes to calf strains. Is it just best to just wait it out? Because as soon as he got injured, I think unanimously as sports fans, we all knew that's an Achilles. Just because of what we saw with Kevin Durant.
Well, and they had the video of the calf shimmy where you see that sort of, you see it happen.
That ripple effect,
Oh, it's so, you just feel really bad. Here's my thing. Marcus Thompson said to us on Friday, I asked him, because we thought there was maybe no way that Halliburton was going to go in Game 6. And I said, do you think if it weren't the NBA Finals, he'd be playing right now? And Marcus said, no. He said, if this were like the Cavs series, if it were like an earlier round series, I think you don't do it because of all the road you'd still have ahead to potentially do something special. You'd say, make sure he's okay before you get him back out there.
Yeah.
If it's the finals, he said, yeah, you're risking all of next season if something severe happens. And I think we were all concerned about that. What's the term we always use for the calf strain? It's a ticking time bomb.
Exactly.
And we saw it with Kevin Durant. I mean, I was concerned about it a couple of years ago with Joe Burrow. Yeah. He had the calf strain and was out for a significant
Chase was
period of
telling
time.
dude, sit the first 5 weeks of the season.
Aaron Rodgers dealt with a calf strain before his went down. I mean, that's why everybody was so concerned last year about Christian McCaffrey and dual Achilles tendonitis, right? Bilateral tendonitis, because if that happens, it's like a year before you're back. And maybe it's not a great comp, but it does feel like the Achilles has now become what the ACL used to be for professional sports. Now guys tear their ACL and you go, you know how long it's going to be, and you know that they can come back and be as good as before, depending on age and explosiveness and all that. That said, when the Achilles happens now, there's a big question about how players react to that, respond to that, and will they be the same guy when they come back?
We'll talk to Pacers guy too, by the way, and I'm sure it's a tough day for him. I'm sure it's tough. We asked him on Friday, if they lose and it's a close game, are you still saying the season's a success? And he said yes. But now that you lose your franchise player for all of next season too in the process, it's tough. But I will say, I don't think there's anything they could have done. I think that Tyrese Haliburton wanted to play in this game. He wanted to play in a Game 7.
And he was going to. And if you're going to go down with an injury, I think he would have done this 10 times out of 10.
Yes.
I think if you ask him to run with this risk every day for a chance to win an NBA title and etch your name in history, even if he knew he was going to play 7 minutes, he might still say yeah.
So at the same time, if he's healthy, is it a different outcome? Maybe, because the Pacers were in this game in the first half. They had the lead going into halftime.
I felt like he was getting ready to have a game. It's kind of where I thought. I was like, this might be one of the – I mean, he had a great postseason.
Yeah.
I thought really this might be a day where we're talking history for a guy in Game 7.
But who's to say that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't rise to the occasion as well?
Sure.
I thought they were sleepwalking after the injury, and then they turned it on in the third quarter and were the better team. And I know that there's always hypotheticals in sports, but I really don't like playing the what-if game because this is what happened. We can play the what-if game in 2019 with Kevin Durant. If what happens if he doesn't tear his Achilles or Klay Thompson tears his ACL. We could play the what-if game for so many different things in sports where people got hurt. We go back to the 1989 NBA Finals where Magic Johnson and Kareem both got hurt, I believe, and the Detroit Pistons swept. Should there be an asterisk next to that championship?
No, there's no asterisk. You play through the season. I would say that this is different in my mind than KD. It feels totally different to me because KD had missed all the conference finals, didn't he?
Yes.
And he missed the NBA finals to that point.
It was basically break glass in case of emergency to get him out there. They were down 3-1.
Then he broke calf. That was kind of, you broke glass and you broke calf.
Yeah.
That was kind of it. It didn't feel the same to me because of where the Warriors were and because of everything that the Pacers needed to do. They had a feeling of like a team of destiny type of thing with all the game winners. I mean, again, Haliburton had hit, 4 shots at the buzzer that either won or sent games into overtime. He had that one that was like the bounce up off the back iron in the game against the New York Knicks early on.
They were clutch all postseason.
He was clutch all postseason. He was averaging 17.5 and 8.5 assists in the playoffs before Game 7. So now he's got an Achilles tear, and he's going to have surgery probably in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Usually, so it is official. We all assumed last night, but then Shams came out today and said, it's official.
I saw him this morning on McAfee confirming that, saying he's just figuring out which doctor to go to.
So right now, next year in the East, you have Tyrese Haliburton out for all of the season. You have Jason Tatum all out for all of the season. You have Damian Lillard out for all of the season. And I know Giannis, I guess, is coming back to the Bucks this offseason. But the East is up for grabs with the Knicks and the Cavaliers. And maybe they could build around Giannis in Milwaukee. Maybe they, make additions in Boston. Who knows? But, yeah, that's tough to lose the finals and then Tyrese Haliburton's out for the remainder of next season as well. That's brutal. I'll also, kudos to the Oklahoma City Thunder. They were for years – not the laughingstock of the league, but also just kind of no one wants to sign there. They had a big 3 at one point with Kevin Durant and James Harden and Russell Westbrook, and all of them left. And they blew it up, but they wanted to acquire so much, draft picks over years. Sam Presti was smart enough to be all right, we'll trade away our talent and we'll build from within. That's why lately, the superstar or the super team thing doesn't work. It's the Denver Nuggets. It's the Milwaukee Bucks. It's the Boston Celtics even though they acquired some big talent, but it's how you build from within where you stockpile draft picks, and they're set for the next 5-6 years with the talent they have under contract, and not to mention, or not under contract, but they have the room, the cap space to sign these guys, but not to mention the draft picks they have. So kudos to Oklahoma City, and I don't know, as you said, Copes, they'll be remembered for this season, but also I think a lot of people remember Game 7 and Tyrese Haliburton getting hurt. And at the same time, I think about the Warriors and how are they going to compete with this team that's so much younger than them. I also think about Seattle and the Seattle Supersonics when, they lost this franchise when Kevin Durant was in his rookie season, and OKC, the whole point of Oklahoma City having this team was during Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans, the Pelicans, they couldn't play in New Orleans. They went to OKC for a season. They sold out every single game. The fans were hyped, and then they brought that franchise over. And Mark Spears is going to join us next. He talked about, on the pregame show yesterday about expanding the league this offseason. I would not be the least bit surprised if Seattle does get a franchise eventually. But I think about that and just all the bull crap that OKC had to go through so many years. So, kudos to them for getting a championship, but I do believe it's not going to be reflected on as highly as some of these fans think.
Mark Spears is going to join us to talk more about what's going on at the end of the NBA season here. OKC winning the title, the KD trade, plus the draft on Wednesday. Dude, I don't know if anything's ignited our text line the way our frozen pizza debate has in some time. A lot of people having your back, but a lot of people against you. 623 coming in from Arizona says Red Baron over DiGiorno, but it's the screaming Sicilian staff that's better than both of them. He says Derek is the greatest waffler of our time.
Okay.
And he chooses the DiGiorno hill to die on? This is insane.
I don't think I've waffled that much in recent shows, but I will say I will die on this DiGiorno hill. You can't tell me otherwise. DiGiorno is hands down the best frozen pizza on the market.
Our UPS driver, our favorite UPS driver up in Seattle, says, I'm with my forever arch nemesis, that FedEx driver, who's going with Red Baron. Says, Derek, you're losing credibility here on the frozen pizza knowledge, which is pretty funny. 408 says deep dish pizza, not pizza, Derek. It's casserole. It's
Stop that. Don't give me that Jon Stewart weak-ass take.
I like deep dish. I'm never choosing it over a slice, personally, but I do like a deep dish pizza.
I love a deep dish.
If you need a fork to eat it, is it pie? That's the question. It's pie. Is it pizza? It's pizza. It's just not the pizza in a traditional sense.
It's different style of pizza. There's like, what would you consider... we'll get to it later. I can't think of the actual terminology for the type of pizza, but yeah, like I don't know. Like there's different styles of pizza. There's the New York traditional style, or Chicago style, Detroit style. There's variations. People, come on, live Moss.
209 says, Copes, are you saying if Durant plays the whole 2019 Finals, you don't know if the Warriors win the title? I don't think I said that.
I don't think he's no.
I said I said it's different for me, the Halliburton injury to the Durant one, because Durant didn't play the whole conference final and had missed the finals to that point. So the severity of it and the significance of it, it was different, but he was already hurt. Halliburton didn't miss any time.
Yeah.
He played through the injury in Game 6 and then quickly in Game 7 ends up tearing his Achilles.
And by the way...
I think the Warriors win the title with a healthy Durant in 19.
And by the way, at halftime...
Of course.
Just way too much Stephen A. Like, I don't need the obvious of like, well, Halliburton's not out there, so OKC should win this game handily now. I'd rather hear Bob Myers talk about how he felt when Kevin Durant, and I know he cried about it, but how he felt
myself.
I know when he lost Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson in the finals. I don't need to hear Stephen A. Smith in that moment.
Yeah, crocodile tears. We'll take a quick break here. Get to Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. After I tell you, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. We'll get into more of what happened last night and what could happen in the draft on Wednesday with Mark Spears next. Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
If you go 4 for 4 hitting a home run, your reward is talking to Greg Papa and Greg Silver. Congratulations, Casey Schmidt. You're the big winner. Catch Casey tomorrow at noon right here on the Greg Papa Leader. He knew about Schmidt before anyone.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Mark Spears joins us each and every week, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer. And Mark, I got to tell you, man, I'm feeling for you because when we talked to you last week, you were like, man, fellas, just get me home. Just get me home, boys. You haven't been in California since, have you?
No, I came home Friday.
Oh, you did come home on Friday. You came home Friday for a quick breather, and then you left again to go back out to
for a day
to OKC.
So I came in Friday morning, got a flight that left at like 6 a.m., got in at 7:45, and then I flew out at 6 a.m. Sunday.
Oh, 6 a.m. Sunday.
OKC,
Okay.
And then I flew out at 7 a.m. today to get to New York City.
Oh, my God, man.
Traveling man.
What's up?
I'm going to sleep in tomorrow.
Yeah, you will. Yeah, I hope so, man. So, I mean, last night, I was just saying to Derek, it's got to go down as one of the all-time what-ifs in NBA history, probably in championship history. I mean, we were all expecting a good Game 7, and it was even still a pretty darn good first half after Halliburton goes down with the injury. But walk us through the thought process and what it felt like. I mean, obviously, OKC had to feel good about not having one of the best players on the floor, even though it was due to injury. That was just such a gut punch, I felt like, even for viewers around the country in terms of what the run looked like for the Indiana Pacers this year.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to gauge how it is for people watching it at home. But when I saw him laying on the ground, beating the floor, and I don't know if the cameras immediately went there. I'm guessing it probably took a couple seconds because it wasn't like he shot the ball. He was just running back down on a fast break. Like, I knew immediately. He certainly was rolling the dice, knowing what a calf injury could do to you. We saw that with Kevin Durant in Toronto. I was there for that. It's not fun to watch. And it's like, But I bet you if you ask these guys, man, if you're like that close to an NBA championship or you're in the playoffs with their team, I feel like they'll put it on the line. But it's getting to the point now, I think, where the doctors need to shut these cats down. Because I get it, you want to, you win a championship and you want to show heart, and social media could be an ugly place. Oh man, he ain't really that hurt, and people fall into that. And now you're gone for a year, and Tatum, I don't know that he really had a calf injury, but he was gone. Obviously, Dame Lillard had a calf injury, and at some point, no matter what the prize is, you got to err on the side of caution. But to me, I feel like the Pacers, they hadn't won it ever. They've been in the NBA since '76. And so, I mean, they could have shut Tyrese down, but they didn't. So sometimes you got to, save an athlete from himself. And I kind of, Rick Carlisle didn't want to talk about Tyrese after the game. But I wish I was kind of privy to what, the doctor said. I basically, talking to Tyrese's dad after the game, he basically said that his son knew the risks. He definitely knew the risks, so why didn't the Pacers just shut him down? And now he has a debilitating injury that will probably not only cost him this championship, but, will cost him the entire next season, perhaps.
No, definitely, Mark, and I totally get that. But do you think, given the situation, Game 7 on the line, do you think Tyrese would have changed anything? I understand it's a horrible outcome and he'll be out for all of next season, but with how close they were, do you think he made the wrong decision? Because I get it. It's a terrible outcome. At the same time, I think he would probably do it all over again.
No, I don't think he made the wrong decision. I think the Pacers made the wrong decision by allowing him to play, knowing, what could potentially happen. I wonder how they feel about it today, because they could have shut him down. You can't expect the player to make that decision. He's always going to say, I'm going to play. He's always going to feel like, I'm going to be all right. And as, Tyrese's dad said, he, gets the shot. It gives you a fake feeling that you're actually better than you are because you feel great. I get it, man. If I was in his position, I probably would have played too, thinking that it's not going to happen to you. But again, some of these teams, if and hopefully from now on, when you got a player in that position, man, you got to shut him down. Make sure he doesn't come back. Because, I felt with Durant that something could happen. I felt that. Didn't you guys feel that?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, definitely.
When it happened, you weren't surprised. When this happened to Tyrese, you weren't surprised.
No.
But the allure of getting that title, I get it. Because you just never know when it could happen again, or if it will happen again. So you're willing to risk everything. And I wrote in my story today, I'm sure he'll come back. He's 25, 26. He's gonna have a great career. Indiana needs to take care of him. Right, he put his career on the line for them. I need to see his jersey retired later, in 10 years, because even if they never get there again, and I don't think the Pacers will get back. I just think that what he sacrificed, what he was willing to do for that franchise, he should forever be a great, even if he didn't play another game there.
Definitely, I agree with that. Talking to Mark Spears on the Uma guest line. So let's talk about the other team, the team that won the championship last night, and they're all young. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's 26. A lot of these guys are in their 20s right now. How long do you think the Thunder can be dominant in this league? And, the offseason is going to start next week, or it's going to start this week with the draft, but free agency starts the following week. Is there anything the Warriors can do this offseason to overthrow them in the West? Because I think it's going to be really hard with how young they are and how old the Warriors are right now.
Yeah. The Warriors always play them pretty well. I just think that they still got Jimmy. Obviously, they got the stars and stuff, Draymond, but they need size. They need some size to compete with the other sides in the West. And I'm not just talking about one guy, like two guys. You know, I just haven't understood that, you know, when they won or when they lost in 2016, you have Bogut, which was an athletic big, caught alley-oops and everything. Somebody I think they were hoping Wiseman was going to be. And he's backed up by Festus Ezeli. Like, they had tremendous size. And then Mo Spates was also, you know, 6'10", one of the – so the Warriors haven't had any tremendous size since then, and which I think is a mistake, especially in the league now. Like, pretty much everywhere you play, they're going to have a big, except for when you play Golden State. I also think that long-term it helps Draymond out, man. Like, he's getting older. He's guarding all these 300-pound dudes. I feel like it's getting harder and harder for him to get ready to play. And so you need to do something to have Draymond, you know, elongate his career as well. So I think, you know, Dunleavy's done a good job, but he definitely needs to add some size. I mean, obviously getting Kuminga back helps, but adding some size to this team, I think certainly would be a lot of help.
Talking to Mark Spears on the UMA guest line, NBA draft goes down on Wednesday, which means, I mean, no surprise. I think that Kevin Durant was moved before the draft because there was going to be draft pick compensation there. Your reaction to him going to Houston, and does it make them title contenders, you think?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, look, they had the second best record in the West.
Yeah.
Although I kind of felt like it was fool's gold.
Sure.
But they're very well coached. I think they missed another veteran presence like Fred VanVleet was one, but getting somebody a Kevin's stature with his work ethic is going to be great for that team. You know, you guys remember when Kevin was playing with Golden State, like I used to come to their practices, and the three guys that were working out the longest afterwards were Steph, Clay, and Kevin. So what he's going to do in terms of having an effect on work ethic, I think he's going to help Jabari Smith become a better player. You know, Kevin likes to help. You know, he's going to make Amen Thompson a better player. But now you got a number one guy that could close games for you, hit the big shot, or could be a decoy for like Fred VanVleet to hit the big shot. So I actually think they're scary. I think the key for Kevin, though, is, you know, and Ime has to do a good job of, you know, keeping in some minutes probably although it's probably going to be difficult for Kevin, like in the 32 to 35-minute range, you know, just to save him for later. Because to me, the biggest problem he's had in recent injuries is just staying healthy.
A couple more minutes with the Hall of Famer Mark Spears on the UMA guest line. So I know yesterday with Oklahoma City winning the championship, it's all about those fans in that region. But I did think about Seattle yesterday and just how that franchise was taken away from them years ago in Kevin Durant's rookie season. And you mentioned it yesterday on the pregame show how expansion could happen this summer, but it's not a no-brainer right now. Do you think it's possible that Seattle could get an NBA franchise again?
Yeah, definitely think so. So basically what I'm being told is next in July when they have the owners meeting, they're going to bring up, you know, expansion again. And because of the recent sale of the Celtics and the Lakers, kind of have a, you know, guardrails on what they could potentially get. And I think it's going to be probably about $6 billion a franchise, I was told, would be a likely number for an expansion team. Obviously, Seattle is high on that list. Vegas is high on that list. I'm in the minority, but I think actually the best choice is Mexico City. Other than its altitude, it's would be the biggest city in the league, and it wouldn't only be the city of the. They wouldn't even be playing just for Mexico City. They'd be playing for the country, and they'd also be playing for Latin America. The eyes, the money that could be brought, I think would be tremendous, and maybe the number one in the league. And I think the NBA needs to penetrate Latin America. Now, one might say, oh man, Mexico is dangerous for people that are, you know, thinking about those kind of things. Well, I mean, somebody got shot outside the Thunder's arena yesterday. You know, the Warriors used to play in East Oakland. Like, You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that and then there's no shade on East Oakland, but I mean, like it's been viewed as a tough neighborhood or whatever. Where Chicago is and Memphis, as Stephen A. has been talked about. Like every city has its issues.
Sure.
But I do think that Mexico City would be a tremendous addition to the league. But that being said, what the owners have to think about is it's, right now you're sharing 1/30th of the pie on a new 11-year mammoth television deal, which also includes money that you're going to make in NBA Europe once that hits. There's a tremendous amount of money that people don't know about that the NBA makes in China. And then, the Basketball Africa League is keep growing, and they had a new record attendance this past season. So, the way you got to look at it too is it worth it to take that $6 billion now, and you could have the math people click in when you think about someone that might have their team long term, like Joe Lacob ain't selling, right? So if I get these two teams for $6 billion and I get my split 20, 30 years from now, was it worth it? Because now all the rest of the revenue, I'm splitting it up in two more mouths. It's going to be 1/32. So I think when they have these meetings, they're going to have a tremendous amount of financial statistics where they could break down and decide whether it's worth expanding or not. And obviously you dilute the talent in the league a little bit too, right, by adding two more teams. So I think they're probably going to say yes to it, but I've been told it's not a, no pun intended, a slam dunk just yet.
Right. Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer. We do it with him every week. Mark, get some rest, man. We need you for draft coverage Wednesday.
I'll be there and I'll be home.
All right, bro. At least you're in New York. You know what I mean? At least it's New York.
Yeah, it is dope.
Yeah. Yeah, Barclay's going to be nice, man. You'll be set up.
Hey, man, I passed 10 restaurants on one block that are probably better than the last two cities.
Without question. I saw a tweet last night, Mark, after the OKC Thunder won. It said, all Chili's to remain open an extra hour tonight in Oklahoma City.
Wow. You know what is interesting, too? Like, by the time I got out the arena, it was like the quietest I've ever seen. I think it's because of the cop presence that It was like that, man, or like a youth curfew. But I saw two guys on horses. I think this is like real Oklahoma City. Man.
Yeah.
Two guys on horse, two brothers on horses riding around. We just won. Y'all got to turn up. We just won. They're like, only in Oklahoma City. You're going to see two brothers at 1 in the morning riding around trying to fire up the fans.
Yeah. On horseback, dude. Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah.
On horseback. Let me tie my horse up. We'll go party, man. Then I'll call an Uber. All right, Mark. Have a good time in New York, man. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, guys.
All right, good deal there. Mark Spears. By the way, Mark is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy promise only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. How about that? Dude's on horseback.
Yeah, I heard that it wasn't the reaction to the win last night wasn't very lively.
Really?
No.
I mean, they always give us the numbers of like who shows up for a parade.
Yeah. I mean,
because the parade's going down tomorrow, I think, right?
And they have to prepare for that, Rick Carlisle.
Yeah,
I'll get to that later.
Do they?
I thought that was dumb.
A lot of open space out there. I don't know how much they have to block off. You know?
Yeah, I know. But like in more recent years, you had Denver, you had Boston win the championship. Out here in the Bay Area. Not. I mean, like we'll see in the parade, but I guess last night it wasn't as raucous as they were expecting.
7 straight seasons of new NBA champions without a repeat.
Yeah.
Warriors the last one to repeat, right?
Yep.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. How about this? Kevin Durant officially traded to the Rockets before Game 7. They get back, do the Phoenix Suns, the number 10 pick, as well as Jalen Green. Oh, and good. Dylan Brooks is going to hang around in the Western Conference. Get to see more of him. Mm-hmm. Does this make the Houston Rockets contenders in the Western Conference? As Mark said, second most wins in the West this year, but did feel a little bit hollow.
Yeah, I'll get into it.
Maybe more to the point is, what is Kevin Durant's lasting legacy? What will he be remembered for? We'll talk about some of that. Talk about some of that next. And then Susan Slusser at 4:50 today. Plus, Pacers guy joins us at 5:15. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Well, the Giants' bats came alive yesterday in a 9-5 win over the Boston Red Sox, taking the series 2-1 to level out the homestand at 3 apiece. After an off day, San Francisco welcomes the 31-45 Marlins for a 3-game set before hitting the road to Chicago, Arizona, and Sacramento. For everything Giants, keep it locked right here to the Sack Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. No Giants today. We'll be with you till 6 o'clock. Susan Slesser at 4:50. Pacers guy at 5:15. And we will get into some of the move the Giants made in sending down Tyler Fitzgerald. And we'll talk to Sluss about why it is they did that. She's also in Vegas. Is that right?
She's covering the groundbreaking ceremony for the A's in Las Vegas.
So has that already happened? They already put shovels in the ground?
Yep, they put shovels in the ground this morning, and it was very weird. I saw some of the videos. We'll play it later, too. Having, like, some of the fan favorites. Dave Stewart was there.
Stu was out there, man?
Stu was out there. But you know what? Stu wasn't happy. And I'm glad he voiced it, too. Where
Are you telling me Stu was there for the conception of the new stadium?
Stop it. Stop it.
Those of you who don't know, members of the Filth or who have forgotten, Derek was conceived on the day that Dave Stewart threw his no-hitter.
So my father claims.
I think if he would know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe he would.
Tim, what do you got?
Just blowing smoke.
All right, easy.
Oh man, I think we did the math on it. I think it's coming up, unless it was just yesterday.
Might have been yesterday.
I think it was yesterday.
Well, too bad.
What's your birthday? Your birthday's April 4th?
April 5th.
April 5th? Yeah, dude. I did the math on it at one point. Well, I'll have to find the anniversary of Dave Stewart.
We don't need to do all that.
Dude, was yesterday the day? Go ahead. Go on what you were saying about
I was just saying that Dave Stewart, they asked him, how do you feel about your jersey being retired in Las Vegas? And he's like, I'd rather it be in Oakland, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Is it that day?
No, it's this coming Sunday. So everybody who's following this and tracking this stuff, put it in your calendars. Derek's anniversary of his conception date, and Dave Stewart's no-hitter goes down June 29th.
I can't wait for my vacation.
I can't wait for next year when we actually celebrate it on air.
Yeah, thank you.
That'll be a fun one. It's your conception day. Derek, you're conceived today.
Wait, you're singing that song?
Derek, happy birthday. Anyway, we'll get more into the
groundbreaking.
The groundbreaking. 510 says, Derek, since you had apparently, didn't you say last week you'd been making changes previously to your dad's Wikipedia page?
Not recently.
But you did years ago?
Years ago, when I was in college.
What was it that you added to it again?
I added to his Wikipedia page that it said, Greg has 4 lovely children that live with him in Danville. And then, of course, there's Derek from his first marriage, who is currently on the lam for holding up a McDonald's. I just love that phrase, on the lam.
On the lam is good, dude. It's like, it's like Antonio Brown, on the lam.
Oh, dude.
Apparently he's out of the country, dude.
He's out of the country. And you know what he said in his tweet?
No, is he still tweeting?
He's tweeting in the same town. He goes, I'm out of the country, so sorry to all my children. You gotta bother your baby mama for that child support. I'm like, oh, God, AB.
Oh, my God, AB.
You bastard.
You bastard, dude. You bastard.
You terrible man.
You shot a guy.
Seriously.
Attempted murder charge.
And then screw all my children in the process.
He said, sorry to all my kids. Not even by name, not individual. Couldn't have texted them?
No.
He tweeted.
He had to let all of his fans know on social media that he's leaving them high and dry.
I hope my kids are following me because this is the only contact you're getting from me.
Terrible.
Jesus.
He sucks.
Yep.
Oh, man. That's a tough deal. Anyway, somebody here says you should add that factoid about Dave Stewart to Greg Bob's Wikipedia page. That might be a good one to add.
I'll let Dave Stewart add that one if he wants to.
It's your birthday today,
Derek.
I love that one.
June 29th, the day that he was conceived. Man, that's pretty good.
Anyway.
Yeah, somebody says, hey, wasn't the conception day like yesterday? It's a week from yesterday. It's coming up on the 29th.
Oh, we'll have to celebrate then.
Put it in your calendars and make sure you hit us next Monday to wish Derek a happy life.
I'm sure we'll get a ton of calls that day that I'll love.
Derek, a little tadpole back there.
Yeah, thank you, tadpole.
Yeah, 530 checks in on the text and says, according to the morning show, the Dirty Work crew was in the KNBR suite yesterday. Sounds like Thin Tim might have a future in lobbying if he ever decides to hang up the headphones. I don't know what that means, lobbying.
Lobbying?
I think what they're suggesting is that since on my last Tuesday Takes and Trivia that I bitched about not going to the suite on Tuesday, that somebody came through and came with some suite tickets because I basically begged for it like I did my segment.
I did think it was soft of Tim to he was like, how should we handle this? And I was like, I think this is, you shouldn't be complaining about this at all. And then
it was a little theater.
Then he was gifted a suite for it.
But you know what? It worked out.
He had his own private suite yesterday for that.
Yeah. It was pretty good.
How about that? I got to hang out and watch Tim eat.
And then he's doing trivia tomorrow night.
Tim was sucking down dogs, yeah.
We'll try to get a recap from the KNBR suite since I don't think any of the three of us are going to be there, right?
I may be there.
Don't you have a birthday party to go to?
Me?
Yeah, Rick Tittle, somebody else?
No, that was Friday. That was Friday with Rick Tittle.
That was Friday. What you got on the Kevin Durant move to the Houston Rockets?
I don't like it. I think that it will improve them. I think that, yes, obviously when you add Kevin Durant, he's going to make your basketball team better. And I wasn't a huge Jalen Green fan. It's well documented how me and Copes feel about Dylan Brooks. Solid defensive player from time to time. I'm mostly a clown. As far as Kevin Durant going to the Houston Rockets, this is what he wanted. He wanted to play in Texas, so it was either between the San Antonio Spurs or the Houston Rockets. And he knows Ime Udoka from back in the day. He could have settled for Miami, but I don't think that would have been a good situation for him. Between all the situations that were on the table, San Antonio would have been really good. I thought Minnesota was the best. And then there's Houston. And I think that this will make them obviously a playoff team, and they could very well go to the Western Conference Finals a year from now. But I don't think they're beating the Thunder. I don't think they're beating the Nuggets. I just think that this situation for Kevin Durant, yeah, it's his team now, but I don't think it gives him a good chance to win another championship. And he's playing with a lot of younger guys. I think he's going to get really frustrated, where you have like Amen Thompson, Alfred Şengün, and Fred VanVleet, who's been there, done that, and provides offense and has won a championship. But this team is primarily, they are a defensive team. So I think with the lack of scoring they provide, I think Kevin Durant's going to be frustrated at times. And also, Kevin Durant's not a good leader. I think we all know that by now.
Oh, I don't think he wants to be the leader.
Well, I think he's going to have to on this team. And Fred VanVleet can lead all he wants, but I think Kevin Durant coming in, he needs to be that vocal leader, and I doubt he's going to provide that. And he's not very good at picking super teams. We saw that with Brooklyn. We saw that with Phoenix. Not that he came along and tried to elevate that team, but Bradley Beal and Devin Booker and him
were got worse when he got there.
Exactly. We're not a good combination. And Phoenix, man, they're so far behind now. They were that close to winning a championship years ago against the Milwaukee Bucks. We're up 2-0 and then lost the rest of that series. Tried to upgrade by getting Kevin Durant, and it just failed miserably. For Kevin Durant, yeah, he gets to go to Houston, and it sounds like he's really, happy about that. But I thought the best chance for him to win another championship was to go to Minnesota. And I know that he wouldn't be the guy there. Not that he was going to be second fiddle, but it's going to be like a similar situation with him and Steph with the Warriors, where he may have to share the spotlight a little bit, and he doesn't have to worry about being the vocal leader. That's going to be Anthony Edwards. I think he cares too much about that right now. 37-year-old Kevin Durant coming up this season, he definitely can't carry a team like he did. He never could. He had a lot of talent around him with the Thunder and Brooklyn, for the amount of talent they had, that did not work out whatsoever, in Phoenix as well.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, though, when I talk about his legacy. In the NBA, we talk individual legacy like we do with quarterbacks, right? It's really the only two. In baseball, you can put up the numbers your whole career and never sniff the playoffs, and nobody's going to deny that Mike Trout's one of the best we've ever seen, right?
Right.
Nobody's going to deny that Alex Rodriguez is one of the all-time greats, because I know he ultimately got one, even though when he got one, he was probably past his prime, and he joined a team that was already known for winning championships.
Same thing with Bonds.
No, Bonds, nobody's going to question Barry's all-time prowess, even though he went to one World Series and never won one, right? So baseball's so different because you can put up numbers, and it's not indicative of how good your team is really whatsoever, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really mean that. In basketball, it's so superstar-driven that if you're an all-time great player, it's relevant because your team's elevated by your play. You can have that impact on an individual team. Nobody who follows basketball would ever deny that Kevin Durant is, and again, getting into this argument is sometimes ridiculous, but he's a top 10 talent of all time.
Mm-hmm.
No disputing. He's a unicorn. They say it all the time. But ever since he left the Warriors, and it's so funny because it felt like he left the Warriors based on a legacy attitude type thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
That it wasn't his team, it was Steph's team, and he wanted to do it elsewhere, that he won his only championships and finals MVPs and showing up to a team that had not only already won one, but that had eliminated his team from the postseason the year before. So I understand the logic. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. But now, that was his second team. He jumped to a third team now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's is his legacy going to be that he averaged 25 points a game for 5 different teams, which would be the most any player has ever done that for?
And what team do you associate Kevin Durant with?
That's kind of where I'm at, is who do you associate Kevin Durant with? I don't know. He may be the lone superstar in NBA history who has all the accolades, who has first-team All-NBAs, who has NBA Finals MVPs, has championships, has an MVP. He's got everything you would want an all-time great to have, though I don't know that you can associate him with any one team. Is there another player like that in NBA history? Like, he's one of the more perplexing players to place historically, only because his legacy, like, we know he's been great since he left the Warriors. But to what end? Not in a leave your stamp on an organization or the league type of way.
No,
which
definitely.
is what's so strange about and perplexing about the type of player that he is, right?
I guess you could say, if you're going to pick one team to associate him with, I would say maybe it's OKC. But OKC fans don't feel the same way about him anymore, and I doubt he ever finished his career with them
It's
again.
where he won his MVP.
Yes.
He went to one finals with them.
Yes.
And lost it. He's been to two others since.
He won 2 championships with the Warriors.
And was finals MVP for both of them, and then went to a third finals, right?
But the ridicule was just too much for him, and I think that even if he wins a championship with the Houston Rockets, what is Stephen A. Smith going to say the next day? He's like, oh, he had to resort to going to a team that was established, that was the number 2 team in the Western Conference. I think at the end of the day, Kevin Durant's going to look back on his career and say, I was never happy. I just went from place to place to find happiness, and in the end, I couldn't find it. And the reality is, he should have just gutted it out with the Warriors. And I know that it was difficult, and I know that people clowned on him for it, but...
How many more would they have gotten?
A hell of a lot.
2 more? 3 more?
And probably people would have viewed it as weak, and it's still Steph's team, and he probably wouldn't have been embraced with the fan base.
That might have been more entrenched, you know?
Yeah, but I wish he had thicker skin. I wish he was just like, I don't give a damn about that stuff. I just want to win. And this place accepted me. And yes, he had his fallouts with Draymond, but Draymond... You know, he goes back and forth with things with Kevin Durant, but he'll always say he was an amazing player.
And I think they're friends, right?
They are friends, but like, of course...
Wasn't KD at his wedding? Or like,
yeah, but KD also, like, when he had the thing where right before he had the extended suspension, there was a whole little falling out where KD said, I hope he gets help, and Draymond's like, I don't need KD to tell me I need to get help. It's just... I wish he stuck with the Warriors because we wouldn't be talking about this stuff now. It's like, let's get Steph another ring to, get to 5 or get to 6. I think Steph would have already had that at this point.
Might already be at 5 or 6, yeah.
So he's going to go to Houston. And it's funny enough, like all three members of that Thunder team all played with Houston at one point.
No, okay, with Russ and with Harden. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So now he goes there and he's going to be the guy for that franchise. But I still don't think that 37-year-old Kevin Durant's going to elevate to the point of a championship. I do think that his ego... I wish that his ego wasn't the way it is, where he's like, I can't play with Anthony Edwards, or it's too cold in Minnesota. That would have been the best place for him to win another championship. It's just, he cares too much about how he's viewed. So, this is years ago, but I really wish he would just didn't give a damn about what Stephen A. was saying about him and just stuck it out with the Warriors and not jump around from team to team.
707 says the other people you could argue, and 209 says this as well. Dude, LeBron James, I think different.
He won a championship with Cleveland. He's going to be remembered for Cleveland.
He went back to Cleveland and got one.
Yes.
And so as crappy as that whole thing was with him leaving and going to Miami, the difference is Kevin Durant will have played now for 5 NBA franchises and only one when he came to the Warriors and only went to the finals once when he was with OKC.
Yeah.
LeBron James has won championships, whether you like the bubble or not. He's won titles in 3 different cities. He'll be a guy who has his number retired probably by 3 different organizations. It's a little bit different also because he went back to Cleveland and went to 8 straight finals across Miami and Cleveland. I think Cleveland, because it's where he's from, just a kid from Akron, that whole thing. I don't think there's anybody, at least if you're my age or older, who wouldn't associate him with the Cleveland Cavaliers. He will have played more years for them than any other team as well.
Right.
Whereas KD is just kind of spread out over a whole generation of basketball. I mean, props to him, by the way, being 37 years old, and he's staring down another 2-year, $120 million extension.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the next question is, will he sign an extension there?
Most likely.
I would think, that's probably where he's going to end it.
Yeah, because, Houston's, like, he really wanted to go to San Antonio, but he's in the state of Texas where he played basketball. He's 3 hours away from Austin. So that's a good, I guess, way to end his career. I'm assuming this is going to be the last team he plays for. So most likely he's going to sign like a 3-year deal or a 2-year deal. But yeah, like I've always been more of a KD guy over LeBron, obviously, because he played for my team and LeBron's the villain in my eyes. But I can't deny that LeBron James has had a bigger impact as far as a leader. Every team he's gone to, he's taken to the finals. KD has had issues where he had a ton of talent in Brooklyn and couldn't get that team to the finals.
Yeah.
Ton of talent in Phoenix and couldn't get that team to the finals. So I wish the best for Kevin Durant, but I wish he just didn't give a damn as much as he does.
The way it shakes out is 9 years for KD in OKC.
Yeah.
Might still be OKC. 9 years for KD in OKC. Three with the Warriors, 3 with Phoenix, 3 with Brooklyn, and it's probably going to be like 3 with Houston.
Okay, but if you ask OKC fans today, who is the best player in their franchise's history? Is it Kevin Durant or is it Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for what he accomplished yesterday?
I think asking him today would be biased. I think should have asked him 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
You know what I mean? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call. How about this? Our guy Tim Kawakami caught up with Saby Sabsters. Brian Sabian picked his brain about Buster Posey's first year as president of baseball operations.
I just love that name because I'll always remember my dad doing an interview with him, and he goes, Saby Sabster. And he goes, you had to call me that, huh, Greg?
Yeah.
He hates that name.
Because it's so fake. We'll get into what Brian Sabian had to say from afar, watching Buster Posey make moves at the helm of the Giants. Then Susan Slusser in about 15 minutes at 4:50. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for the San Jose Earthquakes. It's NorCal versus SoCal. It's the showdown we wait for all year long. The San Jose Earthquakes take on the LA Galaxy in the 104th California Classico this Saturday, June 28th, under the lights at Stanford Stadium. The first 10,000 fans will get a limited edition Quakes jersey, courtesy of El Camino Health. Arrive early for a family-friendly fan fest, skydivers, a flyover, and an epic halftime featuring a high-energy marching band with a tribute to Bay Area anthems. After the game, 1,000 drones will light the sky in the largest post-game drone show in MLS history, honoring legendary moments, California Classico history, and a celebration of the 4th of July. Don't miss the most iconic rivalry in Major League Soccer. Grab your seats now at SJEarthquakes.com.
Neil Diamond. You bet your balls it's Neil Diamond.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, Tim, I got it.
Sabes.
Dude. Dirty Work, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Great job, brother.
Susan Slusser joins us in about 10 minutes at 4:50. Tim Kawakami caught up with former Giants general manager and current Yankees advisor to Brian Cashman, Brian Sabian, about how Buster Posey has performed in his first year as a front office executive. Want to hear what his thoughts were?
Absolutely.
Here's what his thoughts were on the Rafael Devers trade.
All right.
Everybody curious about what would Brian Sabian think about this. He says, quote, 2 things apply when you do something like this. It might not necessarily be as comfortable of a move as you would think because you never know how things can turn out in the short term or long term with that type of contract, but he's an elite hitter and somebody that's going to plop right in the middle of the order. I think Buster understands as an ex-player that one of the biggest functions of the front office is you have to want it as much, if not more, than the people in uniform. That's who you serve, and you serve the fan base. When you're able to make a deal like this, they're very hard to pass up if all the boxes are checked. And I think they were thorough in how they went through that exercise, and I'm sure they'll be thrilled. He said something there that when I read this article over the weekend rang the most true with me, and it falls almost identically into the comment that I was quoting last week after the trade. We are in the memory-making business. For him to say, I think Buster understands as an ex-player that one of the biggest functions of the front office is you have to want it as much, if not more, than the people in uniform. I was talking to you about when Buster Olney was in Los Angeles, I guess a week ago yesterday, when the Giants played Sunday Night Baseball, all that news goes down. And he said after the game, he was in the clubhouse, and Logan Webb was talking to reporters about what had just happened. And he said he looked at Buster and he said, you're not here every day, but these guys know. And he was talking about the beat writers who are there daily, who cover the Giants. He said, Buster is extremely competitive. And you know that because Logan Webb was a player alongside him. He threw to Buster Posey in 2021 when he became the ace of the staff. But I think that's true in that you have to be as hungry for it, whether you're a former player or not. And being a former player, I think, carries some weight in that because you know what it means to strap them up, right? It's different when Farhan's making moves and guys are sitting there going, well, this guy he's never played. He doesn't know this impact that it has personally, physically, emotionally on your play when you're shuttling guys in and out, when there's no rhyme or reason and no consistency. They really were, for 5 years, it felt like, treated like sort of computer pawns where, well, if this number happens here, then we'll plug this guy there. If this happens here, you'll plug this guy there. There's something to be said about a guy like Dusty Baker making the postseason with every team that he's ever managed and going to a World Series with a handful of them, right? Because he, and I've said this forever, I don't know that I've ever seen a manager get the most out of his players for as long as he did. He was a between-the-ears guy. He was able to get the most out of his dudes. They trusted him. They believed in him. He was loyal to guys who gave their all and did what they were supposed to do. I think Rich Aurilia would tell you that. I think Russ Ortiz would tell you that. I think a slew of people who played for Dusty would tell you, you knew what you were getting from him, and he knew what to expect from you. And somebody last week, I think it was Richie, or can't remember who it was, told us a story about, I think it was when Casey Schmidt had fouled a ball off his ankle. And he said, I remember Dusty coming to me and telling me a story about when he did that one time and he didn't know if he could play. And then he got into a hot streak. And he said, I think he kind of mentally knew how to get guys ready for certain moments. I think the same can be said about a front office executive in Buster Posey, knowing how hungry you have to be on that side of things and not just say, well, I rolled my ball out there and I'm ready to go play. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work out. You've got to be willing to make the move. And so for Sabian to say, this isn't always as comfortable as you might think it is, because they did believe in Kyle Harrison. I think they really liked Kyle Harrison. They just didn't want to give up some of the other pieces it might have cost to get a guy like Rafael Devers. So for Sabian to say that and say that the function of the front office is to serve the fan base, to serve the fan and the players, I think a guy like Sabian, who should be in the Hall of Fame and will at some point, we know this extremely well. They know it extremely well. But for Buster to be sort of a product of that type of regime, this doesn't happen without a guy like Sabian imparting that onto a guy like Buster Posey.
Absolutely, and that's why we can relate it to the Zach Wheeler and Carlos Beltran trade of 2011.
You had to give up something big to go get something you thought was going to help you win right then and there. And he said, you don't know what will happen in the short term or the long term. They wanted Beltran back, and he wouldn't resign.
Exactly. So when Brian Sabian was told to, I guess, leave the organization in 2019, I did not agree with that move whatsoever, because I know you had to rechange things with the organization. But I have always had massive respect for Brian Sabian, the way he went about things.
He was still there, but it was like, it was a transition from he to Bobby Evans. But it was transition from he to Bobby Evans, then Bobby Evans out as GM. And then it was like, what is Sabian here for? If nobody's going to listen, he doesn't want to advise these guys, and they're not going to listen to him.
Well, I always thought that Sabian was still like the guy, still like, no offense to Bobby Evans, but when Bobby Evans was general manager, I always thought that Brian was still kind of running things a little bit.
Yeah.
And Bobby was there to help him as well. But once they got rid of both guys and Sabian, once Farhan came over, I was like, I get it. I understand what you want to do, but I wouldn't have made that move because I think that Brian Sabian is a brilliant baseball mind. And honestly, like when you think of general managers in Bay Area sports history, I think he's at the top of the list. I think there's other people you can mention as well. But that's why I think Buster, even though I was skeptical about how he would be as a front office executive, I think he has the best path because he can emulate his style from Brian Sabian. I think that it's tough with John Lynch because John Lynch can look back at like GMs that he played for, like Rich McKay or Bruce Allen, but he didn't really have that relationship with them.
And football runs a little bit different.
Exactly. And like Mike Dunleavy Jr., like he's going to do his own thing. Like I think it's hard for him to replicate what Bob Myers did. Bob Myers was different because he was a former sports agent that he had connections to players. But Bob Myers, let's be honest, wasn't a great talent evaluator when it came to the draft. It was just he could go after big players because he represented them or he knew the connections through their agents, and he could convince Kevin Durant, he convinced DeMarcus Cousins to go to this team. With Buster Posey, it's I saw what Sabian did, and I'm going to emulate my style through him. So I think that he has a good gauge of like how to be a front office executive because that's his mentor. So with this being the first year of Buster Posey being a front office executive, I think we're going to see more and more that he's going to be very much like Brian Sabian.
Well, and my take is because of the way roster management works in baseball relative to that of the NFL. I mean, yeah, guys will get hurt, they'll go on IR, or you got to sign somebody. Like the actual transaction completion stuff, like general managers are far more hands-on day-to-day in baseball than in almost any other sport. Football's a week-to-week game anyway, right? And there aren't as many roster moves to be made throughout the season because you got your 53, and then based on injury or based on something off-field, then you've got to make decisions and move off of certain guys and whatnot. But really, that's an on-field coaching decision as to who plays. Like the general manager is going to work with the coaching staff in season to get guys on the roster. Like Bob Melvin had some say, I'm sure, in Fitzgerald going down, and Buster Posey and Zach Manassian made that decision yesterday. But you're right in that they've got to be more tethered at the hip in terms of the decision-making that's happening day-to-day and throughout the season. So Kawakami also told Brian Sabian that Buster Posey was a fan of the Wheeler-Beltran trade back in 2011. Don't forget, Buster's off the field at that point. He's injured, right? Knows he's coming back. It's only his second full year in the majors. Asked, what does that tell you about this front office that Posey was a fan of that? And Brian Sabian said, as I look back at the Beltran trade, I think the biggest context is the team in 11 was actually out pitching the 2010 team. Yeah, they were in it, man. 2011 was a whole what if for me. But we couldn't score consistently 4+ runs a game. Sounds familiar. And Beltran was the best available bat, and that was the opportunity cost, which was tough to swallow. Now, the outcome could have been different if Carlos didn't get hurt, but that's the risk that you take. He did get injured that year and did put up okay numbers, but just wasn't on the field as much. He said, I think Buster's in this knowing what's at stake for the franchise, as well as how it moves the needle, and not only the organization, but like I said, with the fan base. How does it move the needle with the fan base? And here's the thing. If that's how you build your organization, if you say we're in the memory-making business, how do you move through organizing your team and constructing your team? Probably in a way that's pretty exciting, right? If you're saying we want to make memories, that's about being successful. Now, again, going to the playoffs year after year after year and not getting it done, then fans get frustrated because now the memories aren't all positive. The memories are falling short. But until you get back to that point, you've got to be in the business of making those memories. And so far, I think the Giants are doing it. The interview ended, by the way, with Kawakami expressing how much Posey wants Sabian back in the organization and asked if he would ever return. Sabian said, quote, I'm currently under contract and fully engaged here, so until that would change, I can't answer that question.
What an interesting response. But I'll also say, I think Sabian's very proud of Buster. I don't think he wants to come back and just be the guy that's helping out Buster. I think it's easier for him to go back to the Yankees because that's the team he cut his teeth with. That's a team that he learned how to be a general manager with. So it's easier to come back and help out Brian Cashman. It'd be a lot harder for him to come back to the Giants after they told him we don't need you anymore and to help out Buster, but I think he can help him from afar.
Not to mention that, don't you think the fan base might look at it as like a power vacuum
if
Sabian came back? Because Buster, I mean, you don't want to call him unproven. We just don't know, and you would say the first 3 months have been interesting and they made moves and everything, but you could still also make the argument that he's unproven, whereas Sabian is clearly proven. So you bring a guy like that in. With Cashman, you don't have to worry about that. With Buster, you could see that fans might look at it as a power vacuum dynamic.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text as always. Pacers guy joins us at 5:15, but Susan Slusser covers the Giants for the Chronicle. She's in Vegas getting ready for the groundbreaking ceremony for the A's.
It happened this morning, so she's flying back to the Bay Area right now.
And to honor that, Derek wore an A's shirt today. How about that?
I wore a Oakland Ricky Henderson shirt. It says everything I learned about stealing, I learned in Oakland. It's kind of an anti-Sacramento, Las Vegas.
It's also kind of offensive to the city of Oakland. But
also, Derek's a Giants fan. So.
Also, Derek's a Giants
Stop it, Tim.
Too. All right, Susan Slusser joins us next from Vegas, talking about the Giants transactions and some groundbreaking for the A's. So wait, real quick, you said that you don't believe this thing is still going down, but they're putting shovels in the ground.
I have my doubts.
When will you buy it? Derek always says this. I have my doubts. He goes this little. He goes with his windy.
I have my doubts. No, we'll talk to Susan too. She has her own doubts as well.
What are your doubts, though?
Just the fact that the people that are running the ship in Oakland are idiots.
I got doubts about your doubts. Sluss next on the Sports Leader.
The Giants made a roster move today, sending down struggling second baseman Tyler Fitzgerald to AAA while activating Justin Verlander from the paternity list. Since the beginning of June, Fitzgerald has hit just 127 with 1 double and 19 strikeouts in 55 at-bats. Yama Hama. For all the latest Giants news, keep it locked right here to the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Our next guest, Susan Slusser, covers the Giants for the San Francisco Chronicle. though she's in Vegas, I believe, right now for the groundbreaking of the A's.
She was there this morning.
For the A's stadium. Susan is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle. With its lakes, parks, and schools, start your tour today at riverislands.com and sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Susan joins us on the UMA guest line. How we doing, Susan?
Hey, Susan.
I'm great. I am actually back from Vegas, but yes, a quick less than 24 hours in Vegas.
Sometimes you got to get in, get out, and empty the tank.
That's the best trip to Vegas.
Yeah, right. I'm gonna ask you a question first because one of our 530 texters just sent this in and said, "Hey, any word on if there were any Las Vegas luminaries in attendance?" I'm thinking John Taffer of Bar Rescue, Chris Angel of the Jabberwockies, maybe a Carrot Top. Anybody of note at the groundbreaking ceremony today?
You know what? I'm not sure if I would be actually equipped to recognize many Las Vegas luminaries in the post Wayne Newton era, or is he still doing his thing?
I think he's still doing his thing, but no Penn and Teller, Susan?
No, not that I saw. But you know what? There were a couple hundred people there.
Yeah,
easy. So I could have missed, and I was racing around trying to talk to all the politicians and all the baseball people. So I was pretty focused on that, and just that alone was interesting enough. I mean, it was a very strange scene, you guys. A lot of enthusiasm, but it was a groundbreaking, but it was indoors, which it still doesn't make any sense to me. And they were all with their, they had gold shovels, and they all had these bright green A's hard hats, not helmets, but hard hats on. And I was thinking, why? It's not a construction zone. You're in a tent. You're in a beautiful, air-conditioned tent.
So
no need for the hard hats, guys.
So wait a minute, Susan, was there actually a shovel put in the ground?
There was a shovel put into, many shovels put into a raised platform that was filled with, I think, sort of like a red gravel kind of material that was shaped like a baseball diamond. So, yes, there was no shovel into the actual dirt of the stadium site. But I can tell you a lot of dirt has been moved around that site since the Tropicana was imploded.
Okay, so do you think this is actually happening? Because even though they had the ceremony today, there's been a lot of snafus and weird stuff with this whole thing of the A's going to Las Vegas. Do you actually think they're going to play baseball in Las Vegas?
You know what? If they get it done, this will be because Vegas wants it done, and Vegas does really do a good job. I mean, look at what they've been able to do the last few years. And Major League Baseball clearly wants this to happen. But there are still some things about the financing that don't seem to be maybe as clear as one would like to think. John Fisher has talked about wanting to bring in investors. To date, there have been no investors announced. A couple different people today said, well, we're getting close, and Rob Manfred said that he's not worried about it, and Fisher has said numerous times his family can foot the entire thing, but it's going to be over $2 billion, especially now with tariffs, and then you've got a potential very long work stoppage that's coming in 2027. We're all pretty convinced. How does that change the landscape of things? But then at one point when I was talking to Fisher, he said something about, maybe today's event will interest investors. They'd like to see that something's getting done and there's a shovel in the ground. And I was like, I don't know if somebody's going to hand over their $250 million, $500 million because they saw a video and some guys in A's hard hats.
Yeah, today's the day.
Red gravel platform. I don't know. Maybe
today's the day.
But there really was a lot of enthusiasm, and Vegas really does have a great track record of getting stuff like this done. So I don't know. I don't even know how to handicap this, guys. I always said shovels in the ground. I'll believe it. I don't know if I do yet.
Well, shovels weren't really in ground. They were in dirt. I think you can still stand by that, Susan. I think you're good to hold off until that actually does happen. Especially I just saw this morning, Woody Johnson, the owner of the New York Jets. Yeah. He just bought 43% of Crystal Palace in the EPL. Okay. In the over in Europe for a soccer team. He spent about $250 million, and he got 40+% of a team. I'd rather do that than buy the A's a stadium if I had that kind of money. Yeah. So this whole thing is bizarre. Jumping back over to the Giants, I was out there for 2 of the 3 this weekend. Thought it was a fun weekend. Giants still struggled a bit with runners in scoring position, but a good one yesterday. A lot like an exciting game yesterday in terms of everything that happened. You had a couple of outfield assists, a manager and a player got ejected. The ballpark played small. There was a bunch of home runs. Thought it was a really fun weekend in general for the Giants to win 2 of 3. And then we find out a little bit later today that Tyler Fitzgerald has been sent down. And we're all just kind of questioning the timing of it relative to the other 2 guys on the roster, Christian Koss and Brett Wisely. Any rhyme or reason as to why this was done today? And what's the plan at second base going forward?
Well, they did want to get Verlander back on the roster. There's some rumbling out there that they're looking for an experienced, either utility guy or second base type. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa might be somebody that they are eyeing, I believe. But I don't know if that's necessarily, especially with Chapman coming back in the next couple of weeks. Casey Schmidt is obviously hitting the ball and plays pretty well at all these positions. He could handle that. I don't think that's necessarily a must, but I would keep an eye on things. Buster clearly, when he identifies a need, is pretty quick to do something substantial. So, maybe there is something in the works, but if not, they have options to cover that.
So I think it's pretty clear today that once Matt Chapman is healthy, that Casey Schmidt will be the everyday second baseman. But as far as the here and now, with Christian Koss and Brett Wisely now going to be their options at second base, and Tyler Fitzgerald now option to the minors, do you make sense? Do you understand that move as far as is that a better option than what Tyler Fitzgerald was giving you offensively? Because I understand he wasn't hitting very well, but I think he could give you more as a utility player or a pinch runner than what those guys could provide. But is it basically an evaluation to see how Koss and Wisely play until Chapman's back and you could put Casey Schmidt there at second?
Unless they make another move,
right? Yes,
of course. Koss brings a lot of the things that Fitzgerald brings: the bunting, the running. He's probably a better fielder, although he has looked a little bit. His playing time's been so limited. It's kind of tough to judge. But he really is an elite fielder. But he's not going to hit a lot. We know that. Wisely's probably going to hit a little bit more, and he's left-handed, so he's probably going to get the bulk of the playing time. But I do suspect there might be another shoe that's going to drop here.
Talking to Susan Slusser, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Covers the Giants for the Chronicle. In terms of the news that came out this weekend, or the stuff that came out about Sean Jelly and Sean Jelly's wife or ex-wife posting what she did on social media, I know it's now in Major League Baseball's hands, and so he's still on the roster and available to pitch. Any word? I know this stuff is all different. Each case is different and varies. Any idea on what these investigations look like or what the timeline is for these things to be sort of hashed out? Because baseball is going to take their time and go through and talk to whoever they need to talk to in terms of making sure it's not a violation of any of their policies, but just maybe not even specific to him. What do these things look like and how they play out?
Yeah, man, definitely. I couldn't, because I hate speculating.
Same. It's case by case. I don't want to get into this.
Nobody knows. Yeah. Absolutely knows. Nobody knows anything about what's going on. The things I will say is anytime the word is abuse is used in any sort of social media post or any sort of accusations, interview, anything like that, Major League Baseball is going to look into it. The Giants are going to look into it. That's kind of an automatic under baseball's domestic violence policy, which they put together with the players union, I think about 8 or 10 years ago. That's all pretty standard. Major League Baseball does have the option to suspend a player while the investigation is going on, and we have seen that in the past. The fact that Jelly has not been suspended, the Giants haven't sent him down, anything like that, I don't know what that means in terms of what initial thoughts are on it, but it certainly is not. They do have the leeway to do that, and they haven't. So, even that I don't want to speculate on whether that tells you something one way or another. But he is a guy who was immediately available the next day when this happened. So probably a tough situation for everybody, and they do have 2 children, and I like for everybody to kind of keep that in mind that there are also children involved in this equation. No, definitely. Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line, just focusing on this past weekend, what did you make of the Giants winning 2 out of 3 against the Boston Red Sox and the whole,
Rafael Devers' revenge tour where he gets a home run against his former team on Saturday. And just were you around the Boston media on their reaction to everything this weekend?
Yeah, I actually spent a lot of time in the Boston clubhouse, kind of trying to get sort of different Devers angles and stuff. The one thing that was pretty clear was I'm happy to speculate on this because this is just baseball stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think that Devers and Alex Cora have the warmest of relationships anymore because they both kind of went like, yeah, I haven't talked to him, haven't seen him, haven't spoken to him since the trade. And then the first couple of Devers questions Cora was kind of going along with, but as the weekend went along, he started going like basically like next question or are we done kind of stuff, so it was clearly starting to wear on him a little bit. But I think a good fresh start kind of for all parties involved, right? Like things went south. Nobody seems to really know why. He's so much more amenable to playing first or at least trying to play first in San Francisco than he was with Boston. But clearly somewhere along the line, there was some communication that either was not relayed or there was miscommunication. Somebody dropped the ball there. And when you've got a guy who is clearly your best player, that shouldn't happen. Yes, he is making more than anyone else on the team. There are a lot of people who would say, like, if you're, no matter what you're making, you should play wherever the team wants you to, sure. But especially when they've given you a $331 million contract. At the same time, it's tough to learn first place on the fly when you've already been asked to move off third base to DH. And I think maybe that was kind of like I've already done this other thing. Why didn't we talk about this first base possibility a while back when I could have worked on it during spring training? I think there's some of that there too. But yeah, it was fascinating. And I will tell you, there's a lot of love for Devers still among the Boston players, no doubt.
Is there any indication from within the Giants organization as to when they may feel comfortable with him at first? I mean, I don't even know. It's something he's never done at the big league level. And it's not like they have tons and tons of practice time when you're in season. A lot of times off days are off days, you know what I mean? And so he's out there before games working on his infield stuff. But any indication, is it a couple weeks away maybe? Is it after the All-Star game? We thinking before?
I would suspect it would be longer. Yeah, I would say certainly after the All-Star break would be my guess. Like, you never know. Hey, look, he was a third baseman. Defense has never been considered his strong suit. But if he can play third base at a big league level, first base could, for some guys, can be a fairly, not easy adjustment, but it's an adjustment that could come pretty quickly. So we'll see. Will Clark was in town. He was going to work out with him on Saturday and Sunday, but Devers had a little bit of a groin thing going on, so they put the kibosh on that. So I'm not quite sure where things stand right now. That probably doesn't help with making it sooner rather than later. I'd love to see it, but I think we all pretty much understand that this would be probably a placeholder thing for Bryce Eldridge, and then Devers would go right back to being a DH after that. So I hope they have had that conversation with him. I asked, if they had even broached playing third while Chapman's out, and they said no, they didn't want to complicate things. Like, if you're either going to DH and work on this, and we'll see how that goes, or you'll just DH.
Susan's less of the voice you hear on the Yuma guest. And last one, I guess, I think it was Maria Gordado had a piece the other day just sort of running down the Giants' injuries and expected time of return. I saw Gerard Encarnacion. He may be out there saying with that oblique until after the All-Star game was the report there, and that Matt Chapman is working his way back and going to start swinging with a bat or one-handed with a bat. Are we anticipating he's on the mend and could be back sooner than later?
He would like to be back sooner than later. Every time he says something like that, Bob Melvin says, take that with a grain of salt. He's always a little bit overly optimistic.
Yeah.
But he, the splint is off. He's been fielding without throwing.
It's a throwing hand, right? It's the right hand.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So he's been able to do some things. Obviously, he can stay in shape and keep doing cardio and all of that kind of stuff. But he'll probably need to go get some at bats somewhere. And the main thing is going to be, how does the bat feel in his hand? That's always a little, with a hand injury, that can be tough to gauge, however far out it is, how that's going to feel once he starts swinging the bat. Gerard Encarnacion is a good example of that. He was back a little later than expected, even though things were going along really well, just because it just, the bat didn't quite feel comfortable. And I think he was feeling it when he made contact. It was just a little bit more discomfort in there than anticipated. So you never quite know. That's very, very hard to handicap that with that. Encarnacion, the oblique, look, Encarnacion had not been swinging the bat well, had not been doing all that well while he was up. So I'm not sure there's of course there's concern. He's injured. But that's not a spot where they need to rush anyone back. I think they'll probably take as much time as they need. And you guys know obliques can be just as tricky as hand injuries. So far, Gerard's had a hand injury and an oblique. These are toughies.
Susan Slusher, the voice you hear, covers the Giants for the Chronicle. Great to talk to you, Susan. We'll do it again next week.
Thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Great stuff there from Susan Slusher, who was at the A's. Dude, this is so John Fisher.
See?
Now I'm with you. And as many people earlier, we should point this out. Earlier, we were having the argument about the best frozen pizza out there at the debate. And Derek says, defiantly, it's absolutely DiGiorno. And some people did defend him. Almost everybody who agreed with Derek said, God, I hate agreeing with Derek, but he's right about the DiGiorno.
I know frozen pizza.
I know people hated agreeing with Derek so fervently.
Sorry.
But, dude, like you saying you had skepticism about this. Susan said, what's interesting is it wasn't really a groundbreaking.
Yeah.
It was indoors in a tent. Like 408 says they did the groundbreaking inside because it's over 100 degrees in Vegas. I think they did the groundbreaking inside because they didn't really break any ground.
Exactly.
She said it was a raised, sounds like, I don't know if it was I'd love to see a photo of this. The way she described it is I was like, is it like a fish tank full of dirt? Because she said it was just a raised platform with dirt in a thing, and they all just kind of put their shovels into it. And I'm like, but then you wheel that thing away. You don't wheel away when you put shovels in the ground, you are breaking ground by definition. Just because you put dirt into a thing and shoved a shovel into it. This is up there with Kevin Durant and those crane dances. You know what I mean?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's at a Chase Center.
Even it was ridiculous with those crane dances, someone did put a shovel in the dirt.
They put a shovel in the dirt. It wasn't like a platform on stage where you're like, check it out. This is what it'll look like when we actually do it.
This was for show. And I know that, some people that cover the A's are going to be like, oh, this is the Bay Area media again, just crapping on the A's because we're going to Las Vegas. Yeah, we are.
916 says I saw it. It looked like a sandbox.
See?
You had an indoor sandbox.
She said there's air conditioning in this tent. She's like, this isn't a groundbreaking.
Yeah, I know.
I would have left that day, too.
It's all for show. It's all for show. And by the way, interesting nugget that Susan laid there. Just, Casey Schmidt, we think he's going to be the second baseman. She thinks there's a bigger move to be had there.
Well, she said potentially. There's been discussion. She didn't say there's a bigger move to be had. She said there has been some rumblings of potentially the Giants being open to acquiring somebody else at second base. Now, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa has been around for some time. He's a former Yankee. I think he's with the Pirates right now is where he is. He's a former Gold Glover, shortstop, third, second base, bats right, throws right, and they call him Hawaiian Hustle, by the way.
Ooh.
Hawaiian. I like my flying Hawaiians. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but watch Greg Papa come up with that was my original nickname for him.
I used to call him Izzy the Flying Hawaiian. Hawaiian Hustle is what I call him.
I'm the one who was on to Brock before anybody else was.
On the season, 275 batting average, just one homer. That's all right. He's got a positive WAR, 9 steals, 22 runs scored, 17 ribs. He's got a 662 OPS, 319 OBP. So, again, not a guy who's tearing the cover off the ball, but he is a Gold Glove caliber second baseman.
All right. You've done this long enough. Can't keep Pacers guy waiting.
We can't keep Pacers guy waiting. The Pacers lost the NBA Finals Game 7 last night. Our guy, you know him, Pacers guy. He told us he's scheduled to go on a vacation this week. And, dude, don't forget, that was his wife's birthday yesterday.
Yeah. Rain or shine, though.
He said his wife's a sports fan, too, but I don't know. Could she overcome his attitude yesterday when
that's devastating.
Dude, and Tim, and on her birthday, they lose Tyrese Halliburton in the NBA title. And on her birthday. We'll talk to Pacers guy next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Hunter Pence joined Gerg and Gorg today to discuss what it's like being traded mid-season after the Giants acquired Rafi Devers last week and how the welcoming culture is key to integrating Devers to the team. For that podcast and all of our podcasts, head to thesportsleader.com and our app, The Culture Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Monday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Oh, our next guest, he was hoping for better results.
I know, this is hard.
I think he'll spend a long time, and I think a lot of Pacers fans will, wondering what if. I mean, I as a sports fan, as a guy who was excited to see a Game 7, am thinking that today. Our guy, Pacers guy, you hear him anytime the Pacers are relevant here in the Bay Area over the last couple of weeks. It's Pacers guy joins us on the UMA guest line. Pacers guy, we feel for you, man. How you doing today, bro?
You know, guys, I'm doing all right.
I'm
doing all right. I'm better than I thought I'd be doing. You know, I'm used to it by now. Being a Pacers and a Colts fan for almost 40 years, Badger fan for almost 30. You know, I have one championship to show for it. You know, and all those teams are competitive a lot of the years, and you know that's just kind of been my lot in life. Thank God for the Giants. But you know, more than anything, I'm just gutted for Tyrese, man.
So
I mean, you think about what he's been through the last year.
Yep.
You know, getting hurt in the conference finals last year, and then makes the Olympic team, hardly plays, but that interrupts his rehab for the off season. So then he gets off to a slow start. You know, you have the whole overrated debacle, and then he overcomes that and hits all these amazing game winners in the playoffs, just so clutch. Brings them all the way to a Game 7, and then to have it end just like that, you know, especially after the start he got off to in that game, I think we were going to see something special. But alas, it was not to be this year.
I'm with you. I thought the way the game started when he knocked down those 3 threes, I mean, he went like logo 3 just across the logo at one of them. I was like, oh, man, this may be one of those Game 7s where you don't want to miss this thing. Like, he may do something special here because we've seen him do it already this postseason. I think that's the hardest pill to swallow, is that you lose your best player or the leader and the superstar of your team. And you just pointed out everything that's happened for him over the last year. And you can go back even further to the prove it moment where he gets traded from the Sacramento Kings, right? Like the team that drafted him moved on from him and found a home there. He's only 25 years old. He plays Game 6 after a lot of us thought maybe he wouldn't play Game 6. They win that game. We had Mark Spears on earlier, and he talked about how he thought that, you know, organizations have to protect themselves, have to protect players sometimes from themselves. And he said, I don't really blame him because every player wants to play there. I kind of blame the Pacers, and now you're looking at a long rehab and wondering if he'll be the same guy. Where do you come down on that? I mean, if I'm a Pacers fan, I wanted him out there, and if he wants to play, I want him to play. There's no better time to do it when you're hurt.
I don't blame the Pacers at all in this. You know, when are you going to get back to this spot? You know, if anything, Game 6 at home, you know, but Tyrese said, hey, if I go out there and I don't look like myself, pull me, like bench me if I'm not up to the standard. And he was. And he got the rest. He only had to play 23 minutes. He came out of it, you know, fairly unscathed, said it was sore, but that, you know, nothing unusual. You know, we could be having the same conversation, or it would be a different conversation if he went out there and didn't tear it and, you know, put up 40 points and, you know, 13 assists and was, you know, finals MVP. So we can play that what-if game all we want. I don't fault the Pacers. I don't fault Tyrese. He had to be out there, and it's just really unfortunate that it had to end this way.
Talking to Pacers guy on the UMA guest line. So Pacers guy, at what point did it settle in like this isn't happening tonight? And I know that, I mean, did at halftime when you were up by 1, did you think that maybe they could pull this off? Do you think that Pascal Siakam and Miles Turner could do enough to win this game for them? Or was it quickly in the third quarter where you were like, this is not happening tonight?
You know, at halftime, obviously, I still felt they had a shot. You know, I was saying I wish I could hear what Tyrese was telling the team at halftime, but we'll see it in the movie when they make the movie of this amazing story that probably won't be made now. But, you know, in the third quarter, they hit those 3 quick threes that made it a 9-point game. The crowd got into it. And without Tyrese, it's just hard to stage one of those patented comebacks that they had been doing all postseason without him. And there was a moment in the fourth quarter, you know, they cut the 22 down to 12 and they had the ball. And I'm thinking, okay, you know, maybe cut it to single digits. Who knows what could happen? But that quickly, you know, the league quickly blossomed back up. And, you know, it was sad. It is what it is. You know, it's let's look forward to next season. Luckily, they've got depth, you know, so this isn't this isn't a losing Jason Tatum situation or even a Damian Lillard situation, I don't think. You know, Benedict Mathurin will slide into the starting lineup. I think he's going to have a big year next year. They've got a lot of depth. Obviously, missing Hallie hurts, but the East is going to be wide open next year with a bunch of guys injured, guys leaving teams. I think they can compete next year even without Hallie.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. So you're confident in this team even without Halliburton. Like, I know they have Pascal Siakam and everybody else you just mentioned. So you don't see this being like a 2011 Colts situation where Peyton Manning was out for the entire season with his neck injury. You think they still can compete in the East?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, this team was on a 60-win pace for the last 4 months of the season. Like I said, Benedict Mathurin slides in. You still have Nembhard, Neesmith, Pascal Siakam. Hopefully they re-sign Miles Turner. All signs are pointing that they will. So he's back in there. And then you've got the depth of, TJ and Obi Toppin, and Jarris Walker will be back and healthy next year. Thomas Bryant, Isaiah Jackson will be back and healthy next year. So, there's something to be said for bringing the same team back. Even without Hallie, this will be, their third year kind of all playing together. And with Rick Carlisle there, like I said, a wide open East, I still think they can definitely be competitive.
All right, we got to ask you, Pacers guy. It was your wife's birthday yesterday in addition to Game 7. I mean, early on in Game 7, 7 minutes in, Halliburton goes down. Did it have any effect on the birthday festivities?
No, I mean, she's right there beside me. She was feeling bad too. She actually was a little more hopeful in the fourth quarter. Every time they score a bucket, she give me a little nudge.
Yeah.
See, they can do this. They can do this.
That's support, man.
Put
Put
a damper on the birthday festivities.
Did she pull a Tim Webb at any point when Halliburton went down? Did she go, and on my birthday, in the way that Tim was upset about Murph getting his car broken into years ago?
Murph getting his car broken into.
Yeah,
no, none of that. She felt bad for me.
Yeah, right.
She's so invested in it. She knows how invested I am. So she felt for me. She feels for Halliburton just like all of us. She's an Arizona grad, like I said. So
yeah, right.
She was pulling for her guys, TJ and Mathurin there too. So yeah, she was invested just like me.
So if I could have one critique from yesterday, Pacers fan, because I know our Pacers guy, I apologize. I know that yesterday was rough, and no one wants to lose in that fashion. But I will say, what'd you make of Rick Carlisle and his motivation for the team, where he was upset about the parade buses? My thing is, it's Game 7. Who gives a damn about the buses? I thought that was kind of fake.
Yeah, he's just looking for anything to get the team fired up. I'm sure the Pacers had their own buses ready to go back in India as well. And now all those Pacers championship T-shirts will get shipped off to who knows where kids who need shirts will wear shirts that say Indiana Pacers 2025 World Champions.
That's a great way to look at it. So Pacers guy, this will be our last hit with you, I guess, for the remainder of the NBA season. But I am looking at my calendar here, dude, and I'm seeing December 22nd of this year. You know what goes down?
Yes, sir.
I
am planning on being in Indianapolis for that game.
All right.
Niners and the Colts. Yeah.
Niners can beat the Colts for the first time since, I think, 2004.
Whoa.
It's been a little bit of ownership, Colts over Niners. So we'll see if that streak can continue.
So we're going to talk to you December 20th, the Friday of that week, maybe, or maybe the 19th. And we'll get some Colts guy in.
Change it to Colts guy.
Absolutely.
And then, hey, we'll leave you with this, man. Yeah.
Guy, Badgers guy. Yeah.
There you go.
I can show all those.
On Wisconsin.
Needing a Badgers guy anytime, but hey, you never know.
We may not need a Badgers guy. We're going to let you go, though, Pacers guy. I know you got to pack for your trip. You got a European cruise coming up to start your basketball offseason. But I'll leave you with this. To paraphrase the great Marty Lurie, that's basketball. You know what I mean? That's how that goes down.
Basketball. Absolutely.
Pacers guy.
Thanks, fellas.
Have a good trip, brother.
Hey, having me on. Let me talk Pacers. I don't get to do that much around here.
Much love, bro. We love having you. We'll talk to you soon, bro. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Pacers guy.
All right.
Good
Thanks,
deal.
guys.
Good deal there from Pacers guy.
I actually went clamming down there, believe it or not.
So wait a minute.
That's basketball.
So hold on. What was his note that the Niners haven't beaten the Colts since 2004?
That's what he said. I mean, don't forget they rolled in on like a stormy night a couple of years ago with Carson Wentz and beat the Niners.
I remember Andrew Luck coming into Candlestick still and beating the Niners. And not to correct Colts guy, but I think it's 2001 because if I remember correctly, that's the game where Peyton Manning threw like a pick six and the Niners beat them, and that's the famous Jim Mora playoffs. You was talking about playoffs? I think that's the last time the Niners beat the Colts.
You think that's the last time head-to-head? Well, I'll go to my football database here.
I want to say it's 2001, Colts and Niners. Niners beat the crap out of the Colts.
Derek's got incredible knowledge on this stuff, dude. He doesn't know that Wings won the first ever Oscar for Best Picture, but he'll give you
about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
Yeah, that's definitely after a Niner win.
Niners in their last 5 against the Colts, 0-5.
But they won that game, right?
They won that game November 25th, 2021.
Hold on, let me guess the score. Is it like 44 to like 21?
Pretty close, 40-21. Oh, so 40 to 20. That's incredible knowledge by you, dude. That's really, really
I don't know
incredible.
why I know that crap.
Just stick with us till football. Then you'll really get some good Derek, I swear. If you just hang with us till
Until
football.
then, you'll get like some mediocre baseball takes and some really good frozen pizza takes.
Yeah, well, some BS frozen pizza takes. I don't know what Tim has to offer, but stick with us till football. Derek's certainly going to bring the heat.
Not much.
Yeah. Niners lost to the Colts. It was 2021, 30-18. That was an ugly game, too. Sloppy, ugly game.
2001.
No, the last time they played each other, 2021.
Oh, yeah,
That's what I'm saying when Carson Wentz came in.
2017,
the Niners lost to the Colts at the Colts. That was an overtime loss, 26-23. 2013, with Harbaugh, they lost 27-7.
With Andrew Luck, yeah.
I was here. Niners at the Colts in 2009. They lost that one 18-14, and then before that, 28-3 in 2005. Which seems to make a lot of sense. But yeah, Niners have not beat the Colts. That was in Indianapolis since 2001.
I remember
24 years, dude.
I remember a game, God, I was really young, but it was like 98 with the Colts and Niners where it's Peyton Manning's rookie year, and they're down like 28-3, and Steve Young like brought them all the way back for an epic game.
925 checks in and says, sounds like Pacers guy is more knowledgeable about basketball than the entire Dirty Work crew, without question. Without question.
Okay.
You think you know more basketball than Pacers guy? We don't call you Dubs guy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
if you're out here giving me football scores from 2001.
Yeah, okay.
When you were like, what, 7 years old?
Yeah, I know.
How old were you in 01?
01? I was
like 9?
10.
10?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
As somebody who knows Pacers guy, I would say that's absolutely correct.
Yeah, I think he knows. Yeah, I think he knows more.
I think I know my Warriors. But okay, as far as like the entire league, yeah, Pacers guy probably knows better than me.
And then 707 checks in and just says F DiGiorno, but he didn't say F. He spelled the word out. We'll take a quick break. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. Elliot Ramos checked in and asked about a celebration before getting dunked with some water. Rick Carlisle had some comments. Alex Caruso tells you how you should feel about 2020 championship rings that were handed out. We'll do all that next in the Sound Soiree. It's only here.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Young Tony's doing commercials now?
Yeah, I heard that too.
I got problems with this.
Terry's Trees, huh?
Yeah, Terry's Trees. All right. They say don't touch the money. But I don't know. Whatever, man. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, 808 KNBR, the number to call and the number to text. Yeah, dude, I think we all got some problems with that, Tim. With young Tone getting to stretch out a little bit. Because he has been.
Jesus.
He's been aggressive around the office as of late. Dirty Work's favorite little sister, Jordo, hanging out today, getting some stuff done behind the scenes. Good for her. Good for us. You got what's coming up at the top of the hour tonight? We got a little Lair Krug with some Niners Nightly. How about that?
A little Diners Nightly from Lar, who's just back from his trip. And I believe we have Kerry Crowley from 7 to 9 taking your calls on the Giants.
I love that. I love Kerry in there. I love Kerry in there. I love Krug in there. And Krug talking Niners tonight. He just went to was he at the Basketball Hall of Fame? Is that where he was? Because he posted some photos from that last week. I like Krug giving NBA takes in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
He was kind of miffed about some of the stuff that he saw going on.
I love Crew giving takes on an early Sunday morning about
11:37 p.m.
Okay, 11:37 p.m. about CJ West and what he's going to bring to the Niners.
Yeah,
this
dude.
season.
Last night at 11:37 p.m., Larry Kruger tweeted out a video, cracked us all up. 11:37 p. He said, "Quote: I'd be shocked if CJ West was not an immediate starter at defensive tackle. West is so fun to watch. It's going to be fun to watch this summer in 49ers camp." 11:37, just firing off CJ West takes with, by the way, it's some like film breakdown of what's going on.
This
too.
is after the NBA Finals Game 7 and Giants Boston splitting a series.
Dude, Larry Kruger never changed.
11:37.
Never changed, bro.
I passed out in a bush.
925 checks in. It's the same guy who said Pacers guy knows more about hoops than both of us.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, totally. He says, Papa, can you name over under 8.5 players on the Warriors roster? Papa can name more than 8 players on the Dubs roster, can't you?
8 players currently?
Yeah.
Yeah, Steph Curry. Oh, man, this is tough. Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Jonathan Kuminga.
You can't even name 5?
No, hold on.
What?
Don't need to.
Trying to tell him in his ear, struggling there.
You don't need to give. Hold on, just give me a minute.
Are you serious?
Brandon Pajemski.
Thank you. You got to get 4 more here. I'm not confident.
Moses Moody.
Okay.
TJD.
Okay.
Where are we at?
You're at 7. Come on, what's our show? We're Blank Sports Leader.
Oh, Guy Santos.
There we go. There's another one.
We're
the Guy Leader, yeah.
Who's my guy? The what's his name? Spencer, Pat Spencer.
Okay, you go Pat. Dude, he's really digging him. He's getting Pat Spencer. That's 9. You hit the over there.
I know. I'm trying to think if I can name everybody on the roster currently.
Who's the big white dude who can shoot it?
Oh, God, I'm forgetting his name already.
I saw him doing some coverage with Larry Beal this weekend.
Yeah. Oh man, it feels like we haven't played basketball in so long. It's been over a month.
Yeah.
Missed a defensive specialist guard as well.
Yeah. GP2.
Oh yeah, GP2 still on the roster. Well, he's a free
Kevon
agent.
Looney.
Kevon Looney. Who am I forgetting? Tim, what's
He's got his name after a cereal brand.
cereal brand?
It's not Kellogg's. It's
Listen, where are you going with this, Tim?
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
Post.
Yeah,
Quentin
Post.
Quentin
Post.
Post. Yeah, Quentin
That's
Post.
what I
Quentin
had in
Post.
mind. Quentin Post. Is that everybody?
Yeah, it's been a while.
It had to be about everybody, right? Kevin Knox. You want to name him?
Oh yeah, Kevin Knox. Yeah. We got everybody on the roster.
I knew it was tough when I was like, Braxton Key's getting minutes. What the hell's
Oh
going
yeah,
on
Braxton Key.
Anyway, that's going to do it for our Warriors over-under roster picks.
There you go.
Why don't we get into the dirty work sound soiree? Why don't we get into the dirty work sound soiree?
This is
Dirty Work.
Sound Soiree.
Off there.
up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Or what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work Sound Soiree for Monday, June 23rd, 2025. And it starts down at 3rd and King.
Yes.
Elliot Ramos, dude, one of my favorite guys to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Just one of the most consistent dudes going. Somebody I don't worry about at all for the Giants. A couple of good plays defensively this weekend as well, and last week, actually, against Cleveland. Elliot Ramos was on NBC Sports post-game show. He was asked about a celebration before they dunked him with water.
Yeah, whenever they get hits now, they like a little shake it a little bit.
They do that little double guns one too sometimes. They do that shimmy shake now sometimes at second base. And he gave a little background as to why they do that.
Yes, he did. And I don't think he knows about some words you could say on television, some words you can't say on
I
television.
don't think my boy Ramos gives a damn.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Here's what he had to say.
Did I see you give a shimmy at second base after your double?
Yeah, I mean, that was for Pat Burrell.
That was for Pat.
Yeah, he always says to shake our
Got to shake those man boobies.
He said shake the T's.
Yeah, shake the
That's what he
T's,
said.
those chesticles. Yeah.
I just Googled it to see if I could say it on here.
No.
Said, can I say blank on radio? It says no. Saying T's on radio is generally not allowed due to regulations.
Yeah. But you know what? I think we come a long way in FCC stuff.
He said shake our tatas. He said Pat Burrell tells us that, but he doesn't say tata.
No, Tata's fine. But also I would say like we've come a long way what we could say on television and radio sometimes. So I would say I think the T should be allowed.
Just because Derek says we've come a long way, you should be allowed to say.
Yeah,
you know
if
what?
I could change, then you could change. We all should say T's on the radio.
Yeah, you know what? I'm with you. I feel like that's one that we should be able to use.
It's better than just saying like, "Hey, what was 2 Chainz called back in the day before he was 2 Chainz?"
T-boy, T-boy. Yeah,
exactly.
You can't say that, dude.
No, and I don't think it's an offensive term.
209 says you guys can say biddies.
Yeah, biddies.
Yeah, I
as
just
well.
feel like that's even more crass.
It's close enough. But at the same time, like I've heard women refer to their as that.
I feel like saying things that are anatomically correct, like using the medical term for it, oftentimes feels more
weird,
like gross or crass on the radio than just saying something like
or
that.
just downright creepy. Right?
Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to.
But hey, what do we know? We're just 2 men saying, "Hey, we should be able to say this word about women."
Well, you did. Yeah, you
Derek
did
takes
say
on
that.
the FCC.
Yeah. If I can, then he quoted Rocky to do so. Dude.
If I could change, you could change. Let's say T's.
Yeah, well, didn't get dumped there on live can get you for indecency or obscenity. They're saying with the FCC.
Okay, D's the one that's thrown out lately.
Dude, we throw D out a lot. I mean, we don't, but you can say D a lot.
As long it depends on the context.
Like I can call you a D.
You call you a D, but you can't say I'm going to punch you in the D.
Yeah, it's weird. Or I can say whole ass, but I can't say
exactly.
But I can't say it in reverse.
Or
isn't that weird? You know what I mean?
One of my favorite things that George Carlin said back in the day is you could prick your finger, but you can't flip it around.
Exactly, dude. That's exactly it.
Yep.
It's so bizarre.
Yeah.
They're just 2 words, but if I flip them, I can't say it.
Oh, the FCC. It's censorship.
Yeah, well.
Much like management, not listening.
By the way, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
We're doing a legal ID right now?
That was just what was this one?
You're a sick dick.
Yeah, dude. Play the whole thing, Tim. Let us hear it. B. Smith.
You're a sick dickhead.
Yes, I don't even know if we can play that.
801 just says tough T, dude, but he didn't say T.
Yes,
you know
exactly.
What I mean? Moving on here in the sound soiree. Rick Carlisle.
I don't like this.
Head coach of the Indiana Pacers was talking before the game about how upset he was about what he saw on his way to the arena. Here's head coach Rick Carlisle.
I just saw a video that's probably going to go viral of some buses, open-top buses, presumably for their parade that are already painted with them as champions. So that's all I'm thinking about right now.
That's all you're thinking about right now? Come on, Rick. I know he's not being serious, and he's definitely trying to motivate his team, but come on. It's Game 7. Shouldn't it matter? Like, does that matter more than if you win this game, you win the championship, or if you lose, the season's over and you have no championship? That's all the motivation you need. Plus, I've seen enough America's games or sports documentaries to know, like, teams use this as motivation. Like, the Patriots, like, back in the day, being like, oh, they already bought their plane tickets for the Super Bowl, the team they're facing. It's like, that's ridiculous. You have to plan in advance. I'm sorry, but the truth is, people plan parades before you win a game. I'm sorry, but that's just how the world works. And I know you use it as motivation. Remember years ago when Matt Mayoko tweeted out, like, the details of the parade before they won the Super Bowl? People were like, don't jinx it, Matt.
You mean when? Like, you mean just 2 years ago?
Or 2 years ago, or in 2019?
I mean, in that window of time where I was helping management out, dude, I was privy to a whole lot of stuff that was going to go down parade wise. Had the Niners won the Super Bowl. Like,
so I get
you have to plan it beforehand.
I get it. Coaches have to motivate their players, but also, Rick, you don't think the same thing's happening in Indiana when they're getting the parade buses ready to go? So I think that, yes, you do ridiculous things sometimes. Like The Last Dance is on right now in the studio, and Michael Jordan made up phony stories about some guy crossing him on the court saying, nice game, Mike. Sometimes you have to do that stuff to pump you up, but also
Bradford Smith or whatever.
exactly. But also, it's Game 7. Who gives a damn about the buses? Focus on the game.
My thing was that I just wouldn't have. He is focused on the game.
I know.
He's asked before the game, "What's happening?" I know you really didn't like this. It didn't change anything within the game.
No, it didn't.
So it shouldn't upset you.
And
I think it's a bad look to say it to the media because then when you lose that game, then they're like, "Well, yeah, they were right."
Yeah, exactly.
They were right to have this thing prepped.
When's the parade? Tomorrow or Wednesday?
I think it's tomorrow is when it goes down, yeah.
Yeah, so they needed those buses ready to go. It takes some time.
Yeah, 319 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, if the word tease is offensive, it's news to us up here in Iowa. Call them warlocks. You know what I mean? I got to get a look at those warlocks.
Yeah, those warlocks.
Shout out Super
What
Pats.
about chesticles? Is chesticles okay?
I don't like that at all.
All right,
I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay. Oh, even Tim's going to be like, come on, Derek.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that sounds like something your dad would say.
Probably. Where'd you think I learned this stuff from?
Spectacles, testicles, wallet, and watch.
Yes.
Let's see, an Austin Powers line. Alex Caruso of the Oklahoma City Thunder won a title a couple of years ago in 2020 as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers.
And Kerry Crowley would say he looks like me.
Did he really?
No, he just remember I was like, you kind of look like Kyle Harrison. He was like, well, you look like every bald guy ever. I was like, oh, thanks, Gary.
He's not wrong.
All right.
Here we go.
Except for Robert Saul, I don't look like him.
Alex Caruso, thank you. White bald guy.
Or The Rock.
Alex Caruso postgame. He was asked, how do you compare this championship ring to your ring in 2020? Interesting from a guy with a 2020 ring. Here's what he says.
A real question as well, if you don't mind. A championship is a championship, but there were 70 people in the gym when you won your first one.
Yeah.
How much better?
Probably like 150, but
maybe 100, maybe even 200. But
maybe.
How much better does this one feel?
Yeah, now I got a real one. Now nobody can say anything. Yeah, I think just because of the way the team is constructed now versus the team I had in 2020, like it was much harder with this team just because of the experience, right? And everybody talked about you need experience to win a championship, and you need this, that, and the other. And I said multiple times through the postseason with this team that the good basketball is good basketball. Winning basketball is winning basketball. And the best team can win no matter what happens if you go out there and execute and do the stuff that you need to do to win the game.
I know he's joking around, but I love the fact that he said, oh, I got a real one. Because that's how we all feel about those bubble teams, whether it's the Dodgers or whether it's the Lakers. Those are not legitimate in my eyes. No, I know that things happen. COVID happened, obviously. But to me, that Lakers team, I don't think it was the best team in basketball that season. Honestly, for everything that went down in the bubble, I thought the Clippers were going to beat the Lakers that year. And they blew that 3-1 lead and everything. So it was nice to hear Alex Caruso say, this one's legitimate. The one I had in 2020, not so much. And by the way, I saw Colin Cowherd rank his top 7 championship teams in the NBA for the last 7 years. He ranked the Lakers number 1, the 2020 Lakers. That team was not that good. They just, they were the best team in the bubble that year.
All right. Well, if Colin Cowherd said it, I guess that's it.
I guess I shouldn't get into that bull crap of whatever he thinks. But
yeah, I don't really care what
he has. Backward hats.
The backward hat takes as well.
Seriously, I mean, it doesn't make much sense. The guys playing would know. I was like, LeBron James telling us it had to be the toughest title ever to win was just ridiculous. You know who bought into that?
Who's that?
It was Craig Papa. Today he was talking about it. I guess I didn't hear what he was saying. I was sitting out there eating my Carl's Jr. Before the show, and I heard Walt go from the control room. The hell it was. I said, that's all I heard Walt say. And I said, what are you talking about? And he goes, dude, Greg's in here saying the 2020 title was the hardest title to win. And then Walt's response out loud to nobody was just, the hell it was. Which made me laugh.
My favorite Walt moment in months.
Yeah, dude, I don't have many favorite Walt moments, but that was up there.
I don't understand that. Just because you couldn't travel. I mean, mentally, yes, you weren't with your loved ones. You had to stay in a hotel room the whole time, but you just focused on the game. So there's no travel. You're staying at Hotel Disney. Yeah, I mean, there's probably things that got in the way mentally, but as far as the
hardest one ever, you didn't travel.
Yeah.
You didn't have to fly anywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not with it.
Yeah.
Moving on here. Last one. It's Derek's guy. The reason Derek's with us. The man threw a no-hitter on...
That's the reason I'm with you guys, because of Dave Stewart.
The reason Derek is sitting with us right here.
I love Stu.
Is Dave Stewart threw a no-hitter on
Jim, you're not helping.
June 29th, 1990, I guess, as you were born in 91.
That's disgusting. You know what? I'm going to bring up every time your parents had sex.
And then Derek was conceived. Well, not on the day of a no-hitter, I'll tell you that. First time in Major League Baseball history that 2 no-hitters were thrown on the same day in different leagues. Fernando Valenzuela.
Yeah, that's great.
And then Derek swam real hard. Here's Dave Stewart.
Jesus.
Here's Dave Stewart. Had nothing to do with that. They didn't ask him about Derek. They asked him about having his number retired in Las Vegas for the A's. Here's what he said.
What do you think it's going to be like when you walk into this beautiful stadium and you see your retired number up there?
You know, I don't mean this in a bad way. I'd much rather see it in Oakland.
Yeah.
But, you know, to have my number retired in any place, if this organization goes, you know, it goes from Oakland to Las Vegas. We remember that the A's started in Kansas. Well, they started in Philadelphia and went from Philadelphia to Kansas City. I was a youngster when they came to Oakland. And so, you know, to have my number retired is an honor.
Notice how Dave really didn't answer the question. Because he kind of like, well, I prefer being in Oakland. And yeah, it's an honor. But he doesn't give a damn that it's in Las Vegas. And I respect that from Stu. He should make a good face with, the A's. He still loves the organization as far as just what it stands for and the team that he played for. But he thinks this is bull crap. You ask a lot of people that showed up today, they think it's bull crap. Like, I don't want to put words in Dallas Braden's mouth, but he was on a podcast a couple of weeks ago, and they asked him, like, do you think the players are happy about this whole scenario with them playing in Sacramento? And he goes, I can guess that they're not happy with this. They all know this is bull crap. People have jobs to do. They work for the team, and they have to say what they have to say. But I can tell you that most people think this is a joke, and I'm glad that Dave Stewart, while he can't be completely honest, he let it be known that this is an absolute joke.
We actually have some more Dave Stewart audio.
What did he say?
I'm f***ing sick.
That's from last week, right?
Yeah.
I was after
Jared
the
Carrabis.
Yeah, Jared Carrabis.
I'm f***ing sick.
I was on the Devers trade, dude.
I think I want to say I think Jared Carrabis asked Dallas Braden on a podcast. What I know you work for the team and you can't say much, but do you think the players are thinking this is a joke with Sacramento? And he goes, I can guess they probably feel that way.
That's going to do it for the Dirty Work Sound Soiree, Monday, June 23rd, 2025. Should let you know. I got it, Tim. I got it.
I'm f***ing sick.
Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock. Kerry Crowley with Sports Phone KNBR at 7 o'clock. We'll put the show to bed next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
If you go 4 for 4 hitting a home run, your reward is talking to Greg Papa and Greg Silver. Congratulations, Casey Schmidt. You're the big winner. Catch Casey tomorrow at noon right here on the Greg Papa Leader. He knew about Schmidt before anyone.